Summary. AI June, you little brat. Fuck you, Sorn. From the moment they first met, these two couldn't stand each other. One glance was enough to make it obvious. They simply didn't get along. But who would have thought that catching his so-called enemy, Sorn, pleasuring himself by the koi pond would turn everything upside down? That single moment set them on an unexpected path, leading to an unusual relationship in which one became a sex tutor, and the other, his one and only student. Chapter 1. BE 2550X, year 2000X. A pale-skinned 16-year-old boy of Chinese descent, slim but sturdy, with a face dotted by a few pimples inherited from his father's side, pedaled his bicycle from home to Kim-do Market. His destination was Cha Ko Nung Tea Shop, located in a commercial building beside the bank alley. The shop was neither large nor small, with 2 carts parked out front. It was well known throughout Kim-do Market because its owner was a respected figure who opened for business every day from 5 in the morning until 6 in the evening. June stopped his bicycle in front of the shop, but didn't get off. Instead, he called out to the middle-aged man standing outside, preparing iced tea for customers. "Pa, I'm going to AI Win's house," June shouted to his father, already about to pedal away when his father called him back. "Wait a minute. Come over here first and pay your respects to Tai. Tai, this is June, my youngest son. Come on. Don't just stand there looking confused," Ko Nuing called, waving his son over. "This is Tai. Bow to him. Sawadee Krub." June pressed his palms together in a Y. When the young man smiled, June's braces showed in return. "Is this the kid who used to sneak food out to feed the fish with Wen?" Tai asked Ko Nuing, remembering the little boy who had often played at his younger brother's house. "Yes, that's him. Wow, you've really grown up. You're so much taller now. Do you remember me?" June paused to think before his eyes widened. Oh, it really was Tai, Win's older brother, and someone June had always admired. Tai was 5 years older than both June and AI Win, yet he had always been kind enough to include his younger brother in everything he did. Whenever he went out, he brought Win along. His love for his younger brother naturally extended to Win's best friend as well. June had an older sister 6 years his senior, but since they liked completely different things, he had actually grown closer to Tai than to his own sister. "When did you come back from Malaysia, Tai?" June asked. He remembered Tai had gone to Malaysia to study several years ago. Since then, they hadn't met because Win's family no longer lived here permanently. They had moved into the city years before, several kilometers away. Tai looked noticeably different now. Maybe it was his hairstyle. Maybe it was simply because he had matured. If June remembered correctly, he should already be in university. "I came back about a year ago. This Chinese New Year I finally had some free time, so I decided to visit Grandma. Are you going to come back every year?" June's eyes sparkled. If Tai came home every year, then Win would come too. Since they studied in different places, they rarely got to see each other. That would mean almost a whole week together every Chinese New Year. That would be amazing. "Every year," Tai replied with a smile. "I have to come back so Grandma remembers she still has a grandson. Are you going to see Win?" "Come on. I'll be staying for several days this time because Grandma keeps complaining that she misses me." After Ko Nuing gave his permission, June offered another Y before pretending to run toward the car. His father grabbed the collar of his superhero t-shirt, stretching it. "Hold it, you little rascal. Tai's friends are sitting here too. Aren't you going to greet them? You never remember your manners. This is Sorn, and this is Champ." "Oh, Pa." June quickly pressed his palms together. "Sawadee Krub. Sawadee Krub." He greeted everyone around the table, making eye contact with Tai's 2 friends. They were all remarkably handsome. The only one who looked a little different was Tai. The other 2 had distinctly Tai features, with honey-brown skin. One smiled warmly. The other only lifted the corners of his mouth, while looking June up and down. "What are you staring at?" Since the man kept staring, June stared right back, refusing to back down. The cheerful look on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by the stubborn expression of a hot-blooded teenager who hated being judged. "Hey!" the man suddenly shouted. June jumped. The young man's bravado disappeared instantly as the taller man stood up. June instinctively stepped backward, convinced the other was about to confront him. Even so, if it came to a fight, he was ready. "What's wrong with you, AI Sorn? You scared gnome?" Champ scolded. "The dog's about to pee on the car." Only then did Sorn look past June toward the parked car behind him. June turned around. Sure enough, a dog had lifted one leg beside the vehicle. When he looked back, Sorn was smirking. He'd been laughing at him. June stormed away from the shop, sticking his tongue out at Hia Tai's annoying friend before leaving. Win's house was actually Grandma Yi's home, the residence of Kim, though Market's owner. Everyone respected and admired Grandma Yi. She was one of the oldest elders in the area, with 2 sons and 1 daughter. Although her middle son had invited her to move to China many times, she refused, choosing instead to remain where she had spent most of her life. Her eldest son's family stayed with her, so she wouldn't be alone. It took June less than 5 minutes to bike there. The large house behind the market, near the municipal office, was surrounded by a fence. Several cars were already parked outside because the Chinese New Year had brought every grandchild home, including June's best friend. The yard echoed with the excited voices of children running around. Grandma Yi, though already over 70, remained healthy and energetic. She sat smiling warmly as she watched the children play. Her white hair, tinged with hints of gold at the ends, had been curled neatly. She wore elegant clothes that her grandchildren regularly bought for her. While chatting happily with her children and their spouses, she noticed June approaching. He knelt respectfully and offered a why. "Hello, Grandma. Do you remember me? I'm June, the tea shop owner's son. Mei Ping's son." "Of course I remember," Grandma Yi replied with a warm smile. "You used to play here all the time. How could I forget? Xiaowen is in the kitchen. Auntie Mei Yi brought snacks back from Taiwan. Go inside." Her Thai carried a noticeable Chinese accent, but June understood her perfectly. He thanked her, greeted the other elders seated nearby, and hurried toward the kitchen to find his best friend. Ouch! Before he reached it, he slammed straight into someone. Rubbing his forehead, June looked up, only to discover it was Sorn, the annoying friend. Sorn rubbed his own chin. "Watch where you're going. There are people walking around the house, and you're running like a little kid." June had intended to apologize because the other was older. Instead, he bit back his words. Rather than asking whether he was hurt, the guy scolded him. He really couldn't stand Hia Tai's friend. "Who's a little kid?" June shot back. "You weren't watching where you were going either. That's why we bumped into each other. Watch your mouth, kid. Don't you want to grow up instead of dying young?" Those words sounded like an outright declaration of war. June glared at the much taller man. One day, he'd grow taller too. Without another word, he turned and walked away. He didn't want to get into trouble. That evening, June sat with Win, grumbling nonstop. "Your friend has the most annoying face. I even caught him sticking his tongue out at me when he walked past the kitchen. He's not in primary school anymore, but he still acts like a little kid." It was the second evening of the Chinese New Year. The younger relatives had taken Grandma Yi out sightseeing, leaving only Tai and his friends at the house. Meanwhile, the 2 mischievous teenagers had gone to the convenience store together. "June, huh?" Tai chuckled as he handed a bowl of cold rice from the refrigerator to Champ, who was getting ready to fry it into fried rice. "He's always like that. If you don't believe me, ask AI Champ. These past 2 days, every time he sees me, all he asks about is Hia Champ." "You were the one who pulled a grumpy face at him first," Champ replied. "He told me. So what exactly did he do that should have made me smile at him? Maybe he was just trying to be friendly. He's usually quiet." Sorn leaned back in his chair with a sigh. Some people simply didn't like kids. They were noisy, annoying, irritating. "June, take this hot tea to the customers." Ko Nuing called to his son, who was whispering with Win in the back of the shop. Even though they were already 17, they still acted like little boys. Today the shop was short-handed. Only one employee had shown up, so June had been drafted into helping. Business always doubled during Chinese New Year, as families returned home for reunions. It was one of the busiest times of year, second only to the Chongming festival. Ko Nuing himself no longer had many relatives left. Both his parents had passed away, and only an older brother remained, living in another province. They rarely saw one another. "Which table?" June asked. "Hia Tai's table." June glanced over, then sighed. That annoying friend of Hia Tai's was sitting there again. The guy always looked unfriendly. Whenever anyone asked him something, he never gave a straightforward answer. After hearing from Hia Champ that Sorn simply disliked children, June had decided that children didn't like grumpy old men like him either. "Can I get some patongo too?" Sorn didn't even bother looking at him. June knew the request was directed at him anyway. He picked up a plate of ja koi, the long, crispy fried dough that people mistakenly called patango, and placed it on the table. And some condensed milk. June hadn't even taken 2 steps before Sorn called him back again. Suppressing a sigh, June returned to his father, filled a small dipping dish with sweetened condensed milk, and set it down in front of Sorn. Doesn't he ever get tired of coming here, every day? Even he a Tai and he a Champ don't visit this often. He just sits there staring at me. I've been hiding in the back of the shop, but Dad keeps calling me out to serve him. Doesn't anyone realize we can't stand each other? The tea shop owner's son looks like that, and people still come here. The comment drifted into June's ears. His face flushed with anger. Who else could they possibly be talking about? Some customers deserve good service, June replied coolly. And if others don't get it, maybe they should ask themselves why. Sorn slowly looked him up and down. With a mouth like yours. He stopped halfway through the sentence. June clenched his fists. That night, after he got home, Ko Nuing scolded him because Sorn had complained about his attitude and said he had shown no respect toward his elders. Furious, June stomped upstairs and immediately called Win. Hey, I Win. I hate that jerk Sorn. One of these days I'm seriously going to lose my temper with him. After venting everything to his best friend, he went to bed. By morning, his anger had completely disappeared. 1 year later, I'm definitely not getting any roast duck this Chinese New Year. Dr. Chen's going to scold me again. Because of your braces? Exactly. The wire came loose just from chewing chicken bones. Last time I went in to change the bands, he lectured me so much my ears were ringing. June paced around his bedroom while packing for a beach trip with Win's family. This time, Grandma, he wanted everyone to spend 2 days and 1 night by the sea. After the hectic Chinese New Year celebrations, she had been feeling stressed, something common among elderly people with large families and endless responsibilities. June wasn't actually related to them. He had simply invited himself along. His father had complained that he spent every Chinese New Year at Win's house and worried he was imposing on Grandma E. But he Tai had personally asked for permission to bring him. Even our own, Win's father, had stopped by the tea shop to tell Ko Nuing that June should come as well. Only then had his father agreed. Early the next morning, the Panya family set off in 3 cars. Grandma E rode with her eldest son's family in the lead vehicle. Our own son-in-law drove the second. Tai drove the third. This year, the middle son's family wasn't joining them. I thought you said you weren't going to sleep. That's my pillow. I carried it all the way here. How could you steal it? Win complained as June tried to snatch away his banana-shaped cuddle pillow. Champ was driving. Tai sat in the front passenger seat. In the back were Win, June, and Sorn. The problem was that Sorn's long legs occupied nearly 2/3 of the seat, forcing the other 2 to squeeze against the doors. June nudged Sorn's leg. It barely moved. You're so mean. I'm stuck in the middle and don't even have a neck pillow. Doesn't anyone feel sorry for me? My neck's going to break. June pouted dramatically. His acne had mostly disappeared over the past year. With braces, skincare treatments, and visits to the dermatologist, many of them paid for by his older sister, who had started working, he looked much more mature now. Win, share with your friend, Tai said. You've already got 1 pillow. Stop hogging it. The entire car fell silent. Win looked at June, who immediately put on the saddest expression imaginable, even pretending to tear up. Who exactly is Grandma's grandchild here? I told him to bring his own pillow, Win protested. He said he was too lazy. It's not my fault, Hia. Do you understand the meaning of compassion toward your fellow human beings, AI Win? Thunk. A neck pillow landed squarely in June's lap. Now you've got one. Be quiet. Without another word, Sorn leaned back, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. Kids really could argue over absolutely anything. How exhausting. They reached the resort late that morning. Everyone helped carry luggage into the 3 bungalows they had reserved. Built on a hillside overlooking the sea, the resort offered a breathtaking view of the Gulf. As soon as June climbed out of the car, he stretched lazily. His arm accidentally smacked Sorn across the face. Sorry. June immediately offered a why. Sorn merely frowned before waving dismissively. Try looking a little friendlier, Champ whispered. Don't pick a fight with the kid. In case you've forgotten, Sorn replied. Last year he tied firecrackers to the bottoms of my shoes. Why should I be nice to that little brat? Champ could only sigh. His friend really held grudges. Last year's prank had clearly left a lasting impression. AI win, June whispered, glancing toward Sorn before quickly looking away after receiving another glare. I think your brother's friend really hates me. Which one? He a champ or he a Sorn? Fi Sorn, obviously. Oh, come on, AI June. Your heroic achievements weren't exactly small. He started counting them off. You poured salt into his toothpaste. You tied firecrackers to his shoes. You even hid his underwear. That was because of you. June protested. We were playing that game. I lost, and the winner told me to do it. Win burst out laughing. That was true, though June had certainly added plenty of his own creative ideas. No wonder Sorn had disliked him for an entire year. After lunch and a short rest, everyone headed down to the beach that afternoon. The little children who had once run around Grandma Yi's house had grown considerably over the years. Win's twin cousins were now about 11 years old. Despite her age, Grandma Yi remained surprisingly energetic. The constant worries of running the market and dealing with troublesome vendors seemed to melt away whenever all of her grandchildren gathered together like this. Hey, no, Tai, don't do this, June shouted as Tai and Champ each grabbed one of his limbs. He had started by teasing Win. Now he was paying the price. Win stood nearby, happily recording everything on his phone. Splash! The lanky high school student flew through the air before crashing into the sea. His shorts clung to his legs as he surfaced, sputtering after swallowing several mouthfuls of seawater. He had tanned slightly from spending so much time playing football under the sun, though his skin was still much fairer than Sorn's. June had barely managed to stand when someone scooped him up in a bridal carry. What this Sorn? Looking up, he found himself face to face with Sorn's wicked grin. Without a word, Sorn threw him straight back into the water. Splash! After putting up with the brat's antics for over a year, that felt incredibly satisfying. Damn it, Sorn! June's furious shout made everyone burst into laughter. Even Sorn, who usually wore nothing but a permanent scowl, actually smiled. By sunset, the barbecue was underway. The resort had designated an area far enough away from the other bungalows that the family wouldn't disturb anyone else. The head chef was Kun Jun, Win's mother. Her assistant was Kun Mi, the wife of Grandma Yi's eldest son. The two women prepared dipping sauces and marinated pork while the younger generation washed vegetables and arranged side dishes. Grandma Yi even insisted on helping a little. June, is the fire ready yet? The pork's ready for the grill. Tai called from the food preparation area. Not yet, I'm trying. AI Wen won't come help. June muttered under his breath. His best friend had disappeared into the room ages ago. The last time June checked, Wen had been chatting with his girlfriend. June's hands were black with charcoal. He had nearly used up the entire stack of paper borrowed from the resort. Yet the charcoal still refused to catch. Sweat rolled down his face even though he'd only showered a little while ago. AI Sorn, if you're free, go help Gnome. Tai turned toward the man lazily strumming an acoustic guitar. Sorn pointed at himself. Tai nodded. Champ had gone out to buy more beer, and the two of them clearly intended to drink themselves senseless tonight. Sighing, Sorn put down the guitar and walked over. How did you ever pass scouts? He complained loudly enough for June to hear. Earlier, while fooling around, June had scratched his back, and it still stung. I can do it myself, Fi. Just go sit down. The two locked eyes. Sorn clearly thought June was being ridiculous. June was the only person who called him Fi. At first Sorn assumed it was because he looked completely Thai, unlike Tai, whose Chinese features made Hia sound more natural. But Champ looked no different. Yet June still called him Hia. Eventually Sorn had asked Wen about it. Wen's explanation had nearly made him speechless. June divided people into two categories. People he was close to, and people he wasn't. Only those he considered close earned the title Hia. Everyone else became Fi. Even the honorifics reflected the distance he felt. The kid really was strange. Go get some tissues, Sorn said. Then he walked over to ask Mrs. Jean for a little cooking oil. When he returned, June was still trying exactly the same method. I said go get some tissues. This time his voice was firmer. June looked up. Can't we just wipe things up if oil spills? If you're not helping, just go sit down. He was already irritated because the fire refused to light. Now Sorn kept giving orders instead of helping. Do you understand human language, June? Sorn replied. When did I ever say I wasn't helping? Soak the tissues in cooking oil. They'll work as kindling. Realization dawned on June's face. Without another word, he hurried off to fetch the tissues. His ears had already turned bright red. He'd misunderstood. A few moments later, the charcoal caught almost instantly. Where did you learn that? June asked curiously. We still use a charcoal stove at home. That's rough. Gas stoves aren't expensive these days. Why not buy one? I said we have a charcoal stove. Sorn straightened after adding more charcoal. I never said we didn't have a gas stove. Can't you just answer people nicely? Why do you always sound so defensive? June grumbled before walking away to drag when away from his endless phone call. Sorn watched the teenager disappear, then sighed. What exactly had he said wrong? He hadn't even raised his voice. The following morning, Champ and Tai were suffering from such terrible hangovers after finishing an entire bottle of liquor that neither could drive home. Sorn ended up behind the wheel instead, using his status as Grandma Yi's grandson, when claimed the back seat beside Champ. Tai rode with Grandma Yi in the larger vehicle, whose seats reclined more comfortably. That left June in the front passenger seat beside Sorn. Stop at the next petrol station. June spoke without looking up from the game on his phone. Sorn glanced at him briefly, then drove straight past it. He passed the second station too. Fine. I told you to stop. We've already gone past two. I saw you were busy playing. I didn't want to interrupt. Damn, you're so annoying. Watch your language. Sorn's tone became noticeably firmer. I'm older than you, June. June simply turned to stare out the window. He wished he could swap places with anyone in the back. Unfortunately, they were all asleep. Eventually, Sorn pulled into a PTT service station. June bolted straight for the toilets. Win and Champ woke groggily and followed. June, meanwhile, wandered into the convenience store to buy snacks. Sorn stretched after the long drive before heading inside himself. He bought a coffee, then picked up some 5-star fried chicken. Even though they'd already eaten, he still wanted more. Back in the car, Sorn dropped the bag onto June's lap. Tear the chicken apart for me. Why buy it if you can't tear it yourself? I'm driving. Sorn looked at him as though the answer should have been obvious. Are you blind? Tear it up and feed me. Have some compassion. I'm the one driving while you sit there comfortably. Then why buy food that's so inconvenient? June muttered. Unfortunately, Sorn heard every word. The car suddenly jerked as Sorn tapped the brakes. Ah! Champ shouted from the back. June grabbed the dashboard. Realizing it had been deliberate, he glared at the driver. Not wanting another scare, he tore off a piece of chicken and held it to Sorn's mouth. Damn it, Sorn. Champ groaned without opening his eyes. Drive properly. Keep this up, and I'm going to throw up. His hangover had only just started easing. Another stunt like that would undo all of it. Win, meanwhile, had his headphones on and was peacefully staring out the window at the forest rolling by on both sides of the road. Without taking his eyes off the road, Sorn leaned over and bit the piece of chicken from June's fingers. June sighed in exasperation. There was nothing he could do. The man really was driving. So June resigned himself to alternating between eating his own sausage on a skewer and tearing off pieces of fried chicken to feed Sorn. Slurp. Hey. June jerked his hand back. Why are you sucking my fingers, Phi? His whole body shivered. Sorn hadn't simply taken the chicken. He had deliberately sucked on June's fingertips as well. Completely expressionless. The strange sensation made June grimace. He grabbed a tissue and scrubbed at his thumb and index finger so hard it looked as though he intended to rub the skin off. Sorn glanced sideways. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Serve the cheeky brat right. After enduring all of June's pranks, teasing him like this finally made things feel even. Chapter 2. 1 year later. This year's Chinese New Year was different from the last, because our Rong did not come back to visit Grandma Yi as he had before. He was abroad. Tai's mother still came, however, to fulfill her role as a good daughter and take care of her own mother as usual. Meanwhile, Grandma's second son would return during the Qingming festival. Where are you going, AI Wen? Aren't you going to eat first? Mama has made food for you. Grandma Yi called out when she saw her grandson grabbing the car keys, looking ready to head out. Her grandson had grown into a young man and was about to enter university. She had heard him complaining that he was afraid his grades would not be good enough, which made her daughter, Jeanne, worry just as much. How could they not be concerned about grades when kids at this age were starting to experience love, when already had a girlfriend? Jeanne's remark made Grandma Yi laugh. She never thought the chubby little boy she once held would grow up to have girls interested in him. When mentioned that he had already changed girlfriends 3 times, each one cuter than the last, but they never lasted long. He was too focused on love, and his grades had dropped because of it. As for June, she had heard Wen say he also had a girlfriend, a girl from another school. I'm going to pick up AI June and then head to the airport to get Hia. I'll be back, Mama. Save some fried rice for Wen too, the young man shouted into the house. His voice had deepened a great deal since before. Wen drove to a 2-story commercial building that was reasonably spacious. It was his best friend's home. The last time he had seen June was during the New Year, when they had planned to hang out together. He stopped to greet June's dad first. June's mother had passed away when he was still young. They chatted briefly, but Wen had to hurry to the airport because Hia Tai had texted him that he had landed. Wow, your Hia has gotten really handsome. I saw him post a picture on Facebook. Pa sent him to study abroad, along with Hia Sorn and Hia Champ, taking the whole gang with them. June nodded in agreement. He understood well. Arong had a furniture factory in the city and was probably pushing his eldest son to take over his position. As for Hia Champ, June was somewhat aware of what was going on, but he had no idea about Phi Sorn because they were not friends on Facebook or any other social media. The rush hour traffic meant that by the time they arrived at the airport, the people waiting were almost dozing off. Wen called his brother to wait at the exit door while he circled back to pick him up. Sawadee Krub, Hia Tai, Hia Champ. June opened the door, got out of the car, and went to grab the bags of his Hia to put them in the trunk, which Wen had opened for him. Tai hugged June before moving on to embrace his little brother, who was grinning just as wide. Champ gave June a tight hug before letting go and turning to Wen. What the heck? It's only been a year, and you're already taller than me. Have you gotten more handsome too? Champ teased Wen, who had now surpassed 180 centimeters in height. I'm tall too, Hia. Why don't you compliment me? June protested, only to have his hair ruffled several times. His height was about the same as Wen's. He had initially been taller, but then Wen started drinking milk by the gallon and caught up with him. Why did you dress up so nicely just to pick up Hia? I heard AI Wen say you have a girlfriend now. Why not bring her to meet us? Champ asked. I'll introduce her later, June replied with a smile, then looked over Hia Tai's shoulder. Someone was walking out the door with an 18-inch suitcase. This person had seemed pretty ordinary in previous years, but this year he looked much more muscular and fit. The muscles were defined, and his skin was a deeper honey tone than last year. The handsome face that June had seen before looked even better now. He was not quite sure what made the difference. Maybe it was the undercut hairstyle, but he felt that the damn Phi Sorn really had become more attractive. Wow. Hia Sorn, hello? You're so handsome now, Hia. Your muscles are so tight. How many hours do I need to spend at the gym to be like you? Wen hugged Hia Sorn tightly, admiringly stroking his arm muscles with sparkling eyes. Sorn smiled slightly. Then his gaze shifted to the other young man, who looked much clearer than before since he no longer had acne. Although he still wore braces, his teeth seemed to be aligning well, and his face looked slimmer. He was about the same height as Wen, but he still maintained his thin frame, just not as awkward as when they first met. AI Sorn is here, so let's get in the car before the guard chases us away, Tai said before getting into the front seat since June gave up his spot. June, Champ, and Sorn sat in the back. Of course, this time June chose to sit by the door to avoid sitting next to Sorn. From what he remembered, whenever they sat close together, Sorn would spread his legs and encroach on his space. Even sitting apart with just the gear shift between them could lead to arguments, so he thought it would be best to keep some distance. However, it turned out differently than he expected when Sorn got in and sat in the middle while Champ took the door side. Sorn noticed June looking at him as he sat next to him, so he looked back and flicked his finger at June's forehead, leaving a red mark. June exclaimed in pain and was about to retort, but Wen spoke up first. Let's go eat Aunt Toad's noodle soup first, Hia? This meal is on me since Aunt gave me a lot of pocket money, Wen said, patting his baggy pants to show off to his Hias, planning to save the fried rice from Mrs. Jun for tomorrow. Yeah, hurry up. We're so hungry we could eat an elephant, Champ replied. Wen then drove back into the city toward the noodle soup shop. Once they got out of the car, they chose a table inside since it was the largest. It would not be right for 5 big guys to sit at a small table. A server came to take their orders, and they each ordered a bowl along with plain rice and 5 glasses of water. I'll be right back, the quietest member of the group said. He took off his jacket and laid it on the chair he had been sitting in since he was starting to feel hot, then walked outside to find a place to smoke. The others sat and chatted, but at one point a toddler from another table bumped into the jacket, which was clearly expensive, causing it to fall to the floor. June saw this and placed it on his lap to hold it for its owner. However, when Sorn returned to the table and started eating his noodle soup, the jacket was still resting on June's lap. By the time they got back home, it was almost 10 at night. Grandma had already gone to bed with Mrs. Jean. Once Win parked the car, he felt the urge to pee, so he hurried to the bathroom, asking June to lock the car and keep the keys. Tai and Champ followed him inside, leaving only Sorn, who was grabbing something from the back of the car, prompting June to walk over to see what he was doing. Is there something, Sorn? Hey. He was quite surprised when he walked over and a Nike shoe box was thrust in front of him. He had not seen it when Phi left the airport, or perhaps he had not known if Phi had taken it out of his bag. Oh, you could have told me to help carry it, June said as he took it to hold. The other person turned to lock his suitcase and then closed the trunk of the car. Once June finished locking the car, he handed the shoe box back to its owner, but Sorn did not take it. Didn't you tell AI Tai that this model fits well? Huh? Oh. Right. I bought it, but it's not the right size. Just wear it instead. After saying that, he lifted his bag and went inside, leaving June standing confused with the shoe box containing the pair of shoes he had told Hia Tai he wanted last month. Checking the size, it was exactly his size. So he compared his foot with the shoes that Sorn had taken off and placed on the shoe rack. Well, he really could not wear them. Sorn's feet were nearly 2 sizes bigger than his. On the evening of the Chinese New Year festival, after June helped Ko Nuing buy offerings with his older sister, Poison, he returned to Grandma Yi's house once again. This year the house was full of relatives because the middle son had brought his family back from China. June did not stay here because he saw there were many guests, so he planned to go back to sleep at his place. They were now sitting and eating dinner at the table in front of the house. Get me some fried noodles too, Win shouted when he saw June coming to refill supplies in the kitchen. Ring ring. What's up, Ning? Ning was his girlfriend whom he had been dating for about 3 months now. They went to different schools and had met during a tutoring session for entrance exams, and coincidentally Ning attended the same school as Win. Are you busy, June? Ning called, but you didn't answer. Just a little. It's kind of loud here because I'm at AI Win's house, he replied. Previously he had dated 2 girls, one younger and one older, but they had only lasted 2 months each, as if something just did not click. With Ning he had been together the longest since he started dating. They had just celebrated their anniversary last week. While talking to Ning, Win, who was waiting for the fried noodles and had not yet received them, walked over to get them himself. When he realized why June was late, he smiled and teased him before telling him that Hia Tai had already set up the grill and to hurry up and go eat or else the pork would run out. A moment ago, AI Win came to get me to eat at the pork grill. His family hosts a big feast every year because there are so many people here. Doesn't your dad mind you eating at someone else's house instead of your own? Well, that's what I thought too, but what can I do? I want to come. As he spoke, his fingers traced the edge of the table. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a young man walking into the kitchen. Let me go for now. June Mei Ning is going to buy something. You go eat at the pork grill. After saying that, she hung up. June did not dare look at the person who had given him the shoes because earlier in the day he had bragged to Hia Tai about the shoes that Sorn could not wear. But the answer that Hia Tai had given him was, well, how can it not fit your feet? He chose the size himself. He told you about the shoes, too. Well, June could not leave the kitchen because Sorn was blocking the doorway like a giant, seemingly rummaging through the cupboards for something, but for an excruciatingly long time, and did not seem to be leaving soon. The others were all in the front garden. About the shoes Phi gave me, can I pay you back gradually? All I have saved is 3,000, June said, his voice neither loud nor quiet, just enough for both of them to hear. But Sorn just furrowed his brow in response. What are you mumbling about? Come closer, I can't hear you. The gruff, harsh tone of the young man made June pout slightly. He always addressed him with Gu and Meng. But with Win it was Win this and Hia that. June moved closer until he was just 2 steps away from the other. The shoes that Phi bought, I heard about them from Hia Tai. Can I pay you back gradually? Just take them. How can I? They're expensive. June said to the man who was stretching up tall to grab the Chinese liquor that he only brought out once a year. But since it was placed way above his head, Sorn ended up standing behind him, facing him. He could not escape because Phi was blocking him. Can you stand still? I'm trying to get something. If the bottle falls and breaks on your head, I won't be able to pay for this liquor. He knew Phi Sorn did not care about him, of course. Phi, step back first. Then I can go stand somewhere else, out of the way. June pulled a face. He was not going to just stand here like a target for Sorn to bully. Sorn ignored him, but when he grabbed the bottle, he stayed where he was. He merely moved half a step back so that he could look June in the eye. I gave those shoes to you as a gift, like the chicken feed I gave you last year. Wow. Chicken feed worth 7,000. What kind of flex was that? I know you went to work abroad. You probably make a lot of money, but there's no need to show off with me. I said I would pay you back, and I will. A man keeps his word, June insisted, making Sorn, who was standing with his hands on his hips, unable to hold back. He pinched June's cheeks, stretching them out like melted cheese. So annoying. You're just a high school kid. How are you supposed to have enough money to pay me back 7,000? Save your money for condoms. I heard you have a girlfriend now. Ow, that hurts. June squirmed because the other person would not easily let go of his cheeks. From a distance their heights seemed similar, but standing close, Sorn was still taller. Right now his muscular build was like that of a fitness trainer, making it hard for June to stand his ground. Satisfied with his teasing, Sorn finally let go. June's acne-ridden face looked clearer without any pimples, and his skin was soft. Sorn could not help but wonder how much he had spent on treatment. Seeing this made him feel oddly strange. Sorn was also vain. Maybe it was because today's youth were taking better care of themselves, or maybe it was because of love. June rubbed his cheek vigorously, stuck out his tongue at the older guy, and then dashed out to the pork grill circle. They did not get close again until it was time for June to go home. Sorn, can you take June home for me? Wen whispered as he walked in, wanting to shower and sleep. He was too sleepy to keep his eyes open, especially after drinking Alma's strong liquor. It had made him a bit dizzy. June, who had also been drinking, was sitting with his head bent over by the koi pond. Sorn nodded, putting down the chopsticks in his hand and getting ready to stand up, but Champ stopped him. Where are you going? To drop off the brat. His short reply made the other two sitting with him understand. Champ watched his tall friend walk over to the koi pond beside the house before turning to Tai. Do you think Sorn is acting strange? How so? I don't know, but I feel like he's acting weird. I can't put my finger on it, but I can feel it. Champ watched as Sorn carried the brat to the car, got him in, and then drove off. Where's your house? Damn it. I forgot to ask AI when. He cursed as he completely forgot. He shook the half-asleep person beside him to get directions, but June just pointed randomly, causing them to drive in circles. He then had to stop the car and seriously ask him, June, wake up and tell me where your house is. I called AI when, and he didn't answer. Just drive. You'll get there eventually, was his cheeky reply, which made Sorn pull his lips into a pout. June slapped his hand away and complained loudly, his slanted eyes glaring discontentedly at the person interrupting his sleep. Damn it. Phi Sorn, your dirty hand pulled my mouth. June muttered, as he caught a whiff of fishy smell from Sorn's hand. He was so dizzy that he could barely lift his head. Just a sip of Grandma Yi's liquor had knocked him off balance. He could not believe something could be that strong. I wanted to use something else, but I'm not good at it, Sorn teased the drunk. It was funny to see June's scrunched up face and pout, clearly displeased. Sorn thought he could probably make him cry like a child if he kept teasing. What? Toe fingers. Ew. That's even dirtier, he said without opening his eyes, before finally giving directions home, knowing that Sorn would have to follow them correctly. When they parked in front of the house, he made a move to get out, but his legs were too weak from the effects of Grandma Yi's liquor, making him collapse next to the car. Sorn had to get out and help him up. Can't eat properly and still gobble it down, huh? Not your business. You really argue well, don't you? I'm several years older, so learn to respect me like AI Win does. So what if you're older? The teasing tone of the drunk made Sorn weary. Arguing with him now would just be pointless when he would have no memory of it in the morning. He patted June's pants pocket and pulled out the house keys. After unlocking the door, he helped the swaying person inside. Ko-nung was probably already asleep, making the house quiet. He left the tall young man on the sofa before locking the door and driving back. June had finished the prayers, but it took so long that his dad ended up complaining until his ears rang because he was drunk and out of it. Even though he said it was just one glass, his aunt still nagged him. If he got so drunk he could not take care of himself, he would hear it from everyone. Poi, where should I put this? June asked as he was gradually bringing things into the house. He hurried to clear the prayer table set up in the morning since Dad was going to run errands with his sister, and he was going to eat at Ai Wynn's house, which Aunt Jin had invited him to since early morning when she went to the market. Put it right here. The chicken, duck, and all the snacks. Wrap them up and put them in the fridge. Don't let them smell. I'll come back in the evening to make salty fried chicken, she instructed. Okay. The duck is for making palo, right? I want to eat it, June added. Honestly, he wanted to eat it too. Poison was his only sister, 6 years older than him. They had a decent age gap, but she was a strong woman who could do almost everything. She currently worked at the land department, and her job was stable, so Aunt Jin could rest easy. June rode his bike to Wynn's house in the late afternoon when the sun was down and the breeze was blowing because it was not too hot. The number of cars in the house had decreased to just 2 because Grandma had gone to visit relatives, with her eldest son taking her and the middle son driving along. Only Hiatai and the housekeeper were left. June went straight into the house and up to his friend's room because the housekeeper said Wynn was in there. It turned out Wynn was indeed in his room, but he was sleeping. He was snoring loudly, so June did not want to disturb him. As he came down from upstairs, he caught a delicious smell coming from the kitchen, so he followed it and saw Champ busy preparing food with Tai helping him. What are you doing, Champ? June asked the person who was busy in front of the stove, a fragrant smell of coconut wafting in the air. I'm making panang. Ai Tai and Ai Sorn want to eat it. Do you want me to help? No, it's fine. He will do it myself. June, go find Ai Sorn. I don't know where he's hiding and taking a nap. Tell him that the curry is almost done and it's time to eat. Tai instructed before turning back to help Champ as before. The young boy walked around the house looking for someone he did not really want to see, but could not find him anywhere. Just as he was about to give up and tell Hiatai that he had not found him, he caught a glimpse of a shadow near the koi pond, which was located in the garden behind the garage. This area had quite a few trees because Uncle Chien had created it for Grandma to use as a resting spot. The plump koi swam lazily back and forth in the crystal-clear water. SSNN. The sound of someone inhaling sharply as if they had eaten something spicy startled June. He tiptoed closer and saw someone lying on a rattan bed, surrounded by trees that made it almost impossible to see unless you looked closely. One leg of the person lying there was propped up, while the other was stretched out. June intended to scare the other person, but it turned out he was the one who was almost shocked by what he saw. A curvy girl was riding the warm shaft that was slipping in and out of the sweet pink channel, whose entrance was open to swallow the hot rod. The sound that could be heard softly before was the moan of pleasure. The more the man held her hips tightly to thrust his part in and out, the more the girl moaned loudly. That damn Sorn was watching a porn movie on his phone, not wearing headphones. His big hand was rubbing his middle part through his white underwear. The tip had a little bit of wetness leaking onto his underwear. The rod gradually formed a clear shape, conveying the emotions of the person who was getting ready. Oh! The voice of that Asian girl cried out, stimulating the nervous system of the teenager who was in the midst of growing up. June held his bulge to keep his nongchai calm and lying still as before. But the sounds and the moving images that he could not look away from only made him more aroused. Ugh! Sorn stopped his hands when he felt someone watching him. When he turned to look, he saw the teenage boy standing with his hand on his prominent bulge. June was startled and did not know what to do because his pants started to get precum stains. It was too late to run when Sorn grabbed his arm. Where are you going, June? Don't you want to come watch together? And no, if you want to watch, go watch by yourself. June replied without looking at the person asking, trying to shake off the sticky hand, but to no avail. Are you really going to resist, even though you're this stiff? You have a girlfriend now. Don't you want to watch to learn something for her? Sorn's words made June pause. It was not like he had never seen a movie like this before. He had secretly watched a few times, but had to admit he felt too embarrassed to finish. Plus, he had never done anything like that with anyone before. Many times he had to admit that Ning seemed to be inviting him, getting close and nudging him. But he still played it cool because he did not know where to start. June stepped back and sat down in the empty space that Sorn had made. The young boy tucked his legs in so they would not stick out from behind the thick tree branches. The vines that climbed up formed an arch that could somewhat conceal the two of them. He glanced at the screen, which was still playing that clip, but unfortunately his eyes caught a glimpse of that part of Sorn as well, making June's face and ears flush with embarrassment. Huh. Don't tell anyone, okay, Phi? Do you think I'm that much of a loudmouth? June trusted Sorn because he was a quiet person. The older one lifted his hips slightly to pull his waistband and underwear down to his thighs without a hint of embarrassment. The rigid part sprang forth, facing the world. June's eyes widened because he had never seen an adult man's full-grown cock before, and its size was considerably larger than his. Take off your pants. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Sorn pointed subtly toward the middle of the young boy's body. June swallowed the thick saliva before looking left and right to make sure no one was watching. Then he unzipped his pants. He pulled his underwear down to the ground, but still held on to his sensitive parts. Sorn took out the headphones and handed one side to June. Then he pulled the other closer so they could watch the video together. June kept his head down, not daring to make eye contact, while Sorn could only smile slightly. At first he just wanted to tease, but seeing him sit down made him think it was nice to have someone to share this kind of thing with. The sound of the woman was turned up loud, making it clear to hear. As their emotions were stirred, both of them became even more aroused. Sorn noticed June's center becoming more erect gradually. He suspected that June probably had never used it with anyone before. Seeing this, he could not help but feel a bit sorry for him. Back when he was June's age, he was definitely not lacking in experience with girls. He had done it all. In the school bathroom, behind the cafeteria trees, and in empty classrooms after school. Spit into your hand, and then slowly stroke. I don't need you to teach me, pretending like that. Once June saw Sorn starting to demonstrate, he decided to join in. He did as Sorn suggested because he had a bit of an idea of what to do, but when Phi stared at him like that, he began to lose confidence, and he felt his cock starting to wilt. Come here, I'll help. Hey, how can that be? Shill. Are you making noise looking for your dad, June? Do you want people to know that you ran away to jerk off here? Sorn shouted before taking the opportunity to grab that part of the smaller person. June was about to protest, but upon seeing the housekeeper walking past the garage, he quickly shut his mouth. It felt good to be in someone else's grasp like this. Sorn lightly teased the sensitive tip that was glistening with moisture, causing June to flinch slightly from the sensation. The earbuds were still doing their job flawlessly, as expected. The video had switched to another clip, but the woman's voice continued to tantalize the mood. It feels so good. June spoke in a soft voice, sometimes even tensing his stomach when Sorn moved against his body. From being shy, it had now turned into almost thrusting his hips against Phi. Just a few touches from Sorn, and June tensed up, releasing a cloudy white fluid all over his hands. You're really just a kid. Sorn's derogatory remark made June's face flush. He did not finish quickly. He had been feeling aroused for a while now. June was about to get up, but when he saw Sorn starting to pleasure himself, he decided to stay seated. Do you want to know how adults last longer? Sorn asked, his hand still stroking his own member, making it hard. Its size proclaimed the manhood of a fully grown young man, which made June feel envious. Shush. The raspy, low groan in Phi's throat was still nice to hear as he leaned back against the rattan chair. The hand on his forearm, with its bulging tendons, moved back and forth, slid around his cock. The clip June was watching was so arousing that he accidentally used his hand to masturbate and became hard for the second time. You have to rub the tip first, don't let go. Keep your emotions in check. SSNN. Keep sliding, stop when it feels the best, yeah, like that. Sorn turned to instruct the young man beside him, who was following him like a child learning how to write the Thai alphabet for the first time. June moved closer to get a clearer view of the clip in Sorn's hand. Their faces were inches apart, and as they gazed at each other, their intimacy made their breaths intermingle. Can I kiss you? It gets me going, Sorn asked dully, as if sleepwalking, because his emotions were practically uncontrollable. Even though this boy was the one he called a brat and disliked, Someone who was at an age where he wanted to try everything. He nodded without a second thought. He did not know if it was his emotions or Phi's sharp eyes that held him spellbound. Sorn pulled the other's neck closer, pressing his lips close, leaving no space between them. He devoured the kiss, sucking and grinding against June, unwilling to be underestimated by the older man, responded to the kiss with equal fervor. From sitting beside him, June moved to perch on Sorn's lap, their hands reaching for each other, taking turns helping to rub and pull the others because Sorn had grabbed that part of him first. I'm almost there, June breathed, and within 3 seconds he came again, coming for the second time. Hurry up and help me. I want to finish before they'll be back and see us. Sorn urged June, as they had been there for too long already. A notification popped up at the top of the screen, showing that Champ had finished cooking. Sorn grasped June's slender hand, guiding the motion up and down at a pace that pleased him. When June's hand brushed against the sensitive ridge, it elicited a moan from Sorn. This spot right here will make you finish quickly, Sorn whispered, sharing the secret June would now remember. June finished quickly because Phi always teased that sensitive ridge of his cock. It did not take long before Sorn released thick, cloudy fluid that splattered across his shirt and pants. He pulled June in for a kiss, sucking his hot tongue and nibbling on the other's lips until he was satisfied before letting him go. June's lips were swollen, but he did not mind, quickly fixing his pants upon hearing footsteps nearby. Sorn hurried to tidy himself up too, tucking his earphones into his pocket, closing the clip on his phone, and checking everything was in order before the two of them left their hidden spot. Chapter 3. Sorn went back upstairs to change his pants and wash his hands. June, who seemed like someone making a mistake for the first time, stood awkwardly, unsure of what to do, so he was dragged into the room as well. Wear my pants for now. This one has a drawstring. It should fit you, Sorn said. He rummaged through his casual pants and tossed a pair at the young man, who was standing in the middle of the room with trembling hands. He went into the bathroom to clean himself up and, upon finishing, saw June still standing in the same spot. What the hell? Hurry up. Aren't you hungry? And no, what the hell did I just do? June muttered to himself. As he fully regained his senses, free from the cloud of arousal, he realized that he had just kissed another man and even helped him reach climax with his hands. To top it off, that person was someone he could not stand. Sorn glanced at the confused June, whose face looked like he was about to cry. Had he really just seduced this kid into masturbating until he lost his mind? June. AI June. Get a grip. You just helped me out. You didn't kill anyone. Why are you so shocked? But Phi, you're a man. So what? It's just masturbating. What's so strange about that? It's strange because who does that? It's a private thing. When you're with your girlfriend, you do it together too. I don't see how that's private, Sorn shot back, leaving June opening and closing his mouth like a fish out of water, unable to argue. But that's with a feign, someone you love. But this is you and me. June rubbed his buzzed head before walking into the bathroom to change into the pants because he heard Wynn's door opening, indicating he had woken up and was probably heading to the kitchen. June washed his hands with soap at the sink, looking at himself in the mirror. The feeling from earlier still lingered. It felt so damn good. The sensation of Phi Sorn's hand on him still seemed vivid, as if the touch had not faded. Even though part of him resisted, saying it was not normal, he could not deny how satisfied he had been with the experience. Bang, bang, bang. What are you doing in there, sleeping? If you're not coming out, I'm heading downstairs first. The sound of the door being banged on, and Phi Sorn's gruff voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Sorn was not embarrassed, but he was. Having to face each other like this left June unsure of what to do. AI June, how could you let yourself be so overwhelmed by the moment that you lost all sense of right and wrong? By the time June came out of the bathroom, Sorn was nowhere to be seen. He sighed, placed the pants into Wynn's laundry basket, and walked downstairs. From the dining room, he heard voices and laughter. Tonight's dinner table included Tai, Champ, Wynn, himself, Phi Sorn, and 2 housekeepers. Oh, June's here. Upset stomach? AI Sorn said you mentioned having a stomachache. Tai asked, pulling out a chair next to him for June to sit down. Of course, sitting across from him was Sorn, the person June most wanted to avoid. A little, but I'm feeling better now, June replied, avoiding even his own friend's curious gaze. At least Sorn had covered for him. Otherwise, it would have raised suspicions. Champ's curry smells amazing. It looks so delicious. He quickly changed the topic, focusing on the food, which was making his mouth water. Go ahead and dig in, June. I tasted it earlier. It's delicious. Champ could be a chef. Sa, the housekeeper who also helped care for Uncle Chang's kids, chimed in. You're exaggerating, Sa. I can cook a little, but I'm not that great. Champ replied modestly before spearing a fish cake with his fork to ease his embarrassment, officially starting the dinner. Sa and Aunt Nim, the other housekeeper, began sharing cooking tips with Champ, who listened attentively. Meanwhile, Win and Tai were bickering about a relative's upcoming wedding. That left June quietly eating his food, with Sorn across from him equally silent. Thud. June felt a slight nudge against his leg under the table. He glanced around, but everyone else was engrossed in conversation and laughter, paying him no attention since he was sitting at the end of the table. He peeked under the table, thinking maybe something had crawled past, but the house did not have any pets. Shrugging it off, he scooped some of Aunt Nim's salted chicken onto his plate and took a big bite of rice, chewing contentedly, unaware that he had become the target of someone's gaze. Across the table, Sorn watched June, whose puffed cheeks from stuffing his mouth with rice resembled a squirrel. Sorn had disliked June's mannerisms from the moment they met. Everything about him was irritating. Yet he could not seem to look away. The more he watched, the more he wanted to tease June, to see that perpetual scowl deepen. Thud. This time, it was not a gentle nudge, but a deliberate kick. June immediately looked up at the person across from him because it could only be one person, Sorn. Sorn's face remained impassive, but he raised an eyebrow mockingly. June did not let the provocation linger. His chicken had fallen out of his mouth in surprise, and he was not going to let that slide. He kicked Sorn's leg in return, but Sorn merely shifted out of the way and got up to fetch some cold water from the fridge. The mouth that was muttering complaints and the sharp glare aimed at him made it clear June was scolding him silently. Sorn smirked slightly, just enough for only June to notice, before sitting back in his seat. June, already waiting, delivered a hard kick. Pang! Ow! It was not Sorn who cried out, it was June himself. He had kicked too hard and ended up hitting the wooden leg of the chair squarely. The pain was indescribable, bringing tears to his eyes as he clutched his foot. What happened? Wen asked, leaning down to look under the table, seeing his friend holding his foot. Damn. I just stretched my leg because it was stiff and accidentally hit the chair. You idiot, Wen scoffed, followed by laughter from the table. Stupid. Your dad. Sorn's smirk from successfully teasing the younger boy instantly vanished when June mouthed the insults silently back at him. The young man's face was scowling, his lashes glistening with tears from the genuine pain. Seeing this, Sorn no longer found it amusing. He had pushed the teasing too far, and now June was genuinely hurt. While the others were engrossed in Aunt Nim's story about ghosts in the cemetery, Sorn discreetly fished some ice out of his glass, tucked it into his shirt hem, and slid under the table as stealthily as possible. The wide, long dining table at Grandma Yi's house was perfect for hiding his movements. Grab! June flinched as his foot was held, startled by the sudden cold sensation. He jerked his leg back, then looked under the table to find Sorn crouched there, pressing ice wrapped in his shirt against June's bruised foot. Hey, Sorn, June whispered, startled. The anger he felt earlier was immediately replaced by shock, which quickly dissipated. Consider it payback for helping me earlier, Sorn said, glancing meaningfully toward June's crotch. The moment June thought he had managed to forget about that incident, his face flushed red again. He tried to pull his foot away, but Sorn held it firmly in place. As Sorn pressed the ice against the bruised spot a bit too hard, June gritted his teeth to stifle the pain. Whatever was happening under the table, it could not be known to those sitting above it. If anyone found out what Sorn was doing, questions would inevitably arise. Why was Sorn doing this? Why was June allowing it? And endless whys. Where's Sorn? The bastard just disappeared, Champ asked, looking around. June flinched, and the hands under the table froze. Probably went out for a smoke. I saw him walk out earlier, Tai said with a shrug, guessing casually. June exhaled in relief when no one pressed the matter further. Hello. June answered the call groggily, his voice heavy with sleep even though the digital clock by his bedside showed it was already 1 in the afternoon. He kicked the blanket off because of the heat, squinting at the air conditioner across the room and sighing in annoyance. Poi must have come in to turn it off to save electricity, but he still wanted the cool air while he slept. Ai June. Tai's taking us shopping today. Shopping where? I'm tired. I want to sleep, June muttered before hanging up, his mood making him disinclined to go anywhere. He had stayed up all night gaming with friends after coming home late. But it seemed like Win was not about to give up. He called again. June hit the silent button, but then the notification for a line call popped up. Fine. I'm not going. I'm sleepy. And don't. Tai's taking us to a club tonight. Before June could finish his rant, Win interrupted in a calm tone. But that one sentence was enough to jolt June fully awake. I'm going. I'll go, he answered without hesitation. Nightclubs were forbidden for someone his age, but forbidden fruit is the sweetest, right? June rushed to shower and get ready since Tai was picking him up at 3 in the afternoon. He dressed to impress, pulling off a stylishly youthful look. Ripped, skinny black jeans, a trendy short-sleeve Korean-style shirt tucked partially into his pants, with the top 2 buttons undone to reveal a pale chest that was not exactly muscular yet, but still alluring. He accessorized with a bracelet and paired the outfit with sleek high-top sneakers. Looking this sharp, where are you off to? A voice called out from the back of the house. It was Ko Nuing, leaning out from the kitchen with a spatula in hand. You woke up late, and now you're heading out? You're spending way too much time with your friends, June. He did not wait for an answer. It was easy enough to guess. Judging by this enthusiasm, June was probably off to see Win again. What was it with those two? Were they twins in a past life? Oh, Pa. I don't see Win, Tai, and Champ often. Gotta make the most of it, you know? Tai's taking us out today. Where to? Into the city. June answered vaguely, at least partly telling the truth to avoid feeling like he was lying outright to his father. Honk honk. The sound of a car horn made June restless, his eagerness to leave written all over his face. Ko Nuing decided to step out and check, curious if June was indeed going with Tai. Sawadee crap, Ko Nuing. I'm here to take June out for a bit, Tai greeted politely, stepping out of the car to show respect to the elder, who was a friend of his father. Ko Nuing nodded, still slightly skeptical about where they were headed, but he trusted June to be a good kid and Tai to keep an eye on him. Tell him to eat properly, Tai. All he does is sleep his life away. He just woke up and I've only seen his face for 5 minutes, June's father complained, giving his son a light knock on the head as June styled his hair into a fashionable look. Haha, got it. I'll make sure to fatten him up, Tai replied with a laugh, saying goodbye before getting into the car. June climbed into the back seat, but something was different this time. The driver was Sorn. Though Sorn did not even glance at him, June's gaze wandered to the man's muscular frame, stirring a pang of envy. Tai, on the other hand, had brought June out to eat first before fulfilling Noam's relentless request to visit a nightclub. To avoid traffic, they headed to a shopping mall and immediately sought out a restaurant. Everyone was equally starving, especially June, who had not eaten anything all day. I win. That's mine. Your pork is over there, you bastard. June smacked the chopsticks out of Win's hand in an attempt to reclaim his piece of pork, but it was too late. Win had already popped it into his mouth. It's hot. Win flailed around dramatically, his mouth scorched by the freshly grilled meat. June laughed so hard at his friend's antics that tears ran down his face. Your pork is burning, Sorn said calmly as he placed a charred piece onto June's plate. June froze for a moment, puzzled by the unexpected gesture. What's gotten into him? But since it was now on his plate, he ate it anyway, only to find that Sorn kept adding more and more pieces, leaving June struggling to keep up. Fi Sorn, are you messing with me? I can't eat this fast, June protested, stuck sitting directly opposite Sorn and unable to escape his watchful eyes. Trapped in the innermost seat, he was boxed in by Ai Win on one side and the restaurant window on the other. Did you seriously eat all my pork, you greedy bastard? I only left it there for a moment because my plate's full of scraps, and the waiter hasn't brought me a new one. Sorn's complaint was justified, and June, pouting slightly, reluctantly stopped eating the pieces Sorn had set aside. After finishing their meal, the group left the barbecue restaurant. June took the opportunity to walk closer to Sorn, brushing against his broad shoulders. Sorn shot him a sharp glare, but June paid no mind, and instead clung to Ty's arm for protection. Seeing Jun's antics, Tai slung an arm over the younger's shoulders, keeping him close as they walked together. The sight made Win scowl in annoyance. You're going too far, AI Jun. That's my Hia. So what? Hia Tai is mine now. You're just a useless gnome. Isn't that right, Hia? You love me, don't you? Jun hugged Tai's waist and nuzzled his face into his chest, shamelessly seeking affection and making everyone watching twitch with irritation. That's right. Jun is my beloved little brother, Tai replied, planting a big, playful kiss on Jun's head, his shampoo scent filling the air. What the hell are you guys doing? One of these days, you're going to get haunted by a ghost, Champ said, pushing the two apart while laughing. But not everyone was amused. Sorn, watching the scene unfold, could not hide his irritation. The sound of laughter and Jun's overly cheerful face grated on him. Without thinking, he stuck out his foot and tripped Jun, who stumbled forward with a yelp. Hia Tai? Phi Sorn is bullying me again. Jun whined, but Tai immediately scolded Sorn for picking on his gnome. Unseen by Tai, Jun turned back to Sorn and stuck out his tongue, pulling a face in defiance. That little brat. They spent time at the mall, waiting for the night to unfold. Tai had already called his senior, who owned a nightclub, letting him know he would be bringing 2 kids along tonight. They would enter through the back door and leave before 2 in the morning to avoid the police inspections. There was still enough time to watch a movie beforehand. When does the movie end? Jun whispered to Win, who was sitting next to him in the cinema. It seemed the water he drank earlier was demanding to be released, and he could barely hold it in. More than an hour left. Too long. There was no way he could hold it, so Jun got up and headed to the restroom. Unfortunately, the line for the bathroom was ridiculously long, and he had no choice but to wait. After finishing his business and stepping out of the restroom, he bumped straight into Sorn. He softly muttered an apology, but Sorn did not move. Instead, he pushed Jun back into the now empty restroom. Hey, what are you doing? Are you going to punch me? Jun asked, immediately suspicious, assuming Sorn wanted to settle scores after all the teasing earlier. Wait while I take a dump. You? What the hell, man? If you don't wait, I'll tell AI Win about how I helped you down there. You son of a... Jun bit back his words, but before he could finish, Sorn grabbed his jaw painfully, cutting him off. Jun slapped Sorn's hand in protest, but Sorn refused to let go. Instead, he leaned in and kissed him, the sound loud and obnoxiously wet. AI Sorn, you bastard. Why did you kiss me? Don't act like you, and I have never kissed before. Sorn smirked mockingly, seeing Jun's face red, ears red, and his eyes burning. Whether from anger or something else, he could not tell. Seeing Jun like this, Sorn actually felt a small sense of satisfaction. It was fun messing with this brat of a kid. Damn it. You fuck. If you curse at me again, AI Jun, I'll kiss you again, Sorn threatened, pointing a finger at him. Jun clenched his fists tightly, swallowing his words, and turned to leave the restroom. But he stopped just before stepping out, remembering the earlier threat. If Sorn was bold enough to kiss him, he would undoubtedly follow through. Fine, go to your business already. Jun grumbled, shoving the taller man toward a stall. Even something as mundane as using the restroom had to involve this guy being annoying. Who knows what grudge from a past life had carried over to make him this way in this one. Jun climbed up to sit on the edge of the sink, fiddling with his phone. He did not actually have to stay, especially since Sorn was already inside the stall and could not see him. But the memory of the earlier threat kept him rooted in place. It was already past 10 at night, and the movie they had been watching was the last showing of the night. Earlier, the restroom had been crowded because of the prior screening. Now, it was just Jun and Sorn in the room. Jun, give me your line ID, Sorn called out from inside the stall. Jun, busy playing a game on his phone, pretended not to hear. AI Jun, I said give me your line ID. What are you, deaf? What for? You're not even going to text me if I give it to you. How do you know we won't chat? I might send you some interesting clips. Or maybe you don't care. That's fine if you want to miss out on good things in life. From what I've seen, you don't share stuff like this with AI Win. After flushing the toilet, Sorn opened the door and saw Jun sitting on the sink in a corner of the bathroom. He seemed interested in what he was saying, but still pretended to be cool. Sorn washed and dried his hands before taking out his phone and handing it to the other person to look at. This is my collection. Displayed on the screen was a premium account of a famous porn website. June's eyes widened at the sight. It was like discovering a hidden treasure trove. It was true. June never shared things like this with Win or anyone else. Sure, some of his friends talked about sex openly. It was not like they were trying to stay virgins for some kind of prize. Many of them already had girlfriends and experience. But June had never had anything like that, not even casual intimacy. It made him shy about the whole topic. Sorn, however, was the first person to break through his defenses, even going so far as to casually help him in more personal ways, getting him to grab his penis and masturbate, as if he were under a spell. It seemed that the other was willing to teach him everything without expecting anything in return. Here, just scan my code, June muttered, handing over his phone, unable to meet Sorn's gaze. He acted as if this entire conversation was perfectly normal. Don't. Don't what? If you're so strict, will you become my wife, or what? Sorn interrupted, sounding annoyed. He added June's line contact and immediately sent over his first clip as a greeting. June opened it, glanced at it, and smiled a little. I prefer ones where they don't make too much noise. Got any? June asked, figuring there was no point in holding back now. Sorn might annoy him, and he did not like him. But when it came to matters like this, having Sorn as an advisor was probably the right choice. I do. An experienced pro, Sorn scrolled through his phone and sent another clip. He smirked slightly as he noticed how embarrassed June seemed at first, but with just the right bait, the boy had taken it easily. The group of 5 guys arrived at the nightclub around 11 at night. The place was buzzing with energy, with people coming and going constantly. Dim lights and pounding music made June and Win feel exhilarated. This was their first time in a club, and they were determined to soak in the experience to prepare for their future university escapades. Hey John. Tai greeted a muscular man with mixed Thai-Danish features. The rest of the group followed his lead and greeted him politely. So, which one's your no? This one, Tai pointed to Win. And this is June, a close friend. Tai introduced the two. John smiled and led them to the back entrance, which was the staff's entrance. The club owner took them to the VIP section on the second floor. It was much less crowded here, with only a few reserved tables. They ordered drinks and some snacks, while June and Win were given Coca-Cola. I thought Hia would let us drink, Win pouted. I'll let you mix, but no straight drinks, Tai said firmly, leaving the 2 younger boys no choice but to nod in agreement. Sorn stepped out to smoke, and Champ went to the restroom, leaving only Tai, Win, and June at the table. The 2 boys glanced left and right. Although the music was as clear as it was downstairs, the private atmosphere here made the liveliness fade somewhat. I want to go dance downstairs, Win whispered just loud enough for the 2 of them to hear. He did not dare ask his Hia, feeling that just being brought here was more than generous enough. If he asked for more, he feared they would be sent home in less than 5 minutes. I want to go too. Should we sneak down? Tell Hia we're going to the bathroom, June suggested, eager to head down and show off his moves while flirting with some girls. He had overheard AI Boone from room 8 boasting about how enticing and inviting the girls at the club were. If he wanted to graduate, he could pick someone up right here. Since June had already trained with Sorn, he figured it was time to put his skills to the test before using them on Ning when he became more experienced. Hia, we're going to the bathroom, Win said. Yeah, head downstairs, turn left, and keep going until you see the exit. The bathroom is on your left, Tai said, swaying to the rhythm of the music as he gave directions. The 2 boys stealthily carried their glasses of whiskey mixed with Coke as they headed down, planning to toast with some girls. As they passed Hia Champ, they maneuvered to avoid being noticed that they were not heading towards the bathroom, but instead the dance floor, where girls were swaying their hips to the beat. Wow, check out that table. Win pointed out a busty girl to June. The 2 boys, brimming with youthful excitement and curiosity, scanned the lively scene, unsure where to go as every group had high tables to stand around. Suddenly, a girl from one of the tables gestured for them to come over. Initially unsure if she was calling them, they froze until the girl walked over to Win. Why don't you come to our table? There's room for you to join us. Perfect. June exchanged a smile with Win before following the long-haired girl to her table. When they arrived, they found one other woman and a man who appeared not to be straight. Not that it mattered. They were grateful for the invitation to join, as it made the situation less awkward. What's your name? I'm Tame, and these are Zhao and Pearl. My name's Win, and this is AI June. Win introduced himself nervously, trying to act older than his high school age. He could not help feeling shy as Tame leaned in to listen closer, her ample chest pressing against the table's edge. From his taller vantage point, he saw everything clearly in the dim lighting. June swallowed hard as Pearl leaned in closer, tilted her head slightly, and smiled sweetly, a smile so captivating that he could not look away. Are you two here alone? We've noticed you standing around for a while. Why don't you have a table? Pearl asked as she leaned closer. June stepped back slightly, trying to avoid brushing against her chest. However, the teasing only intensified as Pearl leaned in even more, almost resting against him. He silently thanked his 183-centimeter height for giving him an edge. Sorry, Ning, but tonight is a rogue's night of revelry. Yeah, it's really crowded. No one else is as kind as you guys. Thanks for letting us join, June replied. Due to the loud music, he had to lean in close and whisper near Pearl's ear, making her giggle from the ticklish sensation. He raised an eyebrow at Win, who was already getting cozy. Meanwhile, Zhao, the effeminate man from the group, had vanished somewhere. After chatting for a while, the four headed to the dance floor to show off their moves. June's hands were glued to Pearl's curvy hips as she purposefully ground her backside against him. June swallowed hard, recalling the clips Sorn had sent him. If he managed to graduate tonight, it would undoubtedly be the highlight of his teenage years. He could brag to anyone that he had been with a woman, no longer relying solely on the company of Madame Five Fingers. Where did those two go? Champ asked, noticing the boys had been gone for a while. They said they were going to the bathroom. Maybe it's crowded, Tai replied, pouring himself another drink. Champ nodded in understanding, but Sorn was not convinced. Those two were not just in the bathroom. He stood at the mezzanine, where he could see the entire lower floor. Sure enough, the two troublemakers were down there, getting handsy with some girls. Each was dancing closely, hands roaming freely, before the pairs returned to a table. Sorn's eyes narrowed as he noticed a man at the table slipping something into both boys' drinks. He watched as June took the drink and downed it, while Win did not, too preoccupied with kissing a girl's neck to notice. The bitter taste of the alcohol in June's glass had become much stronger since this table only offered whiskey and soda, unlike the mix of whiskey and Coke that he and Tai had ordered. Still, June forced himself to drink it, even though the harsh flavor burned his throat. Do you want to go to the bathroom, June? Pearl asked, wrapping an arm around his neck and leaning up on tiptoes to whisper in his ear, intentionally pressing her chest against him to get his attention. June smirked, sensing that his moment had finally arrived. He was slightly tipsy, but still in control. Tonight was going to be the night he finally scored with a girl. Sure. He nodded, nudging his best friend, Win, to let him know he was heading to the bathroom. Win barely acknowledged him, too engrossed in his own situation. June finished the amber liquid in his glass to muster some courage before weaving his way through the crowded club toward the bathrooms. The closer they got, the more urgent his lower body's signals became, starting to demand release. Pearl tilted her head, letting him catch the sweet scent of her perfume, and pressed herself against him so provocatively that June could hardly stand it. I can't take it anymore, Pearl, he whispered, feeling his body ready for action. A rush of heat and excitement surged through him, his mind clouded by both alcohol and the proximity of a teasing woman. He never thought that drinking and being seduced could make his blood pump this wildly. This way, June, Pearl whispered back, seeming just as desperate. She led him to a spot beside the bathrooms, away from the crowd. The only other people nearby were a couple hidden in the shadows, their heavy breathing audible. But, the bathroom is crowded, I don't want to wait. Before June could argue, Pearl leaned in and captured his lips, forcing him to go along with her lead. The previous couple had already left, leaving just him and the petite woman. Pearl was far more experienced than June, pressing her body against his and kissing him deeply, taking him further than he could have imagined. His midsection ached with anticipation, his hands trembling with excitement. Pearl's small hand slid over the crotch of his pants before slipping inside, touching the bulging part of his body that was straining with need. Hey, June. The harsh, commanding voice made June jump in surprise. He turned to see a tall, muscular man standing nearby. The bright club lights made it hard to see his face clearly, but the tone of his voice left no doubt that he was not in a good mood. Um, June. Pearl called softly, using his body to shield herself, as her upper half was now bare. In one hand, she hid the wallet and phone she had swiped from him without his noticing. This brat, who some had claimed was a slow learner, was not slow at all. He just lacked courage. Sorn sighed heavily, seeing Pearl's exposed chest and realizing just how far things had gone. Instead of taking better care of his gnome, Tai had been tricked by these two troublemakers. If Sorn had not followed them, June might not have realized he was being set up to be both seduced and robbed, all for the price of a few stolen touches. Come here now. And you, hand over his stuff. If you don't want the police involved, get out of here. At that, Pearl hurriedly threw on her clothes and bolted from the scene. Sorn grabbed June, pulling the tall, lanky boy out of the shadows. June clutched his crotch, trying to deal with the painful arousal that had not been resolved. Sorn dragged him into the men's bathroom, which was not too crowded, and shoved him into the last stall. Finish yourself off. But I was about to get with that girl. Why did you have to interrupt me? She was trying to steal your stuff? You idiot. If you're so desperate, finish yourself off quickly. Sorn slammed the stall door shut, leaving June inside. June glanced down at his wallet and phone, which Sorn had thrown back to him, and sighed in frustration. What should have been his big moment had turned into yet another session of self-relief. It was infuriating. 10 minutes later, June was still not done. Not because he had not finished once already, but because after releasing the first time, his body would not stop demanding more. Heat coursed through him, forcing him to unbutton his shirt in an attempt to cool off. His hand remained on his unrelenting problem, which was now aching painfully. He was running on empty, unable to produce anything more, yet the situation would not subside. P5 Sorn, are you still out there? June called out tentatively, unsure if Sorn had left. What? The familiar voice answered after a moment. June cracked the door open and saw Sorn standing just outside the stall. It won't stop, Phi. I've already gone 3 times, but it's still not going down, June admitted, his voice shaky as though he were on the verge of tears. Sorn furrowed his brow before pushing the door open wider. June jumped, but did not stop him from entering. Let me see. No way. Don't test me, June. Sorn's voice was sharp, leaving no room for argument. He pushed June to sit down on the closed toilet lid, brushing the younger boy's hand aside to take a look. Sure enough, June's problem was still swollen and standing firm as though it had not been relieved at all. Damn it, you've been drugged. There must have been something in the drink June had earlier. There was no other explanation for this unrelenting condition. Drugged? What kind of drug? Am I going to die? Hick. Phi Sorn, is it dangerous? June's voice was trembling, panic filling his eyes. For all his bravado earlier, he was still just a kid, naive and inexperienced in situations like this. He had been duped and drugged, and now he was paying the price. Put your pants back on, Sorn instructed, having figured out a solution. June hesitated but complied, struggling through the pain and discomfort. Sorn helped him out of the stall, grabbing a sealed bottle of water from a nearby counter on their way out. He led June to the car, helping him into the back seat. Once June was seated, Sorn climbed in after him. Take your pants off again. Huh? What are you going to do? I'm going to help. No, someone might see us. This is in the car, and people are walking past. Someone would definitely see. The windows are tinted this dark. You can't see from the outside. Plus, the light doesn't shine directly in here. How could anyone see? Sorn replied, but June was still hesitant. Do you want me to help you? Or do you want to be in so much pain your balls stop working? Pick one. The threat worked, and June reluctantly pulled down his pants. The young man looked like he was about to cry as he turned his face away, leaning against the window, leaving the person between his thighs to stare at his thing. Since he had already let his Phi help him once, and it felt good to release everything, he figured he would let his Phi help again this time. He did not want to lose his balls before getting a wife, after all. Here's some tissue, and here's water, sip it slowly. Phi, it's not going to be a problem, right? It's not. Sorn did not answer, but gently held the warm length, stroking it lightly until June let out an unintelligible moan from deep in his throat. His teary, half-closed eyes were filled with raw emotion, making Sorn pity him. June stuffed his mouth with a roll of tissues he had in the car. Sorn handed over his phone, which was playing a video, for June to watch while he helped the young man release. SSSNN. Phi Sorn. It feels so good, June moaned, and with just a few quicker strokes from Sorn, he finally released. The tissues came in handy, then as Sorn wiped his hand clean of the mess. Turn around, I want to watch the video too, Sorn said. June complied, leaning back against his senior's chest. One knee rested on the seat, while the other leg hung down to the floor. Sorn rested his chin on June's shoulder as the younger man held the phone. The video played softly, just loud enough for the two of them to hear, breaking the silence. SSSN, just like that. Phi Sorn, just like that. June released again, then collapsed onto Sorn's strong chest, completely spent. Sorn glanced down at him, noticing his face, eyes closed in exhaustion. Damn it. I'm starting to get turned on now, Sorn muttered softly. June cracked his eyes open, looking up at the other man's chin, noticing the faint stubble there. You want a kiss? Didn't you say kissing turns you on? Consider it a thank you for helping me today. By now, June was feeling much better. That part of him no longer throbbed painfully, and the water he drank seemed to have flushed out almost all of the earlier tension. But it seemed like Sorn, who had been watching the video to stir things up, had been suffering for a while. June could even feel that part of Sorn was now clearly awake. Sorn did not waste any time. He cupped the back of June's neck and pulled him into a kiss. His firm lips pressed against June's soft ones, leaving almost no space between them. Sorn's tongue trailed along the braces in June's mouth before teasing and sucking on his tongue lightly, playing with it as June willingly reciprocated. Sorn pushed June to lie down while he climbed on top, removing both his jeans and underwear. He rubbed his hardened length against June's until June grew aroused again. Sorn wrapped his hand around both warm lengths, moving them together, drawing moans of pleasure from them both. There was no need for any porn now. The shared connection between the two was enough to fuel their desires. June sat up slightly, hooking both legs around Sorn's waist to pull him closer, ensuring their parts pressed firmly against each other. June gently kneaded their twin sacks, heightening the tension. Sorn wrapped an arm around June's sweat-drenched back, while his other hand continued its task without pause. Their moans and ragged breaths filled the space, driving each other closer to the edge. Finally, they both released together, Sorn's strokes fast and relentless. AI June. Damn it. Sorn's voice was almost a growl, teeth gritted as waves of pleasure overtook him, every drop released completely. June slumped against Sorn's strong chest, utterly drained, as if wrung dry. Don't ever do this with anyone else, June. No one would do it for me like you do, Phi. June replied weakly, only to have his lips bitten repeatedly until they were almost bruised. Chapter 4. For years later. B256X, year 202X. On the first morning of his internship, June got dressed and left the dorm early to avoid the morning traffic. There was a high school nearby, and the roads around the area were always congested at that time of day. It took him several minutes just to get through a single traffic light at an intersection. Wynn, on the other hand, was still at home, one of the perks of living in the city. They had agreed to meet at the company instead. It took June about 40 minutes to reach the office. Fortunately, he had left early and arrived ahead of schedule. The company occupied several floors in a tall office building that housed many different businesses. Rather than constructing an entire building for themselves, companies with fewer employees found it far more economical to rent office space. June headed straight to the public relations department to report for his internship. Two other interns were already there, Pei and E, one man and one woman. Most of June's friends had chosen internships at larger companies. He had ended up here because Wynn had mentioned him to Hia Tai, who had immediately pulled some strings after hearing that the company offered an internship allowance. As for Pei and Ae, they were children of company employees. It was the kind of place where personal connections made getting in much easier. In reality, the company was quite large, exporting furniture overseas. What had once been a small furniture shop had grown into a factory and eventually a major company over the years, largely because our Rong had received tremendous help from Hia Tai in expanding the business. Tai truly lived up to his reputation as an exceptional son. Sending him abroad to study had certainly not been a waste. As for Wynn, June wasn't sure whether he would ever be as capable as his older brother. Nongs, please wait here for a moment. Someone from the company will come and get you. The beautiful PR officer led them to seats in the lobby. A cafe nearby filled the air with the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee, making June's mouth water. He walked over and ordered a cup to wake himself up for his first day as an intern. As he sipped his coffee, he looked around the spacious lobby with a faint smile. He had been here once before with Wynne, who had needed to pick something up from the company. The atmosphere hadn't changed at all. Employees hurried back and forth, while office workers streamed in to scan their ID cards before settling into another long workday that would last until evening. You got here early. June had barely finished half his coffee when he saw Wynne approaching. Even from a distance, Wynne's neatly styled hair and handsome appearance stood out. Being the son of the owner of RT Design certainly added to his presence. Walking beside him was the person June respected and felt most indebted to, his greatest benefactor. Unlike someone who's almost late, Tai teased with a smile. Is everyone here? Ready to start working? The three students from different universities greeted him politely. Are you fully awake yet, June? I am here. Yes, can Tai. June's awkward correction made Tai smile. You can still call me Hia like always. We all know each other. So the vice president came to pick us up personally? Pei asked, clearly feeling embarrassed. Tai laughed. I'm not the vice president. I'm just an ordinary salaried employee. He handed each of them an employee pass with their photo, name, and the title trainee printed on it. Keep this with you every time you come to work. You all know your working hours, right? They took the lift up to the company's 15th and 16th floors. The 15th floor housed several departments, including marketing, accounting, finance, and production, where Wynne would be completing his internship. Tai then handed the group over to Phut from the sales department, who would introduce them to the office. Phut was a tall, slender man of 24 with strikingly handsome features, one of the best-looking people on the entire floor. Sawadee crab. Everyone greeted him with a Y, including Wynne. Tai had already made it clear that during working hours, Wynne was nothing more than an intern. Inside the company, he would receive no special treatment simply because he was the owner's son. That rule had been established by Arong himself. If Wynne made a mistake, he would receive the same punishment as everyone else. Even his salary was determined solely by his position. Hello, Nongs. I'm Phut. What are your names? He greeted them with a warm smile. June's smile widened slightly when he recognized him. Phut had been his faculty senior back at university. During June's first year, Phut had been in his fourth. They had met during the faculty's Codeliners event and had stayed in touch even after Phut graduated. Phut raised an eyebrow in recognition before turning back to the rest of the group. After everyone introduced themselves, he began leading them through the various departments. The workspaces were separated by low partitions, giving each employee their own desk while keeping the office open. Large glass windows overlooked the surrounding buildings, and below them the roads were packed with heavy city traffic. Once they had toured the entire 15th floor, Phut led them upstairs. The 16th floor housed the International Department, including Public Relations, International Sales, and Human Resources. As they walked, Phut lowered his voice. Everyone calls this floor the cold room. First, because it's freezing. Second, because nobody wants to come up here. HR is terrifying. He grinned. And the International Department tends to stick to themselves. People say they're a little arrogant. Tai and Champ both worked on this floor. Kunpen, these are this year's interns, Phut said to a beautifully dressed young woman. At first glance, she radiated confidence. She wore glasses, though June couldn't tell whether she was near or farsighted. I told you to call me Penny, Phut. Her gentle laugh made the young man smile sheepishly. Penappa, or Penny, was a beautiful woman around 30 years old. She took excellent care of herself, maintained an elegant figure, and was exceptionally competent at her job. She was also the head of HR, the very person everyone in the company feared because of her strictness. You don't have to look so nervous, known Wynne, Penny teased. I don't bite. Wynne smiled awkwardly. Judging by the stories his older brother had told him, he had probably exaggerated her reputation quite a bit. June rubbed his hands together to warm them. No wonder everyone called this place the cold room. The difference between the two floors was obvious the moment they stepped inside. Unlike the 15th floor, there were no cubicle partitions here. Instead, the office was divided into comfortable open spaces. One corner held a large conference table used by the International Department, enclosed with glass walls, while the presentation equipment was neatly arranged and impeccably organized. The most striking feature was the lounge area, where an office worker with distinctly non-Thai features sat comfortably working on a sofa. The relaxed atmosphere made it feel more like a home than an office, unlike the 15th floor with its rows of cubicles and stacks of paperwork that gave off a tense, serious mood. Overall, this floor looked like the dream workplace for many people. 5 foot, how long have you been working here? June asked when they finally had a moment alone. Phut smiled as he led him toward the pantry on the 15th floor and walked over to the coffee station to make himself a drink. A little over 2 years, I think. I applied before I even graduated. That's amazing. Did you know this is my friend's father's company? It's Win's dad's. June grinned proudly. Phut nodded. The tall, handsome known Win, right? No wonder he looks so much like Phi Tai. Oh, do you know someone named Champ? Which Champ? Champ from International or Champ from Sales? I'm not sure. He's Hia Tai's friend. Oh, Phi Champ from International is upstairs. He's really nice. I met him once when he made garlic fried rice for everyone in the company. It was delicious. June smiled even wider. Hia Champ had always been an excellent cook. Just thinking about it made him crave the other's cooking. Hopefully he'd get a chance to see him today, though he hadn't spotted him earlier, so he was probably still out. June was assigned to the import-export department, while Win headed to the factory with the production manager, Chit. James, a Singaporean employee who spoke fluent Thai with only a slight accent, seated June at a desk near the window and began explaining the department's work. Our company exports to Vietnam and Singapore. Right now, we're expanding into the American and European markets. The strength of our products lies in the quality of the materials and designs that blend Thai identity with practical, everyday use. June listened attentively as James introduced the company's products and explained the department's responsibilities. For today, he was simply observing and learning the basics before gradually taking on more detailed work. James explained that Thai's team worked incredibly hard because they were determined to expand the company's exports despite the sluggish global economy. They're basically the company's Avengers, James said with a laugh. No matter what situation comes up, they're the ones who deal with it. Where's Hia Tai now? June asked after realizing he hadn't seen him since the morning. He went to pick up a friend at the airport, James replied. June nodded and returned his attention to work. At last, lunchtime arrived. There were plenty of restaurants around the office building, made-to-order food stalls, pork leg rice, red barbecue pork rice, noodle shops, and even popular air-conditioned restaurants. There was no shortage of choices. Since Win wasn't around, June joined 5 Foot, Pay, and AOE for lunch instead. After they finished eating, the others decided to browse the nearby market before returning to work. June, already full, chose to head back to the office early and enjoy the air conditioning. On the way in, he stopped to buy another coffee. While waiting, Poison called to ask how his internship was going. So far, I've mostly been learning about the job, June answered. He stood waiting for the lift while absent-mindedly scrolling through his phone, liking a photo of a handsome junior on a page that featured attractive university students. At the same time, he replied to a line message from that same junior, who had sent him the post. At the moment, they were simply talking. Neither of them had committed to dating or promised exclusivity. They were both free to get to know other people. Thinking about it made June smile to himself. Back then, he'd had a girlfriend. Now, he was talking to a guy, all because of one person, Sorn, the man he hadn't seen in 4 years. The one who had warned him never to do that with anyone else. The one who had introduced him to the pleasure of being with a man. When he reached the company's floor, the office was nearly empty since everyone was still at lunch. He crossed the 15th floor before pushing open the fire escape door to climb to the 16th. Earlier, Phut had suggested using the stairs instead of the lift when traveling between the 2 floors. Phi wants more than just a kiss. Oh, the breathless voice made June freeze. He cautiously peeked down through the stairwell. What he saw nearly made his heart stop. 2 young men were wrapped tightly around each other, kissing passionately as if they might have sex right there. One man's hands roamed over the other's firm backside, kneading it before slipping beneath the waistband of his trousers. Then June saw the face of the one doing the touching. It was someone he knew. Phut. It's rude to spy on people. The whisper beside his ear made June jump. He wasn't sure which shocked him more, being caught peeping at Phut, or discovering that the person standing beside him was Sorn. Well. Before he could react, Sorn covered his mouth and pulled him up onto the 16th floor. He didn't leave the stairwell. It was much quieter there than inside the office. Fie Sorn. June stared at him in disbelief. After 4 years, the person he'd been unable to forget was suddenly standing right in front of him. His heart pounded so hard it felt ready to burst from his chest. The memory of the last time they'd met was still as vivid as ever. Yeah, it's me. Sorn hadn't changed much. If anything, his skin had become a little darker. His tall, muscular build remained exactly the same. The defined physique Wynn had always admired was still there. He wore a navy blue dress shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows, black slacks, and polished leather shoes. He looked every bit the mature working professional. Sorn quietly looked June over. The shaved-headed high school boy in shorts was gone. In his place stood a university student with a fashionable haircut popular among young men. His once jet-black hair was now dyed a caramel brown. The acne had disappeared. The braces were gone, revealing straight white teeth. The mischievous kid Sorn remembered had grown into a handsome young man. Fie, where have you been? Why did you suddenly disappear? The direct question caught Sorn completely off guard. He had expected June to glare at him, or start arguing like before. I had some family matters to deal with. Then I lost my phone, so I couldn't contact anyone for a while. It was the truth. His phone had been stolen, and it took him nearly a month to replace it. By then, they had already been apart for quite some time, and he hadn't thought about reaching out the way he should have. Apparently, that answer wasn't enough. You didn't even tell me anything. You just disappeared. Damn it. The frustration June had buried for 4 years suddenly burst out. The feeling of being abandoned came rushing back. He punched Sorn squarely in the chest. Sorn flinched before gently patting his head. The expression on June's face looked exactly like it had when he was 18. Why are you this angry with me? You actually came looking for me? Sorn had originally planned to stop by only briefly before leaving for Vietnam, where he was being transferred to help expand the company's business. After hearing June would be interning here, he'd wanted to see how the boy was doing. He hadn't expected to run into him while June was secretly spying on someone else's intimate moment. Nor had he expected such a strong reaction. June opened his mouth, then closed it again. The words he wanted to say felt impossibly embarrassing. The silence between them was awkward. Nothing like the constant bickering they used to share 4 years ago. He let out a heavy sigh. That day. The day you and I. Which day? Sorn asked when June hesitated. That day. June awkwardly made a circle with one hand and mimed the motion with the other. The day I helped you jerk. Chill. Don't say it so loudly. June lunged forward and clamped a hand over Sorn's mouth. Sorn pulled his hand away and stepped closer. So that day. Why? Thank you. June mumbled so quietly it was barely audible. If Sorn hadn't helped him that night, he probably would have ended up in the hospital instead of sleeping peacefully at home. What was that? Sorn frowned. June frowned back before repeating himself, only slightly louder. Thank you. Pretending not to hear, Sorn leaned closer and cupped a hand behind his ear. June pressed his lips together in annoyance. Did this guy suddenly go deaf? He had spent 4 years working up the courage to thank the person who had saved him that night. The person who had given him the most intense sexual experience of his life. Thank you. June practically shouted. Sorn smiled. Their faces were only inches apart. My pleasure. He reached out and pinched June's cheek until it stretched. June groaned, rubbing the sore spot with an exaggerated pout. Without another word, Sorn walked out of the stairwell, leaving June standing there alone, gently massaging his cheek. That afternoon, June continued learning from James. Now, however, he noticed Champ, Ty, and the infuriating Sorn gathered together in discussion nearby. They all looked unusually serious. June. Gnome June. James called loudly. June snapped back to reality. Several nearby employees turned to look. Oh, sorry, James. James chuckled. It's fine. Could you grab the documents from the copier at the end of the hallway? Sure. June hurried off. Unfortunately, the copier had jammed, and he couldn't figure out how to fix it. I'll go help him. AI James, Champ volunteered. Stop slacking off. Sorn cut him off immediately. Trying to dump your work on me so you can escape? Finish your own work. I'll help him. I thought you didn't like the kid. You should stay away from him. I feel sorry for June. It's just a copier. I'm only showing him how to clear a paper jam. You finish your work. If Kuntun shows up before you're done, don't expect me to bail you out." With that, Sorn walked away. Tai watched his two friends with an amused smile. Sorn talks harshly, but he's actually kind. You should know that by now. I'm just worried your little junior will get eaten alive. You know how sharp that bastard's tongue is. It's June's first day. If Sorn starts in on him, the poor kid might end up crying. Champ sighed before returning to the report he was preparing. Meanwhile, June found himself growing increasingly irritated. Not only was Sorn doing a terrible job explaining things, he was also standing so close that June couldn't move. If you're not going to help, then move. Who said I'm not helping? Turn the machine on here. Then pull out this tray. The papers jammed inside. His instructions were so vague that June had no idea what he meant. He'd never used such a large office copier before. How was he supposed to know? No, not there. Here. Sorn pointed again. June still looked completely lost. He shot Sorn an annoyed look. Sorn glared right back. Do you wear cologne? It smells nice. Hey, why are you getting so close just to smell me? Back up. So now you're complaining because I'm too close? When I don't help, you tell me to help. When I help, you tell me to move away. It's because you're standing too close. I've been much closer than this. Or don't you remember? His calm voice made June freeze. At the same time, Sorn reached one arm around him and pressed a button on the copier. The machine immediately came back to life. James's documents slid neatly into the output tray. Fine. Please don't tell anyone about that. June lowered his voice to almost a whisper while glancing around to make sure nobody was listening. About what? Sorn asked innocently. You know exactly what I mean. Stop pretending. I'm older than you. Mind your manners. You're such a... Watch your mouth, or I'll bite your lip until it splits. He leaned in as though he truly intended to kiss him. Okay, just promise you won't tell anyone. I'm serious. I don't want anyone finding out. Fine. I won't tell anyone. So stop looking like the world's about to end. Now give me your contact information. Your line ID. Everything. What for? So you won't complain that you can't get hold of me. No way. I'm all grown up now. I'm perfectly capable of finding those kinds of videos myself. I don't need your help anymore. The moment he finished speaking, June bolted out of the room. Sorn watched him disappear and quietly sighed. He really had grown up. Who knew how many people June had practiced those lessons with over the past 4 years? The thought left an uncomfortable ache in his chest. He had meant every word when he'd told June not to do that with anyone else. Whether June had listened, he had no idea. After work, June received a message from Wen saying he'd pick him up so they could have dinner at a buffet restaurant in the mall. Since June had no other plans, he agreed. After packing his bag and checking his appearance in the restroom, he headed to the lift. Several employees waited nearby. Some he recognized, others he didn't. Futt, meanwhile, stood off to one side, smiling at his phone as he typed away. The memory of seeing him passionately embracing that slender young man earlier still lingered in June's mind. How are you getting home, June? Want a ride? Tai called out. June turned around. Tai, Champ, and Sorn were all walking toward him. Naturally, Sorn brought up the rear. June had overheard several female employees saying that Tai was extremely popular. Not only was he handsome and the owner's son, but he also had flawless skin and an easygoing personality that attracted plenty of attention. Even important clients often preferred dealing directly with him and frequently brought him gifts. As for Champ, everyone described him as the gentle one. Sorn, on the other hand, was infamous for his sharp tongue. More than one intern and new employee had been reduced to tears after being scolded by him. It's okay, Win's picking me up. We're going for a buffet. June smiled brightly. Now that his braces were gone, he smiled with complete confidence. His teeth were perfectly straight. Ko Nung often joked that every baht spent on his orthodontics had been worth it. They reached the parking area together. Wen had already texted that he was waiting there. Tai's group was heading in the same direction, so they walked together. June stopped to Wi-Fut before the older man headed off another way. Fi June, over here. The passenger window rolled down. A cheerful young man, 1 year younger than June, waved excitedly from inside Wen's car. Feingrak, the adorable junior from his faculty. Both his appearance and personality were equally charming. June had been talking with Fiang for about 2 months now, though they were still only Fi and known. Who's that? The question came from behind. Sorn grabbed the back of Jun's shirt, slowing him down before they reached the car. Tai and Champ had already gone ahead to greet Win. Only the two of them remained behind. Fion, what is he to you? The guy I'm talking to. The guy you're talking to? He's a man. You're planning to have a boyfriend? Sorn stared at him in disbelief. As far as he remembered, Jun used to have a girlfriend. Back when he'd taught him how to masturbate, he'd assumed Jun would eventually use that knowledge with his future wife. So why? You can't date him. What right do you have to stop me? Do you want me to have that right? Jun froze. A moment later, realizing Sorn was teasing him, he pouted and tried to walk away. Sorn caught the strap of his backpack. Listen carefully, AI Jun. I don't know what you've been doing these past 4 years. But when I told you not to do that with anyone else, I meant every word. Sorn released the strap. As he watched Jun walk away, a hollow ache settled in his chest. He couldn't stop wondering whether Jun had spent the last 4 years using everything he'd taught him on someone else. If he had the chance, he wanted to teach Jun many more things. He wanted Jun to learn them from him alone, even if they constantly argued. He wanted Jun to remember only his touch, only Sorn's. Chapter 5. The next day, Jun arrived at the office before anyone else. After getting caught in heavy traffic the day before, he had left even earlier this morning. Ironically, the roads were completely clear, so he arrived nearly 40 minutes sooner than expected. With almost an hour to spare, he set his bag on Phi James's desk, dragged a large cushion into a shaded corner by the window where no one entering the office would notice him, lay down, and quickly fell asleep. He woke to the sound of people talking. Rubbing his eyes, Jun sat up and straightened his clothes before checking his reflection in his phone screen. Worried that he might have drooled in his sleep, he noticed one of his lips looked slightly swollen. Assuming an insect had bitten him, and since it neither itched nor hurt, he ignored it. Just as he was about to head for the restroom, one of the cleaners laughed. "Nong Jun, what happened to your face?" Still half asleep, Jun looked confused until he noticed black smudges on the back of the hand he'd just used to wipe his mouth. "Oh, it must be dust from behind the curtain." He laughed sheepishly. "I snuck in a little nap, Auntie. Please don't tell anyone, okay? Miss, could you come take a look at this? Will this stain come out?" Penny, the head of HR, called over to the cleaner, who immediately went to help. Jun politely wide Penny, and she returned it with her usual composed smile. "Gnome Jun, you're certainly hard-working, coming in this early. And your face," Finding commented before breaking into quiet laughter. Jun returned her why and scratched his head as he walked past. "What was so funny? Jun, have you eaten yet? I bought roti and grilled pork." "Huh, what's with your face?" Champ burst out laughing the moment he saw him. Jun, who still hadn't made it to the restroom because everyone kept stopping him, smiled awkwardly and followed Champ into the pantry area. "I fell asleep over there in the corner. I guess the curtain got dust all over my face." He pointed toward the window before catching the delicious aroma of grilled pork. Without another thought, he walked straight over. He could wash his face later. Food came first. "I can have some, right? I want some here." Without waiting for permission, Jun picked up a skewer and happily started eating. His empty stomach had been protesting since morning. Seeing how hungry he looked, Champ simply smiled and let him eat. The ink drawings could wait. Someone had secretly doodled a cat's face on him while he slept. 3 whiskers on each cheek and a little black nose on the tip of his own, making him look ridiculously adorable. "The market near the building has a lot of food. Here. Which stalls are the best? If I come early again, I might buy breakfast and eat here. The crispy pork rice is good, and the portions are huge. Walk a little farther to the corner, and there's a soy milk shop that sells stuffed fried dough sticks. They're really, really good." Champ dragged out the last words dramatically. Jun nodded enthusiastically while chewing sticky rice and grilled pork, his cheeks puffed out with food. "Oh, when did you get here, Jun? And what's that on your—" Tai stopped mid-sentence. "What the hell are you doing, AI Sorn?" The person walking behind him had casually dragged a finger across Jun's mouth, tasted it, and immediately grabbed a tissue. "What did you touch?" "It's so salty. I grabbed my balls after I peed." Sorn answered without the slightest shame, completely unconcerned that female employees were nearby. The blunt remark contrasted absurdly with his handsome face. "That's disgusting. Go wash your hands, damn it. You came in early just to take a dump and use the company toilet?" really making the most of employee benefits. Tai shot him a look of utter disgust before walking away. He had client meetings all day, unlike Champ and Sorn, who stayed back at the office. June couldn't help laughing at Ty's grumpy expression after another round of teasing from his best friend. When he turned back, he found Sorn staring at him. Sorn looked him up and down before letting out a quiet, amused snort. June immediately pouted and looked away. Sorn reached over and tugged his hair. Ow, that hurts. June glared fiercely at him. My hair's as soft as a dog's fur. My hair is not like a dog's. And as for your mouth, what? I'll smack you with it. Hit you with my mouth and pull you in with my tongue. Want to find out? Sorn murmured threateningly. June immediately backed away and hid beside Champ. This bastard. He'd somehow become even worse after 4 years. June realized he'd need a better strategy if he wanted to survive dealing with Sorn. Enough, Sorn. You've been teasing Gnome for years. When are you going to stop? He annoys me. When have I annoyed you? I haven't even said anything. You pouted at me. Because you laughed first. Hey, those grilled pork skewers are mine. Don't steal them, Fi Sorn. June protested as Sorn calmly took the last 2 skewers right in front of him. Champ had already been called away by Tai and couldn't referee the fight, but he still shouted over his shoulder. June, that isn't dust on your face. Someone drew a cat on you. The moment he heard that, June dropped his sticky rice and sprinted toward the restroom. One glance in the mirror confirmed the truth. Everyone hadn't been laughing because his face was dusty. Someone had covered it in ink, complete with whiskers. Who would do something like this while he was asleep? It couldn't have been the cleaner. She'd been the one asking about the marks. Which meant there was only one possibility. You came in early just to use the company toilet. June's eye twitched. Damn it, Fi Sorn. He scrubbed furiously until his face turned bright red. Just then, a bottle of facial cleanser appeared in front of him. Thud. June kicked Sorn squarely in the shin. Sorn frowned before splashing water onto June's face with one wet hand. What are you so angry about? You look like a furious cat. Sorn sat casually on the edge of the sink, waiting for June to use the cleanser he'd gone out of his way to borrow. You're the one who keeps messing with me. Who said that? Who else in this company would do something like this? Damn it, it won't come off. Well, at least you figured out it was me. But you're pretty dumb. You walked around proudly showing off my artwork all morning. June glared at him so hard his eyes nearly rolled into the back of his head. Can't we just leave each other alone? For a brief moment, Sorn fell silent. Instead of answering, he turned on the tap because June's face was covered in foam. I brought you facial cleanser. I borrowed it from AI Ning. You always tease me. What exactly is it you dislike so much about me? Rather than answering, Sorn reached over and ruffled June's hair until it was a complete mess. The truth was, he didn't dislike June at all. He simply enjoyed teasing him, especially moments like this. When June wore that pouty expression with an untidy face, it amused him far more than it should. Sorn quietly watched as June washed away the fading ink. Earlier that morning, he'd arrived as usual and immediately noticed a pair of legs sticking out from behind the curtain. Thinking something strange had happened, he'd walked over. Instead, he'd heard soft snoring. No murder, just someone sleeping. And when he saw who it was, he couldn't help smiling. He'd originally intended to wake June. Instead, another idea came to mind. June's clean-shaven face looked worlds better than it had for years ago. The temptation was irresistible. Borrowing a pen from James's desk, he'd carefully drawn a cat's face on the little tiger who insisted he was all grown up now. June had lazily brushed his hand away without waking. Sorn quietly finished drawing 3 whiskers on each cheek before adding a tiny black nose. Then he simply stood there, watching him sleep. His trendy hairstyle framed his face, the fringe falling over his broad forehead. His eyelashes were long without being overly thick. His almond-shaped eyes clearly reflected his Chinese heritage. His nose stood proudly with a slightly upturned tip. The acne that had once covered his cheeks had faded into barely visible marks, replaced by healthy, youthful skin. Sorn remembered how startlingly fair June had been when they first met. Now he'd tanned slightly, though he was still far paler than Sorn, whose darker complexion made the contrast between them almost comical. Oh, that's it, Fi Sorn. Right there. The memory surfaced without warning. Even now, Sorn could still hear June's breathless voice from that day 4 years ago. Those hoarse moans from the newly grown-up boy stirred him just as effectively as anything he'd ever seen on an adult website. The way June had stroked himself under Sorn's guidance had awakened desires Sorn had struggled to suppress. The lips that had once done nothing but argue with him had somehow become lips he wanted to kiss. Do you want to kiss me? I told you. Kissing me will make you even more turned on. Consider it your reward for helping me today. In the end, he had kissed him, not because he'd planned to, but because the desire had become impossible to ignore. They had both reached their release together. A final moment of shared pleasure. Before Sorn's phone rang, the call informed him that his father had been shot and killed at the family's rubber plantation. He had left June like that, without even saying goodbye after introducing him to a pleasure he had never experienced before. He had also spared June from ending up in the hospital because of his overwhelming arousal, leaving behind only those selfish words. Looking back, Sorn admitted he had been confused. He didn't like June. At least, he hadn't thought he did. But he couldn't bear the thought of June turning to anyone else when those desires surfaced. He wanted June to come only to him. It was like the saying that a newborn animal imprints on the first person it sees, believing that person to be its owner. He had been the one to teach June. And selfishly, he wanted June to keep relying on him for those things. He didn't want June doing them with anyone else. It had to be him. He was jealous, even though he disliked the feeling. Jealous, even though he supposedly hated the kid. Jealous, even though he and June were nothing more than acquaintances connected through someone else. NGH. June let out another sleepy protest. Deep in his dream, he felt someone brushing against his lips. Sorn slowly pulled away, smiling to himself. They felt just the same as before, only softer. Even the lip balm hadn't changed. He wiped his own mouth with the back of his hand before quietly leaving June asleep in the same corner, his lips now slightly swollen from the stolen kiss. June, are you really going to date a guy? Sorn's voice pulled him back to the present as June finished washing his face. Faint traces of ink still clung to his skin, though most of it had finally washed away. Who I date is my business. Why? Are you against gay people or something? I'm just asking. Why are you getting so defensive? I'm curious. You used to date girls. Back when I was teaching you. Oops. June instantly slapped a hand over Sorn's mouth as another employee walked into the restroom. He waited until the senior had left before removing it. The moment he did, Sorn deliberately stuck out his tongue and licked June's palm. You. Fie, Sorn, you're disgusting. June hurried to wash his hand again. As for what you're curious about, a lot of time has passed. People change. I've changed. You just never knew. The old June is gone. Now there's only the upgraded June. Look at this. June lifted his shirt proudly, revealing the abs he'd spent nearly a year building. Because he'd never been particularly disciplined with his diet, it had taken much longer than he'd hoped. Still, the results were finally visible. His muscles weren't as sharply defined as a bodybuilder's, but they stood out clearly whenever he flexed. June raised an eyebrow proudly. Sorn looked at him and couldn't help laughing. With muscles like that, the kid was acting awfully confident. If he saw Sorn's physique, he'd probably be too embarrassed to keep bragging. This, Sorn said as he casually lifted his own shirt, is what real abs look like, AI June. Whoa, Phi. You have a tattoo? It's really beautiful. Rather than admiring Sorn's muscular body, June's attention was immediately drawn to the tattoo along his ribs. Come take a closer look. Sorn hooked an arm around June and gently guided him closer before placing June's hand against his abdomen. A shiver shot through Sorn's body. From the warmth of June's palm, it spread across his stomach, down the trail of fine hair below his navel, and lower still, stirring feelings he'd been trying to ignore. Only now did he realize just how badly he'd wanted June to touch him again. The sensation reminded him of the closeness they'd shared for years earlier. Sorn then lifted June's shirt again to inspect the abs June had been proudly showing off. The difference between them was obvious. Unable to resist, Sorn slowly ran his hand over June's abdomen. June shivered slightly, but didn't pull away. He seemed completely absorbed in examining Sorn's defined muscles and the intricate tattoo that stretched along his side from his waist toward his chest. It was an arrow pointing upward, with a compass in the center of the arrowhead. Sorn had opted for a line art design, avoiding color because it wouldn't show clearly on his darker skin tone. Wow, that's amazing. So cool, June murmured, his voice soft as he admired the man he usually didn't get along with. His fingers traced the tattoo, which looked even better on Sorn's perfectly sculpted body. He stroked it lightly, drawing a low hum of pleasure from Sorn, who flinched slightly beneath his touch. Meanwhile, Sorn's hand grazed June's modest abs, which couldn't compare to his own, before his slender fingers lightly flicked one of June's nipples, sending a surge of heat through June's body. It was the perfect trigger for the desire already rising inside him. The distance between them had closed without either of them realizing it, their feet now brushing against each other. The scent of June's shampoo drifted upward, and Sorn lowered his head slightly to breathe it in. June only reached Sorn's chin, making it obvious he had stopped growing years ago. If Sorn remembered correctly, June was around 180 centimeters tall. His rough hands slid from June's abs to his waist, then around to his back. June's skin wasn't soft and delicate like a woman's, yet Sorn couldn't stop his hands from wandering. I understand the physique, but changing your sexual preference? What's that about? Sorn asked. The question made June freeze. How was he supposed to admit that it was because of Sorn that he'd become this way? About a week after the incident in the car, June had gone to see Ning, his girlfriend at the time. He'd planned to sleep with her, but his body betrayed him. No matter what he did, he couldn't get hard. He even sneaked into the bathroom to watch one of the porn videos Sorn had once given him, but it didn't help. Even with Ning lying beside him in a suggestive pose, nothing changed. After that, he avoided Ning as much as possible. Eventually, when she was accepted into a university in the north, they naturally drifted apart. Since then, June had tried being with women again. He had even asked Win to arrange for a call girl. But no matter what he did, nothing worked. In contrast, watching videos of men together stirred feelings he couldn't ignore. The more he thought about Sorn's hands, the more he wished it had been Sorn touching him instead. That was when he realized he had fallen into Sorn's trap, seduced into craving another man's touch. Even so, he had never dared to try anything with another man. Whatever the reason, it wasn't because of you, June lied, deliberately avoiding Sorn's gaze. Sorn narrowed his eyes suspiciously. June tried to step away, but Sorn blocked him. His sharp eyes flicked toward the bathroom door, which remained closed. Even though it was still working hours, they were completely alone. You can't lie to me, Sorn said, staring straight into June's eyes as though trying to see through him. A smirk tugged at his lips when June looked away and tried to escape again. What are you doing, Phi? Someone might see us, June whispered nervously. If you don't want me to do anything, then answer me honestly. Did you change your sexual orientation because of me? No. Phi, don't come so close. June protested in a hushed voice, careful not to be overheard. Have you used the techniques I taught you on anyone yet? Sorn asked, ignoring June's resistance. I have, June answered immediately. It was a lie. With whom? Sorn's voice sharpened. Why do you need to know, Phi? June shot back. Just answer me. Who? Sorn leaned closer and closer until June was almost pressed against the mirror. Just like TH. Before June could finish speaking, Sorn suddenly captured his lips in a forceful kiss. The sound echoed through the quiet bathroom, giving June no chance to react. Sorn's rough hand gripped June's waist until the younger man let out a muffled groan. The part of him that had remained dormant until now tingled from root to tip, threatening to awaken. This couldn't be happening. His body couldn't possibly be reacting so intensely to a single kiss. Click. The sound of the bathroom door opening made June shove Sorn away at once. Sorn willingly stepped back, allowing the flustered June to wipe his mouth and struggle to regain his composure. Instinctively, Sorn shifted to shield June from view. Oh, Phi Sorn, you're here? Champ's looking for you. Korn walked in, glancing curiously at the two of them. He noticed June hiding behind Sorn and the strange tension hanging in the air. Maybe they'd been arguing? No, June, are you okay? Why's your face so red? And your lips are swollen. Are you allergic to something? No, Phi Korn. It's nothing. I accidentally bit my lip, that's all. I'll head out now. June hurried out of the bathroom without looking back, never noticing the pair of eyes following him as he left. Even Sorn couldn't understand the frustration boiling inside his chest. The moment June claimed he had used the techniques Sorn had taught him on someone else, something inside him had ignited. He was furious. furious that June had dared to use the things he'd learned from him on someone else. Years ago, when their secret encounters had begun, Sorn had offered to teach June how to satisfy his future wife. Now the thought of June using those lessons on anyone else was unbearable. Watch out today, AI Prue. I'm telling you, there's going to be an explosion. Everyone's going down, Korn declared dramatically as he walked out of the bathroom ahead of Sorn. He'd seen Sorn leave and assumed he'd gone outside for a smoke, leaving Champ waving after him in vain. What? Prue, the outspoken tomboy, whispered curiously. Korn puckered his lips theatrically before explaining. I caught Nong June and Phi Sorn in the bathroom just now. Looked like they'd had a fight or something. June came out first, but Sorn looked ready to explode. He's probably outside smoking now, leaving Champ waiting for nothing. Seriously? Poor Nong June. I wonder what happened. Bang. Where's the purchase order? Bring it here so I can check it. Sorn strode back into the office, dragging a rolling chair behind him before slamming it against Champ's desk as he sat down. The loud crash startled the gossiping pair into silence. One look at Sorn's thunderous expression was enough to send them scattering immediately. June hardly spent a moment alone for the rest of the day. During work, he stayed with James, and at lunch he ate with Phut, Pei, and E. He was terrified that the damn Sorn might ambush him with another kiss. He still couldn't understand why he had let Phi Sorn touch and kiss him so easily. Sorn had once said that kissing was meant to awaken emotions. Now June was the one falling under the spell of those kisses. I'm so bored I could die. I have no one to talk to, Wynn complained over a line call around 3 in the afternoon. The faint sound of machinery echoed in the background. I'm bored too. Phi James, my mentor, went out on errands, so I'm helping downstairs, June replied, his frustration obvious. In reality, Champ had asked him to help upstairs, but June had quickly claimed that Phi Phut needed him downstairs instead. Phut had said no such thing. June simply wanted to stay away from Sorn, who had been scowling all morning. After chatting with Wynn for a while, June collected the documents Phut had sent to the printer and handed them over. Here you go, Phi Phut. Ever since June had caught Phut getting cozy with a guy from another company near the fire escape, he couldn't help feeling awkward around him. Who would have guessed his senior was so bold? June, Phi Sorn said you should go upstairs. You've been avoiding him for hours now. Just go already. But I want to help you first. My work isn't urgent. Once I'm done here, I'll be free. Go upstairs. Learning in the international department will be better for you. Phut walked away, leaving June standing there with his head hanging low. He didn't want to face Phi Sorn. Not even a little. But with his intern ID hanging around his neck, he had no choice. Dragging his feet, he climbed the fire escape to the 16th floor, pushed open the office door, and was greeted by a blast of cool air conditioning. Unfortunately, it did nothing to improve his mood. You look like spoiled soup the moment you see me, Sorn greeted him while sorting through the clutter on his desk. Purchase orders were scattered all over the conference table, and Champ was nowhere to be seen. If you call me up here just to scold me, then I'm leaving. June. Sorn's voice turned sharp. You're here as an intern. I'm an employee of this company. During work hours, you're supposed to learn from me. Don't think that just because you're friends with Wynn, Ty's little brother, I won't chew you out in front of everyone. His stern speech left June speechless. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Korn hurried over to intervene. Phi Sorn, do you need help? Is it the purchase order from Singapore? The flamboyant Korn forced a smile as he looked at the company's most intimidating employee, who seemed seconds away from exploding. Sorn didn't even answer. He merely glanced at Korn. Korn immediately raised both hands in surrender and retreated. You could just teach me properly instead, June muttered after finally finding his voice. It wasn't as though he wanted to put up with this. If they weren't at work, he'd stay as far away from this sharp-tongued man as possible. And would you even stay long enough to learn? I've been calling you upstairs since noon, but you've been fooling around downstairs instead. James left you under my supervision. If I don't teach you, Penny will chew him out. Despite June's sulky expression, Sorn no longer found it cute. He wanted to drag the brat over his knee and teach him a proper lesson instead. The kid always had a comeback for everything. It was infuriating. Sorry. Phi. June finally mumbled. He admitted he was in the wrong. He had spent the entire afternoon avoiding Sorn because he couldn't stop thinking about what had happened that morning. In doing so, he'd forgotten that he was here to learn, not to hide. Sort these purchase orders by company and year. I'll be back. Sorn gathered a few papers and walked out. June let out a long sigh of relief. The atmosphere had been so oppressive it was hard to breathe. He hadn't realized Sorn could be this serious about work. The quiet, reserved man transformed into a strict supervisor the moment work began. Half an hour later, Sorn returned and pulled up a chair beside June. As June sorted documents, Sorn patiently explained the products the company manufactured and exported. June had already been confused. Now he was completely lost. A huge yawn escaped him. Sorn responded by lightly tapping him on the head with his pen. "Sleepy? Want some milk and a nap? I'm not a kid. No matter how grown up you are, you're still younger than me." June clicked his tongue. "You really don't like me, do you, Phi? I don't like kids, especially bratty ones like you." If not for the teasing smile tugging at Sorn's lips, that might have ended the conversation entirely. June pouted and leaned farther away. Sorn was sitting much too close, separated only by the armrest between their chairs. "Well, I don't like older people either, especially grumpy ones like you." "Humph." Sorn let out a quiet chuckle before answering a call from Champ. He stood up and walked away, leaving June muttering complaints under his breath. When work ended, June went to meet Fyong again. Fyong had mentioned that he'd been getting off work early lately, giving him more chances to visit. The moment they saw each other, Fyong threw his arms around June in an enthusiastic hug. Today he had driven his beloved black Toyota Camry. "Let's get Korean food. I've been craving it all day and save my appetite for you." "Liar. When I texted you at noon, you said you were eating crepes. That was just a snack. Come on, I'm starving." Without waiting for an answer, Fyong grabbed June and guided him into the passenger seat. June laughed before giving in. Fyong was sweet and cheerful. They had first met at the birthday party of one of June's co-juniors. That junior had invited friends from several different faculties, and the two of them had hit it off immediately. Eventually, they became close. "Who's that?" "He's really handsome," Fyong asked once they were inside the car. June followed his gaze. Sorn was standing outside, staring directly at them. Because Fyong's windows weren't heavily tinted, Sorn could see everything clearly. "He's a senior from work." "Interested? Does he have a fane?" Fyong tilted his head cutely, making June ruffle his hair in mock annoyance. "Checking out another guy while you're with me? Should I be offended?" "Oh, don't be mad. You're not even bald. So why are you sulking?" Fyong leaned closer, waving his hands playfully as though calming a child. To June, though, it felt more like teasing. Fyong's rosy lips moved as he spoke. He took meticulous care of them with scrubs and lip fillers. June found himself staring. He wondered whether kissing Fyong would feel the same as kissing Sorn. Would it awaken the same feelings? Would his body react in that same uncontrollable way? "Fyong, can I kiss you?" June asked without hesitation. "Sure." Fyong nodded immediately and leaned closer. June gently cupped the back of his head and tilted his own face to meet him. Their lips were only a breath apart. Bang! A loud smack against the hood made them both jump. They pulled apart instantly and looked through the windshield. Sorn stood in front of the car, glaring at them. His expression was colder and more severe than June had ever seen. A moment later, Sorn raised a hand apologetically and held up a flyer advertising cheap short-term rentals, pretending it had landed on the hood. The mood was completely ruined. June simply told Fyong to drive away. Chuckling softly, Fyong started the car without complaint. Sorn walked off, but June couldn't forget that piercing glare. It wasn't playful teasing anymore. It looked like genuine anger. Ding! A message popped up on June's phone from an unknown number. He opened it and immediately ground his teeth in irritation. June's message. "Are you really confident your kiss would make anyone swoon? From what I've seen, you don't even come close to knowing what a real kiss is. That damned Sorn. How dare he insult him like that?" Clearly, Sorn still didn't know June well enough. Chapter 6. The heavy beat of the music seeped through the club doors as the two tall young men stopped in front of the entrance. Win went in first, already familiar with places like this. June, though he'd never been to this particular club, had visited enough similar venues to follow without hesitation. The club wasn't especially crowded, leaving plenty of room to move around. They found a table in the corner and ordered drinks. Wearing his usual grumpy, indifferent expression, June slumped onto a bar stool. Beside him, Win swayed lightly to the DJ's music while they waited for their drinks. It had been June's idea to go out tonight. Normally, They only partied on Fridays and Saturdays, but today was only Wednesday, and June had insisted on getting a drink. Wynn glanced at his best friend, who sat frowning at his phone as though something weighed heavily on his mind. As soon as the drinks arrived, June filled his glass with ice, poured in the liquor, topped it off with soda, and downed it in one gulp. Then he poured another, and another. He didn't even wait for Wynn to start drinking. Wynn nudged him with an elbow. "You're drinking like this the second we get here? Slow down, AI June." June finally looked at him. The drink in his hand was far stronger than usual. He was obviously upset about something, but despite Wynn asking several times, all June had said was that he was irritated. Meanwhile, Hiatai sent Wynn a message asking where he was. It was almost midnight, and Wynn still wasn't home. He replied that he was keeping June company at the club. After that, Tai didn't send another message. When Wynn looked up again, he noticed a cute, slightly feminine-looking young man walking toward June. "Pop, who'd you come with?" June asked, leaning close enough that their faces were nearly touching. "A friend. I came with my friends," Pop answered shyly, blushing. "But my bag got caught on Phi June's arm, and I got separated from them." Wynn almost rolled his eyes. Flirting. Anyone with eyes could tell Pop was flirting. Their table sat in a quiet corner against the wall, and the tiny strap of his handbag hardly seemed capable of getting tangled around anyone's arm. Still, June didn't seem to mind. Back in high school, June had worked hard to transform himself from an ordinary-looking boy into someone attractive. He'd begged his sister, Poison, for money to get braces and visit a skincare clinic because of his acne. He claimed his role model was Hiatai and promised that if she helped him, he'd keep his GPA above 3.5. He'd kept that promise. His once skinny frame gradually filled out after he started working out. By the end of high school, he was popular with the girls, and by his first year of university, he'd even been chosen as his faculty's moon. Plenty of seniors flirted with him, but June never seemed interested. It was almost as though he was waiting for someone. Wynn had no idea who. Every now and then, June would chat with someone new, but those connections never lasted more than 2 weeks before he quietly ended things, saying it didn't feel right. Later, he dated a girl for a short while before admitting to Wynn that he probably didn't like women after all. That confession had confused Wynn. After all, June had gone with him often enough to learn from the experts. These days, the only person June talked to consistently was Fion. Even then, they weren't officially together. Whenever Wynn asked about it, June simply stayed silent. Maybe he was just waiting until he found the courage to make a move. "I'll be back," Wynn said. June barely acknowledged him, too busy nuzzling against Pop's neck. Tai had messaged again, saying he'd arrived. Since the club had become much more crowded, Wynn headed out to meet him and guide him inside. "You all came together, Hia?" Wynn greeted cheerfully. "Hia champ. Hia Sorn. Sawadee Krub." The 3 older men followed him through the packed dance floor until they reached the table. By then, Pop had already stolen Wynn's seat. June hadn't moved an inch away from him. It took Hia Champ knocking on the table to get June's attention. "Easy there, Tiger," Champ laughed. "Why don't we head upstairs? The VIP section's much nicer." Tai had already reserved a room. June smiled sheepishly. It wasn't embarrassment. He was already tipsy. The atmosphere only encouraged him to indulge himself even more. Then, June spotted someone he absolutely didn't want to see. Phi Sorn. The very reason he'd come here to drink tonight. His lips tightened in annoyance. Wynn had no idea June held such a grudge against Sorn. Earlier, he'd casually told Tai where they were hanging out. Whatever. June decided to ignore him. They had nothing to do with each other anymore. He grabbed Pop's hand and followed Tai upstairs. Sorn didn't say a single word. He simply watched June with that familiar smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. That irritating, mocking smile. "So you only just got here?" Champ teased after everyone settled into their seats. "Then how'd you already find someone to cling to?" Naturally, Sorn sat as far from June as possible. Pop stayed close beside June instead. June casually wrapped an arm around Pop's waist, his fingers brushing lightly over the younger man's slim frame. The sight looked completely unlike the June they knew. To Tai and Champ, June had always been the quieter, more polite one compared to Wynn. They'd gone clubbing together countless times while the younger pair were still university students. Yet tonight, June looked like an experienced flirt. "He's always like this," Wynn explained with a shrug. "If he likes someone, he'll go for it." It was true. June often met new people. But whenever Win asked whether anything had actually happened afterward, the answer was always no. Even Win had no idea what June was waiting for. So you've become quite experienced now. Tai teased. Pop lowered his head shyly. Tai wasn't fooled. The timid act was completely fake. He'd already noticed Pop stealing glances toward the older men, especially Sorn. The invitation couldn't have been more obvious. Sorn's gaze shifted toward the small figure practically sitting in June's lap. He poured himself another glass of straight liquor. Maybe the burn would wash away the irritation building inside him. He watched June carefully. The younger man was pretending to look relaxed and experienced. It didn't suit him at all. Instead, Sorn couldn't help imagining how much more natural it would look if June were the one sitting in his lap instead. As for Pop, that kid clearly wasn't innocent. He looked like someone who had seen far more of the world than June realized. Sorn only hoped June hadn't picked someone who already belonged to someone else. Otherwise, things would get ugly. And honestly, why was June leaning in so close? Was he trying to smell the kid's neck? The ridiculous thought made Sorn's smirk deepen. June caught that expression and felt his irritation flare even higher. He hated the way Sorn always managed to make him feel inferior. Then Sorn's message replayed in his mind. A kiss. No one knows better than the person who kissed you how good it is. Certainly not the ones who've only tried. Arrogant bastard. Did Sorn seriously think teaching him once made him an expert forever? Absolutely not. June's anger only grew stronger. Did Sorn think he hadn't changed in 4 years? Just wait. One day, he'd prove otherwise. Unable to tolerate Sorn's gaze any longer, June excused himself to the restroom. Pop said he wanted to find his friends since they'd been separated for quite a while. They agreed to meet outside afterward. Anything was better than sitting under Sorn's eyes. The bathroom was located at the back, with an outdoor area separate from the club itself. At the moment, the women's restroom had a longer queue than the men's, so several women had come over to use the men's side instead. At first, June hadn't really needed to go, but the moment he reached the restroom, the urge suddenly became much stronger. He waited in line until it was finally his turn. After finishing, June stepped outside and waited where he and Pop had agreed to meet. Oh, I'm sorry. A slender, curvy woman accidentally bumped into him. She gave him a sweet, alluring smile that was difficult to ignore. June returned the smile politely before stepping aside so he wouldn't get in anyone else's way. He positioned himself beside a tree, tucked between a row of neatly arranged flower pots. The woman paid him no further attention. Instead, she craned her neck, looking around as though she were waiting for someone. June pulled out his phone to pass the time and read a line message from Pop saying he was on his way. Just then, he heard the beautiful woman mention a familiar name. Sorn is late. June thought to himself that Sorn wasn't exactly an uncommon name. Plenty of people could be called Sorn. Still, he couldn't help looking up. Sure enough, the Sorn she was waiting for was none other than the person June disliked most. June watched as the woman slipped her arms around Sorn's neck and was rewarded with a passionate kiss from the man she'd been waiting for. It wasn't difficult to assume they'd met inside the club. With his sharp, classically handsome features, Sorn probably had no trouble capturing women's hearts. The woman's revealing outfit exposed the smooth skin of her back beneath its crisscrossing straps. It gave Sorn, whose large, slightly rough hands June remembered all too well, the perfect opportunity to caress her bare back before sliding down to her slender waist. His hands continued lower, gently squeezing her rounded hips while their lips remained locked together. The wet sounds of their kisses carried all the way to where June stood hidden behind the trees, making him blush despite himself. Sorn's movements were effortless. The way he tilted his head to match hers showed years of experience. Nothing looked awkward. Everything flowed naturally. June found himself quietly studying every movement. Then, in one brief moment, Sorn looked directly toward him. It happened while the woman paused to catch her breath before clearly expecting another kiss. That smug, victorious look in Sorn's eyes made June clench his fists. If Sorn could kiss a woman until her knees went weak, then June would prove he could do the same. Better, even. Especially if he were the one in control. After all, whenever they'd kissed in the past, Sorn had always been the one leading. What would happen if June became the hunter this time? "Fi June, have you been waiting long?" "Sorry. My friends dragged me into another drinking game. So, MMPH. June didn't hesitate. The instant Pop walked over, June grabbed his slim waist, spun him around, and pinned him against the wall. Before Pop could finish speaking, June claimed his lips. To June's surprise, Pop responded eagerly, parting his lips and allowing June's tongue to slip inside. Their tongues tangled together as June explored every corner of Pop's mouth until saliva escaped the corners of their lips. June didn't care. This wasn't just a kiss. It was a challenge. Proof that he knew how to kiss. Ha. Wait. Give me a second. I can't breathe. Pop pushed weakly against June's chest, desperately trying to catch his breath. He looked completely bewildered, unable to understand why June had suddenly attacked his lips so passionately. Ow. Fie. You bit my tongue. What had started as a heated kiss almost turned into a disaster. Distracted by Sorn's presence, June accidentally bit Pop's tongue. He quickly whispered an apology before kissing Pop's cheek to make up for it. Ow. Easy, Sorn. The nearby woman's voice drew June's attention. He turned. Sorn stood watching him. His eyes held unmistakable disdain and a trace of ridicule. The woman still clung to Sorn's arm, rubbing herself against his neck. Her generous chest pressed invitingly against him, while one manicured hand slowly stroked the obvious bulge beneath his jeans. June immediately looked away. His face burned. It wasn't as though he'd never seen people fooling around behind clubs before. But this was Sorn, the first person he'd ever shared an intimate moment with, the one he despised most. Seeing him like this stirred up memories June would rather have forgotten. He turned back to Pop. This time, he kissed him more slowly. Pop responded just as eagerly, sliding one slender hand inside June's trousers to tease him further. How could June not react? He stepped even closer, ready to take things further. Suddenly, someone yanked him backwards. He crashed onto the ground. A heavy fist slammed into his face. Then another, and another. The ringing in his ears drowned out everything except the frightened screams of nearby women. Every trace of alcohol vanished. Only pain remained. You bastard. How dare you mess around with my wife? A stocky, bearded man glared down at him. The force of each punch left the taste of blood flooding June's mouth. His left cheek quickly went numb. Who the hell is your wife? June shouted angrily as he struggled back to his feet. 5 heavily built men now surrounded him. The odds were terrible. Still, before anything else, he wanted to know whether the person he'd just kissed really belonged to this man. This one is my wife. The man dragged Pop to his side. And you? Pop, stop pretending to be innocent while sneaking around behind my back. Just wait until we get home tonight. Don't even think about sleeping. Pop didn't deny it. Instead, he clung to the man's arm and pleaded softly. I'm sorry, Phi Kansas. Please don't hurt him. I was drunk, okay? I got carried away. Just let it go. June wanted to call him a liar, but his swollen lips and aching jaw hurt too much to even curse properly. He barely heard what Everkin said next. A moment later, he found himself pinned to the ground again. Punch after punch rained down onto his face and stomach until he curled into himself in agony. Through blurred vision, June glanced toward Sorn. Sorn simply stood there, watching. Of course. Why would Sorn help him? They hated each other. There was no reason for Sorn to interfere. Crash. The sharp sound of a bottle shattering echoed through the alley. Ken rushed forward with the jagged remains of the bottle, aiming straight for June's stomach. Before he could reach him, someone's foot slammed into Ken's abdomen, sending him flying backwards. His companions froze in shock. Taking advantage of the moment, Sorn grabbed June and pulled him away while the club's security rushed in after being alerted to the fight. Let go. I said let go of me, Phi Sorn. June twisted violently until Sorn finally released him. The moment he was free, June collapsed onto the ground, clutching his ribs. Everything hurt. His face throbbed. His ribs ached so badly he could barely breathe. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt. Sorn looked down at him and let out a weary sigh, just as he'd expected. A childish stunt, trying to pick up someone else's spouse. June was lucky he hadn't ended up with a broken bottle in his stomach. I can't walk, June muttered weakly. It hurts too much. Stop acting like the victim, June. You brought this on yourself. What? I didn't know that kid already had a husband. Next time, pay attention before flirting with someone. Don't you think someone that's seductive probably already belongs to somebody? So, was all this because you wanted to prove you were better than me? How does getting punched instead feel? As expected, Sorn wasn't offering any comfort. If anything, He mocked June even more. Strangely enough, seeing June suffer gave him a small sense of satisfaction. At least now June wouldn't be dragging anyone home tonight. If you're only going to lecture me, then don't bother helping. Just leave. June reached for his phone to call when Sorn snatched it from his hand. After tapping on the screen for a moment, he tossed it back before grabbing June by the arm and dragging him toward his Land Rover. No, I'm not going. Where are you taking me? I'm not going. June struggled. His protests turned into a cry of pain when Sorn's fingers pressed against the bruised corner of his mouth. The sharp pain made June swing a punch at Sorn's arm. He raised his other fist to strike again. Sorn turned and fixed him with a cold, warning stare. June immediately froze. Defeated, he slumped into the passenger seat. Only then did he notice how perfectly the large Land Rover suited Sorn. Spacious, comfortable, powerful, just like its owner. The cool air from the air conditioning eased some of June's frustration as he shifted carefully, trying not to aggravate his aching ribs. Checking his phone, he found a line message from Wen acknowledging the update he'd sent earlier. Wen had even joked, wishing him a good time with Gnome Pop. At least, Sorn hadn't told anyone June had left the club with him. So, why did you help me back there? June finally asked. After all, from what he'd seen, Sorn had simply stood there and watched him get beaten. Because you should take responsibility for your own life, Sorn replied, glancing sideways at him. June looked completely baffled. You were the one who started this. A lesson was good for you. Maybe next time you'll listen when adults give you advice. When have you ever given me advice? I already told you your kissing is terrible, which means you weren't ready to use it on anyone. Since you refused to listen, it was only fair to let you face the consequences. But when that bastard tried to kill you, I stepped in. He paused. I didn't have anything appropriate to wear to your funeral. Hearing that, June folded his arms and turned to stare out of the window. For one foolish moment, he'd almost believed Sorn actually cared about him. What a ridiculous thought. Noticing June had fallen silent, Sorn casually shoved his head. June's forehead bumped against the window. Satisfied, Sorn turned his attention back to the road. During the drive, Champ called to ask where Sorn had gone. I'm out, Sorn replied simply, letting Champ assume he'd continued the evening with the beautiful woman from the club. He drove into a neighborhood June didn't recognize before stopping in front of a two-story house with a carport and a small front garden. Upstairs, a cozy balcony had been arranged as a comfortable place to relax. Open the gate. Still confused, June did as he was told so Sorn could drive the Land Rover inside. What are you standing there for? Sorn asked after parking. Get inside. Whose house is this? My house. Stop looking so clueless, June. June frowned. Every sentence out of Sorn's mouth sounded like an insult. He walked into the house, but was so busy looking around that he forgot to take off his shoes. As expected, Sorn gave him a light kick on the shin and pointed at his feet before muttering another complaint and disappearing upstairs. A moment later, he returned carrying a fully stocked first aid kit. He pulled off his shirt, switched on the air conditioning, and lowered the temperature to 17 degrees Celsius. What are you doing? Startled, June immediately scrambled to the far end of the sofa when Sorn, now wearing only his jeans, sat down beside him. Sorn looked at him without expression before grabbing June's ankle and pulling him back with ease. No matter how strong June had become, he still couldn't compete with Sorn's strength. Don't, ow. Damn it, Sorn. That hurts. Smack. Sorn slapped June's arm. Watch your mouth. One more word like that, and I'll knock your teeth out. You've become far too disrespectful lately, June. His tone carried the familiar authority of an older brother scolding a troublesome younger one. June was even more rebellious now than he had been back, when he was the buzzcut schoolboy Sorn remembered. Clearly, Sorn's earlier message had struck a nerve. He'd already warned June not to do with anyone else what he'd once done with Sorn. Yet June had ignored him. Sit still. I'm cleaning your injuries. Seeing June finally stop resisting, Sorn opened the first aid kit. June still tried to wave him off. I can do it myself. Go do whatever you need to do. Once I'm done, I'll head back to my dorm. Where's your dorm? N. That's on the other side of the city. By the time you get back, it'll be 3 in the morning. Sorn gestured impatiently. Lift your face. June glared at him, but obeyed. His lips were badly swollen and split. By tomorrow, they'd almost certainly look worse. One eyebrow had swollen into a noticeable bump, while bruises covered his jaw and the left side of his face. His normally handsome features were a complete mess. Open your mouth. June obeyed again. The pain had made him unusually compliant. Sorn carefully examined the inside of his mouth. There were 2 or 3 small cuts where June's teeth had bitten into the insides of his cheeks during the beating, but nothing serious. As June watched Sorn tending to his injuries, a thought quietly crossed his mind. Whenever he got into trouble, Sorn was always the one helping him. If they didn't dislike each other so much, maybe they could actually have been close. Am I really that bad at kissing Phi? At last, June swallowed his pride and asked the question that had been bothering him all night. To anyone else, it might have seemed trivial. Not to him. He'd believed he'd grown up during the 4 years they hadn't seen each other. He wasn't the same inexperienced boy who relied on Sorn to teach him everything anymore. Yet the moment they'd met again, Sorn had shattered that confidence all over again. Humph. Instead of answering, Sorn quietly packed the medical supplies back into the kit. When he looked up again, June was still watching him expectantly. Does it bother you that much? Of course it does. You sent me those messages and kept looking at me like I'm beneath you. Why? It's only a kiss, isn't it? Lips together, tongues moving around. That's all. If your idea of kissing is covering someone's mouth and sucking on it like a suckerfish, then no. Sorn paused. And I heard you bit that kid's tongue. June's face instantly turned bright red, making the bruises stand out even more. Fie, damn it. That's so embarrassing. He lowered his head with a miserable pout that made him look as though he might cry. A faint smile tugged at Sorn's lips. An idea had just occurred to him. Do you want me to teach you? He asked the question, half expecting June to refuse. Instead, yeah. Sorn blinked. That wasn't the answer he'd expected. June really must have taken the criticism to heart. I thought you said you'd already used what I taught you on someone else. He was only teasing. From what he'd witnessed tonight, June still knew almost nothing. Oddly enough, realizing June hadn't actually learned much eased Sorn's earlier irritation. There was no way June's clumsy attempts had impressed anyone. June pursed his lips. Nothing ever stayed hidden from Sorn. It always felt as though Sorn could see straight through him. Now that Sorn was offering to teach him properly, June didn't think accepting was such a bad idea. Better to learn now than embarrass himself again later. He was already 22 years old, still hopelessly inexperienced. If anyone found out, it would be mortifying. Sorn had already taught him certain intimate things once before. Learning how to kiss properly didn't seem much different. Are we starting now? Go take a shower first. What? It's only a kiss. Maybe. But you smell like alcohol, and your mouth's still bleeding. I'm not doing it like that. He pointed at June's swollen lips. Go upstairs and shower. I'll come up in a bit. You'll find towels and clothes in the wardrobe. With that, Sorn headed toward the back of the house. June made his way upstairs. It was his first time inside Sorn's home. A large framed photograph of Sorn hung on one wall, probably taken while he was studying abroad. Several expensive framed jigsaw puzzles decorated the others. June vaguely remembered seeing similar sets online. Eventually, he reached a spacious bedroom centered around a king-sized bed. Opening the built-in wardrobe, he found some comfortable clothes and a towel. After showering carefully, making sure not to wash away the medicine Sorn had applied, he changed into Sorn's clothes. The smell of alcohol had completely disappeared. Fie, you've already showered? Sorn walked into the bedroom wearing loose football shorts and an old sleeveless shirt with a small tear near the hem. He simply nodded before climbing onto the bed. Then he motioned for June to sit opposite him. June took a deep breath and leaned forward. Sorn stopped him with one hand. Relax. What's the rush? I just want to learn quickly. Why? So I can actually use it. Next time I won't bite anyone's tongue or lip. Hurry up and teach me. Sorn stared at him. His irritation returned almost immediately. The image of that fresh-faced kid who often came to pick June up from work flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he wasn't sure he wanted to teach June anything at all. When you kiss someone, how do you usually start? Don't you remember anything from before? June frowned. How could he remember? Back then, Sorn had done everything. June had only followed along. Who remembers something like that? I wasn't even paying attention. The blush spreading across his uninjured cheek made Sorn smile. The brat looked unexpectedly adorable whenever he was embarrassed. Fine. Sorn settled back comfortably. Show me. Soft instrumental music began playing through the room's speakers. The lights dimmed slightly, creating a calmer atmosphere. June slowly leaned closer. His heart pounded, so hard it felt ready to burst from his chest. It felt less like a kiss, and more like taking an exam in front of a strict teacher. His hands were ice cold from nerves. His lips hovered just inches from Sorn's, close enough to notice the subtle difference between Sorn's upper and lower lip. Finally, he closed the distance. Their lips met. Although this wasn't their first kiss, for some reason, this one felt completely different, far more exhilarating. June pulled away. That's it, Sorn asked. A simple press of the lips barely counted as a kiss. I just don't want to use my tongue. Why not? Because you said kissing turns you on. That answer earned another amused smile. So, June did remember some things after all. If you never use your tongue, you'll never learn how to kiss properly. If you can kiss well enough to make me lose myself, then you'll have proved me wrong. AI June. Hearing that, June suddenly understood. Sorn was right. As long as he stayed this nervous and hesitant, he would never improve. All right. He took another steadying breath. Let's start over. June steadied himself and focused once more. He looked into Sorn's eyes before leaning in again. This time, he gently cupped Sorn's sharply defined face with both hands and closed his eyes. He brushed his lips softly against Sorn's, lingering for a moment before applying a little more pressure, carefully tasting first the upper lip, then the lower. As he felt Sorn relax beneath him, June cautiously slipped his tongue forward. Just as he thought he was finally getting it right, Sorn stopped him with a hand on his shoulder and gently pushed him back. You have to take it slowly, one step at a time, Sorn said. Don't rush in like you're trying to swallow someone's entire mouth. The criticism left June mortified. He lowered his head, his youthful face flushing crimson, looking as though he might burst into tears. Every bit of confidence he'd managed to build vanished. Is it really that bad, Phi? He asked quietly. Instead of answering immediately, Sorn lightly ruffled June's carefully styled hair. Then he leaned forward without warning and kissed him. When he finally pulled back, he held June's gaze. Don't overthink it. If I'm teaching you, I guarantee you'll learn how to do it properly, June. The certainty in Sorn's eyes eased some of June's anxiety. Their lips met again. This time, Sorn guided the kiss from beginning to end. It started gently, almost playfully, giving June time to follow his rhythm before gradually becoming deeper and more intense. Sorn's movements remained controlled, encouraging rather than overwhelming him. His tongue traced lightly along June's lips before patiently coaxing its way inside, inviting June to respond instead of forcing him. Even the faint metallic taste of blood and the lingering bitterness of the medicine in June's mouth couldn't interrupt the quiet intimacy between them. At some point, June had no idea when, he found himself lying back against the soft mattress. Sorn hovered above him, both arms braced on either side, quietly surrounding him. Their bodies had shifted naturally until Sorn was positioned between June's legs, one of June's knees resting lightly against Sorn's thigh. Eventually, Sorn eased back just enough to let June breathe. A faint smile crossed his face as he looked at June's flushed cheeks and swollen lips. Does your mouth hurt? Yeah, June admitted with a small grimace. It hurts, but I can manage. Do you want to keep going? Yeah. By now, June thought he understood. Sorn never rushed. He always began slowly, almost as though he were teasing rather than trying to overwhelm the other person. Little by little, he drew June into matching his pace until the rhythm came naturally. June silently committed the approach to memory as they continued, each kiss building naturally on the last. After a while, June became aware of Sorn's hand resting lightly against the front of his trousers. The unexpected contact sent a wave of warmth through him, making him catch his breath. Phi, Sorn. His voice came out soft and uneven. What? It feels really good, Phi. June couldn't stop the quiet sound that escaped him as he instinctively shifted closer, following Sorn's gentle rhythm. Sorn leaned nearer until his lips were beside June's ear. June. His voice dropped to a whisper. Shall we relive some old memories? Chapter 7. Shall we relive some old memories? June did not know if it was the mood carrying him away or something else entirely, but he immediately let out a soft sound of agreement. To Sorn, that was as good as consent. June, still lost in Sorn's kisses, soon found himself completely stripped bare. By the time he realized what was happening, Sorn had already moved away, unbuttoning his pants before climbing back onto the bed and straddling June once more. June knew very well what was about to happen. He pushed himself up to sit against the headboard, his hand moving to grip his own hard length, now fully aroused from the atmosphere. Sorn was in the same state, his own arousal evident. Straddling June, Sorn gazed intently into his eyes before giving in to the urge to kiss him again. This time, June kissed back with more confidence than the first time, allowing Sorn to lead before boldly responding. The back-and-forth intensity made Sorn groan softly in his throat. "Quick learner. I like that," Sorn murmured before placing a soft kiss on June's cheek as a reward. June, now completely caught in Sorn's teasing, had no idea how vulnerable he had become. What started as a simple lesson in kissing had escalated to the point where June's arousal was now entirely in Sorn's hands, literally. Sorn's grip was firm yet careful, his movements deliberate, sending waves of pleasure through June. Each stroke, paired with the teasing brush of Sorn's thumb over the sensitive tip, made June tense and shiver uncontrollably. "Oh, fie Sorn. That feels so good," June moaned huskily. Sorn's large hand worked skillfully, emphasizing the tip and the ridges until June, inexperienced in such matters, reached his climax quickly. White release spurted out, staining Sorn's hand. He casually wiped it onto June's stomach, smirking. "That's amazing, Phi," June said with a satisfied grin, his face still glowing with the aftermath of pleasure. "Don't forget, June, I'm the one teaching you here. This is nothing for me," Sorn said smugly. "Now put the skills I taught you to work. Don't leave me hanging. I've got needs too." With that, Sorn leaned back against the headboard, his hand lazily stroking himself to alleviate some of the tension while waiting for June to return the favor. June hesitated, staring at Sorn's arousal, which was twitching slightly as if demanding attention. Sorn noticed June's nervousness and offered him a sly smile. "It's been a while. Time to say hello to an old friend." "Ouch. Damn it, June." June punched Sorn squarely in the stomach before he could finish his sentence. Sorn, caught off guard and unprepared, let out a pained yell. To make matters worse, the punch had narrowly missed his arousal. Sorn shoved June's head in retaliation, glaring. The thought of what could have happened if the punch had landed slightly lower sent shivers down his spine. "Well, it's because of what you said. You always like to tease," June muttered at the end, pouting in annoyance at Sorn's teasing words. That smile of his only made it worse, causing June's cheeks to flush instantly. His slender hand reached out to grasp Sorn's part. The heat and firmness of it made June's hand tremble. Memories of the past, from the very first time he had done this, flooded back, making him want to crawl under the bed and hide. But Sorn firmly held his hand, guiding the rhythm to match what he desired. June could not believe he had ended up in this situation again. The sound of soft moans and sharp intakes of breath could be heard intermittently. June was becoming more confident as he learned the rhythm, his initial shyness transforming into desire. He was aroused by Sorn's passionate and alluring demeanor. The earlier awkward atmosphere had vanished, replaced by a seamless flow of emotions that felt completely natural. June's eyes lingered on the muscular figure lying before him, allowing him to indulge. The honey-toned skin, the visible abs tensing with each movement, and the striking tattoo along Sorn's side captivated him so that June could not look away. Everything about Sorn's body embodied the masculinity June admired and yearned for, to the point where he found himself, for a fleeting moment, imagining what it would feel like to have someone like this lying on top of him, holding him tight. The lovemaking he had been longing for would surely be utterly satisfying. "June? June, what are you spacing out about?" Sorn asked when he noticed the other pausing, staring at him up and down in a way that made him feel strangely uneasy. The way June was looking at him made Sorn snap himself back to focus, because it was so teasingly seductive that it stirred up the urge to do more than he was doing now. "Lie down. I need to borrow your legs for a moment." When June did not answer, Sorn gave a firm instruction, prompting the younger man, who was lost in his thoughts and feelings, to obediently lie down without resistance. Sorn adjusted June's posture, pressing his legs together, creating a snug space to mimic an intimate act, even though it was only external. This way, June's skin could directly feel Sorn's movements. The narrow gap between June's thighs gave Sorn far more sensation than his hand alone could provide, with the added friction of their sensitive areas brushing against one another, making Sorn hiss, and let out soft groans in pleasure. Hey, Phi, what are you doing? Just lie still. I'm not putting it in. But June fell silent as he felt the warmth of Sorn's length moving along the delicate skin of his inner thighs. The tip slid in and out of the narrow gap created by his legs, the friction causing sparks of sensation that affected not only Sorn, but also June himself. His own arousal stirred and hardened once again from the stimulation. Sorn let out a chuckle, low and throaty, as he noticed the state June was in. June seemed fixated on what was happening, likely because he had neither seen nor imagined such an act could be done. But the fact that June neither resisted nor pushed him away was a good sign to Sorn. He wrapped one strong arm around June's slender legs, pulling them close as he shifted them to rest against his shoulder. June, watching the man sitting before him grind his hips and drive that heat closer, could only feel his own temperature rise. The tendons in Sorn's arms and hands bulged as he tensed from the sheer pleasure coursing through him. Meanwhile, June could not help but stroke himself, unable to tear his eyes away from the movement of Sorn's lower body. He wanted to feel it fully, wanted to be filled, to have Sorn thrust into him, and to hear the man's deep, trembling moans when he reached his climax. That fleeting, uncontrollable thought passed through June's mind again, making him squeeze his eyes shut, desperately trying to block out those wild thoughts. At that very moment, Sorn reached his peak, spilling himself onto June, leaving trails of his release all over the younger man's skin. As for June, all he wanted now was to get his own release as soon as possible and, after that, put as much distance as he could between himself and Sorn. Oh, Phi Sorn. June unintentionally let the other's name slip out as his hand moved quickly over himself. Sorn grabbed hold, taking control of the motion, setting the pace himself. Then Sorn leaned down to press his lips firmly against June's, silencing the sounds of his name that had just been called out. In the end, June released once again, his body trembling. Sorn lingered in the kiss this time, drawing it out. June's already reddened lips were now swollen from being invaded so often, the recent cut on his face ignored entirely. It almost felt as though Sorn would devour him. But eventually, Sorn pulled back, allowing June to catch his breath. As June lay there, panting and recovering, Sorn got up and headed to the bathroom. June watched him go, then turned to punch himself on the head repeatedly. "What the hell are you thinking? AI June," he mumbled to himself, hating the surge of emotions and his own reactions that dared to cross the line, even momentarily. "You can't just rot on my bed like this. Get up and clean yourself up," Sorn said when he came out from the bathroom, now with a large towel wrapped around his waist. He grabbed the pants he had discarded earlier and slipped them on nonchalantly. June pouted a little before reluctantly heading into the bathroom. He stared at his reflection in the mirror and heaved a deep sigh. There was a feeling that had become clearer within him, something he did not want to admit existed. Because of Phi Sorn. It was entirely Phi Sorn's fault that he ended up like this. If only he had not caught him helping himself that day. If only he had not agreed to let him teach him. If only he had turned and walked away, ignoring Sorn's tempting words. Then none of this would have happened. But now, after what they had done, that lingering feeling had become undeniable. He realized that deep down, he wanted to be on the receiving end more than being the one in control. For years of thinking he could dominate someone else were completely undone, forcing him to confront his shifting preferences. "Damn it, Phi Sorn was dangerous. I thought you were planning to sleep in the bathroom," Sorn said as June emerged from the bathroom. He did not look up as his focus was fixed on the iPad in his hands, typing out a response in English. June climbed onto the bed, lying down beside him, though keeping a noticeable distance between them. That physical gap was a silent reminder to June that he needed to maintain the same emotional distance, to not let himself think anything he should not about Phi Sorn. Closing his eyes, June forced himself to sleep, his body finally craving rest. Sorn glanced over at him, noticing June was starting to doze off. He reached to turn off the light, leaving just his bedside lamp casting a dim glow. Once he finished replying to messages from Singapore, Sorn set the iPad aside and turned off the lamp, settling himself for sleep. But barely 5 minutes later, June's voice broke the silence. "Have you ever done this with someone else before?" "What?" Sorn asked back into the darkness. Although they were lying on the same bed, the distance between them made it feel as if he were alone. Sorn shifted a little closer, thinking that the blanket would not be sufficient if they stayed so far apart. Even though he was shirtless and liked to crank up the air conditioning until the room was icy, he still wanted the warmth of the blanket to sleep comfortably. Doing this, like helping me out, I mean, June said hesitantly. Just remember that you're my star pupil. Star pupil? Did that mean he was not the only one? Did it mean Sorn had done this with others before? The thought made June's chest ache. What was it that he truly wanted from Sorn anyway? June, Sorn suddenly said. Don't do this with anyone else until I've finished teaching you. Can you promise me that? Sorn asked again, but this time his voice lacked its usual commanding tone. Instead, it sounded like he was searching for common ground in this strange relationship, a relationship between two people who did not even like each other, but somehow needed one another. So I'm really your student now, huh? June chuckled softly, finding the idea ridiculous. Having a teacher for something like this was bizarre. I'm serious, Sorn replied firmly. All right. Got it. I'll master it first, and then use it all at once. Make them so infatuated they can't pull away, June said, his thoughts drifting to the day he could use those skills on someone who was ready to give him boundless pleasure in bed. Just wait. That day will definitely come. But you have to promise me you won't tell anyone about this, okay? Seriously, you absolutely can't tell, June added, his tone taking on a pleading edge. Yeah. Have I ever broken a promise to you? Sorn replied casually. Never. But you're so damn mischievous, June retorted. Their conversation trailed off as the younger boy, lulled by the moment, drifted off into sleep. Sorn glanced over at June, who was now softly snoring. He could not understand himself. Why he felt so protective over this kid he had known since June was just a little boy with a buzz cut. Was it because he liked him? Or was it simply because he wanted to be the only one June would call out for when in need? It was probably the latter because, if he were being honest, there was no way he could truly be into someone this much younger. Right? Thud. Ouch. You're really just lazing around like your dad used to say? Wake up already, AI June. Even if my house is close to the office, that doesn't mean you can sleep in like this. Hurry up, or I'll be late for work. The pain in June's backside from being kicked off the bed almost brought tears to his eyes. Sorn, that bastard, really kicked hard, and on top of that, he scolded like an old man ranting about work. It felt like dealing with an ant. Once June finished getting ready, he came downstairs in the same clothes he wore yesterday. Sorn was preparing a simple breakfast, wearing a brown bear-patterned apron that gave him the look of a proper house husband. Why didn't you wear the clothes I hung out for you? No way. People might notice. Notice what? That I'm wearing your clothes. And you're seriously going to work in the same smelly clothes as yesterday? Student uniforms might look the same every day, but the smell is no joke. June wanted to punch him. Sorn never managed to say more than 2 nice sentences before switching to insults or sarcastic jabs. June did not know what bad karma he had accumulated to make this man dislike him from their very first meeting. But one good thing was that no matter how much Sorn criticized him, he was always the first to help when things went wrong. You can cook. Frying eggs, ham, and sausages isn't exactly rocket science, Sorn replied. June just nodded and focused on stabbing a sausage with his fork. The aroma was so tempting that his stomach growled. But he forgot it had just come off the pan. The heat made him yelp. Ouch. Hot. Just spit it out, June. What are you trying to prove, holding it in your mouth like that? Sorn abandoned the pan to get some cold water for June, who was hopping around the kitchen in pain. Sorn could not help but laugh at the scene. But it's a waste. I already put it in my mouth. Ouch, it stings. June groaned, feeling the sting on the burn inside his mouth, made worse by the fact that yesterday's injury had not healed. His face, bruised from yesterday, was a mess. He decided he would buy a face mask to wear to work. Luckily, his hair still covered the injury above his eyebrow, so it was not too noticeable. Let me see. Open your mouth. June rinsed his mouth with water before opening wide for Sorn to inspect. Want it to heal faster? Yes. Let me kiss it better, Sorn teased, his eyes fixated on June's soft, pink lips. He wanted to taste them again, to crush them with his own, but he held himself back. June rolled his eyes dramatically at him and walked to the table to eat breakfast without saying a word. Give me your line, Sorn said, tossing his phone across the table at June while they ate. Luckily, June caught it before it hit the ground. Pretending not to care, June simply continued eating, only to be met with a light knock on the head from Sorn. Just give me your line. I'm asking nicely, Sorn said in faux exasperation. Where was this nice asking? That was clearly a command, June retorted, but when Sorn looked like he was about to climb over the table to flick him again, June gave in, grumbling as he did. You didn't add me before, so why now? I didn't see you before. Now I have, so I'm adding you. Sorn replied as he stabbed a piece of ham with his fork and popped it into his mouth, chewing nonchalantly. Might as well, for the occasion when we need to have phone sex or something. Damn it. AI June. Again, Sorn exclaimed, more amused than angry, after June kicked him hard in the shin. The pain was not much, but June was not any better off, clutching his own foot in agony. You keep saying inappropriate stuff. I asked you to teach me about these things, but I'm not some outlet for your perversions. June retorted. I'm just joking, Sorn said with a smirk. You better be. Or, do you want me to do it for real? I can, you know, Sorn said with a smirk, locking eyes with June, who quickly avoided his gaze. A sly smile formed on Sorn's lips as he took pleasure in teasing the younger man once again. It's just adding my line. I'm not robbing you. No big deal. June did not respond and continued eating. Still not full, Sorn toasted some bread for him. Since it was getting late and traffic on the main road was always bad, they rushed out. June quickly changed into one of Sorn's old university uniforms and got into the car. Sorn locked the gate and tossed a box of toasted bread with jam onto June's lap. Naturally, the perpetually hungry June started eating right away. Winnie, you vanished, you bastard. How many rounds did you go last night? Win's message popped up online. One hand holding a piece of bread, June typed a reply with the other while chewing. He was still in his never-gaining weight, eating everything in sight phase. Penguin, on my way to the office. Winnie, that's not answering my question. Dodging it means it's bad news. June's face heated up as he remembered last night. It was not bad, it was amazing. Winnie, you bastard. Winnie, silent treatment. Winnie, AI June bastard. Winnie, I'm telling Hiatai you've gone rogue. Penguin, been rogue for ages, idiot. LOL. Barely had June sent the reply when Win called. What do you want now? Last night, I heard there was a fight at the pub, almost a stabbing. Did you see anything? Also, that gnome pop of yours was with some other guy. Did you hook up with someone new, or what? Yeah. Did you think I'd seriously settle for gnome pop? I found someone else. Met him by the restroom. June replied casually, making Sorn, who was driving, chuckle under his breath. I'm worried you might step on someone's toes. You're not as sharp as the Hias, you know? Do you know that after you left the table, Hia Sorn managed to hook up with a girl? She was stunning. I wish I had the guts to be like Hia, but I don't. Hiatai is super strict about it too. He doesn't want me following in Hia Sorn's footsteps because he says Hia Sorn is dangerous. Hearing his friend say that, June could not help but glance at the person driving the car. If even Hiatai had told Win something like that, then Phi Sorn really must not be ordinary. How dangerous are we talking about? When he was abroad, Hia Sorn never stuck to one girl. He was a heartbreaker, impossible to pin down. He's quiet and doesn't talk much, which I guess is what makes women like him. Even Hia Champ once said Hia Sorn is incredible in bed because they could hear the women moaning from outside his room all the time. All his flings have said the same. Honestly, I'd love to learn from him. Everything Win said, June believed. He had known from his own experiences over the past 4 years that Sorn was extraordinary. Dangerous, yes, but also irresistibly alluring, making it easy for anyone to fall into his trap. What the other Hias had said about him was not an exaggeration. June chatted with Win for a bit longer before ending the call, just as they arrived at the office. But before he could get out of the car, Sorn's large hand grabbed his arm to stop him. June raised an eyebrow in question. You still haven't thanked me for last night. Wow, you're really going to ask for thanks? I already got you off once. But you came twice. Bastard, Sorn. Call me properly, or I'll slap your mouth. Sorn was only bluffing. If he had to do anything, he would not waste his hands on it. He would use something else instead. Fine, fine. Thank you very much, Phi Sorn, for helping me. If it weren't for you, I'd have had to keep humiliating myself. June clasped his hands together and bowed deeply, so he missed the small smile on Sorn's lips. It was not a smirk, but an unguarded smile meant only for him. June, Sorn called. Huh? MFF dash. Before he could turn around fully, Sorn grabbed the back of his neck and pressed their lips together. His lips moved skillfully, nibbling and teasing until June unintentionally melted into the kiss. Using freshly learned techniques, he hesitantly responded, earning a faint sound of approval before Sorn finally pulled back, swiping his tongue along the corner of June's mouth. "You've got jam on your lips." With that, the driver got out of the car, leaving June behind with his heart pounding as if it were about to burst. His hands trembled as his mind screamed, "Damn it, Phi Sorn." When he stepped out of the car, he bumped into Hia Tai, which startled him. He had completely forgotten about how to explain arriving with that damn Sorn. Worse, he did not know if Hia Tai had seen anything from a moment ago. What if he had witnessed that kiss? "How come you two came together?" Tai raised an eyebrow, clearly curious, as it was rare for the two of them to arrive together. I saw him just getting off a bus and walking by the side of the road. I felt sorry for him, so I picked him up," Sorn replied smoothly, as if he had prepared the story in advance. June nodded quickly in agreement, even though in his mind, he was retorting that he was not some stray dog. "Why are you wearing a face mask? Are you not feeling well, June?" Tai asked as he stepped closer to check on his gnome's friend. His hand was already halfway up, ready to touch June's forehead, but Sorn moved in between them, blocking him. "Why are you getting in the way? Let me check on him." "I already asked, and he said he's not feeling well." "What are you standing here for, June? Hurry up and get inside the building. You're an intern, and if you're late, I'll make sure you fail this program," Sorn said, turning to June with a warning. June, momentarily confused, realized that Sorn was giving him an excuse to escape from Hia Tai. "Hey, AI pay. Hey, wait for me. I'll head out first, Hia Tai." June quickly clasped his hands in respect, and then ran off to catch up with his two fellow interns, leaving Sorn and Tai behind without a backward glance. "Have you stopped being so hard on him?" Tai asked as he watched Sorn walk into the building, whistling and in an unusually good mood. Judging by his relaxed demeanor, last night must have been very satisfying. "I'll stop once he stops acting like a kid," Sorn replied, making Tai shake his head in exasperation. Tai was genuinely fed up with his friend's distaste for younger people, but there was not much he could do. Sorn had always been clear about his preferences. He only associated with people older than himself. There was no way you would ever catch someone calling him Phi Sorn with endearing sweetness. The two men entered the elevator. Naturally, the three interns who had gone ahead also used the same elevator. Tai smiled at the three and accepted respectful bows from Pei and Ae. Sorn returned their greetings but kept his gaze fixed on June, who was now very interested in the polished reflection on the elevator walls. "Wait for me, please," a woman's voice called out before Penny, the HR representative for the company, appeared. Tai held the elevator door for a few seconds, allowing her to step inside. Glancing at his friend, Tai noticed Sorn's expression remained calm and composed, but he knew that underneath the mask of indifference was a hidden predator. Penny's bold outfit easily drew the attention of everyone in the elevator, regardless of gender. A 30-year-old woman with a striking figure fit to be an actress, she was naturally beautiful without the need for surgery. Her modern outfit, a pair of high-waisted trousers paired with a collared, rolled-up sleeve shirt, still managed to exude sensuality. "Penny is so beautiful. I'm jealous," Ae whispered to her two peers as the three stood pressed against the back wall of the elevator. Others from a different department were also present, prompting them to speak in hushed tones. "A woman who can make a simple outfit look sexy. That's impressive. Penny is one of those," Pei added. While her bust was not overly large, it was noticeable, and her curvy hips were well proportioned. Her body was fit, with hardly any excess fat. Pei admitted that when he first saw her, he could not look away. When the elevator stopped on the 15th floor, Pei and Ae exited. June also decided to step out, claiming he needed to see Puth first. Of course, it was just an excuse. He simply did not want to stay in the elevator with Phi Sorn, who had been staring at him through the reflection on the elevator wall. "You're going to see Phi Puth, right? Okay, Ae and I are heading to work. Don't take too long to get upstairs, or the seniors will scold you." Pei reminded him before the three parted ways. "Phi Puth, good morning." "Hey, good morning. What's wrong? Why are you wearing a face mask?" "I'm not feeling well, Phi. I don't want to spread it to others," June replied with the typical excuse. "Why are you here so early, though?" I had some errands to run, so I had to come in early, Puth answered, but June noticed something unusual. There was a faint handprint mark on Puth's left cheek, which clearly had not been there yesterday. Are your errands that involve a handprint on your face? Does it hurt? June whispered, making Puth sigh deeply. He looked at June and gave a small nod. It hurts like hell. Got slapped and dumped all in one go. Puth admitted as he leaned back against the wall, looking drained. My Fane works at a company 2 floors down from here, Puth revealed. June could not help but think of the man he had seen Puth passionately kissing near the fire escape stairs. That must have been the guy. Puth's face looked even more dejected now. His sharp eyes seemed on the verge of tears, which made June feel sorry for him. Since starting his internship, June had noticed that Puth did not seem particularly close to any coworkers, so he likely had no one to confide in. Calm down, Phi. Don't start crying here. You'll embarrass yourself, June joked lightly, though he knew Puth was not in the mood to laugh. But it seemed like Puth's sadness was spilling out little by little. Sensing things could get worse, June led him to the restroom, under the curious gazes of Pei and Ae. Where did I go wrong? Puth asked once they were inside the restroom. His eyes brimmed with tears, and June could not help but feel sorry for him. However, he did not know how to comfort his senior properly. I really loved my Fane, you know, but she just wouldn't listen to me. Phi Puth, can I ask you something? I can't figure out how to console you otherwise. What is it? That Fane you're talking about. Is that the same person you were kissing by the fire escape the other day? June asked. Puth's shocked expression was enough of an answer. I saw it by accident, Phi. I mean, was it that obvious? Damn it. The fire escape is supposed to be somewhere people only use during emergencies. Wait, did V catch me there? Puth muttered to himself before sitting on the empty counter by the sinks. June was baffled by his senior's behavior. Sighing, Puth continued explaining, now without tears. My girlfriend's name is V. She's a woman, but the person I kissed is Yo. I've already ended things with Yo, but sometimes I just can't help myself. I'm hooked on Yo, but I don't love him. It's like I lose control and mistake wrong for right in the heat of the moment. June did not know how to respond. He was stunned by the revelations from this senior who, outwardly, seemed like a decent and proper person. Who would have thought he was cheating on his girlfriend? Puth had met Yo earlier this month, and their relationship had escalated quickly to the point of intimacy. Puth admitted he was addicted to Yo's prowess in bed, but still loved V. However, V could not provide the fiery passion Puth craved, which led him to seek it elsewhere. This time, though, it seemed Yo was not content with just being a casual fling. Yo wanted to become Puth's main partner, despite their earlier agreement to remain friends with benefits. As June listened to Puth's story, his phone buzzed. It was a message from someone he had just added online that morning. Arrow's hot. Are you planning to spend the night in the restroom with Puth? June furrowed his brows in confusion before opening the restroom door to peek outside. He saw that damn AI Sorn standing motionless at the accounting staff's desk, staring toward the restroom. June sighed and returned inside. Phi Puth, I need to get back to work. Yeah, go ahead. Thanks for listening to my story, but don't tell anyone, okay? I don't want this getting out and affecting my work. Got it, but you'd better sort yourself out and decide what you really want. I'm rooting for you. With that, June left the restroom, went to Puth's desk to grab his bag, and quickly headed for the fire escape to make his way to the 16th floor. Of course, someone who had followed him down earlier trailed behind him. What were you doing with AI Puth in there for so long? Sorn grabbed June's arm, pulling him close so they were standing on the same step of the staircase. He then removed June's face mask. Hey, what are you doing? Someone might see the bruises. I just want to check you're wound. Why do you keep checking? It's the same swelling and bruising as this morning, Phi. Sorn did not respond. How could he admit that he was not interested in the bruises, but in June's lips instead? If June used the techniques Sorn had taught him on someone else, he would not be able to stand it. Go get to work. Slacking off like this during your internship. Don't think I'll. Sorn let June put his face mask back on. However, before he could finish speaking, June interrupted. Yeah. Why do older people always like to threaten others? And why do you kids always slack off? Sorn shot back teasingly, his tone playful, contrasting with his usual demeanor. June pouted under his mask, though Sorn could not see it. June, what now? Come kiss me. What the hell are you saying? If you want to get good, you've got to practice often. Can't we do this some other time? It's work hours. No one will see. Hurry up. Sorn pulled June to a corner of the stairwell where they were out of sight. June glanced around nervously before finally removing his face mask. Think of it as practice. That was all the encouragement Sorn needed before pressing June's slim frame against the wall. His soft, pink lips were captured in a firm kiss. Sorn started assertively but soon let June take the lead, giving him a chance to showcase what he had learned. Before long, they broke apart, both with swollen lips. June lowered his head, trying to hide his embarrassment. Sorn's large hands brushed against June's waist for a moment before stepping back. Taking the opportunity, June dashed upstairs and went straight to work. Of course, he did not forget to put his mask back on, hiding not just the bruises from the earlier punch, but also his swollen lips from the intense kissing session. June still believed that AI Sorn was dangerous, but he also wanted Sorn to continue teaching him. Not because he felt forced like before, but because he genuinely wanted to learn. Maybe one day, someone would fall for him and his newfound skills, just like how he was completely captivated by that Sorns. Chapter 8. It was lunchtime, and the employees gradually headed out for their meals. June, the tall university student, remained at his desk, replying to customer emails. Since James was away, a backlog had piled up, and Sorn had assigned the task to June, though only for domestic customers, as he wasn't ready to handle international correspondence yet. June, want to grab lunch with Hia? Champ walked over and invited him. He had only started work at 11 that morning after escorting a client on a factory tour. By the time he handed the client over to the reception team, it was already late. Hia champ, you go ahead. I'll finish this first and head down afterward. It should be less crowded by then. Suit yourself. Don't forget to eat. He is off. Got it. Champ affectionately patted his junior's shoulder twice before walking away, leaving June alone on the floor. June moved to the workspace by the window, dragging over a cushion and one of the company's stylish low tables. The area felt almost like home. The entire floor had a relaxed atmosphere because Hiatai had personally designed it to avoid the feel of a typical office. He wanted it to resemble a retreat that inspired creativity in furniture design rather than the rigid, partitioned cubicles on the 15th floor. When June had asked some of the senior employees whether they wanted the 15th floor redesigned to match the 16th, they all declined, saying they preferred having private desks. That was the advantage of a personal workspace. After replying to an email from a customer in Krabi, June stretched, yawned loudly, and rolled his shoulders. He rubbed away the stiffness before removing his face mask to breathe more comfortably, confident no one else was around. A line notification chimed. It was Sorn. June hadn't seen him since receiving the assignment that morning. Sorn had left with Hiatai, leaving only Hia Champ behind to guard what the Hias jokingly called their base. Hiatai always said that if an office could be reimagined, then work methods should be too. Keeping everything fresh made work far more enjoyable. Arrow shot. Why haven't you come down to eat? Penguin. How do you know? June frowned. There was no way Sorn should know, considering he hadn't even been in the office. Arrow shot. I'm smart. June sighed at the teasing reply before answering. Penguin. I'm not done yet. I'll come down later. Arrow shot. What do you want to eat? Pick something. Penguin. Are you treating me? Arrow shot. Just answer. Hurry up. Sorn sent photos of noodle soup and cow mock guy. Without hesitation, June chose the noodles. He had been craving pork noodle soup all morning, and just looking at the picture made his stomach rumble. Sorn never replied. He simply left the message on read. June finished the remaining emails before slumping over the table, waiting for what he hoped would soon be his lunch. Time passed. By 1:30 in the afternoon, the pork noodle soup he had expected half an hour earlier still hadn't appeared. He hadn't even seen that damn Sorn. Only Hiatai and Hia Champ. Hiatai, have you been back long? June asked, hoping Tai had returned with Sorn. Yeah, since noon. Champ and I grabbed lunch before coming back upstairs. What about you? Have you eaten? Don't forget to eat, and take your medicine if you're feeling sick. Yeah. June trailed off. He knew it. That damn Sorn wasn't smart. He was just nosy and had obviously asked someone about him. June debated asking where Sorn had gone, but both Hiatai and Hia Champ knew he and Sorn didn't exactly get along. Bringing him up now would only seem suspicious. Oh right, June's working with AI Sorn now, isn't he? Champ suddenly remembered. AI Sorn went out with He had some errands to run. June, have you finished answering those emails? If you have, come help here over here. Tai interrupted before Champ could finish. Champ watched him walk away in confusion while June hurried after him. June's growling stomach made the afternoon even more miserable. The task Tai assigned him was enormous, leaving no opportunity to sneak away. A major order from Singapore had just come in, and everyone was racing to finish on time. The workflow was organized, but things became chaotic once Vietnam placed another large order as well. AI Sorn, where the hell are you? Get back here and help me. I can't keep up with AI Champ. Tai snapped over the phone. The rare display of frustration made everyone exchange surprised glances. It wasn't often their boss lost his temper. Feeling the tension in the office, June quietly slipped into the pantry to make himself a cup of Ovaltine and ease his hunger. While stirring the drink, he overheard Prue and Korn whispering nearby. They smiled at him when he entered, and June smiled back before pointing toward the drink station. Do you think Sorn went out with her? Prue continued after acknowledging him. I think so. They've been getting pretty close lately. I honestly thought Sorn wasn't interested. Not interested? Come on. With all that flirting, who wouldn't give in? You know what Sorn's like. I'm telling you, if she wasn't feisty, she wouldn't make it into his bed. Even I missed my chance. Damn it. Korn rolled his eyes dramatically. June stirred his 3-in-1 Ovaltine as slowly as possible, pretending not to listen while every word sank in. So where had AI, that damn Sorn gone? His suspicions only grew. Was this why Tai had acted so strangely earlier? Was this why Sorn forgot all about the noodles? Because he'd gone out with someone else? Questions swirled through June's head until Prue and Korn finally walked away. June followed after them. Shit. Their startled shout made everyone turn. June had accidentally spilled his freshly made Ovaltine all over a delivery driver. The man jumped back with a hiss before glaring at him. I'm sorry, Fa. June immediately pressed his palms together in apology. Only then did he notice the man's uniform from an international delivery company. The man simply waved him off before hurrying away. Feeling guilty, June grabbed tissues and cleaned up the mess himself rather than calling the janitor. Once everything was spotless, he threw away the cup and returned to work. By 3 o'clock, hunger finally forced him to ask Tai for permission to grab something to eat. He invited Pei and Yi along, and they happily agreed since they had also been buried in work. I want snacks from 7-Eleven. Let's go there. It'll be quick, Yi suggested. Sounds good. I'm starving. I haven't eaten since noon, June agreed. Why didn't you eat earlier? Pei asked while pressing the elevator button. I hadn't finished replying to the emails. I didn't want to leave them halfway done in case I forgot something later. He conveniently left out the part about waiting for Sorn's noodles. There was no way he was admitting he'd actually waited. How's your department? Tough. Pei asked. Marketing's drowning me in paperwork. Same here. I spend all day running between the copy room and meetings. The three chatted while waiting for the elevator. When the doors opened, Penny and Sorn were standing inside. Although they weren't particularly close together, something about the atmosphere between them felt strange. Where are you all off to? Penny asked warmly. We're taking June to grab something to eat. He hasn't eaten since noon, A.E. answered. June immediately shot A.E. a look. If that damn Sorn heard, he'd definitely laugh, thinking June had been waiting for the noodles. Which, technically, he had. All right, just don't take too long. Penny smiled before walking into the office. Sorn brushed past June, their hands grazing lightly. June frowned when Sorn glanced at him. He was annoyed. Still, he couldn't completely blame him. Sorn had never actually promised to buy the noodles. 20 minutes later, June returned to the office with the other interns, all three of them soaked like drenched puppies. The rain outside had been pouring relentlessly, and the convenience store had been packed, leaving them stuck in long queues. They had waited, hoping the rain would let up, but in the end they had no choice but to sprint back through the downpour. Pei had lent his jacket to A.E., keeping her uniform from getting too wet, but both he and June were drenched from head to toe. Damn, it's freezing. I didn't realize the AC in this building was so cold, Pei muttered, ruffling his wet hair. He was slimmer than June, whose soaked student uniform clung tightly to his body, outlining the toned physique beneath. The thin shirt he'd borrowed from Sorn hadn't hidden much to begin with, and now, soaked through, it hid almost nothing at all. I'm heading upstairs. They're probably cursing me out already for being late, June said before hurrying up the fire stairs to the 16th floor. The moment he pushed open the door, every employee turned to stare. Offering an awkward smile, he bowed repeatedly. Sorry about the mess. I got a little wet. Sorn looked up and froze. June stood there in his soaked student uniform, dripping water onto the floor. There was only one word to describe him. Knowing June looks insanely hot, Frey. Korn smacked Frey's arm repeatedly, trying to get her attention. June's wet hair clung to his forehead, while his soaked shirt molded perfectly to his body, leaving very little to the imagination. You're absolutely drenched. That's way more than just a little wet, Champ said, struggling not to laugh. What the hell happened? Did the roof of your local 7-Eleven collapse on you? Before Ty could even ask, Sorn's voice cut through the room. As he spoke, he grabbed a small blanket covered in cartoon characters from nearby and tossed it to June. His expression remained calm, though there was a faint trace of irritation. Then he turned toward Korn. Korn, put the same amount of effort into your work that you put into checking out men. Oh, come on, Sorn. But seriously, known June is secretly ripped, right? How could I not look? Hey, known June, want me to help dry you off? I'm really good at. Okay, I'm going. No need for the death glare, Sorn. Korn quickly surrendered beneath Sorn's icy stare, acting as though Sorn personally owned June. June wrapped the blanket around himself just as Ty approached, carrying a spare change of clothes from his locker. Put these on first. You're completely soaked. Ty smiled fondly as he gently ruffled June's damp hair. Then he turned towards Sorn and shoved him lightly. And you? Your own work isn't even finished. Why are you bothering my gnome? Go help Champ, AI Sorn. Ty genuinely couldn't understand Sorn. He constantly claimed he didn't like June, yet he was always hovering around him. If he really disliked the kid, why was he paying him so much attention? At this rate, June might eventually lose his patience and punch Sorn for constantly provoking him. You're overthinking it. I'm not bothering your gnome. I just need to pee. What? Do you expect me to use a bottle? Sorn shot back with mock irritation. Ty simply shook his head as Sorn headed toward the restroom. His rough, carefree personality contrasted so sharply with his handsome face that Ty found it oddly amusing. Bang! The restroom door swung open. June, halfway through removing his shirt to change, jumped in surprise. He turned to find Sorn strolling inside. Hey, give me that. June immediately snatched his shirt back after Sorn casually picked it up. Sorn released it without resistance and leaned against the wall with his arms folded, watching June change. Why'd you have to get yourself soaked like that? I didn't want to be away too long. Everyone's already busy enough. June answered before stepping into one of the stalls to change his trousers. When he emerged, Sorn hadn't moved an inch. You really didn't eat lunch? June glanced at him before looking away. Why do you care? Just answer. Why do you even want to know? It's none of your business. June tried to sound indifferent. He had promised himself he wouldn't get upset with Sorn. But he couldn't help feeling disappointed. He genuinely believed Sorn intended to bring him lunch. Instead, there wasn't even a bowl of noodles left behind with Ty or Champ. It felt like someone had dangled hope in front of him, only to snatch it away. Sorn watched June avoid his gaze, his cheeks puffed out in an obvious pout. He knew the kid was upset. Earlier, work had kept him too busy to think about anything else. Reaching over, Sorn pinched June's cheek. Smack. June slapped his hand away. I never said I was going to buy you anything. Sorn grinned as June's sulky expression deepened. Fine. I wasn't waiting for you anyway. I was just busy with work. Damn it. This evening, I'll take you out to eat to make up for it. Stop sulking. Sorn spoke quickly after realizing June was genuinely hurt. He never intended to make the younger man angry. A little teasing was enough. Who's sulking? Oh, then what's with that pout and that scowl? Sorn stepped closer, slipped an arm around June's shoulders, and began squeezing both his cheeks and lips. June struggled, trying to pry him off. The harder he fought, the tighter Sorn held him. Eventually, June gave up with an annoyed huff. At that exact moment, Sorn's nose brushed lightly against his cheek. The unexpected closeness made June's heart skip a beat. Heat flooded his face. Why do you keep squeezing my lips? Who knows where your hands have been? They were on you last night. Sorn answered casually as his hand slid beneath June's waistband. AI Sorn. Hey, don't MMPH. His protest disappeared beneath Sorn's lips. Sorn wasn't denying it anymore. He wanted this. The more he touched June, the more he craved him. It felt like an addiction. June struggled weakly at first, pushing against Sorn's chest. But before long, his resistance faded. He allowed Sorn to deepen the kiss until his lips were completely claimed. When Sorn finally pulled away, June could only stand there breathing heavily, his cheeks burning and his breaths uneven. You always call me, AI Sorn, like I'm your enemy. Why can't you respect me the way you respect Hia Tai and Hia Champ? Why should I? You're always teasing me and taking advantage of me. June turned his face away as Sorn leaned in again. This time, June firmly pressed his lips together, unsure whether he was embarrassed or simply trying to stop another kiss. I'm not taking advantage of you. I already told you. Kissing you more often is practice. At this rate my lips are going to chap. Once a day is enough. If I kiss you too much, I might get bored and not want to use these skills on anyone else. On who? Sorn's voice rose sharply. June instinctively glanced toward the restroom door. Fortunately, no one seemed to be coming. Why are you shouting? Because you're talking about using what I taught you on someone else. Sorn frowned. I already warned you. You'll only embarrass yourself. Until you've graduated from my curriculum, you're not allowed to fool around with anyone else. To emphasize his point, he flicked June's forehead, barely missing the swollen bump above his brow. June winced. Why do you take everything so seriously? I was just joking. I don't care if you were joking. Sorn let him go with a scowl. I don't like it. Freed at last, June busied himself straightening his clothes, trying to calm the storm of emotions inside him. He hadn't expected Sorn to react so strongly. If they had actually been dating, he would have thought Sorn was jealous. But they weren't. Maybe Sorn was simply being possessive of his student. Even so, June's heart continued pounding. What's wrong with me? After work, wait by my car. Sorn ruffled June's damp hair again before heading out. June tried to swat him in retaliation, but Sorn raised a warning finger. Unable to do anything else, June stuck out his tongue at Sorn's retreating back. Once Sorn left, June returned to work wearing Ty's spare clothes. Fortunately, his trainers matched well enough. One of the office aunties had already packed his wet clothes into a bag. June deliberately stayed away from Sorn and helped Prue instead. Even so, he couldn't escape Sorn's occasional glances. Each one made him more self-conscious. To distract himself, he wandered over to the design team, who were busy developing next year's new furniture collection. Their concentration discouraged him from lingering. Known June, want some snacks? These sticky rice sweets are amazing. My friend brought them. Korn offered him a colorful assortment. June accepted it with a Y and began unwrapping one. Only then did he remember. He was still wearing his mask to hide the bruises on his face. Oh my gosh, Korn gasped dramatically. What happened to your handsome face? Does it hurt? The shout immediately caught Ty's attention. He turned around. June hurriedly pulled the mask back up. Too late. Ty had already seen everything. June, let Hia have a look. Ty walked over immediately. I'm fine, Hia Tai. I just walked into a door. That didn't come from walking into a door. Ty's tone left no room for argument. Let me see. Pouting, June reluctantly removed the mask. He had managed to keep up the excuse of being sick all day. Only his own greed for snacks had ruined it. Come with me. Ty took hold of June's wrist and led him into the lounge. June lowered his head. He already knew he was about to be lectured. Bruises like these don't come from a door. Your lip is split, your forehead swollen. Where else are you hurt? I'm really okay, Hia Tai. It's nothing serious. Did you get into a fight? Ty narrowed his eyes. Was it AI Sorn? June's eyes widened. He shook his head frantically. No, it wasn't him. I got into a fight at the pub last night, but Phi Sorn helped me, so I wasn't hurt too badly. How did it happen? Did you start it? They did. June confessed everything. Ty immediately slipped into full protective guardian mode. His usually neat, gentle face became so stern that June didn't dare argue. The moment Ty finished listening, he stood up. We're filing a police report. I'll take you. No. It's really just a few scratches. They'll heal. That doesn't matter. They tried to kill you. Ty's voice hardened. And what about Sorn? He never thought to tell me. Ty turned toward the office. AI Sorn, get over here. His anger echoed through the room. He knows now, doesn't he? Sorn asked June quietly, nodding toward Ty's furious expression. June nodded back. Go back to work. Sorn saw the fear on June's face and felt a flicker of sympathy. The kid was genuinely frightened. Ty could be terrifying when he got angry. As Ty opened his mouth again, Sorn stepped in front of June, shielding him. He gestured for June to leave. You knew all this and never told me? You disappeared last night because of this. What if something had happened to June? Could you have taken responsibility? Tai demanded. He trusted Sorn to look after himself. June was different. If June hadn't managed the situation, the outcome could have been disastrous. Calm down. Sorn remained composed. What's the point of getting angry now? It's already over. I helped the kid, didn't I? Your precious June didn't get stabbed, and he's standing here working just fine. For someone who usually spoke so little, it was an unusually long speech. Just then, Champ walked in after noticing the two had been gone for a while. What's going on? June got into a fight at the pub last night. Sorn helped him, but never told me. What? Champ's face fell. Is June okay? Without waiting for an answer, he hurried off to check on June. Sorn sighed. Everyone worried far too much about that kid. June isn't like you. Tai continued once Champ was gone. He didn't grow up dealing with this kind of thing. He's not a toddler either. Sorn replied. He has his own life. He has to learn to handle things himself. His father entrusted him to me. Then do you trust me or not? I'll keep an eye on him. He's working with me anyway, and you're not even going to be here next week. Just don't bully him so much that he ends up hating you. I'm not that much of an asshole, Tai. As always, Sorn's words were short and direct. Tai studied him silently. Sorn rarely spoke, but when he did, his words always carried weight. Tai trusted his abilities. What worried him was Sorn's sharp personality. Still, since Tai wouldn't be around next week, leaving June with Sorn and Champ was the best option. Before leaving, June's father had specifically asked Tai to take good care of both June and Win. At their age, one reckless mistake could easily ruin their futures. Fine, Tai sighed. But don't tease June too much, okay? The kid's already been through enough. All he could do was hope Sorn wouldn't push June so far that the younger man ended up in tears, or worse, complaining to his father. After work, June waited by Sorn's car, just as they'd arranged. He had to admit, the promise of food was the biggest reason he was there. He made sure to hide behind a pillar so Tai and Champ wouldn't see him. The three of them had walked out of the office together, and only after Tai and Champ drove away did June hurry over and climb into Sorn's car. You look like a thief, sneaking around like that. I just don't want to answer Tai and Champ's questions. Why not? You and I don't exactly get along, yet we're hanging out together. Isn't that weird? If they get suspicious, I don't feel like explaining. And if they did ask, what would you tell them? Sorn's voice remained calm as he kept his eyes on the road, driving toward a nearby shopping mall. Still, he was genuinely curious about June's answer. I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Just tell them you're my kid. His kid? Like some gang leader's underling? June chuckled to himself, but said nothing. There was no way he was going to answer like that. It would be way too embarrassing. If you're my kid, you've got nothing to worry about. If they're really that curious, they can ask me themselves. Silence settled over the car. June turned to stare out the window, clutching his bag tightly. The more time he spent with this man, the more he felt himself being drawn into something he didn't quite understand. By the time they reached the mall, June was so hungry he felt like he could eat an entire elephant. Sorn let him choose where they would eat, and June immediately picked a Japanese buffet. Since Sorn was paying, he didn't worry about the price. He could have chosen somewhere even more expensive, but right now, all that mattered was filling his empty stomach. Can you slow down a little? You're eating like you haven't had a meal in days. You'll end up with a stomachache. But I'm starving, June replied through a mouthful of food. Smack. Sorn lightly slapped him on the lips. Not about to lose, June kicked Sorn under the table. Sorn failed to dodge in time and took the hit. If Champ or Tai had been there, they probably would have said the two of them were always fighting. Even while bickering, June continued grabbing plate after plate of sushi from the conveyor belt. Chew before you talk. And stop stuffing your cheeks like a hamster. When are you planning to finish chewing all that? We've got plenty of time, so slow down. Sorn's constant nagging reminded June of Tai. Actually, it was even worse. After swallowing everything in his mouth, June finally replied. Eating with you is like eating with my dad. Fie, Sorn, you nag too much. Maybe if you didn't act like such a kid, I wouldn't have to. Adults nag because they're trying to teach you something, so listen. Sorn slid a plate of salmon rolls toward June. He didn't eat much himself, preferring to maintain his physique, but after what had happened earlier that day, he felt he owed June a proper meal. Yeah, June answered absent-mindedly, far more interested in his bowl of eel rice while deciding what to order next. Sorn watched the younger man eat one bite after another. It was the first time they'd ever shared a meal alone. June's appetite was astonishing. If he had to treat June this often, he'd probably go bankrupt. He might have to sell a few rubber plantations just to keep up. I'm so full I can barely walk, June groaned as they left the restaurant. They wandered around the mall to help digest the meal. It was already after 8 o'clock, and the shopping center would be closing soon. Neither of them spoke much. They simply walked side by side. June stopped every so often to browse clothes and shoes until Sorn suddenly pulled him into a streetwear shop. The brand wasn't particularly expensive, but everything looked stylish. This one's nice, Fi? Excuse me, how much is this? After hearing the price from the sales assistant, June quietly hung it back on the rack. Clothes always cost more in shopping centers. Not buying it. No. I need to save money. I don't want to burden J.E. Poi. Poi, your sister. June nodded but continued browsing, unable to hide the interest in his eyes. Sorn picked out an outfit and handed it to him. Go try it on. A few minutes later, June stepped out of the fitting room. How do I look? Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Sorn nodded. We're taking it. He waved the sales assistant over. Wait. I'm not. I'm buying it for you. It's only a shirt and a pair of trousers. It's not going to bankrupt me. Before June could protest further, Sorn had already handed over his credit card. The tags were removed, and the purchase was completed. The outfit suited June far better than Ty's spare clothes ever had. Ty's style simply didn't fit him. To Sorn, spending money on clothes that actually matched June was well worth it. I'll wear these another day. I'll keep wearing Ty's clothes for now. I'll return Ty's clothes tonight, so you won't have to wash them. Isn't that easier? Fine. But I'm not paying you back, okay? You bought them for me. Keep talking, and I'll kiss you until your lips swell. June wasn't entirely sure what to make of that, but he let it pass. Sorn carried Ty's clothes while June walked out wearing his new outfit. Rough around the edges and sharp-tongued as he was, Sorn could be surprisingly thoughtful. By the time Sorn dropped June off at his dormitory, it was already after 10 o'clock. June was half asleep, yawning constantly. On the drive over, his head had bumped against the car window several times. Thanks, Fi. He gave a small bow before opening the car door. June. Sorn stopped him. Don't forget to take some medicine. You feel like you're running a fever. Okay. But, still groggy, June walked into the dormitory. Sorn waited until he disappeared inside before driving away. He had no idea that those simple words of concern had left June's heart strangely unsettled. Penguin's message. AI win. Penguin's message. If someone you don't like suddenly starts worrying about you, how would you feel? Would your heart flutter? Winnai's message. Nobody's heart flutters because of someone they don't like. It only happens when it's someone they do like. Chapter 9. Win's single response left June sleepless for 2 days. He sighed for the 100th time over Win's reply before standing up to stretch. The bruises had faded significantly, which was a good thing. Today was his day off, so there was no need to go to his internship. June decided to tidy up his room to keep himself busy and distract his thoughts. His mind kept screaming, crazy, because what Win had said gave him chills. He shook his head, trying to rid himself of the idea that he liked AI Fi Sorn. Who could like someone so sharp-tongued, mischievous, and annoying? Certainly not him. He clearly knew the difference between liking someone and disliking them. He was absolutely convinced of it. The ringtone blared just as June stepped out of the bathroom after cleaning his room and taking a shower. Seeing his older sister's number on the screen, he quickly answered. What? What do you mean, what? You've disappeared for a whole week. No calls, no updates. How's the internship with Ty going? It's been fun. They've given me a lot of work. Well, don't go breaking anything over there, okay? So, when are you coming home? Pa's been asking about you. Today, I guess. I'll stay one night and head back tomorrow. That's good. Pa hasn't been feeling too well lately. I think he misses his troublemaker son so much he can't eat or sleep properly. Then tell him I'm coming home today. Ask him to take us to Banja for grilled fish. June paused briefly before answering. Typical. You're such a foodie. Fine, see you this evening. Got it. Poison hung up after talking to her mischievous younger brother, a slight smile gracing her delicate, Chinese-featured face. June was currently interning in the city, while she worked about 10 kilometers away from home. It wasn't too far, so commuting was easy enough. Tonight, Their pa would undoubtedly fuss over his puppy-like son as usual. Still, she had already decided to pay for dinner herself, so their father could save his money. Poison had also started a small online snack business. She made 2 or 3 recipes her mother had left behind, more for enjoyment than profit, though the extra income helped cover the electricity bill. Customers ordered through a Facebook fan page linked to her food page, which she promoted regularly. Deliveries were limited to nearby areas and only on Saturdays and Sundays, since those were her only days off. Meanwhile, their family's little vintage tea shop, Ko Nuing, continued operating as usual. The only real difference was their father's health. H had brought diabetes and high blood pressure into his life. Fortunately, he listened to both his doctor and his family, so his condition remained manageable. Pa, June said he's coming home today. He also wants you to take him out for grilled fish tonight. Poison called as she parked her motorbike in front of the tea shop. She relayed the message to the middle-aged man who was preparing hot tea for a customer. Ko Nuing, now noticeably rounder than he had been years ago, turned toward her with a smile. Didn't he say he's earning money from his internship with Hiatai? Shouldn't he be treating me instead? Despite his grumbling, his face was full of pride. He was proud to have raised both of his children so well. Being a single father since June hadn't been easy. His wife's passing had been sudden and devastating. Fortunately, Rong hadn't moved to the city yet at that time and had helped raise June alongside Wen. It had taken years of hardship to bring his children to where they were today. The small tea and coffee shop had gradually become more popular thanks to a local celebrity, the son-in-law of Grandma E, the market owner, who visited every day. The fragrant sweetness of the tea attracted more customers, increasing sales enough for Ko Nuing to expand the shop, pay for Poison's university education, and support her until she secured a government position at the Department of Lands. June had also grown up well, perhaps because of his friendship with Wen, which had kept him away from the usual youthful mischief. That was the achievement Ko Nuing was proudest of. As for June, who had announced he was coming home today, he was currently lying on his bed finishing an episode on Netflix before getting ready to leave. He wasn't planning to pack much since he still had clothes at home. All he needed was his trendy crossbody bag. "What's up, AI Wen?" June answered lazily after letting the phone ring for several seconds. He casually chewed on paprika chips, looking completely relaxed, as though nothing at all had been bothering him. "You bastard, June. Tell me what was going on the other day. You asked me such a weird question and then disappeared." "I'm going home." June completely ignored the question. A smirk tugged at his lips as his best friend huffed in frustration after failing to get anything out of him. Apparently Hiatai hadn't told anyone about what had happened, or Wen would have shown up at his apartment days ago. "You're impossible. Tell me right now. Or do I have to come over? Let me grab my car keys." "Come over then. Stay at my place tonight. I'm heading back tomorrow anyway. This evening Pa's treating us to grilled fish at Banja." "Interested?" "Of course. Their dipping sauce is incredible. I haven't showered yet, so wait for me. I'll come pick you up." Wen hung up before June could reply. June continued watching his show while waiting. Less than 2 hours later, Wen arrived. Before heading downstairs, June had already called and asked him to pick up something to eat along the way, but Wen had suggested eating out instead. After turning off the air conditioner and locking his apartment, June headed downstairs. To his surprise, the car parked outside wasn't Wen's usual one, but Hiatai's. When the passenger window rolled down, June saw Wen sitting beside Hiatai. He greeted Tai with a bright smile and a respectful "why." Then he opened the rear door and immediately wished he hadn't. The last person he wanted to see was sitting inside. "Phi Sorn. I was about to leave when Sorn came to see Hiatai. Once I told them I was driving you home, they both decided to come along. They're planning to stop by Grandma's place on the way," Wen explained cheerfully. His mood couldn't have contrasted more sharply with June's thunderous expression. Sorn merely glanced at June for a brief moment before looking away again, as though they hadn't shared dinner together the previous evening. "He has been craving iced tea from Ko Nuing's shop," Tai added through the rearview mirror, smiling sweetly. June smiled back. His father's iced tea really was impossible to resist. "What about Hia Champ?" June asked, referring to another older brother he was close with. "He's at the office." "And you're not working today, Hia?" "It's my day off. Mine and AI Sorn's. We'll go back tomorrow." The conversation continued between Tai and June. While Sorn was never mentioned, almost as if June were deliberately pretending he didn't exist. Although they sat on opposite sides of the back seat, June leaned closer to the door, putting as much distance between himself and Sorn as possible. Wynn's earlier words had only strengthened his determination to stay away. Sorn noticed the strange behavior but didn't react, though he couldn't help finding June's actions suspicious. Don't forget to eat first, Hia. AI June hasn't had lunch yet, or he'll start whining. Wynn joked with a laugh. This time, Sorn let out a quiet chuckle. June instantly turned toward him. Sorn's expression immediately returned to its usual calm neutrality, leaving June silently fuming. The truth was, Sorn had pictured what June would look like when he started whining and couldn't help laughing. But when June turned to look at him, Sorn quickly looked away. He had no intention of encouraging the dangerous desires already stirring inside him. Who told that kid to wear soft pink lip balm that made his lips look so irresistibly kissable? How about that chicken rice place on the way back? It's been a while, Tai suggested. As expected, Sorn simply nodded. Soon the four of them arrived at the restaurant. It was a small place with only round tables, leaving June no choice but to sit beside Sorn. The restaurant was famous, and because it was lunchtime, they were lucky to find even a single empty table. Hia, same as me. Chicken rice, no innards. 2 plates, and 2 glasses of chrysanthemum tea. AI June, what about you? June wasn't paying attention to the menu. Instead, he was painfully aware that the distance between himself and Sorn kept shrinking. At first there had been a small gap. Now their legs were touching. To make matters worse, Sorn had the habit of bouncing his leg. AI June, hurry up and order. Huh? Oh, chicken rice, no skin, no innards, and a glass of herbal tea. Make that 2 of each for me as well, Sorn added immediately. I'm going for a smoke. Want to come, AI Tai? Sorn stood up. Tai nodded and followed him outside to the smoking area. Tai rarely smoked, only occasionally, while Sorn limited himself to no more than 3 cigarettes a day. Watching them leave, Wynn turned back to June. Are you and Sorn fighting or something? Why won't you talk to him? There's nothing to talk about. We're not close. You work together. Sorn is training you. How can you say you're not close? I don't believe you. What did he ever do to make you dislike him so much? Wynn shook his head. He still remembered how June had hated Sorn ever since Sorn had reported June's bad behavior to Ko Nuing while June was serving drinks at the tea shop. From that day on, June had declared he disliked Sorn forever. We only talk about work, June lied, keeping his eyes fixed on his phone so he wouldn't be caught. And what about that question you asked me? I'm serious, June. Are you hiding something? Wynn stared at his best friend with genuine concern. He'd been too busy with his internship before to press the issue, but now that they were face to face, he wasn't about to let it go. I was just curious because of something I saw in a series. You're overthinking it. June answered smoothly, glancing up for only a moment before looking back down. Of course I'm overthinking it. I know everything about you. I know who you've dated and who you've hooked up with. If there's suddenly someone new in your life that I don't know about, of course it feels strange. Wynn took a long sip of chrysanthemum tea before excusing himself to the restroom, seemingly satisfied with the explanation. Tai and Sorn returned just as Wynn left. Seeing that his younger brother had gone to the restroom, Tai decided to follow. Sorn sat back down in his usual seat. Almost immediately, his legs started bouncing again. June frowned. Can you stop shaking your leg already? A faint trace of cigarette smoke clung to Sorn, though it couldn't completely cover the lingering scent of his cologne. Sorn said nothing. His leg kept moving. You know, people who bounce their legs all the time are supposed to have a high sex drive, June muttered, giving him a sideways glance. I didn't know that. Sorn leaned closer, a teasing smile tugging at his lips. If you're curious, you can always try me and find out. His handsome face moved so close that June's cheeks instantly heated. He quickly turned away and scooted his chair farther from Sorn. Why are you squeezing yourself against AI Wynn? This place is already cramped. You're going to squash your friend. Sorn casually pulled June's chair back toward him, clearly amused by the younger man's irritated expression. For a brief moment, June found himself staring at Sorn's face from close range. The bruises were almost completely gone. Because you keep shaking your leg, and I don't like it. I forgot. Sorn looked at him. Help me remember. How? Instead of answering, Sorn took hold of June's leg, the one closest to him, and gently placed it across his own. Hey, keep your leg on mine. That way I won't forget and start shaking mine again. June instinctively started to pull away. Then he hesitated. The restaurant really was crowded. The customers behind them left almost no room to move. He couldn't squeeze any closer to Win because there simply wasn't space. Could he really keep sitting here beside AI Sorn while his leg kept bouncing? After a moment's thought, June decided to leave things as they were. It wasn't actually uncomfortable. Besides, no one else could see what was happening under the table. It didn't bother him. No, it couldn't bother him. If anything, this would prove that his heart wasn't racing because of that damn Sorn. Win's strange comments earlier had obviously gotten into his head. That was all. So one of June's slender legs rested comfortably across one of Sorn's. The older man shifted slightly closer, making it easier for June to sit. This time, June didn't move away. Just then, the food arrived. 4 plates of chicken rice were set on the table. Tai and Win returned from the restroom, and the 4 of them began eating. Conversation flowed naturally. Tai, Win, and June chatted and joked while Sorn occasionally joined in whenever one of them spoke to him. None of the Tangpanja brothers noticed anything unusual. Neither realized that beneath the table, the legs of 2 people had become quietly intertwined. Sorn kept his promise and didn't bounce his leg again. June no longer felt annoyed by how close they were sitting. Since Tai and Win noticed nothing, lunch continued as though everything were perfectly normal. Sorn finished eating first. While replying to Champ about a work project on his phone with one hand, he casually rested his other hand on June's thigh beneath the table. June had already finished eating too. Without realizing it, he remained sitting exactly as before. Only when Tai called for the bill and everyone stood to leave did Sorn give June's thigh a playful squeeze before flashing him a mischievous grin. "You've gotten pretty comfortable, haven't you?" he whispered just loudly enough for June alone to hear. June shot him a fierce glare, pulled his leg away, and hurried after Tai toward the front of the restaurant. About 30 minutes later, they arrived at Ko Nguyen's tea shop. June jumped out of the car and called out loudly, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The 4 young men greeted the older man with respectful wide gestures. The moment Ko Nguyen saw his son, his face lit up with a warm smile. June rushed over and hugged him tightly, patting the older man's slightly rounded stomach. In return, he received a playful smack on the head for disappearing for more than a week. "Oh, Tai, Win, you're here too. And this." Ko Nguyen looked towards Sorn. "Sorn, right? I remember you." "Yes, Crab," Sorn replied with a small smile. "It's been a while. You've all grown into such handsome young men. Come in, have a seat. Let me make you something to drink. Whatever you'd like, just tell me, and I'll prepare it myself." Ko Nguyen spoke warmly while his hands moved with practiced ease. 20 years of running the shop showed in every smooth, confident motion. The man in his late 50s beamed with happiness at seeing all the young men visiting together. June immediately stepped in to help, taking Wei's place behind the counter as his father's assistant. Ko Nguyen filled the glasses with crushed ice before carefully pouring in fragrant orange Thai tea, rich with the aroma of brewed tea leaves and milk. A final drizzle of carnation condensed milk completed each glass. Pa still remembers Hia doesn't like sweet drinks, June said as he served the first glass to Tai. Tai nodded gratefully toward Ko Nguyen, who simply smiled and waved off the thanks while attending to another customer. Lung Nguyen's iced tea is always perfect, when whispered to June before finishing nearly half his glass in one gulp. The 4 chatted for a while, with Ko Nguyen joining the conversation whenever he had a free moment. Eventually, Tai announced that he wanted to stop by Grandma Yi's house. June decided to go along so he could pay his respects as well, though he asked Tai to drop him off at home first so he could pick up Poison's motorbike and ride it there himself. "Grandma, Grandma, Win's here," Win shouted the moment he stepped into the familiar large house. He figured she was probably dozing in front of the television as usual. Sure enough, when he entered the living room, Grandma E was sitting drowsily in the oversized cushioned armchair his father had bought for her. "Oh, Win, Tai, when did you boys get here? Come here, come here." Grandma E beckoned them over with her wrinkled hand, smiling warmly. Win grinned from ear to ear before hurrying over, kneeling beside her and wrapping her in a hug. Tai simply smirked and shook his head at his younger brother's childishness. Sorn and June, who had entered behind them, greeted her with respectful wide gestures. "Grandma, remember me? I'm June." You're on Nguyen and Ah Ping's son. I remember you. You don't have to remind me every single time. Do you think I've got memory loss? Her sharp reply sent everyone into laughter. And this must be Ah Sorn, right? I haven't seen you in years. You're still as handsome as ever. She smiled brightly at Sorn. Although he hadn't visited for years, she still remembered him because he always sent her gifts from the south. Thank you, Grandma. Sorn returned her smile with another respectful why. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed June pouting ever so slightly after hearing Grandma praise his looks. The moment Sorn looked at him directly, however, the cheeky brat quickly looked away. A short while later, Sa brought out snacks and cold drinks for everyone. Tai and Win stayed chatting with Grandma Yi, while June excused himself to use the restroom, saying he couldn't hold it any longer. Auntie Nim, one of the housekeepers, told him the downstairs bathroom was out of order, so he'd have to use the one near the kitchen instead. June walked off, following a route he could practically navigate with his eyes closed. After finishing, he wandered past the koi pond surrounded by lush greenery. This was where everything strange between him and Ai Phi Sorn had begun. He stopped to watch the colorful koi swimming lazily through the water. They'd grown much bigger since that day. You look like you're about to steal one of the fish. Sorn's teasing voice came from behind him. Startled, June nearly stumbled straight into the pond. Sorn reacted instantly, wrapping an arm around June's waist and pulling him backward before he could fall. June ended up pressed firmly against Sorn's chest. His heart immediately began racing. Let me go, Phi Sorn. June twisted in an attempt to free himself. Although Sorn looked briefly puzzled, he released him without protest. What's wrong with you today? You're acting like I'm about to bite your head off. Sorn couldn't hide his irritation any longer. He'd been watching June avoid him all day. In the car, June had practically glued himself to the door. Whenever they walked together, June always sped up to escape. The brat's behavior had become so ridiculous that Sorn had nearly smacked him upside the head several times. I'm fine. Nothing's wrong. June took another step backward, trying once again to put distance between himself and Ai Phi Sorn. Sorn simply stepped closer. His sharp gaze studied June so intensely that panic took over. June quickly turned and hurried back into the house. Behind him, Sorn chuckled quietly. That little brat is definitely hiding something. After chatting with Grandma a little longer, Tai and Sorn took their leave. Meanwhile, June and Win drove around town for fun. The area around Kim-Do Market had recently filled with newly opened cafes and restaurants. They stopped for crepes and ice cream while waiting for Poison to finish delivering customer orders. Afterward, the three siblings took Ko Nguyen out for grilled fish. That evening, Poison paid for dinner for her father and her two younger brothers, both of whom could really eat. The bill came to over 1,000 baht, but she didn't mind. Watching Ko Nguyen smile so happily filled her heart with warmth. Ever since June had left to study in the city, the house had become quiet. It no longer felt lively the way it once had. During his first year at university, June often called Poison to complain about how difficult it was to adjust. The heavy workload, constant stress, and pressure he put on himself overwhelmed him. She spent countless hours comforting and encouraging him. Ko Nguyen, meanwhile, rarely called. Instead, he simply asked about June from time to time. He constantly mentioned how much he missed him, talking about June's favorite foods and the dishes he refused to eat. Whenever he cooked, he'd inevitably say something like, June likes this, or June doesn't eat that. Poison would always tease him. He's just away at university, Pa. It's not like he went off to war. She never felt jealous that Ko Nguyen seemed to worry more about June than her. She had already proven she could take care of herself and help support the family. Her father trusted her completely. June, on the other hand, was like a fledgling bird that had only just learned to fly. He was impulsive, reckless, and rarely planned ahead. He'd never spent long periods away from home before. Naturally, their father worried constantly about his youngest son. Early the next morning, Poison woke June and Win so they could offer alms to the monks as planned. Still sleepy, with messy hair and barely awake, the two young men slipped on their sandals and rode a motorbike to Ko Nguyen's tea shop. After making their offerings, they sat together enjoying Kanam Jeeb, Salapao, and tea for quite some time before returning home to freshen up and prepare for the trip back to the city. June arrived back at his apartment around 2 o'clock that afternoon. Win hailed a taxi home instead, announcing that he planned to continue sleeping. Just as June was about to lie down for an afternoon nap, his Line app rang with a video call. It was Fion, someone he hadn't spoken to in several days. "What's up? Fi June, where have you been? Why have you been ignoring me? You haven't called me at all. Did you forget about me? Or are you too busy hanging out with your fellow interns to care anymore?" The boy pouted adorably, exaggerating his annoyance. "I've been busy with work. I haven't really called anyone." "Wow, I feel so unimportant now." June laughed. "So what about all your other chats? Finished talking to everyone?" "Yep, you're the only one left who hasn't checked in." "All right, that's my fault. So what are you doing?" "Nothing. I'm bored." "Hey, can I come over?" "I'm tired. I just want to sleep." "I'll come keep you company then." The mischievous expression on Fiang's face made it perfectly clear what kind of company he meant. "No thanks. I really just want to sleep." June rejected him without hesitation. Fiang dramatically rolled his eyes before sighing. "TSK, fine. I'm going out tonight. Wanna come?" June fell silent. Something that had been bothering him ever since that night, with AI Sorn resurfaced in his mind. He still hadn't found an answer. He hadn't even dared bring it up with Wen. "Sure. I actually need to talk to you about something." "What time?" "Same as always. 10 tonight. But I need to be home before 1. I have work tomorrow." "Got it. I'll pick you up. Dress nicely. I want to show you off." With that, Fiang ended the call. June smiled faintly and shook his head. Fiang's straightforward personality made him easy to talk to. Even so, he simply wasn't the right person for June. Fiang picked him up shortly after 10. They headed to an upscale bar June had never visited before. Fiang explained that it belonged to a friend and had only opened a couple of months ago. The place wasn't overly crowded. Rather than feeling like a nightclub, it had the atmosphere of an elegant cocktail lounge. June immediately felt underdressed. "This place looks expensive." "It's not that bad. Don't worry, Fi June. We'll split the bill." "Wow. Here I was thinking you were treating me." Laughing, June draped an arm around Fiang's shoulders as they walked toward a table in the corner. Soft music drifted through the room. A keyboard and guitar rested on the stage, suggesting there would be live performances later. "See? I told you to dress up, and now everyone's staring at you. I'm jealous." Fiang pouted dramatically. June wore fitted black ripped jeans paired with a loose button-up shirt, unbuttoned 3 buttons to reveal part of his chest. One side of the shirt was tucked casually into his jeans. The sleeves were rolled to his forearms, exposing his fair Chinese complexion. It was his usual club outfit. Simple but stylish. His softly tousled Korean-style hair only enhanced his sharp features, making him look like an idol straight from a magazine. June simply smiled and ruffled Fiang's hair. Their drinks arrived. As usual, Fiang mixed everything. They sat so close together that their arms and legs constantly brushed. It was almost surprising they weren't sitting in each other's laps. June casually wrapped an arm around Fiang's slim waist. Without hesitation, Fiang leaned comfortably against June's chest. Almost absent-mindedly, June slipped his hand beneath Fiang's shirt and rested it against his toned stomach. Immediately, another memory flashed through his mind. His hand running across AI Sorn's firm abs. His chest tightened strangely. What had he been thinking back then? Why had he wanted to let AI Sorn take control of him? And it hadn't happened only once. It had happened twice. Twice he'd found himself thinking about Sorn in ways he'd never imagined. "Fi June, wasn't there something you wanted to talk about?" Fiang had already finished his first drink. He snuggled even closer against June, deliberately shielding him from a flamboyant man at the neighboring table who kept staring. The message in Fiang's glare was obvious. "Stay away from my Fi June. How do you know you're a bottom?" The question made Fiang blink. "Why are you asking that?" "I'm curious." "Well, I tried topping once, but it didn't feel right. A friend took me to a gay bar, and when we ended up in bed, I tried taking the lead. It just wasn't for me. Lying back and letting him take over felt much better." "I see." June lowered his voice. "So, you have to try it to know." Pressed close against him, Fiang heard every word. "Fi June, are you okay? You seem really stressed. If something's bothering you, you can tell me." June hesitated. Should he really ask? Could he handle whatever answer he received? Did he want reassurance that he could still be the one taking charge? Or was he secretly hoping someone would confirm that it was perfectly fine to lie beneath someone else? To let someone take control? To let someone enter him? Damn it. AI Sorn had completely turned his mind upside down. If I told you something, would you hate me, Fion? I don't know. Depends what it is. Still humming along to the live music, Fion gradually noticed how distant June had become. This wasn't like him. He finally turned away from the stage. All right, spill it. If you don't tell me, you're not leaving tonight. Losing patience, he cupped June's face in both hands and turned him toward himself. June looked utterly lost. After taking a deep breath, he held Fiang's hands and finally spoke. I think my preferences might be changing. Huh? What do you mean? You're not into guys anymore. No, I still like men. It's just. June hesitated again. It feels like. It's like. Oh. Understanding suddenly dawned on Fion. You're wondering whether you don't want a top anymore. Maybe you want a bottom instead. June's eyes widened. His expression alone answered the question. He never expected Fion to say it so bluntly. You are not surprised? Of course I'm surprised. But it's not exactly unusual. Everyone has different preferences. What made you start thinking this? It's not that I don't want a top anymore. June rubbed his forehead. I'm just confused. Really confused. Who managed to mess with your head this badly? I've been flirting with you for months, and all I've gotten is one kiss. Meanwhile, someone else has you questioning whether you're a top or a bottom. Things must have gone pretty far with him. Although Fion raised his voice dramatically, the playful hands-on-hips pose made him look more adorable than angry. I'm sorry, Fion. June apologized sincerely. He never wanted to lead him on. If Fion wanted a boyfriend, June genuinely hoped he'd find one. He'd always try to be honest about their relationship. If Fion felt hurt by June's indecision, he couldn't blame him. Sigh? Fi June. Fion laughed. I thought I was getting myself a boyfriend, but it turns out I just got another best girlfriend. Ow. Ow. Stop hitting me. I'm kidding. He laughed again before asking more gently. So this is what's been bothering you? Yeah. June sighed. I'm so confused I don't even feel like myself. Then here's what you should do. Fion spoke decisively. Test it. Tonight, if you meet a guy you like, invite him upstairs and find out. What? Are you insane? No. He shook his head firmly. I'm serious. If you want the answer, you have to try. His phone rang. Fion stood to answer it, leaving June sitting alone. June stared down into his drink. His thoughts were a complete mess. How could someone so confident leave him with advice like that? The more he thought about it, the worse his headache became. One glass became another, then another. He drank the liquor neat, one after another, until intoxication slowly dulled his thoughts. He needed courage. If he wanted answers, he'd have to test it. Just like the first time he'd asked Wynn to help him find a girl. If he wanted certainty, he had to act. I've been here forever, 5 francs. Why are you only showing up now? You're the owner. Fion returned to the table with a tall, model-like man. His sharp Western features made it obvious he wasn't fully Thai. Fi June, this is 5 francs, the owner of the bar. 5 francs, this is Fi June, my senior. June smiled drunkenly and raised his hands in a polite Y. Sawasdee crab. Franz returned the greeting with a faint smile. His eyes lingered on June. Don't even think about it, 5 francs. He's my senior. Fion lowered his voice. He knew Franz all too well. The man was like a tiger, always waiting for vulnerable prey. Relax. Franz smiled. I was only returning his Y. He took a seat beside them. His half-Thai, half-German features made him strikingly handsome. Fion suddenly noticed the nearly empty liquor bottle. His eyes widened. Fi June, how much did you drink? More than 80% of the bottle was already gone. Just gathering courage. June chuckled drunkenly. If AI Fi Sorn found out, he'd lecture him endlessly. But tonight, June wanted answers. He wanted to prove something to himself. Gathering courage? For what? Don't tell me you're. Yeah. June grinned foolishly. I'm going to do what you suggested. He looked around the room. And right now, I'm looking for my target. Fion nearly fell over. You're going to drive me insane, Fi. He hurried to his feet. Stay right here. I'll be back. Fi Franz, watch him for a minute. I'm going to get a cold towel. The moment Fion disappeared, Franz slid closer. June's unsteady hands had already spilled liquor across the table. Here. Franz poured him another drink. Let me. His Thai was perfectly fluent. June smiled sweetly through alcohol-clouded eyes. As Franz leaned closer, June realized something. His build. It reminded him of AI Fi Sorn. Franz seemed slightly taller. but their muscular physiques were remarkably similar. You've got a body like someone I know. June hiccuped. He's the one who's making me so confused. Franz chuckled. He moved closer until their shoulders touched. June crooked a finger, beckoning him nearer. He's really handsome. June giggled. But you're hotter. Inside, though, he desperately wished someone would erase every thought of AI Sorn. His handsome face. His incredible body. Especially the way he'd looked in bed. Your name's June, right? Franz kept the conversation going. That's an unusual name. Yeah. June smiled proudly. My dad said it means handsome. He laughed. And I am handsome. By now he could barely sit upright. So, Franz lowered his voice. Are you a bottom? June looked at him through half-lidded eyes. His flushed face was irresistibly tempting. Franz had to stop himself from kissing him right then. June smiled dreamily. I could be. His voice was barely above a whisper. I want to know if I can receive. Franz didn't waste the opportunity. He wrapped an arm around June and helped the drunken young man to his feet. June stumbled awkwardly beside him like a crab. Without giving Fiang a second thought, Franz led him upstairs. After all, it was Fiang's own fault for leaving grilled fish in a cat's care. The second floor was much quieter than the lively bar below. Comfortable couches created private seating areas. Franz guided June toward the room at the very end. His own private quarters. Just before reaching it, an employee stepped out of the office nearby. Franz, your friend is waiting inside. Franz nodded before turning to June. Wait for me in my room, okay? I'll finish up quickly and come right back. Okay. June nodded weakly. But don't take too long. Unable to resist any longer, Franz leaned over and kissed June's cheek. June froze, but he didn't pull away. Encouraged, Franz leaned in closer. Their faces drew nearer. His lips parted slightly, almost inviting. Absent-mindedly, June licked his own lips. He had no idea how seductive the gesture looked. To Franz, it was irresistible, just as he leaned in for another kiss. The office door burst open. Franz immediately groaned. You bastard, Sorn. Why now? Couldn't this wait? Let me take Nong June upstairs first. Tonight I'm planning to. He wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. Sorn didn't move. He simply stood there, frozen, his fists clenched tightly. The sight of Franz about to kiss June made his heart pound violently. Sorn. June squinted, trying to focus. The silhouette, the face, the skin tone. Everything looked strangely familiar. You can't touch this kid. Sorn's voice was firm. Ignoring June's drunken confusion, he strode straight toward Franz. He reached for June. Franz held on, confused. Come on, AI Sorn. We've never fought over someone before. This one's mine. Sorn, is it really you? June asked again. As Sorn drew nearer, June unconsciously released his grip on Franz. Instead, he reached up and touched Sorn's face, trying to see him more clearly. Yes, it's me. Sorn's voice was sharp with anger. Who the hell let you drink this much, AI June? Seeing June this drunk, looking so vulnerable, so alluring, Sorn knew Franz would have taken advantage of him if he hadn't arrived in time. Ah, June smiled hazily, still so fierce. It really is you. Without another word, Sorn took advantage of Franz's brief distraction and pulled June firmly into his own arms. He had completely forgotten why he'd come to see his old friend from his years in Canada. The moment he'd seen June wrapped in another man's embrace, on the verge of being taken upstairs, something inside him snapped. You're in trouble tonight, June. Sorn's voice was low. I'm going to spank you once for every year you've been alive. You're so damn stubborn. Chapter 10. All right, I'll check it out again tomorrow. But today, Kuntoon didn't rush me or anything. Sorn spoke on the phone with Champ while unlocking the door to his house after returning from work. Earlier, he had dinner with Tai, and then they went their separate ways to their own homes. After hanging up, while he was doing laundry, his phone buzzed on the table. Picking it up, he saw a message from another friend saying they had just returned from Germany and had arrived this morning. Sorn smiled upon seeing that the owner of the bar, where he was a shareholder, had safely returned to Thailand. The friend had left to travel, abandoning the newly opened bar, in which Sorn held a 20% share for others to manage. It was now past 7 p.m., and since he was free, he decided to visit the bar and check how things had been going in the 3 months since its opening. In all that time, he had barely visited, entrusting everything to his unreliable friend. When he arrived at the bar, he waited for the owner. He waited and waited, but the man still did not show up. He told the staff to go fetch them, but they disappeared too. Finally, the staff reported that the owner was occupied, so they did not dare interrupt. Frustrated, Sorn decided to find them himself. What he did not expect, however, was to stumble upon a scene that made his blood boil and his head throb instantly. Despite repeated warnings not to behave like this with anyone, the one did not listen. And now, here he was, drunk out of his mind. He deserved a good beating to set him straight. You know this kid? Franz asked, disbelief written all over his face. But at this point, even if he did not want to believe it, he had to. Sorn's expression left no room for doubt. You can mess around with anyone in the bar, but not this kid, Sorn warned, pulling Jun's arm over his own shoulders and wrapping an arm around the slim waist. Despite not being small, Jun was swaying unsteadily in his drunken state. Sorn guided Jun out of the bar, leaving Franz scratching his head and staring after them in confusion. Moments later, his muscular arm was smacked hard. Turning around, he found Fyong standing there with an irritated expression. "Phi Franz, where's Phi Jun? I told you to watch him for just a bit, and now he's gone. Where is he?" Fyong asked while scanning the room, looking for his senior. Getting a cold towel from the bartender would not have been a big deal if it were not for a drunk customer causing a scene at the counter. By the time the manager had dealt with it, Fyong returned to find neither Jun nor Franz at the table. Someone who knows him took him back. Who? AI Sorn. Franz replied briefly, not paying much attention to Fyong anymore. He was still pondering the relationship between his friend and the young man. If they were siblings, that did not seem likely given their starkly contrasting appearances. One looked classically Thai, while the other clearly was not. It could be possible they were distant relatives, but he was not convinced. The look on Sorn's face when he caught Franz about to do something to Jun. Believe it, if they were not friends, Franz's jaw would have been dislocated by now. That fierce, intimidating Sorn was back, with eyes like a killer. Franz could only hope that Jun would be safe. Ugh. Ugh my ass. Sit properly in the car and put on your seatbelt, Sorn snapped, shoving the drunken Jun into his car before slamming the door shut. He then walked around to the driver's side and climbed in. It's stuck, Jun mumbled softly, barely able to keep his eyes open as he tugged on the seatbelt. It jammed, of course, because he yanked it too hard, causing the automatic mechanism to lock. Drunk and dumb. Huh, Sorn muttered, turning to adjust Jun into a proper sitting position before fastening the seatbelt for him. With that, he drove straight home, his anger simmering beneath the surface. He had already decided, once they got home, he would punish this reckless kid. The last time they went out drinking, Jun came back with a bruised face. This time, he had almost ended up with a husband. Drunk Jun was truly a whirlwind. Get out, Sorn ordered sharply, his tone firm. Still completely intoxicated, Jun squinted at the broad-shouldered, muscular man in front of him and replied in a lazy, slurred voice typical of someone drunk. Thought you said I should wait in your room. So you brought me back home instead? To have sex here? Wow, such class. Can Franz? Jun muttered, utterly disoriented. He vaguely remembered seeing the bastard Phi Sorn earlier, but assumed Sorn would not bother with him since he did not answer when spoken to. Or did he? His head was spinning so much he could not remember. Events flashed by and disappeared just as quickly in his foggy mind. Unbelievable, Jun. You're with me and still manage to think it's someone else, Sorn growled through gritted teeth, irritation surging as Jun babbled about Franz. Thud. Ow, that hurt. Jun yelped as his head bumped against the doorframe. Sorn had hoisted him onto his back to carry him inside. Jun rubbed his head, whining, before grabbing a handful of Sorn's hair to pull his face up. Don't mess with me, or you'll regret it, Jun slurred, his drunken boldness undiminished. Sorn clenched his jaw, mentally adding another tally to the list of paybacks he planned for the troublesome kid tonight. Carrying Jun upstairs to his bedroom was a struggle. Jun was utterly uncooperative, doing nothing but playing with Sorn's hair until it was a complete mess. People often said that drunken behavior reveals hidden desires. If that was true, then Jun's secret wish must have been to treat Sorn's head like a stuffed animal. Ugh ugh, don't you dare throw up, Jun. Sorn barked, rushing him to the bathroom. But Jun's next words nearly made him want to throw the kid against the wall. It's just teasing. I'm just tipsy, not gonna throw up, June mumbled, his eyes glazed, cheeks flushed, and lips a soft pink. Sorn could not stop himself from pinching the boy's lips, as he often did out of habit. June squirmed and protested, so Sorn let go, watching as the boy staggered and slid down the wall to collapse in a heap on the floor. Sorn crossed his arms, looking down at the drunken mess and sighing deeply. Who knows what might have happened if he had not come across him? Irk. Ugh bleh. If you tease me again, I'll. No, for real. Ugh bleh. Ai June. You little brat. Sorn yelled, his patience gone as June vomited everything he had in him. Sorn tried to pull his foot away, but it was too late. His leg was splattered from his shin to his heel. The brat looked up at him and grinned as if nothing had happened. Sorn was too tired to argue, but leaving June to wallow in a puddle of his own vomit was not an option. He grabbed him and dragged him into the bathroom. Sorn stripped June's clothes off entirely while the younger man sat on the edge of the tub, staring blankly. Once June was naked, Sorn turned to undress himself, leaving them both bare. Hee, chocolate milk. Hee, so dark. June giggled, sounding completely deranged. He pointed at Sorn's chest and burst out laughing. Sorn frowned, unsure of what absurd thoughts were running through June's mind. Strawberry milk. Hee, it's pink. June pointed to his own chest, laughing again. Sorn finally understood what the drunk brat was insinuating and let out another sigh, one of many that day. He grabbed the little troublemaker and dragged him under the shower to clean him up. June yelped in protest as the cold water hit him. Ugh, damn it. That Sorn is touching my junk. June suddenly realized that the person helping him was not Franz, but the fierce Sorn himself. He flailed his hands, trying to block Sorn from cleaning him below the waist, but a drunk man's strength was no match for someone sober. I've done more than touch it before, so stop acting up and stand still. Sorn gave June a quick wash, scrubbing off the smell and bits of food, before drying him off thoroughly. Go sit on the bed and wait. You and I have a lot to settle tonight, Sorn ordered before disappearing into the bathroom to take care of himself. It did not take him more than 10 minutes to return, wearing only a large towel wrapped around his waist. As for June, who told you to grab the beer and drink it? Well, you're the one who put it in the fridge in this room. Why not? June retorted. By now, he had sobered up a bit, but to mask his lingering confusion and unresolved feelings, he decided to drink more beer to get drunk again. Sorn did not look pleased in the slightest as he saw June drinking without asking. How could he not be annoyed? June had already downed 2 cans, and the one in his hand was the third. From what had been the start of sobering up, June now seemed to be getting drunk all over again, though not as badly as before. You're so stubborn, June's stubborn as hell. I've never met a kid as difficult as you. Even Win listens better than you. Then why do you have to meddle? Why the hell do you act like you care when you've made it clear you don't like me? You're the one confusing me about everything. So much so that I have to drink to deal with it. June finally snapped, letting out what he had been holding back. Sorn froze for a moment, stunned by June's words, before stepping toward him. His approach was not gentle at all, it was intimidating. His expression and presence made June shiver as he sat at the edge of the bed, unable to meet Sorn's piercing gaze. June instinctively turned his head away, unable to meet the piercing gaze directed at him. But it was no use. Sorn reached him in an instant, shoving June down onto the bed and pinning him beneath him. Any chance June had to escape was lost now. Tell me, what did I do to make you confused? Sorn's tone was demanding, his proximity and their state of undress amplifying the tension. June was clad in nothing but a loose white robe, while Sorn only had a towel around his waist. The closeness stirred a deeper, darker part of June's thoughts he tried to suppress. He glanced at Sorn briefly before looking away again, but this time, Sorn did not let him. Gripping June's face, Sorn forced him to meet his eyes directly, as if trying to read his thoughts. What he saw in June's gaze was a mix of uncertainty, blame directed at him, and something heavier left unsaid. Speak. What did I do to confuse you? Is that why you went and did that with Franz? If I hadn't caught you, were you planning to sleep with him? I've told you before, don't do those things with anyone else. If you want something, if you need to learn anything, do it with me. Only with me. Just ask me. I'll teach you. It's because of this, because you act like this, that I'm confused. I like men, I know, but I don't understand what it is I truly want. And the more you teach me, the more I feel incapable of doing this with anyone else. When I'm with you, it makes me want Fi to own me. June finished the thought silently, ashamed. He knew it was a dangerous, unacceptable feeling. So you want to try it with someone else, is that it? Yes, June answered softly. Anyone but this Sorn, he thought bitterly. He turned his face sharply away again, so much so it almost hurt his neck, trying to escape the teasing glint in Sorn's eyes. You're so weak, Sorn sneered, letting out a laugh through his nose. The mocking tone made June's face flush with anger. His fists clenched tightly, itching to land a punch on Sorn's face. Here Sorn was, making people confused without a care in the world, while June was stressed out of his mind, running around asking anyone and everyone for answers he still could not find. If you want to know, I'll help you, Sorn said, a wicked grin spreading across his sharp, handsome face. I'll make sure you understand yourself completely. No one else's help needed. With that, Sorn removed his towel, revealing his sculpted body and tattoos that spoke of hours of pain to earn them. June froze, caught off guard. He had not expected to be forced to face what he had been running from all this time. When he tried to get up and escape, Sorn grabbed him, throwing him back onto the large bed effortlessly. Sorn's sharp features pressed against June's neck, his movements deliberate and invasive. The combination of alcohol and a stubborn desire to prove something clouded June's judgment. He gave in, following Sorn's lead yet again. Sorn knew all of June's weaknesses, every sensitive spot, and exploited them masterfully. Soon enough, Sorn's hand had claimed the most vulnerable part of June's body. Sorn started with the basics, stroking the sensitive area until it began to react, all while teasing June's upper body. The loosely tied robe June wore was undone with ease as Sorn used his teeth to tug at the knot, exposing the toned physique that had turned the girls' heads at the office. June let out a soft moan as his body responded to Sorn's touch. Sorn's thumbs circled the sensitive ridge, drawing out more reactions. And then he did something that made June gasp in surprise. You don't have to use your mouth. June's protest was weak and unconvincing as Sorn took him fully into his mouth. The warmth of Sorn's mouth surrounded him, and the way Sorn sucked with hollowed cheeks made June writhe with pleasure. His strawberry-pink nipples, which they had laughed about earlier, were now being pinched and teased lightly, sending shivers through his body. June could not help but buck his hips against Sorn, seeking more as the suction overwhelmed him. Sorn glanced up at him, his eyes locking onto June's half-lidded gaze, clouded with desire. This was not the first time Sorn had seen June like this, but tonight the expression seemed more vivid, more desperate. June propped himself up on his elbows, watching as Sorn continued to work his magic with rough hands and skillful movements. Then, with a few more strokes, June's body reached its peak, releasing a milky white fluid as his body trembled. Huff. It's not enough. I need more, June admitted at last, tears welling up in his eyes as his body craved something deeper, something more fulfilling. Sorn understood exactly what June meant, though he was not sure if June himself truly grasped it. I can give you more, but are you sure you really want this? I'm sure, June said softly but firmly. Without another word, Sorn got up and walked over to the wardrobe, opening a drawer and retrieving a bottle of lubricant and a condom. He climbed back onto the bed, squeezing some gel into his hand before spreading it over his own aroused length, the slickness glinting under the dim light. Do you want to know how adults have sex? Sorn whispered to June, who was kneeling between his legs, eyes wandering over Sorn's sculpted body. June could not hide the desire in his gaze. How? Call me Hia, and I'll teach you, Sorn said with a smirk. But June remained silent, his eyes still fixated on the toned abs that flexed slightly, revealing a well-defined six-pack, and on the large, erect member ready for action. For the first time, June's thoughts were loud and clear. He wanted Sorn to do more, much more. He did not need any more teasing or foreplay. He was not a clueless kid anymore. He knew exactly what was coming next, and he was ready to let his desires be fulfilled. It hurts, he cried out as Sorn's lubricated finger gently pushed into the tight entrance at his back. June was not sure what to do, and neither of them had ever gone this far before. Don't tense up, or it'll hurt more. How can I not? It already hurts. If you really want to find out, don't tense up. Just breathe normally and follow my lead. If you want to grow up more than you already are, keep up with me, Sorn said firmly. Then, without further hesitation, he slid his finger deeper into June, searching for the spot that would replace the pain with overwhelming pleasure. June's arousal, which he jokingly referred to as the little Joe, responded eagerly as Sorn skillfully found the sensitive spot. June's slender body writhed uncontrollably as Sorn repeatedly pressed against the source of his pleasure. His heavy breathing filled the room, and Sorn, unable to resist June's reactions, leaned down to claim June's lips as a reward. His soft, rosy lips were captured in a fervent assault, while the delicate peach-colored entrance was invaded without resistance. June could only moan helplessly as Sorn trailed kisses along his neck and swirled his tongue over his sensitive chest. Turning June onto his stomach, Sorn was greeted by the sight of firm, rounded cheeks, evidence of regular exercise. With a smirk, Sorn firmly grasped and kneaded those tempting curves with unrestrained delight. Smack! Sorn delivered a light slap to the smooth skin, making June flinch and look back at him in shock. Don't glare at me like that. I told you, I'll spank you for every year of your age. You're too stubborn, Sorn teased, landing another playful smack on June's pale, springy flesh. It bounced under his hand like a jiggling pudding, tempting him beyond restraint. Unable to resist, Sorn leaned down to bite the firm cheek, earning an outraged protest from June. To silence him, Sorn flipped him over and kissed him deeply. June's protests and curses dissolved into nothing as his body burned with desire. Still, Sorn had not entered him yet, leaving June feeling incomplete and desperate for more. Hurry up, Sorn, whatever you're going to do, just do it. I can't take it anymore. If you don't call me Hia, I'm not doing anything, Sorn said, smirking at June's frustrated expression. Even now, he could not resist teasing him. Hia Sorn, June finally murmured, barely audible but clear enough. For some reason, calling him Hia seemed like the most difficult thing in the world for this stubborn kid. What are you muttering about? Sorn teased again. June bit his lip, clearly irritated. If Hia doesn't help me, I'll stop being your student right here, and ouch, it hurts. Ow, ow, ow. Before June could finish his threat, Sorn, who had been ready for a while, thrust into the beautiful channel, the lubricated protection easing the way. There was no way Sorn would let June do something like this with anyone else. Tai had entrusted June to him, and he would take care of this fledgling bird himself. At some point, Sorn's desire to tease June had mixed with something deeper, possessiveness. He wanted to see June pout until he cried, only to comfort him afterward and make everything right again. The young man, experienced in matters of the bedroom, gritted his teeth against the tight clenching and slight friction of June's back channel. June was slapping his arms and back repeatedly, likely leaving red marks on his honey-colored skin. Yet he did not retreat, instead soothing June and reigniting his passion, patiently preparing him until June was ready to fully embrace the moment. Only then did Sorn continue, resuming their intimate rhythm, ensuring that every movement delivered undeniable pleasure to the one beneath him. The unfamiliar pleasure and new sensations made June feel like his body was going to shatter into pieces. It was a mix of pain and ecstasy, but it brought immense satisfaction at the same time. The lingering haze from earlier alcohol consumption did nothing to dull his desire. There was no time for rational thought, only the overwhelming lust coursing through his body, making it impossible to resist his needs. June wrapped his arms around Sorn's slender waist as the man above thrust into him, hard and fast, causing June's body to tremble. Sorn's face betrayed his own mounting desire, his abs flexing with each movement. A faint trail of fine hair below his navel led the eye to his V-line, perfectly toned with no excess fat, and down to his hard rod moving in and out of June. So damn sexy, June murmured at the sight, admitting to himself how captivated he was by Sorn's physique. The rugged masculinity combined with Sorn's raw energy made him want to be entirely possessed. Those muscular yet not overly bulky arms. June wanted to sink his teeth into them to suppress the overwhelming pleasure Sorn was giving him. Ow, June, don't bite so hard. Fuck, it hurts. Sorn growled, supporting himself above June. He had no idea what June was thinking, but the younger man had sunk his teeth into Sorn's arm, not enough to break the skin, but hard enough to leave a mark. June quickly licked the bite mark he had left as if trying to soothe it, his tongue gentle on Sorn's skin. Damn brat, are you trying to push me over the edge? Sorn thought. Wasn't everything he was doing enough? The way he was thrusting and hitting his sweet spot until he was moaning incoherently, still not enough? How much further did June plan to drive him insane? Faster, fie Sorn, June moaned, unable to restrain the deep yearning within himself. His slender legs spread wider, allowing Sorn to lift them over his shoulders for deeper intimacy. The intense thrusts of the man above and the tight clenching from within created a connection so perfect it was almost unbearable. Call me Hea. Hea Sorn. Sorn murmured breathlessly against June's ear, craving to hear that soft, submissive tone meant only for him, a sound no one else would ever hear. Hea Sorn, June finally whispered, voice laced with vulnerability and heat. The moment the words left his lips, Sorn's thrusts became even faster, his jaw clenching tightly as he fought to hold back the overwhelming pleasure surging through him, the sharp lines of his clenched jaw making him look even more intense. June's hand reached down to stroke himself in sync with Sorn's movements, their heavy breaths blending and echoing throughout the room. The chilled air from the air conditioner did nothing to cool the heat of their passion. Finally, both reached their climax together, their bodies trembling in unison as they surrendered to the wave of pleasure. Sorn gave a few more deliberate thrusts, ensuring every last drop was drawn out before pulling away. He removed the condom and discarded it without a word. June lay back, panting heavily, his body aching but satisfied. The sense of fulfillment was overwhelming. This was what he had been searching for over the past 4 years. He had misunderstood, thinking he could dominate others. No, this was what he truly wanted. He loved sex like this, and Sorn was the only one who could give him this level of satisfaction. How is it? Did you get the answer you were looking for? Sorn asked, his tone teasing but affectionate. He lay down beside June, naturally refusing to just stay still. He continued to cuddle and nuzzle against the mischievous younger man, unable to resist the younger man's scent. For some reason, the soap they both used smelled far better on June, intoxicating even, though it did not have the same effect on Sorn himself. Yeah, this is it, June replied softly, his face flushing with embarrassment. He avoided Sorn's gaze, unable to believe how far he had come. From sneaking touches by the koi pond to having sex on the bed, it was a long way to fall. Unbelievable. What the hell, June? June's answer filled Sorn's heart with an overwhelming warmth. His little fledgling had learned to fly, and from now on, Sorn knew he would have to be even more careful. If not, June might spread his wings and fly too far away. Now that you've got your answer, don't even think about trying this with someone else carelessly. If you do, I'll whip you until your butt's covered in welts. Ouch! Don't squeeze it. It hurts. June protested as Sorn did not just scold him but grabbed and kneaded his sore, but for good measure. June could hear Sorn muttering under his breath about how pale and soft it was, his voice betraying a mix of irritation and amusement. Sorn leaned over to check on June, who was lying on his side, eyes half closed as if about to fall asleep. Deciding to let him rest, Sorn kept his hands gently running over June's hips and rear, unable to resist the soft texture of his skin. The owner of the house, Sorn, woke up early to buy breakfast just as the sun peeked over the horizon, wanting to have it ready for the little troublemaker who was still sound asleep. Last night, he had to carry June into the bathroom to clean him up so he could sleep comfortably. Though June grumbled about the unbearable pain from his first time, Sorn's teasing question of whether it was worth it had silenced him. The blush on June's cheeks had been all the answers Sorn needed. As Sorn finished scooping the rice porridge into bowls, his phone rang. It was his mother calling early in the morning, and he quickly answered. Crab, May. When are you coming home, Sorn? The warm, slightly worried voice of his aging mother came through the line, and Sorn could feel her care and concern immediately. Work's been hectic lately, May. I've got to clear some orders first. AI Thai and AI Champ have their hands full with international shipments. Don't overwork yourself. Champ was complaining the other day about not getting enough sleep. Don't worry, May. Your son's not going to wear himself out so easily. All right, my clever boy. By the way, Uncle Nui wants to talk to you about buying some land. Aunt Noi is looking to sell the plot next to our rubber plantation because her son got caught in a drug case. AI Pong's been arrested, and she needs money for bail. After their father had been killed in the plantation by an influential person, Sorn's mother had been forced to take over as head of the family. Sorn had stepped up to help with major decisions, while his younger brother, Thanu, now assisted their mother full-time. This allowed Sorn to work in the central region, with plans to eventually hand over part of the family estate for his gnome to manage independently. For years ago, after their father's death, Sorn had stayed home to help stabilize the family. It was the busiest and most challenging period of his life. He became a pillar of support for his grieving mother, while grappling with the trauma of losing his father. Although the shooter and the mastermind had been caught, Sorn could not shake the feeling that there might be more people involved. His father had not been an ordinary man. He was a respected leader among the local rubber plantation owners. Their family's wealth and influence had certainly attracted envy. Uncle Nui, not a relative but a long-time trusted aide of their father, had been indispensable in managing the plantations. Spanning over 50 acres and divided into multiple plots, the land required meticulous oversight. Uncle Nui supervised the workers, whom the locals called coolie, hired to tap the trees and collect the rubber, and they were paid on a clear percentage basis. Sorn's mother managed the finances, while Uncle Nui managed the labor and operations. Even after Sorn's father's death, Uncle Nui remained loyal, earning Sorn's trust over time. Today, the family's holdings had expanded to over 100 acres of rubber plantations and about 40 acres of palm oil plantations, a significant achievement compared to what his father had left behind. Once things settled down, Sorn returned to work with Tai, which was clearly the right decision. He was fortunate to have such a loyal friend and a supportive boss who welcomed him back to work. It was not that he disliked managing plantations, but his expertise lay in international trade, making this the better option for him. Meanwhile, his mother and Thanu took over the plantation operations. Probably by the end of the month, May. I'll call Uncle Nui about the land. Aunt Noi isn't exactly a stranger, so if she wants to use it as a collateral loan instead of selling outright, that should be fine for now. That's what I was thinking. Oh, Pong, that boy. What kind of karma led Aunt Noi to have a son like him? You can complain to me, but don't say that to anyone else, okay? We don't need rumors flying around about you, Mrs. Wandy, Sorn teased, gently cautioning his mother, who loved chatting with her circle of friends. After chatting with his mother a bit more, Sorn also had a chance to speak to his gnome, who had just returned from their palm plantation. Thanu reported that the palms were nearly ready for harvesting. Uncle Nui had already left for errands, so Sorn would call him later. Hey, I knew. Keep an eye on Aunt Noi's situation. Mom probably wants to help, but I won't be able to come down until the long holiday weekend. For now, take care of it, will you? Got it. But I'm worried about palm thieves. Someone spotted strangers lurking near the plantation. If they steal our palms, they'll have to deal with me. Just think carefully before you act. That's all. Talk later, Sorn said, ending the call. Though he trusted his brother, he could not help but worry about Thanu's impulsive nature possibly leading to trouble. He could only hope Thanu would learn to temper his fiery attitude. Thud. Crash. Ow. Fuck. The loud yell echoed through the house. Of course, it was no one else, but June. Sorn dropped the bag of soy milk he had just finished drinking and rushed upstairs to check. Opening the door, he found June sprawled on the floor, his face twisted in pain. What happened? I tripped over the blanket. Idiot. Don't call me that. It hurts. June pushed himself up to sit, but Sorn grabbed his arm, helping him stand before wrapping an arm around his waist and leading him to sit on the bed. Last night, Sorn had made sure there were no injuries or bleeding after their activities. He had used plenty of gel and had taken it slow, ensuring there was no harm. If there had been any injuries, he would have taken June straight to the hospital. What he was seeing now seemed to be the typical soreness of someone who was not used to such physical exertion. Can you make it downstairs to eat? Yeah, but let me adjust for a bit. June avoided eye contact, staring at his hands and feet as if searching for something on the floor. Sorn noticed the shy demeanor of the person who had been so fiery and unrestrained the night before. The contrast amused him, and he decided to tease June walking closer. He leaned in, trying to catch June's gaze, but June kept dodging. Finally, frustrated, Sorn grabbed June's face, tilting it up, and gave him a firm bite on the lips. MMPH. That hurts. June punched Sorn's arm with all his strength, but Sorn remained unfazed, continuing to attack June's swollen lips, still bruised from last night's intense kisses. Only when he was satisfied did he let go, leaving June's face twisted in a deep scowl. What are you so shy about? You're built like a buffalo but acting like a bashful kid. If you can get up, come eat. With that, Sorn left the room, leaving June gritting his teeth in frustration. How could anyone prepare themselves for this? Who else would be as shameless as that damn Sorn? Acting like being with a guy he did not even like was the most normal thing in the world. The lingering soreness in his lower back and the ache in his muscles made June hobble down the stairs into the kitchen. Sorn was already eating breakfast. Unlike the usual ham, sausages, and toast, this morning's meal was rice porridge, soy milk, and grilled pork with sticky rice. AI James is coming back today. You'll go back to staying with him, Sorn said, chewing on the pork in one hand while scrolling through the group chat on his phone with the other. Okay, June mumbled between mouthfuls of warm porridge, his hunger evident in the way he quickly ate. Are you coming back here to sleep tonight? No, I'll go back to my dorm, June replied, looking up just as their eyes met. Sorn had stopped eating and was now staring at him. His gaze was calm, but June felt a heat rise to his face as he sensed an unspoken intensity. Sorn's next words only amplified that feeling, leaving June speechless. But there's no me at your dorm. Last night had already thrown June's life into chaos. He did not need anything else to complicate things further. It was better this way, better if they kept disliking each other. He could not afford to let himself get swept away, could not let his feelings change direction. He and that Sorn were incompatible. Truly incompatible. Chapter 11. But you're not at my dorm. No matter how anyone interpreted it, the remarks sounded like flirting. To be honest, it felt as though Sorn was openly hitting on him, and June had enough experience to recognize it. Still, he refused to let it get to him. Without saying a word, he lowered his head and continued eating breakfast. He had no idea what Sorn was really thinking, or whether he was serious about using this so-called mentorship as an excuse to stay close to him. The only thing June knew for certain was that their secret remained undiscovered, and that was enough. He hoped things would go no further than they already had. Sleeping together had already pushed this complicated relationship far beyond what it should have. It had been 3 days since that incident. On the surface, everything appeared normal. What wasn't normal was how Sorn kept lingering around him. Like today, I'm not a barista. If you want coffee, make it yourself. June tossed the words over his shoulder before walking out of the copy room. He had gone back to working with James as usual, but he still crossed paths with Sorn because James frequently handled projects with Sorn's team. Seriously? You can't even make me 1 cup of coffee? So heartless. Although Sorn complained, it was obvious he wasn't actually upset. He wandered into the pantry while June merely sighed and shook his head at how shamelessly the older man abused his authority over an intern. Package for Penny. The delivery driver's voice echoed through the office. It was the same courier June had accidentally spilled Ovaltine on the last time. June, could you sign for it? Prue called out since June happened to be standing closest. He walked over to accept the package. Sawis D. Crab. About the other day, I'm really sorry for not being more careful and spilling Ovaltine on you. June smiled apologetically. The delivery driver looked puzzled for a second. Then realization dawned. His eyes dropped to June's employee badge. An intern, huh? Just started. Yes. I've been here for 2 weeks. I thought so. I didn't recognize you. With a friendly smile, the courier headed back out as quickly as he'd come. What were you talking about? Sorn's voice suddenly came from behind, startling June so badly he almost dropped the parcel. After placing the package on Penny's desk, June turned around to find Sorn standing right behind him, calmly sipping his usual cup of coffee. His expression gave nothing away. Nothing much. June answered shortly before stepping aside. Sorn didn't stop him. Instead, his hand moved almost on instinct, lightly smacking June across the back. June spun around in disbelief, glaring at him. His cheeks flushed pink before he stormed off. You seem to be in a pretty good mood lately. Something exciting happened, Champ asked without taking his eyes off his computer. Recently, Sorn had been chuckling far more often than usual. Not really. My ass. Normally your face is stiffer than a stone statue. This week, with Tie away overseas, You've been acting like a man sneaking out behind his wife's back to party." The comparison couldn't have been further from the truth. Sorn wasn't cheerful because he'd escaped his wife. He was amused because of one troublesome intern who was currently nibbling on his thumb while staring absent-mindedly at his computer screen. Why did the brat look even better today? His messy bangs somehow seemed cuter than usual. His freshly ironed uniform still looked neat despite the wrinkles from sitting all morning. His pale hand rested beneath his chin. Even the way June's long fingers danced across the keyboard caught Sorn's attention. "AI Sorn, you bastard." Champ's voice snapped him back to reality. "Why are you staring at June like that? What are you planning this time?" Champ narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "AI Tai specifically told me to keep an eye on both you and June. Don't you dare bully that kid." The way Sorn had been staring at June made it painfully obvious he was plotting something. Tai was overseas this week on a business trip with our own. Before leaving, he'd specifically asked Champ to keep an eye on both Sorn and June. He knew June had always ended up as the victim whenever Sorn decided to tease someone. Every single time. Even though Sorn had promised to take good care of June, none of their friends completely believed him. Just yesterday, Champ had caught Sorn hovering suspiciously close to June. The moment Sorn leaned over him, Champ stepped in. June had looked visibly relieved to see him. He'd even pouted at Sorn before marching away. Realizing he'd been caught staring, Sorn quietly returned his attention to work. June, meanwhile, remained completely unaware of how often Sorn found himself watching him. Just seeing June made Sorn itch to tease him, or to pull him into another hug. The impulse flashed through his mind before he quickly shook it away. No, he couldn't. June currently had 2 bodyguards, Tai and Champ. If Sorn slipped up even once, the 2 of them would never let him hear the end of it. Still, if an opportunity presented itself where no one could see, he had no intention of holding back. What he and June had done recently was dangerously addictive. Pure temptation. Every moment made him want to break the promise he'd made to Tai. Deep down, he wanted to make June cry out beneath him every single night. Again and again. The fact that no one else knew, the fact that June insisted their relationship remain a secret, only made it more exciting. Sorn had never been interested in younger partners before. He usually dated people his own age or older. Younger men often lacked maturity and experience, and he found them exhausting. He'd watched Tai and Champ date younger people before. Those relationships never lasted. They'd always been too childish, too clingy, too demanding. June was different. Being with him felt like trying something completely new. There were no expectations, no emotional commitment, just desire. By noon, everyone headed out for lunch. Champ had already left earlier with Korn to meet a client, leaving Sorn alone in the office. As he walked toward the lift, more and more employees crowded inside. Among them were the interns from the 16th floor. June stood near the front, completely absorbed in his phone, probably replying to messages online. They entered the lift together. June never noticed Sorn standing directly behind him. Still glued to his phone, June continued typing away. Sorn, wanting his attention, decided to boop. With a playful thrust of his hips, he bumped June from behind. "Hey," June yelped, stumbling forward before spinning around, only to find the ever-annoying Sorn grinning at him. The irritating smile made June want to punch him. Slowly, Sorn slid both hands around June's waist. June's eyes widened. Sorn simply smiled, while June silently mouthed every curse he could think of. "What are you doing?" June whispered, trying to wriggle free. The crowded lift gave him nowhere to move. "Stop staring at your phone and pay attention." Sorn spoke in a low voice. "The lift's packed. Watch where you're standing." June froze. Only then did he realize just how crowded it had become while he'd been distracted. He'd only been paying enough attention not to step on anyone's feet. Who would have thought Sorn would pull something like this? When June tried moving away, he bumped into a woman beside him. Shifting the other direction only had him colliding with another office worker. In the end, he gave up. No one could see what Sorn was doing anyway. "June," Sorn called softly. June stubbornly kept his head down, pretending to scroll through his phone. The bright red tips of June's ears made Sorn want to bite them. June's hair was so close that Sorn couldn't resist quietly inhaling its scent several times. Their height difference positioned June's ear almost perfectly in front of Sorn's face. The urge to kiss that pale ear became almost unbearable. "AI June." Still nothing. June continued ignoring him. Annoyed, Sorn reached out and pinched him. June jumped before glaring viciously over his shoulder. At that exact moment, the lift doors opened and people began filing out. Where are you eating lunch? Why? Are you buying? Are you coming or not? I was thinking about trying that noodle shop everyone's been talking about. The one that's always on TV. Sorn casually referred to the meal he still owed June from before. Since they were already downstairs together, now seemed like the perfect chance. June hesitated. Normally, he'd eat with Pei and AE. Today, however, both interns had been taken out by one of the senior staff and wouldn't return until evening. Phi Puth had already gone out earlier as well. June had originally planned to buy takeaway and eat back at the office. Sorn quietly watched the hesitation play across June's face. After a moment's thought, June nodded. Without another word, Sorn led him toward the famous noodle shop. The restaurant was packed with office workers. Not a single table remained. June suggested getting takeaway instead. Sorn agreed. Unfortunately, the wait would be another 20 minutes. June, already starving, began fidgeting impatiently. I'm starving. He pouted. His cheeks were flushed from the heat. Beads of sweat glistened across his face. He dabbed at them with a tissue, only to leave tiny white bits stuck to his skin without realizing it. Still completely unaware, he stretched his neck toward the kitchen, hoping their order would come sooner. Having just finished chatting with Tai online, Sorn looked up. He couldn't help chuckling. Quickly, he snapped a photo and sent it. Arrow shot. Your gnome looks like a mess. Tai, stop teasing June. Tell him already. Arrow shot. Later. Tai, you're such an ass, AI Sorn. Stop tormenting him and have a little sympathy. Sorn laughed quietly again. June still hadn't noticed the tissue clinging to his face. He continued peering into the restaurant before complaining for the second time. I'm starving. He'd already eaten 2 bags of crispy pork rinds while waiting. They'd barely taken the edge off. Sorn simply shook his head, thoroughly entertained by June's impatience. There was no point canceling the order. Every nearby restaurant was just as crowded. Waiting here was still the fastest option. Phi Sorn, I'm going to grab something from 7-Eleven. June finally announced. If I wait any longer, I might end up eating an entire elephant. Hold still. Sorn caught June by the arm and reached up to brush the tiny bits of tissue off his face. Startled, June immediately jerked away. Don't mess with me. I'll tell Tai. He raised both hands defensively, still remembering the flick Sorn had given his forehead the previous evening. You're really that paranoid around me? Have I been bullying you that much lately, you little brat? Sorn couldn't help muttering the insult. June acted as though every encounter with him ended in some kind of prank. Even after Sorn tried to reassure him, June continued twisting away to keep Sorn's hand from reaching his face. Fine. Suit yourself, you buffalo. With that parting shot, Sorn turned and walked off. Before leaving, he reminded the noodle shop staff that he'd be back to collect their takeaway order. June frowned, but he had no choice except to follow. After all, Sorn had shouted buffalo loudly enough for half the street to hear. Where are you taking me? I'm starving. I could eat an entire elephant, Phi. Can't we grab something first? June complained. Sorn ignored him and continued leading the way through a maze of narrow alleys. The farther they walked, the quieter it became. Eventually, they emerged into another lane where only an occasional car passed by. It looked like a shortcut into the city. At last, Sorn stopped in front of a tiny street cart. A faded sign covered in old stickers read, Kanam Tokyo, Aunt Thanum's original recipe. The pale batter spread across the hot griddle released a sweet aroma as Aunt Thanum skillfully shaped it into thin, oval pancakes. The smell immediately made June's mouth water. Well, look who's here. I haven't seen your handsome face in ages. Busy with work, dear? The elderly vendor smiled brightly. Though she was already in her late 60s, she remained energetic and lively. She had been selling Kanam Tokyo ever since she was young. Even now, she refused to retire, saying she preferred keeping herself busy. Over the years, her cart had quietly become one of Sorn's favorite hidden spots. I've been busy lately. Hardly had any free time. I finally got a break this afternoon, so I came by. How many would you like? 3. Mixed fillings. 10 baht each, please. She nodded before turning toward June. And you, sweetheart? The same as faux Sorn. Then she blinked. Oh my, what happened to your face? Why's it covered in, whatever that is? She burst into laughter, revealing the gap where 3 teeth were missing on one side. June frowned and pointed at himself in disbelief. That only made Aunt Thenom laugh harder. Her laughter became so contagious that even the waiting customers chuckled. One eventually reminded her to watch the griddle before the pancakes burned. Unable to hold it in any longer, Sorn laughed openly. Confused, June hurried over to a parked car and looked at his reflection in the side mirror. What the? Only then did he realize why people had been staring at him. Tiny white tissue fibers covered his face and neck. He looked ridiculous. Sorn walked over, still grinning, while June frantically brushed the tissue away. Sorn reached over and casually removed the pieces June had missed. The moment his face was finally clean, June rounded on him. Why didn't you tell me, Phi? I had tissue all over my face. My handsome image is ruined. He kept checking his reflection, searching for any remaining bits. Even Aunt Thenom had laughed at him. He could only imagine what people his own age had been thinking. Ignoring the complaints, Sorn collected their pancakes before immediately stuffing one into June's mouth. You're starving, so you're whining nonstop. Earlier I tried helping you, but you thought I was messing with you. Now you're blaming me for not saying anything. Make up your mind already. He shook his head dramatically. Honestly, with all that nagging, you're acting like my wife. Who'd ever want to be your wife, old man? June shot back instantly. His irritation eased considerably as he bit into the warm Kanam Tokyo. Since Sorn wasn't eating any, June naturally ended up holding all three. He'd assumed Sorn had brought him here because he wanted them himself. Apparently not. That suited June just fine. He was starving. Oh really? Sorn suddenly wrapped an arm around June's shoulders. And wasn't it this old man who just made you happy? Before June could react, Sorn leaned down and mischievously nibbled his ear. Hey! June struggled wildly. Sorn only laughed, accidentally brushing his lips against the side of June's neck in the process. June instinctively shrank away. Damn it, Phi Sorn. You're messing up my hair. Finally releasing him, Sorn casually pinched June's cheek. Then, almost absent-mindedly, he smoothed June's hair back into place. Isn't that Phi Sorn and known June over there, Phi Champ? Korn pointed out the window as he and Champ drove through the alley. They seem really close now. Weren't they always fighting before? Champ glanced over before smiling faintly. That's because AI Tai warned Sorn not to tease June too much. He chuckled. June's practically Tai's favorite younger brother. Honestly, I think he spoils June even more than Win. Champ himself had never fully understood it. Tai adored June. Even when they'd been overseas, Tai constantly talked about him. Although Champ was close to June as well, he still couldn't compare to how much Tai cared. Even Win had once complained about it. Tai had simply laughed and explained that he'd known June since childhood. Besides, Arong had always reminded them to look after June because he'd grown up with only his father and older sister. It's nice seeing those two getting along. Champ smiled as memories resurfaced. Back then, every time they met, they'd start fighting. He began telling Korn old stories about the buzz-cut schoolboy June, who used to argue with Sorn constantly. Back then, the two couldn't even stand looking at each other. Thankfully, that had finally changed. Meanwhile, Sorn and June returned to collect their takeaway noodles. As for the three Kanam Tokyo, they had disappeared before they'd even walked a few dozen meters. June had finished every last bite. With food finally in his stomach, all traces of his earlier grumpiness vanished. When they returned to the office, none of the others had come back from lunch yet. The two decided to eat together in the pantry. Sorn barely spoke. He focused instead on checking emails on his iPad. Phi Sorn, aren't you eating your meatballs? June looked at the untouched meatballs sitting in Sorn's bowl. Not one had been touched. I don't eat them. Can I have them then? What'll you trade me? Trade. June blinked. Come on. You're just going to throw them away. Give them to me instead. I paid for this bowl. Sorn looked up. Isn't it a little heartless to ask for something without offering anything in return? June immediately puffed out his cheeks. You're so stingy. Sorn ignored him. He picked up his bowl and made as though he were about to throw all 5 meatballs into the bin. June watched in visible despair. His eyes followed the meatballs as though they were priceless treasure. Sorn almost laughed, leaning across the table while June remained completely distracted. He stole a kiss. His lips briefly captured June's, still tinged red from the chili seasoning, just long enough to leave June frozen. Before June could even process what had happened, Sorn straightened up, then casually dropped all 5 meatballs into June's bowl. If you were smart, You'd know exactly what I wanted in exchange. A smug grin spread across his face. You're my student. Surely you've learned at least that much. Then he simply walked away, leaving June sitting there, bright red, speechless. Only after several long seconds did June finally recover. His head immediately snapped around. He checked every corner of the pantry. Fortunately, no one had seen. Not even the auntie who usually worked in the kitchen was around. June finally let out a long breath. Just wait. Damn Sorn. You'll pay for this. That afternoon, Sorn left June alone. June likewise buried himself in work, helping James finish the day's assignments. Unfortunately, the workload showed no sign of ending. Even after 5 o'clock, the pile remained enormous. June, you can head home first. James smiled tiredly. We'll finish the rest. His usually immaculate hair was completely disheveled, making the handsome Singaporean look far less polished than usual. It's okay, Phi. June smiled. I'd just be sitting around if I went home. I'd rather stay and help. Sorn glanced sideways at him. Their eyes met briefly, with deliberate slowness. Sorn licked his lips. The silent reminder of what had happened at lunch instantly brought color back to June's cheeks. A second later, June glared at him. Thoroughly satisfied, Sorn returned to work. Every now and then, though, whenever he heard James and June chatting together, he found himself looking over. He couldn't explain it. Ever since that night, something had changed. It wasn't simply that they'd become physically close. It was something else, something inside him. Around 6 o'clock, June stood up. I'm going downstairs for a bit. He a champ. Do you want anything? He noticed everyone on Sorn's team was still working as though it were the middle of the afternoon. The international department at Arong's company never seemed to stop. After only 2 weeks, June already understood how the company had become so successful. Everyone worked incredibly hard. I'll trouble you to buy me something, June. Champ smiled apologetically. I don't think I'll have time to go downstairs tonight. I need to finish these orders. No problem. Champ looked around the office. Everyone, June's going down to buy dinner. Tell him what you want. Immediately, orders began flying in. June opened the Notes app on his phone and started typing. Once everyone had placed their requests, he checked the list one final time. Only one person was missing. Sorn. He'd stepped outside again, probably for another cigarette. June sent him a message online. While waiting for a reply, he headed downstairs. Arrow shot. I've already eaten. The reply came moments later. June simply sent back an OK sticker. Fortunately, every order came from the same food stall. After placing them all, June crossed to the convenience store to buy drinks and snacks with the extra money Champ had given him. He even bought a reusable shopping bag since he'd forgotten to bring one. By the time he returned to collect the food, he was carrying dinner for 6 people, plus snacks, plus drinks. Both hands were completely full. Standing in front of the lift, he realized he couldn't even press the button. No security guard was nearby. No one else was around to help. With a sigh, he awkwardly jabbed the button using his elbow. Just then, a familiar voice called out behind him. Planning to feed the entire city, June? June turned. Oh good. Phi's here. Without even pretending to be polite, he thrust several bags towards Sorn. Help me carry these. They're heavy. At that moment, pride was the last thing on his mind. His fingers were about to give out. Sorn accepted 3 bulging shopping bags from the convenience store. So much. He looked inside. Who told you to buy all this? There aren't that many people upstairs. He a champ gave me 1,000 baht. June shrugged. I figured it'd be safer to buy extra. If nobody finishes it today, they can leave it in the fridge. And yours? June pointed. That. 1 boxed meal. 1 bottle of Coke. That was it. You're seriously going to be full from that? Sorn looked doubtful. He knew exactly how much June usually ate. There was no way 1 meal could satisfy him. If I'm still hungry later, I'll eat again after work. Just then, the lift doors opened. The two carried everything upstairs together. Throughout dinner, Sorn quietly watched June. The brat had finished his boxed meal and drained the Coke in no time. There was absolutely no way he was full. When Champ asked, though, June simply smiled and said yes. Probably because he didn't want to trouble anyone. I'll be back. Sorn suddenly stood. Where are you going? Champ frowned. Don't disappear for too long. AI Tai will chew you out when he gets back. Yeah. Sorn waved dismissively. Just going for a smoke. Then he left. By the time work finally wrapped up, it was almost 8. June stretched his stiff back. Kuntoon had praised him repeatedly for his hard work. Meanwhile, someone who claimed he was only stepping out for cigarettes had vanished several times throughout the evening. Even now, Champ couldn't help grumbling. I'm heading home, everyone. June smiled. Goodbye. See you tomorrow, Champ. Get home safely. Champ waved. Send me a message when you arrive. June headed toward the bus stop. There weren't many people around at this hour, though he had no idea whether the buses would still be crowded. He slipped on his earphones and began listening to music while waiting. A small woman suddenly tapped his shoulder. Excuse me, gnome. She pointed across the road. That man over there is calling you. June looked where she indicated. A familiar car. His eyes widened. Why was Sorn here? Before he could think any further, the car horn blared loudly. Get in the damn car. Sorn shouted through the open window. Are you planning to stand there until everyone curses my ancestors? Embarrassed by the traffic building behind the car, June hurried over after thanking the woman. I thought you'd already gone home. I felt sorry for one little puppy who claimed he was full after eating only one lunchbox. Sorn pulled back onto the road. So I bought ingredients for hot pot. You mean me? June pointed at himself. Who else? Sorn snorted. Think before you speak. But who said I was going to your house? I'm telling you now. What? June stared. Sometimes Sorn acted as though they barely knew each other. Now he was dragging him home to cook together. I wanted hot pot. Sorn kept his eyes on the road. But I didn't have anyone to eat it with. Once we're done, I'll drive you back to your dorm. There. Happy. Then why not invite Champ? Sorn sighed. June, I'll treat my student. But I'm not treating my friends. He glanced sideways. Now stop asking questions and sit quietly until we get home. A slow smile appeared on his lips. If you keep talking, I'll shut your mouth with my tongue. June immediately fell silent. The rest of the drive passed without another word. The moment they reached Sorn's house, June rushed straight to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Sorn unpacked the ingredients and started preparing the hot pot. I thought you'd already eaten. June walked back out. Weren't you full? I did eat. Sorn arranged vegetables on a plate. But I had Western food. He grimaced. Too greasy. If you didn't like it. June tilted his head. Why'd you eat it? Sorn paused. Something about the question made him wonder if June meant more than he was saying. Perhaps he was simply overthinking it. June had already returned his attention to the food without waiting for an answer. In the end, Sorn said nothing. Maybe. He really was just imagining things. Chapter 12. I'm heading back now, June said after finishing washing the dishes and cleaning up the utensils from their late-night hot pot meal for the homeowner. Sorn, sitting on the couch watching TV, glanced at the clock, which now read past 10 p.m. There aren't any buses running this late. I'll just call a grab. Do you always trust strangers this easily, June? Well, what do you want me to do then? Drive me back yourself, the sharp-featured boy shot back irritably. He had no idea why Sorn always had to pick on him. It's not like he hadn't traveled at night before. Nothing bad had ever happened to him. Stay here, Sorn said, pretending to ignore the annoyed expression of the other. No way. I'm not sleeping here, June immediately retorted. You'd be sleeping here for free. Why don't you want to stay? June stayed quiet. He didn't want to stay because of that day. Those memories were still crystal clear, still fresh and painfully vivid. The memory of Sorn pressed close against him, inside him, making him gasp and moan out nearly the entire night. For real, I'm going now. I'm a guy. There's nothing scary about it. But, damn, you're so stubborn. Fine, I'll take you, Sorn said with a sigh. If he couldn't trick the brat into staying over, he'd just have to keep his word and drive him. Sorn turned off the TV, switched off the lights, but left the porch light on. After locking the door, he walked out to see the stubborn, whiny kid already sitting in the car, sulking about having to go back to his dorm. The night traffic was smooth as hell. No annoying waits at long red lights, just cruising along. June gave directions to his dorm because the driver, of course, claimed he couldn't remember the way. Shouldn't have turned at that intersection. Now we have to make a long U-turn. The local scolded, annoyed. He had told Sorn to take the next intersection, but instead, Sorn had turned earlier, forcing them to drive far out of the way to get back on track. Well, I don't remember. I've only dropped you off once. Who the hell would remember that? If you'd just let me call a grab, I'd probably be asleep by now, twice over. June kept on complaining, even though he did understand the other's point. After all, this was only the second time Sorn had taken him to his dorm. Honestly, it wouldn't have been such a hassle if Sorn had just let him use a damn grab. There were plenty of them all over the city. Aitai asked me to keep an eye on you. The moment you get a small bruise, he acts like the world's ending. If something actually happened to you, he'd probably kill me and hide my body at the office, Sorn argued, pulling out the classic excuse. That shut June up for a moment. Sorn glanced over at the now silent brat and couldn't help but smirk. It was funny, really. Around Tai and Champ, June acted like the perfect little angel, quiet, polite, and helpless. But when it was just the two of them, the kid wouldn't shut up, rattling off complaints nonstop. Whatever respect June might have had for him was in the negatives at this point. Thanks for the ride, June said as he turned to give Sorn a polite why when the car stopped in front of his dorm. It was almost midnight now, and June was so full and sleepy that he could barely keep his eyes open in the cool air-conditioned car. Sorn nodded in acknowledgement, watching the brat, whose eyes were drooping shut. Unable to resist, Sorn grabbed the back of June's neck and pulled him in for a kiss. June struggled at first, caught off guard by the sudden attack. Sorn's lips were rough, biting down hard enough to nearly draw blood. June squirmed, but Sorn must have realized he'd been too forceful, so he eased up. His movements softened into slow, deliberate kisses, nibbling at June's lips, pressing again and again until the soft pink flesh was red and swollen from being claimed. That's the kind of kiss that gets stuck in your head, June. A kiss like that makes the person kissed think about the one who kissed them all night. Seriously, if you wanted to teach me, you could have just said so. No need to grab my neck like that. You scared the crap out of me, June grumbled, wiping his mouth where a bit of spit had lingered. Still, he hadn't exactly backed down either. He'd kissed back just as much, refusing to be outdone. Sorn watched as June climbed out of the car, feeling an annoying pang of disappointment. He wanted more, so much more, but all he could do was sit there and watch the stubborn brat walk away, leaving him with a lingering taste of what he couldn't have. June. Before he could even think it through, Sorn got out of the car and called after the brat. June turned around, looking confused, raising an eyebrow as if to ask, "What now? Can I crash at your place? I don't feel like driving back. I'm worried I'll doze off on the way." And just like that, Sorn found himself standing in the dorm room of a fourth-year student, a place he never thought he'd end up. June's room was a typical guy's mess, cluttered, with a faint stale smell from the windows being kept closed all day. Clothes were draped all over the place, but June quickly scrambled to gather them and shove them into a basket. "Don't even think about commenting on my room. I already warned you, it's messy." Sorn shrugged nonchalantly. Noted. He didn't feel the need to comment. After all, back when he used to crash at his friends' dorms, they were just as chaotic. His own place back home wasn't messy like this because he had a housekeeper come by weekly, and, truth be told, he liked to keep things at least tidy enough not to drive him crazy. But June's room? It was just what he expected from the kid. Sorn stripped off his t-shirt and jeans, leaving only his boxers on. He didn't bother showering. No spare clothes to change into, so he figured he'd just deal with it and shower when he got home tomorrow. June glanced over briefly before turning back to tidying up his mess, trying to act indifferent. Noticing that the tips of June's ears were red, Sorn smirked and stepped closer, purposefully brushing his still peaceful private area lightly against June. "Your room seems a bit hot. Guess I'll just sleep like this," Sorn said casually. "Suit yourself, Fi? I'm gonna shower," June replied, backing away toward the balcony where his towel was hanging. He slung it over his shoulder and padded off toward the bathroom, his pale, flushed skin betraying his obvious embarrassment. Sorn let him handle his business in the bathroom while he took a moment to look around the small dorm room. It was a typical student setup, not much space, but everything had its purpose. There was a multi-purpose corner for studying, doing homework, or eating. A small foldable Japanese table leaned against the wall, saving space until needed. It was a simple setup, functional and compact, but it somehow suited June's style perfectly. June's room didn't have a bed, just a single 3.5-foot wide mattress pressed up against the wall, barely big enough for one person. No doubt, Sorn would end up sleeping on the floor tonight. The room's decor looked like something straight out of one of those trendy Twitter posts. Potted plants gave the space a fresh and calming vibe, though they looked a bit neglected, like they hadn't been watered in a while. Instead of a bulky wardrobe, there was a minimalist clothing rack, likely chosen to save space. Despite the lack of a closet, the clothes hanging on the rack didn't have that stale smell some might expect. On the contrary, a faint scent of fabric softener lingered in the air, strong enough to notice even from a few steps away. Sorn wandered over to the shoe corner. Clearly, it was June's pride and joy. There were translucent plastic shoe boxes stacked neatly, one on top of the other, showing off a well-organized collection. Among them, Sorn spotted a pair of shoes he had given June back when the kid was still a buzzcut brat. A small, unexpected pang of nostalgia hit him as he remembered those days. You planning to take my shoes back? Too bad, Fi. Once you give something, there's no takebacks. You gave them to me yourself back then, June said as he stepped out of the bathroom, dressed only in a pair of pajama pants. He was toweling off his damp hair, completely unaware of the effect he was having. Sorn swallowed hard, and his gaze lingered involuntarily on June's chest, where his dark pink nipples stood out. Memories of that night, the touching, the tasting, the taking, flooded his mind, and the desire for a repeat came almost instantly. He forced himself to pull away, knowing full well that it wouldn't end well if he demanded a second round tonight. June might not give up so easily this time. Forcing himself to stay in the present, Sorn shook his head at how overprotective the brat was. It was ironic that June was acting so reserved, but the moment Sorn would whisper some sweet nothings in his ear, he would fall for it completely. You're such a drama queen. Forget international business. Drop out and start writing novels. You'd probably make a fortune, Sorn teased, earning an exaggerated pout from June. But June didn't argue back, just rolled his eyes. I've got a mat for you to sleep on, but no blanket, June said, rummaging through his things. He pulled out a large comforter his pa had bought him when he first moved into the dorm. It had been stored away for ages, so it had a faint musty smell despite being well kept in a bag. What about a pillow? Sorn asked as he spread the comforter on the floor near June's mattress. Without a word, June tossed him another pillow. Luckily, June seemed to have plenty to spare. He liked being surrounded by pillows, so there was no shortage. At least the room had air conditioning, keeping it comfortably cool. June turned on the flat-screen TV, scrolling through channels to find something to watch. But since it was already late at night, all he came across were news programs, so he eventually just turned it off. The silence settled back over the small room. Sorn pulled out his phone and started checking emails from clients. As usual, alternating between that and scrolling through his social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Meanwhile, June was busy on his own phone, gaming with Win and a few other friends he'd planned to meet online. As midnight passed, Sorn glanced up from his phone to see June fast asleep, his head slumped to the side against the pillow, still sitting upright and leaning against the wall. Feeling a twinge of pity, Sorn thought about waking him to lie down properly. But his eyes couldn't help but wander to the pale, smooth legs peeking out from beneath June's shorts, and the peach-colored nipples that were almost teasingly exposed. Sorn bit his lip, struggling to suppress the surge of desire threatening to take over. He shook his head, trying to snap himself out of it, muttering silently to himself that June was just like anyone else, not particularly special or irresistible. But the more he tried to convince himself, the more his actions betrayed him. Like now, as he found himself creeping closer to the sleeping figure on the mattress. He remembered how June's skin had tanned slightly after a beach trip, though it never stayed that way for long. No matter how much sun he got, June's naturally pale complexion always returned. Up close now, the contrast between their skin tones was striking. June's was soft, smooth, and so fair that even the slightest touch or squeeze would leave pink marks. Sorn, on the other hand, didn't bruise unless someone hit him hard enough to leave him black and blue. That difference only made June's delicate appearance more tempting, a vulnerability Sorn couldn't ignore, no matter how much he tried to fight it. Sorn's hand slowly crept along June's slender leg, starting from the shin, moving up to the pale thigh, and then slipping under the hem of his shorts. That's when he realized June wasn't wearing any underwear. A sly grin spread across his face as the realization hit him, his actions now feeling even more mischievous. He paused when June stirred slightly, his body shifting as if on the verge of waking. Sorn hesitated for a moment, but before he could pull his hand away, June's eyes shot open. Fully awake, June's gaze dropped immediately to Sorn's hand, which was now very clearly resting on his most sensitive area beneath the fabric of his shorts. June, want to do it? Sorn asked bluntly, his voice steady and his eyes locked on June's. There was no hesitation, no attempt to hide his intentions. His body's craving had overpowered any rational thought. If I really want to? June asked back, still leaning against the wall in the same relaxed position, not even brushing off Sorn's hand from where it lingered. Yes. The blunt honesty in Sorn's reply was enough to bring a faint blush to June's clear cheeks. But I don't have anything to help in my room, June finally said after a long pause. If Sorn was fire, then he was oil, ready to ignite. Knowing his own desires all too clearly, June wasn't about to let the opportunity slip away once Sorn made his intentions so obvious. Just a condom is fine. I'll take care of the rest, Sorn replied, wasting no time. Without hesitation, he pulled off his own pants and began moving toward June's. Wait, Sorn. June grabbed the large hand that was tugging down his pajama pants. What? Can we talk this out first? Like, just lay it all on the table. Can't we do that after? No. We need to talk first. Fine. But you're gonna have to help me out in the meantime. Shit. It hurts like hell. Sorn's voice was laced with frustration, and his arousal was so overwhelming that he took June's hand and placed it lightly against himself. What the hell, June? Did you secretly coat yourself in some kind of sex pheromone? The second I touch you, I lose all control. June sighed but still gave in, his hand moving gently along Sorn's hardening length. His own body was betraying him, the rising heat making it clear he wanted it just as much. Say what you need to say, Sorn's voice was firm, with a slight edge to it, though his face lowered close enough to June's to brush against him. He leaned in further, inhaling the faint, fresh scent of the body wash still clinging to the brat's skin. This kind of thing once was more than enough for me to get it. I've tasted it, I know what it's like. But if there's a next time, it's not just about learning anymore. June started, his voice hesitant but sincere. So, I'm asking you for real, are you sure about this? About where we are now? This has gone way too far. Or, do you actually like doing this with me? Is that it? Or, is it because I'm good in bed or something? I mean, are we just fuck buddies now? I'm confused, I need some clarity here. For the past few days, June had been stuck in a constant state of confusion. Every time he managed to figure one thing out, another question came up, leaving him trapped in a cycle of unanswered doubts. What would happen if he kept sleeping with that bastard? Would it just be an arrangement where both of them got something out of it? Satisfying each other in bed, but in real life, still not being able to stand each other? June looked like he was on the verge of tears, and Sorn couldn't help but feel sorry for him. That's just how June was, easily confused, always thinking like a kid. He seemed confident on the surface, but deep down, he wasn't sure of himself, like a fragile branch ready to snap at any moment. June, if I tell you the truth, will you be able to handle it? Sorn asked, his tone serious. What he was about to say was the raw, honest truth, something June would have to accept, no matter what. June stayed silent, but nodded in agreement. Sorn took a deep breath before speaking again. I want to sleep with you. Your skills aren't great yet, but I figure if I keep training you, you'll be amazing soon enough, Sorn said bluntly. Why me? From that time at the fish pond until now, why? June asked, his voice tinged with frustration. At first, I just wanted to mess with you. I didn't think you'd actually fall for it. But you did. Why did you believe me back then? Sorn shot back. Well, you sounded so damn convincing. So I thought consulting you wouldn't hurt. But who would have known you'd pull this? And now? Why are you still teaching me? Because we've already started something. Continuing isn't hard. And why do you let me teach you? June went silent again. This time, he answered only in his heart. It's because of the charm of the other man, the raw, rugged allure that fascinated him like this. It wasn't because he wanted to be like Sorn, but because he wanted someone like Sorn to be with him instead. Sorn wasn't trying to pressure June into answering. Honestly, if June had wanted to say no earlier, he could have done it. Sorn hadn't forced him into anything, not even a little bit. He never threatened or pushed June to let him do this. Everything up to this point was June's decision. So what was there to be confused about now? Right now, I want you to focus on just one thing. Are you happy when we do this? I've been clear from the start that I wanted to help you, and you agreed to my request willingly. I like how things are between us. That's my clarity. But what about you? Have you figured out where you stand yet? June stayed quiet, thinking. He kept looking to Sorn for answers, but never really asked himself if he was clear about his own feelings. Sure, he went along with what Sorn wanted, but after giving it some real thought, he wasn't the kind of person who just blindly followed anyone unless he genuinely felt the same way. Did that mean he was starting to want too much? I like it too this way. It's not like there's anything wrong with it, the younger boy muttered shyly, his tone hesitant. And how could he not be embarrassed? While Sorn answered everything straight up, holding nothing back, June couldn't even meet his gaze while replying. It felt like Sorn's eyes were reading him completely, seeing everything he felt deep down. Then why are you overthinking it? Well, I need to think about it first, don't I? You don't like me, I don't like you, and out of nowhere, we're tied up in this thing. And look at us, we're great in bed together. But I don't even know if you've got a wife or kids. What if your wife shows up and tears me apart for sleeping with her husband? That'd be a disaster. I don't have a wife or kids. Satisfied now? June stared straight at Sorn, trying to make sure he wasn't lying. He could hardly believe someone like Sorn didn't already have a wife or kids. And what about you? That guy you almost kissed in the car? Who is he? Your boyfriend? Some fling of yours. He's just someone I'm talking to. Then stop talking to him. If you need to talk to me instead. You're acting like you're my boyfriend or something. June muttered to himself, frowning. Sorn, sitting right next to him, caught every word. Without hesitation, he grabbed June's face with both hands and forced him to look directly at him. If I were your boyfriend, there's no way you'd be sitting here asking me stuff like this. So, have we cleared things up or not? Yeah, it's clear now. Clear about what? Well, we're just bed partners. You and I give each other what we need without bringing feelings into it. The two of them locked eyes, both fully aware of what that feelings part meant. The bedroom was one thing, emotions were another. June bit his lip and nodded, understanding what Sorn was saying. This was another step toward growing up. There were plenty of people who were just bed partners without being lovers. In a way, it was better. Getting this kind of training now meant he'd be less likely to get hurt by love in the future. Hopefully, this time he'll finally unlock himself and stop overthinking things that only cause headaches. Since Sorn doesn't have anyone, and he doesn't have anyone either, they'll just keep learning and figuring things out together while waiting for someone special to come into their lives. Life isn't complicated. It's us who make it complicated. All right, let's get on with it. Take off your pants. Sorn wasted no time, fearing the mood would fade. In the modestly sized room, the two men's bodies were bare. June lay on the mattress, fully aware of the position he was supposed to be in. Meanwhile, Sorn pulled out a condom but hadn't unwrapped it yet. Turns out, not staying over at Sorn's house didn't mean he'd escape. Coming to his room led to the same outcome. When fire is this close to oil, it's hard not to ignite. The foreplay began as usual. June's kisses gradually improved, no longer awkward or overly rushed like before. The techniques he had learned from his teacher were becoming more refined. Sorn let out a low groan of satisfaction, pleased with how quickly his student was picking things up. His rough hands roamed over June's pale skin, kneading it with increasing intensity as his emotions surged higher and higher. Sorn combined tenderness with raw passion, sending shivers through his partner's entire body. June writhed under him as Sorn's long, slender fingers slid inside him, carefully preparing the way, ensuring June was ready for something much larger. Once everything was set, Sorn put on protection and slowly entered June, who had his eyes tightly shut out of fear of pain. June tensed up, prompting Sorn to whisper soothing words. Sorn's eyes, which had earlier fixated on June's chest, now descended as his lips enveloped the sensitive peak, his tongue wetting it with saliva. As June gradually relaxed, Sorn pressed himself fully inside. The intimate moment on the thick mattress progressed unhurriedly. The sounds of the recipient's moans seemed pained, but carried more pleasure. Sorn held the slender body close, flipping him into a kneeling position. His hips thrusted forcefully into the warm tightness that clenched around him. His teeth bit down the nape of June's neck as he tried to release the intense tension threatening to overwhelm him. June dug his nails into Sorn's firm, honey-toned arm, leaving marks as his sensitive spot was relentlessly stimulated. His entire body trembled, feeling like he couldn't hold on much longer. June reached for his aroused member, and stroked himself to follow Sorn's rhythm as they both neared their peak. In the end, they released together, their passion reaching its crescendo. Sorn groaned deeply, spilling every drop into the condom, while June's hand was left sticky from his own release. Sorn waited for June to recover before pulling out. June felt a strange emptiness in his lower body. The initial soreness and stinging faded as his body adjusted, leaving only an intoxicating sense of ecstasy. Sorn took the opportunity to shower, washing away the sweat from their activity. Though he was tempted to go another round, he held back, pitying the mischievous kid who had work the next day. After Sorn finished showering, June, already cleaned up, turned off the lights and prepared to sleep. He lay on his side, his back facing the man who'd joined him in the room for one night. Sorn's eyes fell on June's back, now marked with the faint evidence of his kisses and bites. He watched until sleep overtook him, but June, the room's owner, lay awake in the dark, staring into nothingness. That night, June prayed silently that his fulfilled desires would stay purely physical. He didn't want emotions to become involved, as he too was waiting for someone special to enter his life. When it came to love, he knew Sorn couldn't teach him anything, not when the man had no experience of it himself. The next morning, June stumbled into the office looking half asleep, wishing he could still be snuggled up in bed. Sorn had been up since 5 a.m., driving back home. He didn't wake June, but left a note saying they'd see each other at work. June had barely slept a few hours before dawn, and since his dorm was far from the office, he had to rush to make it on time. "June, open your eyes while you walk," Prue teased, following him closely with a coffee in hand. "Rough night, huh? Your feign must be quite the spicy one." The comment made June pause, staring at Prue in confusion, trying to figure out what she was implying. Seeing his blank face, Prue smirked and gestured toward the back of his neck. "Kids these days are so wild," she added with a sly grin before striding off into the office. Alarmed, June rushed to the restroom to check his neck. Sure enough, there was a faint bite mark on the nape of his neck, left by that bastard Sorn. The mark wasn't very prominent, but since June's skin was fair, it stood out enough to be noticeable. As a result, June spent the day enduring teasing looks from Korn and Prue. Of course, those two were close friends, so if one of them found out something, the other was sure to hear about it too. June could only go along with it, vaguely admitting that he had a feign and that it was this person who left the mark. Luckily, the pair didn't pry too much, allowing him to brush it off and act nonchalant. James, I'm gonna grab some snacks real quick. Auntie Saw just picked some up for me earlier. Want me to grab something for you too?" June asked mid-morning, just before lunch. Auntie Saw had mentioned earlier that she was heading downstairs to buy something for Kenpenny, so June had asked her to grab him some snacks. His body was craving something sweet like crazy. "Go ahead, I'm not hungry yet," James replied without taking his eyes off the computer screen. "What are you doing?" "Whoa!" A soft voice from behind startled June, just as he was unwrapping a chicken curry puff in the kitchen. The warm breath brushing against the back of his neck made it clear the speaker wasn't just nearby. He was practically glued to June turning around. June yelped in surprise to see Sorn standing right behind him. "Why did this guy always sneak up like that? You scared the hell out of me. Can't you make some noise before sneaking up on people?" June grumbled, only half serious. Sorn chuckled at June's startled reaction and reached past him to grab his coffee mug to make a drink. June tried to step aside, but Sorn, being the tease he was, leaned in closer, blocking June from leaving the kitchen. He pressed in just enough to make June's cheeks flush pink and his face start to sulk. "You left a bite mark on my neck last night. It's so obvious. Prue noticed it this morning. I was so embarrassed," June muttered quietly after finally managing to slip away. His eyes darted around nervously, checking to make sure no one saw them being this close. Sorn, meanwhile, casually slid a coffee capsule into the machine and waited for his drink to brew, barely reacting. He just nodded lazily. "It's just a mark. But it's visible. You want me to bite you back? Let people wonder who you spent the night with. It's embarrassing." June snapped in frustration. He wasn't asking Sorn to take responsibility. He just wanted him to be a little more careful. Keeping their relationship secret was hard enough. If someone caught on, June would be mortified. The thought alone made him panic. "Go ahead, bite me back," Sorn replied with a smirk, even opening the collar of his shirt to expose more skin in challenge. Jun's hand moved faster than his brain. Without thinking, he smacked Sorn square in the chest, hard enough to make the older man wince in pain. Ow. It hurts you, brat. Sorn scolded in a sharp tone, but the younger man ignored him, too annoyed by Sorn's shamelessness. Seriously, had Sorn ever been embarrassed about anything in his life? There you are, AI Sorn. Kuntoon is looking for you, Champ said as he walked into the kitchen, catching Sorn mid-button up. Jun smiled politely at the older man he respected. But before Sorn could leave, he made sure to sneak in a quick squeeze of Jun's backside, getting revenge for the punch to his chest earlier. Ow! Jun yelped loudly, turning to glare daggers at the offender. Sorn, however, walked out with his coffee as if nothing had happened. Champ, oblivious to the exchange, looked between them in confusion and decided to ask Jun directly. Jun, has AI Sorn been messing with you again? No, Hia, Jun replied quickly. If you didn't count the butt squeeze just now, then technically, no, Sorn hadn't been bothering him much. And you? Have you been pulling any pranks on him? You used to be quite the troublemaker, if I recall. Champ teased, still remembering the time Jun snuck firecrackers into Sorn's shoes. A prank that had left everyone laughing for days. No way. I'm just focusing on my internship. If I screw it up, I'll be in big trouble. Good, keep it that way. Sorn might have a sharp tongue, but he's got a good heart. If you're on his good side, he'll take care of you for life, Champ said with a wink before heading off to his desk. Jun sighed deeply. Everyone seemed to think so highly of AI Sorn, always talking about how great he was. But from Jun's experience, Sorn's mischief still outweighed his kindness. Jun got back to work until lunchtime. James told him that in the afternoon, he'd have to visit the factory with Sorn. He didn't think twice about it. He was excited to see the factory and meet Win. It had been days since he'd last seen his best friend, and he missed him. Originally, Jun had thought he and Win would intern at the same place, but their fields of study didn't align. Win, studying engineering, had to work at the factory, while Jun, majoring in international business, was placed at the company's city office. When it was time, Jun prepared himself and headed down to the 15th floor, where Pei and Yi were also called to join. The three of them took the elevator to the parking level, where they spotted Sorn smoking. When Sorn saw them, he stubbed out his cigarette with his foot and led the way to the car. Jun couldn't hide his excitement, as this was his first time visiting Arong's factory, which produced furniture for export and was a lucrative business. Jun, sit in the front, Sorn instructed in his usual calm tone. With Pei and Ai already settled in the back, Jun had no choice but to take the front seat, becoming the dashboard decoration for the trip. Buckle up. Do I have to remind you every time? Sorn added when he noticed Jun, distracted by his excitement, fumbling to get the seatbelt on. Click, clunk, clunk. It's stuck. Hey, don't break my car, Jun. Pull it slowly, will you? Sit still. I'll do it for you. Sorn grumbled, exasperated. He reached over to adjust the seatbelt, while Jun obediently stayed still, as instructed. Sorn decided to take advantage of the moment, brushing the tip of his nose lightly against Jun's cheek as he pulled the belt into place. Jun's eyes widened in shock, glancing nervously at the back seat, worried that Pei and Yi might have seen. But the two were too engrossed in their phones to notice. Sorn smirked to himself, clearly pleased with his little stunt. I know, Sorn whispered to the mischievous guy before settling back into his seat. Honk honk. As Sorn was about to drive off, a car horn blared from a car that had just driven past, forcing him to stop. Of course, it was someone he knew very well. Heading to the factory, Sorn? Penny asked as she parked her car and walked over. She peeked inside and saw the interns sitting neatly in their seats. It looked like the hottie of the International Business Department was playing babysitter today. Yes. Mind if I join? Without waiting for an answer, the confident woman strode to the passenger side. Jun glanced at Sorn, then unbuckled the seatbelt he'd just fastened moments ago. Climbing out of the car, he moved to the back seat to sit with Pei and Ai. I was about to meet with Kanpai-san anyway. The documents for his staff aren't quite in order, Penny explained to Sorn as the intern sat quietly in the back. Ai, admiring Penny for her confidence and beauty, couldn't take her eyes off her, wishing to emulate her demeanor. The ride to the factory was mostly silent in the back. Each of the three interns was absorbed in their phones. Ai scrolling through Instagram, Pei gaming, and June replying to a barrage of messages from that bastard Sorn. Sorn, stuck at a red light, had taken to sending June sticker after sticker, eventually followed by a teasing message about how staring at a phone in a moving car would ruin his eyesight. June quickly muted his notifications, replied with a curt, busy, and shut off his screen, turning his attention to the passing traffic outside. Stop and grab some meatballs from that vendor, Sorn. I'm starving. I haven't eaten since lunch, Penny said. She hopped out, bought what she wanted, and got back into the car. Sorn then drove on toward the factory, located over an hour outside the city. Want some? Penny asked, holding a meatball on a stick up to Sorn's mouth. He shook his head, declining the offer. I forgot you prefer fried chicken, she teased with a laugh. Ae, sitting in the back, glanced at her two male friends with a mischievous look on her face. She quickly typed something into her phone's notes app and passed it to Pei and June to read. Those two are definitely dating. June read it, and for a second, it felt like someone had pulled a plug in his chest. He remembered Sorn saying last night that he didn't have a wife. But did that include girlfriends? Now he wasn't so sure. If they are, it's spicy. Sorn's eyes have that look. Pei typed back for the other two to read. June didn't comment, but Ae nodded enthusiastically, clearly agreeing. June ignored them and turned his focus to the scenery outside the window. The cool air conditioning and their full stomachs soon lulled the three interns to sleep, their heads nodding forward. From the rearview mirror, Sorn noticed June sleeping with his head resting against the window. There was a neck pillow in the back seat, but E had claimed it to hug. Sleeping like that, June was bound to wake up with a sore neck. Penny noticed Sorn glancing at the rearview mirror repeatedly. Turning to check, she saw the three interns fast asleep. Smiling slyly, she reached over and placed her hand on Sorn's thigh. He glanced down, brushing her hand off initially, but she persisted, placing it back again. Realizing no one was looking, he decided to let it slide, until her hand started stroking his thigh, edging dangerously close to his sensitive area. Sorn grabbed her hand firmly and shoved it aside. Don't, he said in a low, firm tone. No one's watching, Penny replied casually. The kids are in the back. They're all asleep, she countered, her tone playful. Falling asleep didn't mean June was completely unaware. He heard the soft conversation between Sorn and Penny and peeked through barely opened eyes. Their overly familiar behavior caught his attention, hands casually resting on thighs. What was that about? He had thought they didn't get along. Back at the office, the two barely spoke to each other and rarely crossed paths, likely because they worked in different departments. But here they were, sitting cozily together in the car. This certainly didn't look like they were distant. Could they really be dating, as E had suggested? Or could it just be harmless flirting, the kind adults do without meaning anything serious? Chapter 13. Wake up, kids, Penny called to the three interns. June pretended to yawn, even though he'd been awake for quite a while, long enough to notice how close the two people sitting in front of him seemed to be. The moment they stepped out of the cool, air-conditioned car and into the blazing Thai afternoon, all three interns groaned in unison. The scorching sunlight made them squint as waves of heat seemed to radiate from every surface. The RT Design factory stretched across dozens of rai. June was so stunned by its sheer size that he completely forgot what he'd noticed earlier. Following Sorn and Penny inside, they were immediately greeted by the deafening roar of machinery. June winced at the noise, and Ae and Pei looked just as uncomfortable. Thankfully, once they entered the office area, the sound became much more manageable. Inside, the staff worked tirelessly to keep up with the constant stream of incoming orders. Spotting a group of Chinese clients touring the factory, Sorn stopped to greet them and exchange a few words, while Penny headed off to handle the business she'd come for. Should we head over there? I want to see the production process, Pei suggested. Ae and June agreed, and the three of them started walking away. Where are you going? June felt himself being pulled back before he could take another step. Just looking around the factory. You can't wander around on your own. Pei, Ae, don't go off by yourselves, or you'll get in the workers' way. If you want to see something, follow me, Sorn said calmly. Even so, Ae looked like she was about to cry. Sorn's stern face and deep voice were intimidating enough, even when he was speaking normally. Sorn is so scary, and this is just him talking normally. Imagine what he'd be like if he were actually angry. Sorn led the three interns through the production line and asked one of the production assistants to explain each step. June was completely fascinated. He pulled out his phone and started taking picture after picture, amazed by how far his friend's father's company had come. "AI June, you bastard." A familiar voice called down from above. Looking up, June saw his best friend, Win, waving enthusiastically from the upper floor. Without hesitation, June ran upstairs. "It feels like I haven't seen you in forever. I missed you so much. You came with Sorn, huh? I'm so glad you're here. I've been abandoned in this place with no friends my age. Oh, Pei and Ae are here too." Win talked so fast he barely stopped to breathe. After giving them a quick tour of the factory, he led everyone to the staff break room. Since it was still working hours, the room was empty. "Help yourselves to the snacks. Oh, and look, we've even got a soda machine. June, want a Coke? Hey, Ae, what do you guys want? I'll grab them." Playing the perfect host, Win hurried over to the vending machine. June wandered over to the window and looked down at the rows of machines operating below. Things had really come a long way for our own. From serving as a mayor to owning a furniture export company within just a few years, his success proved that with determination and a willingness to learn, a person's life could completely change. Sorn should bring AI June here more often. "I don't have any friends around. I'm so lonely." "Lonely? Didn't I hear you've been playing Sepak Takraw with the Burmese workers?" Sorn sat down nearby. Win instinctively shifted his chair farther away. That wary attitude was back again, and it irritated Sorn. He almost wanted to tease the kid just to make him nervous. "Oh yeah? Next week's the factory sports day. We hold it every year. Are you guys interested in coming? I'll even drive over to pick you up. I'm playing in the Sepak Takraw tournament. Are you here for an internship or athlete training?" AI Win. Pei joked with a laugh. He was genuinely surprised by how quickly Win had become close with the workers. "Not sure if we'll have work that day, but if not..." June glanced at Sorn, silently asking for permission. Sorn looked up from his phone. He'd been listening all along. "Win, you don't have to pick them up. I'll bring them." "Me too, Sorn." "And me. I want to go too." Ae and Pei's eyes sparkled at the thought of getting another day away from the office. June simply raised an eyebrow and smirked at his best friend, silently agreeing. Leaving the group to chat, Sorn stepped outside for a cigarette. Penny was still busy with her work, so they wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. As he smoked, Sorn casually replied to Ty's messages. "Hey, Win, can I ask you something?" Ae scooted her chair closer. "Sure. What is it? Are you close to Sorn?" "Yeah, pretty close." "What? Does Sorn have a girlfriend?" "Why? Do you like him?" Win grinned mischievously, assuming she'd become yet another girl with a crush on Sorn. Ae hurriedly shook her head. "No, it's not like that. Just answer me. I really want to know." She was actually dying to find out whether her idol, Penny, was dating someone as handsome as Sorn. Pei kept playing a game on his phone without looking up, though it was obvious he was listening. June remained perfectly still. He already knew from Sorn himself that Sorn didn't have a wife. But a girlfriend? Nope, nothing. Win answered confidently, nearly slapping his knee for emphasis. June couldn't help smiling a little before quickly catching himself. Why was he smiling just because that damn Sorn didn't have a girlfriend? What about Penny? Is there, something between her and Sorn? Ae's curiosity clearly knew no limits. She really was talented at gathering information. Or, more accurately, she loved gossip. No way. If anyone's going to be the last person in this group to get a feign, it'll definitely be Sorn. I've known him for years, and I've never seen him with a real girlfriend. Win tore open his second bag of snacks and stuffed a handful of chips into his mouth. As he chewed, he pictured the ruggedly handsome man everyone was talking about. Honestly, he couldn't imagine Sorn with a girlfriend. The guy barely spoke, and when he did, every word hit like a punch. What woman could put up with that? Sure, he was incredibly handsome. He had an amazing body. He was rich. His family owned nearly 100 rai of farmland. Rumor had it he was incredible in bed. His list of good qualities seemed endless. There was just one problem. Sorn was a quiet player. Ah, that's such a shame. I thought Penny and Sorn were dating. They looked so close in the car. I'm shipping them anyway, just in case something happens. Ae's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had no intention of chasing Sorn herself, but rooting for her favorite idol to end up with such a handsome man sounded perfect. You're imagining things, AE. There's probably nothing between them, Pei said. I know, but just in case. Think about it. A beautiful woman like Penny. Any guy would like her, right? Don't you think? Finding someone attractive and actually dating them are completely different things. Even if two people look perfect together, if their hearts aren't in it, it won't work. Pei's words made the two silent listeners nod in agreement. Huh. Just wait. My ship is going to sail. I'm officially rooting for Sorn and Penny. From what I've seen, Penny seems to like Sorn too. AE declared it with complete confidence. Wynn stared at her, wide-eyed. Really? But Sorn doesn't seem interested in anyone. Right, AI June? You're the one working with him every day. Has ever shown interest in anybody? Now all three pairs of eyes turned toward June. As the only intern working on the 16th floor alongside both Penny and Sorn, he suddenly felt his throat tighten. Not really. He tried to dodge the question. Truthfully, he wasn't sure himself. AE and Pei hadn't seen the subtle moments he'd witnessed. Like Sorn casually resting a hand against Penny's thigh in the car. If he mentioned that, the conversation would only spiral further. And if there really was nothing between them, Sorn would probably chew him out afterward. Penny mostly stays in her office, and Sorn just focuses on work. I hardly ever see them interacting. See? I told you. Sorn doesn't have anyone. Once that topic ended, the conversation shifted to the factory sports day. Wynn explained that when he first arrived for his internship, most of the workers hadn't wanted him helping with anything. Since many of the employees were Burmese laborers, and the supervisors were intimidated by his father's reputation, no one dared assign him real work. Frustrated, Wynn eventually called Tai for help. Without actual responsibilities, he wasn't learning anything. He wouldn't have had anything meaningful to submit to his professors. His internship wasn't only necessary for graduation. It was also his chance to prove he was capable of taking on responsibilities at the factory in the future. When Tai visited Kanpaizan, he made it clear that Wynn was to be treated exactly like every other intern. The supervisors were instructed to teach him properly, assign him real work, and let him learn through hands-on experience. Tai even gathered the workers together and announced that during working hours, Wynn was simply another intern. No exceptions. Wynn had been so grateful he nearly bowed to his older brother. Being constantly pampered by the supervisors had already been uncomfortable enough. Being ignored completely would have been even worse. As for sports day, it had become an annual tradition to let the workers relax and enjoy themselves. After noticing how much many of the male employees loved playing sepak takraw, Wynn's father had organized a small tournament during the first year. It had been such a success that it became a yearly event, complete with prizes. The goal was simply to create a fun day for everyone. The factory even declared it a holiday. You have to meet Jai. He's insanely good at takraw. He never misses, and when he jumps to smash the ball, bam, bam. Wynn enthusiastically praised Jai, a Burmese worker who had taught him how to play sepak takraw. Wynn practically considered himself Jai's disciple. Your factory sounds like fun. Maybe I should transfer my internship here, Pei said, sounding genuinely tempted. If you're transferring, I'll transfer too. I want to be here with you, Wynn. Sounds like there are a lot of fun things to do. No transfers. A firm voice cut through the room before June could finish. All four of them turned toward the doorway. Sorn stood there with his usual unreadable expression. Outside, Penny remained nearby, still talking on her phone. The International Business Department is based at the city office. What exactly would you learn here? Sorn asked bluntly. He wasn't buying into their playful enthusiasm. It was obvious they were more interested in having fun than actually learning. The only part of the factory remotely related to their work would be responding to customer order emails. Time to go. Without another word, Sorn walked out with his usual unreadable expression, leaving the cheerful atmosphere behind him tense and awkward. I don't think transferring here is an option anymore. AI Pei, June whispered as they walked back toward the car. Pei could only nod dejectedly. Has Sorn been grumpier lately? I heard things have been pretty hectic since Tai hasn't been around, Wynn asked as he walked beside June. Yeah, he's always like this, stressed out and snapping like a rabid dog. He can't even say 3 nice words to me before he starts yelling, June complained, letting and Pei walk ahead while Penny and the driver had already gotten into the car. Come on, at least you're learning from Hia. Oh, right. Tell Hia champ I miss him. He still owes me a belated birthday dinner. No idea when that's happening. Orders have been pouring in nonstop. Champ's hardly ever in the office anymore because he's always out meeting clients. Maybe after things settled down, June explained on Champ's behalf. Wynn nodded in understanding. Then he noticed Sorn glaring sharply at them through the car window. He immediately nudged June. Go, hurry up, before bites your head off. Drive safely, and don't be too hard on my friend, or he might cry. Wynn teased after Sorn rolled down the window. He won't cry. Sorn smirked. He'll just argue back. June, already seated in the back seat, protested immediately. When have I ever argued? I don't do that anymore, okay? You're the one who nags like an old man. Sorn simply stared at the pouting young man. If they had been alone, those soft pink lips mumbling complaints right now would have already been bitten hard enough to bleed. That little brat. He really loved arguing. By the time they returned to the office, it was already after 4 in the afternoon. As soon as they got out of the car, AE signaled for the 3 interns to walk ahead together, deliberately giving Penny and Sorn a chance to spend some time alone. You really think Penny wants that? Pei asked skeptically. Even if she doesn't, I want them to have some alone time, AE insisted. You're meddling for no reason. Pei rolled his eyes. June quietly followed behind them. He still couldn't shake the feeling that there wasn't actually anything between Sorn and Penny, just like Wynn had said. Sure, they seemed comfortable around each other in the car, but Sorn hadn't shown any particular interest in her. If they were dating, there would have been at least some sign. Even secret couples slipped up occasionally. Why are you getting off on this floor? Sorn frowned when he saw June step out of the lift with and Pei. I need to discuss something with 5 Foot. June blurted out the first excuse he could think of after spotting Foot nearby. 5 Foot. Sawas D crap. Oh, June. Perfect timing. Can you print this file, make 10 copies, and collate them for me? I'll be right back. Before June even had a chance to answer, Foot shoved the documents into his hands and hurried away. June stood there blinking before letting out a helpless sigh. He printed everything and headed for the copier. Naturally, the machine jammed. By the time he fixed it, sweat had already formed on his forehead. Once the copies were finished, he grabbed binder clips and began sorting the sets. Thankfully, Pei wandered over and helped. You've known Sorn's group for quite a while now, haven't you? He seems pretty close to you. Don't call it close. June snorted. We can only talk for about 2 or 3 sentences. Why? Because after that, we're just glaring at each other in silence. Sorn and I have never really gotten along. We've disliked each other for ages. For someone who supposedly doesn't like you, he sure takes care of you. Look at today. The moment you mentioned wanting to go to the sports day, he immediately offered to drive you. If it had been me or AE, there's no way he would have done that. Pei had noticed their strange dynamic. Still, he didn't think much of it. June was close to Wynn, who was Ty's younger brother. Knowing one person in that famous group naturally meant knowing the others as well. You're overthinking it. June shrugged. Still, someone like Sorn taking care of him? Impossible. This was the same man who had stood there watching while he got beaten up. Well, he had stepped in to help afterward. Eventually, not long afterward, Foot returned to collect the documents. June excused himself and headed upstairs. As he climbed the emergency staircase toward the 16th floor, his line notification sounded. He pulled out his phone. It was Fion. Too lazy to type, June called him instead. What? What happened to you? How far am I supposed to chase after you, June? Fion sounded utterly bored, making June laugh. Work's been crazy. What about you? What are you doing? Nothing. Just lying around under the building waiting for my friend to buy snacks. Hey, June, want to watch a movie tonight? I've got 2 free tickets. Sure. June agreed immediately. Should I meet you at the mall, or are you picking me up? Too lazy to pick you up. Just meet me there. June leaned against the window on the stairwell landing, taking advantage of his short break. He normally finished work at 5, and with about half an hour left, chatting here sounded much more appealing. They drifted from one random topic to another until the conversation eventually circled back to June's infamous blackout night. So that guy's name was Franz? I don't really remember his face, but I do remember he was handsome. Oh, now that you've figured out your type, you're complimenting guys? What a waste, June. I thought I'd end up with a muscular boyfriend someday, but instead I just got another friend who's the same as me. Fion sounded half amused and half disappointed that June had apparently turned out to be a bottom just like him. So, Are you finally going to tell me who this Sorn guy is? The one who picked you up? It wasn't the first time Fyong had asked. He's just a senior I know. June gave the same vague answer every time. He never admitted the whole truth. He never told Fyong that he'd already practiced with that bastard, Sorn, or that he'd only realized his own feelings after thinking everything through once he got home. He definitely wasn't going to mention that he'd met Sorn once before. He still remembered how Fyong had stared at him without blinking. That senior's charm wasn't limited to women. Otherwise, June wouldn't have become so captivated by Sorn's body that he'd ended up losing his virginity to him that night. Now I'm even more curious. I even asked Franz, but all he said was, "You shouldn't stick your nose into this." He acted so mysterious. June laughed. But honestly, Franz seems pretty interested in you. Every time I visit his bar, he asks about you. You're exactly his type. Really? Maybe I should stop by sometime. June realized he had never actually taken a proper look around Franz's bar. He'd been far too drunk that night. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to practice flirting a little. Sure, he'd been training with Sorn. But if he never tried interacting with anyone else, he might freeze up when it really mattered. Just go say hello. Don't fall for him, though. Franz is a total player. June laughed again. Fong was always looking out for him. All right, I've got to go. My friend's back with the snacks. Don't be late tonight, okay? See you at the movies. The call ended. June slipped his phone into his pocket and turned toward the stairs. Hey. A voice sounded directly behind him. Where do you think you're going? Shit. June nearly jumped out of his skin. He spun around to find that damned Sorn standing, so close their breaths almost mingled. His phone nearly slipped from his hand. What the hell, Why are you sneaking around? I asked where you're going. Sorn repeated the question calmly, but there was a sharpness beneath his voice. He wanted confirmation of what he'd just overheard. To watch a movie with Fyong. June tried to answer casually while avoiding Sorn's piercing stare. I told you not to spend time with that kid. Sorn's perfectly shaped brows drew together. We're just hanging out as friends. Besides, we're both bottoms. I'm hardly going to become the top Fyong wants. June's face flushed crimson. You already know my preferences. He couldn't bring himself to look Sorn in the eye. Why was this man acting so possessive over Fyong when he knew perfectly well nothing could happen between them? And who's this Franz you mentioned? Sorn ignored the subject of Fyong completely. Instead, he focused on the other name he'd overheard. Please, don't let it be that foreigner. Oh, Franz. He's the owner of the bar where you found me that night. June answered casually. Sorn inhaled sharply. Why the hell are you going back there? To let him get you drunk again? He didn't get me drunk. June frowned. I got myself drunk because I was planning to sleep with him to prove. Smack. Before June could finish speaking, Sorn grabbed the back of his neck and pulled him forward. His lips crashed down hard against June's. The kiss was sudden, demanding, aggressive. June's eyes widened. His mind went completely blank. Still, he didn't resist. He assumed this was just another one of Sorn's so-called lessons. When June timidly kissed him back, Sorn suddenly pulled away. June felt an unexpected pang of disappointment. Usually, Sorn drew the kisses out, teasing him until he was completely breathless. But before June could even process the feeling, Sorn kissed him again. This time, harder, rougher. The pressure against his lips erased every lingering trace of the first kiss. Then, pain. Sorn bit down sharply on his lower lip. June flinched. Before he could protest, Sorn pulled back and pressed the bridge of his nose firmly against June's cheek in a gesture that somehow felt both rough and strangely affectionate. You're seriously planning to hook up with him while I'm right here, June? Sorn growled through gritted teeth. You're really testing my patience. Both hands tightened around June's waist. He pushed him firmly against the glass window. There was nowhere to escape. Are you insane? June snapped back. I was just going to sit at the bar, not sleep with anybody. He could already taste blood where Sorn had bitten him. Why waste money sitting there? Think you're earning your own money now? Got enough to throw away on pointless things. The criticism finally made June snap. What is your problem? Why are you taking your bad mood out on me? Did you have a fight with Penny or something? What does Penny have to do with this? Don't pretend I didn't see it. June avoided Sorn's eyes. She had her hands all over your thigh. His mind kept telling him not to care. Yet somewhere deep inside, jealousy still stung. You saw that? Sorn's heart skipped a beat. So, the brat really had seen everything in the car. Penny was just messing around. whether she was or not. You should be more careful. People notice things. Did you know AE's already shipping you two together? She's rooting for you to start dating. I'm not dating Penny. Sorn sighed. I already told you. I don't have a wife. And a girlfriend. A Fane. Sorn cut him off immediately. Still don't have one, you little brat. No one owns me. So stop worrying. As he spoke, both hands slid up to cup June's face. He leaned in again. This kiss landed directly on the spot he'd bitten moments earlier, where the bruise was already beginning to form. A soft, shaky sound escaped June's throat. Sorn smiled in satisfaction. The kiss deepened. Driven by emotions he no longer cared to suppress, he pressed even closer until their hips brushed together. Even through layers of trousers and jeans, the friction was impossible to ignore. Heat spread between them despite the fabric separating them. Bang. I feel like eating somtam. Let's grab your Fane and go Prue. Sure. Let me call him. He got mad at me this morning because I broke his hair clip. The sound of a door opening instantly snapped them back to reality. June recognized the voices immediately. Sorn and Prue, the office's most notorious gossip duo. Both June and Sorn separated at once. June froze in place like someone caught red-handed. Seeing that, Sorn grabbed his arm, turned him toward the window, pulled out his phone, and opened an email. He began explaining it as though they were discussing work. Keep looking at my phone. His voice dropped to a whisper. If they ask anything, just smile. Don't talk. June nodded nervously. He stared at the screen as though his life depended on understanding every word. His hands shook so badly he had to clench them into fists. Meanwhile, Sorn casually stepped back just enough to avoid looking suspicious. His expression was perfectly calm, as though nothing had happened. Oh, fi Sorn. June. Prue smiled brightly. What are you two doing out here? Why aren't you inside? It's so hot. The email displayed on Sorn's phone was several paragraphs of English. At a glance, anyone could tell it was a customer's order request. June barely lifted his head. He simply smiled politely before pretending to focus on the email again. Neither Sorn nor Prue noticed anything unusual. Not June's slightly swollen lips, nor the unmistakable bulge beneath Sorn's trousers. All right, we're off now. See you tomorrow, June. They waved goodbye and left without the slightest suspicion. June finally let out the breath he'd been holding. My heart's about to jump out of my chest. He grabbed Sorn's hand and placed it against the left side of his chest. Feel it. It's beating so fast. Sorn nodded. A faint smile tugged at his lips. The flustered brat in front of him reminded him of another day. By the koi pond. June had worn exactly the same expression then. You'll get used to it. Sorn smiled knowingly. Stairwells like this are usually for what? June narrowed his eyes. Sorn gazed into them so intensely that June almost looked away. Almost. Instead, he stubbornly held his gaze. As for that, Sorn leaned in close. You'll find out soon enough. After all, this is the first place where I'd like to try something new with you. His low, teasing whisper sent heat rushing straight to June's face. He didn't completely understand what Sorn meant, but judging by that mischievous smile, he was certain it wasn't anything innocent. After work, June hurried downstairs. He was meeting Fyong at 7. Unfortunately, the evening rush hour had already begun. Every bus was packed. The BTS and MRT stations overflowed with office workers and students. The streets were complete chaos. He tried looking for a motorcycle taxi. None. Every rider was already occupied. After waiting nearly 10 minutes without any luck, June finally opened Grab. The nearest driver was still 15 minutes away because of traffic. Honk. A horn sounded nearby. June ignored it. He was too busy wondering how he'd make it to the cinema on time. It was already almost 6. Honk. The horn sounded again. Longer this time. June looked over. It was Sorn's car. The driver pointed toward June's phone, signaling that someone had been calling him. Hello. Why aren't you home yet? I'm waiting for a ride, but I can't get one. Stay there. I'll take you. Get in. I'm going to XX Mall. June thought Sorn probably assumed he was heading back to the dormitory. I heard you. Get in. The call ended. June hurried over. Just as he reached for the front passenger door, the window rolled down. Penny was already sitting there. Sit in the back, Sorn said. June quietly climbed into the rear seat. My car broke down, so I asked Sorn to give me a lift. Penny smiled. Where are you getting off, June? She already knew June was close friends with Win and familiar with Ty's group. She had always considered him hardworking and dependable. The only thing she'd found odd was how unusually strict Sorn seemed to be with him. Then again, their boss had personally assigned Sorn to mentor June. Naturally, they spent a lot of time together. XX Mall. June answered politely. Oh, Penny smiled. I live nearby too. I was thinking of treating Sorn to dinner as thanks for the lift. Why don't you join us? It's my treat. Thank you, but I've already made plans with a gnome. June declined respectfully. Even though Penny was kind, he still felt nervous around her. She was his department head after all. Sorn eventually pulled into the shopping center. June gave both Penny and Sorn a polite why before getting out. Before leaving, he secretly glanced back. Despite all of AE's enthusiastic matchmaking, there still wasn't a trace of intimacy between them. Penny remained elegant and composed, the image of a capable career woman. Sorn, meanwhile, appeared completely indifferent. He treated her no differently than anyone else. The distance between them spoke of professionalism, not romance. AI June. Sorn called after him. What floor are you meeting your gnome on? Huh. June blinked. He'd been so busy observing the pair that he'd nearly forgotten about Fion. Before he could answer, his phone rang. It was Fion. Fi June. Fion came running over. His ash-gray hair made him stand out immediately. He stopped beside June with a bright smile. Let's go. June grabbed his arm. See you later, Penny. Bye, Fi. Without waiting, he practically dragged Fion away. Fi June, why are you pulling me? Fion looked completely confused. I didn't even get to greet your co-workers. No need. June didn't even slow down. You're probably never going to see them again anyway. As they stepped onto the escalator, Fion glanced back. The handsome man and elegant woman they'd just left behind were walking up the stairs. He recognized the man. It was the same person he'd seen when he'd come to collect June from work. Fion smiled politely and nodded in greeting. Sorn didn't respond. He simply turned back to continue talking with Penny. Ding. Arrow shot. Don't come home late. You're joining tomorrow morning's meeting with me. Sorn sent the message just as June disappeared up the escalator. He watched June read it, then lock his phone without replying. Arrow shot. Don't test me, you little brat. Arrow shot. Do you still want to finish your internship? Penguin. I'll wake up on time, Dad. A small smile tugged at Sorn's lips. It disappeared almost immediately as more messages arrived. Penguin. I'm going to hang out with Fion at that bar afterward. Penguin. Stop sending stickers. Penguin. Why are you sending so many? Penguin. I'm not coming back tonight. June slipped his phone away and headed into the cinema, feeling strangely satisfied. Successfully provoking Sorn gave him an odd sense of victory. That man hated being ignored. Maybe that was why he couldn't stand June in the first place. But so what? June didn't like him either. Chapter 14. Screech. The sharp squeal of tires echoed through the parking garage, making it obvious the driver wasn't in a good mood. Sorn stepped out of the car looking as composed as ever, but his expression was noticeably colder than usual. Korn spotted his senior colleague and hurried over with a Y. Sorn acknowledged him with nothing more than a stiff nod. Today's meeting clearly wasn't going to be pleasant. Prue, Dad's in a terrible mood today. I gave him a Y, and he practically glared me to death. What do you think? The moment he entered the office, Korn rushed over to his best friend. Prue, the office tomboy, peeked around the partition toward the man they were discussing. She didn't even need to ask who it was. Korn only ever gossiped about one person. I don't know. He looks normal to me. See, he's still greeting Aunt Saw over there. Oh, come on. Look closer. Phi Sorn is always polite to the elders. Can't you see that dark aura around him? My handsome guy is seriously pissed off. Open your eyes. Crash. Before Korn could finish, his handsome guy kicked an empty rubbish bin across the office. The loud bang startled both Korn and Prue. The morning gossip session ended immediately. What the hell's wrong with you, AI Sorn? Champ, the mahout trying to control an elephant and must, walked into the office carrying a cup of coffee from one of the city's popular chains. He placed it on his desk before noticing the empty rubbish bin lying on its side. It had only just been cleaned and emptied by the housekeeper earlier that morning. Judging by his best friend's dark expression, someone had clearly provoked him. Without answering, Sorn headed straight for the pantry. As more employees gradually arrived, Champ watched his broad back disappear and sighed. Who on earth had stirred up the hornet's nest this time? Here, Champ. Good morning. What did you buy? Grilled sticky rice with taro and shrimp filling. They also had banana filling. It looked so good I couldn't resist. Want one? Oh, right. I forgot to tell you yesterday. AI Win asked me to remind you not to forget his birthday dinner. You still owe him. June had completely forgotten to pass along the message yesterday. Oh, that's right. Champ slapped his forehead. I completely forgot. How many months has it been already? A little over 1 month. I should be free next week. I'll call everyone and arrange something. Ty's coming back too, so we can all hang out. He sighed. I've been drowning in work lately. I need a break. Champ grabbed one of June's grilled sticky rice parcels. The taro filling was perfectly sweet, while the sticky rice was fragrant and delicious. June, you're coming too. He pointed at him dramatically. That's an order. Do I even have a choice? June laughed. If someone's treating me to free food, of course I'm going. But Hia, are you sure you can afford to feed me? I eat a lot. I can handle it. Champ grinned. Bring me 10 more Junes, and I'll still be fine. Hia loves you, my dear. June immediately pretended to be a shy young woman, covering his face dramatically. Both of them burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Sorn emerged from the pantry holding his favorite coffee mug. His eyes landed on the little devil who had spent all of last night tormenting him. He wanted nothing more than to grab June by the neck and throw him across the room. Yesterday, June had told him he planned to visit Franz's bar. Technically, their bar. Sorn was one of the owners too. Ever since hearing that, an uneasy feeling had settled in his chest. He knew exactly what kind of man Franz was. Once Franz became interested in someone, he rarely gave up. That wasn't good, especially not for someone as naive as June. Even though Sorn had warned him to stay away, there was no guarantee the stubborn brat would actually listen. If June unknowingly encouraged Franz, things could become troublesome very quickly. Franz wasn't someone he should toy with. The feeling bothered Sorn so much that even Penny noticed during dinner. When she asked what was wrong, he brushed it aside. If June wanted to do something stupid, that was June's problem. At least, that was what Sorn kept telling himself. Then Ty happened to message him, asking, as usual, how June was doing. That gave Sorn the perfect excuse. He wasn't worried about the brat. He was simply looking after him because Ty cared so much. That was what he told himself. After dropping Penny off at her apartment, Sorn claimed he had something else to do. Instead, he drove straight to the bar. Franz was upstairs entertaining clients in the VIP section. While waiting, Sorn scanned the room for the troublesome brat who claimed he'd be there that night. He looked everywhere. No June. No gray-haired kid either. When did you get here? Franz finally came downstairs. His business partner looked far more interested in searching the room than checking on the business. There's nothing here for you. Franz smirked. Most of my customers are university students. If you're looking for someone older, try another bar. You remember the kid I brought back that night? The drunk one. Oh, Franz nodded. Known June. I've actually been meaning to ask how you know him. And, have you seen him tonight? Sorn cut him off. He wasn't interested in explaining anything. His only concern was where June had disappeared to. The film should have finished by now. If June had really planned to come, this was exactly when he'd have arrived. Franz sighed. No, haven't seen him. Why? He said he'd be here. So you came all the way here just to check? Franz led Sorn over to the bar. Why didn't you just call him? No need. Sorn climbed onto one of the bar stools. If he's not here, even better. He ordered a beer. Clearly not enough to get drunk. What's wrong with my bar? Franz laughed. Or were you planning to take Nong home, make him drink milk, pat his butt, and tuck him into bed like last time? The memory still amused him. The way Sorn had looked at him that night. It hadn't been the look of an ordinary friend. What exactly is that gnome to you? Franz pointed at him. Don't tell me he's your little brother. I've seen your real younger brother. He's as huge and dark as you are. He's a friend of AI Ty's younger brother. Oh, Franz nodded slowly. So why are you so protective? I'm not. Sorn took a sip of beer. I just know what kind of person you are. So I stepped in. Or do you want to deal with AI Ty? Ty looked like a gentle, well-dressed young man. But everyone who knew him respected him. He was decisive, straightforward. If necessary, he could settle things with his fists. Or with words. He knew exactly when to be gentle, and when to be ruthless. Perhaps it was his political family background. Or perhaps it was simply the kind of person he was. Even Sorn, after years of friendship, sometimes chose not to argue with him. Franz merely sighed. As usual, he couldn't get Sorn to admit anything. Still, it was obvious. Ghosts recognized ghosts. Franz could tell Sorn's feelings toward June had long since gone beyond simply looking after Ty's friend's younger brother. Since Sorn refused to talk about it, Franz let the matter drop. There was no point damaging their friendship. After staying a little longer, Sorn checked the bar's monthly financial reports before leaving. Franz insisted he visit more often. Even though Sorn owned only a small share of the business, Franz never wanted him to feel like the bar belonged to Franz alone. Sorn simply nodded. If I have time. Then he left. That had been the previous night. The little brat hadn't even gone to the bar. He'd tricked Sorn into making the trip for nothing. Seeing June laughing happily with Hia Champ this morning as though nothing had happened only made Sorn want to kick him into next week. Arrowshot had never been played for a fool by a kid before. June was the first, and it irritated him. He could admit that much. He hadn't needed to go looking for June. Yet he had, because he felt responsible for him. That stubborn brat. Sometimes Sorn wanted to drag him over and discipline him until he finally behaved. AI June. Sorn suddenly barked. Print this. He tossed a flash drive onto June's desk. 15 copies. Collate everything. I want it on my desk in 10 minutes. June hadn't even finished eating breakfast. Can I eat first? I haven't had breakfast yet. That's your problem. Sorn didn't even blink. I need everything by 8:50. June let out an exaggerated sigh. He stuffed the remaining banana-filled sticky rice into his mouth in one bite. Chewing noisily out of spite, he stomped toward the copy room. On the way, he grabbed a tissue to wipe his hands. He wanted to curse that bastard, but he didn't dare. Sorn rarely raised his voice. His hands, however, never hesitated. June's miserable expression made Champ feel a little sorry for him. Sorn, meanwhile, remained completely unmoved, as though assigning work while someone was eating was perfectly normal. I'm telling AI Ty when he gets back. Champ pointed accusingly. You're dead. I assigned him work. Sorn took a sip of coffee. I wasn't bullying him. Who's going to believe that? Champ laughed. You literally watched Nong June eating breakfast before dumping work on him. This is working hours. Sorn answered without emotion. Not sticky rice snack time. With that, he walked away before Champ could respond. Champ could only shake his head. Sometimes Sorn's bluntness really was unbelievable. What surprised him even more was that Sorn had personally prepared the documents for this morning's meeting. At the last minute, no less. Then again, everyone had been incredibly busy lately. Maybe Sorn genuinely hadn't had time until this morning. As the meeting drew closer, June was drenched in sweat. The photocopier refused to cooperate. The documents still weren't finished. And that damned Phi Sorn was nowhere to be seen. He wanted to ask someone else for help. Unfortunately, everyone was busy. Frustrated, June slapped the side of the large photocopier. It was a terrible decision. The machine froze completely. Shit. June groaned. He smacked his own forehead in frustration. Hey. Sorn suddenly walked into the room. Are you done yet? His serious expression immediately shut down any complaint June might have made. The machine froze. You can't even handle something this simple? Sorn frowned. How are you supposed to survive in the real world? Is anything finished? If not, forget it. I'll use the copier on the 15th floor. June grabbed the flash drive and ran toward the emergency staircase. He hurried downstairs and immediately sought out Phut. Phut, can I borrow your computer to print these? Why are you in such a hurry, June? Need help with something? Phut asked after noticing how flustered he looked. Phi Sorn wants 15 copies ready before the meeting, but the copier upstairs froze, so I had to come down here. All right, I'll help. Everyone in the office knew how strict Sorn was when it came to work. Seeing June so panicked, Phut couldn't help feeling sorry for him. He told June to head to the copy room while he sorted the printed pages. With 2 copiers available, they split the workload to finish as quickly as possible. Thank you so much, Phut. I'm off. The moment all 15 sets were finished, June grabbed them and sprinted upstairs. By the time he reached the 16th floor, sweat had soaked through the back of his shirt despite the office's powerful air conditioning. He was terrified he'd delayed things enough for Phi Sorn to get scolded by Kantun for not having the meeting documents ready. When June reached the office, he froze. No one was sitting at their desks. Everyone was already inside the glass meeting room. The meeting had begun. Without stopping to think, June ran straight toward it. Knock, knock, knock. Excuse me. He pushed the door open slightly. The meeting documents are here. The copier on this floor broke, so I had to use the one downstairs. I'm really sorry. The words tumbled out in one breath. The entire meeting stopped. Every pair of eyes turned toward him. Kuntoon sat at the head of the table. Sorn stood at the front beside the projector. His presentation paused on the screen. Jun's heart hammered against his ribs. Please, just don't let me get scolded too badly. He knew he'd let his irritation with Sorn cloud his judgment. That alone was a serious mistake. Huh? Korn looked at him awkwardly. Didn't Sorn ask you to prepare those yesterday, Jun? Jun went completely still. His eyes slowly drifted toward the meeting table. There, a complete set of documents already sat neatly in front of every attendee. Then he looked toward Sorn. Only now did he notice the stack of identical documents still in Sorn's hand. He finally understood. Sorn had prepared everything beforehand. Everything Jun had rushed to finish had been completely unnecessary. Are you finished, no? Kuntoon spoke calmly. If so, please excuse yourself. This is meeting time. Her tone remained polite. Her expression was not. Why, yes. Jun bowed immediately. I'm sorry. He backed out of the room and quietly closed the glass door. Outside, Prue immediately pulled the blinds shut at Kuntoon's instruction. Just before they closed completely, Jun caught Sorn looking directly at him. His fists tightened. That damned Sorn. He'd set him up. Jun walked back to his usual seat by the window. He opened the laptop James had given him and quietly resumed working. The stack of documents he'd worked so hard to prepare now sat uselessly beside him. Inside, he was furious. He wanted nothing more than to punch the face of the man who had humiliated him. He'd never even finished breakfast. His grilled sticky rice had gone cold. Then he'd embarrassed himself in front of the entire meeting. Kuntoon's disappointed look. Everyone's stares. He felt like a complete fool. The more he thought about it, the tighter his throat became. He cleared it softly. It didn't help. That lump wasn't physical. It was frustration. It was hurt. His eyes stung. He blinked quickly to stop the tears. He didn't know whether he was angrier at Sorn or more hurt by the humiliation. One thing, however, was certain. That damned Sorn was the cruelest person alive. As soon as the meeting ended, Sorn hurried out. Jun wasn't at his desk. He searched the entire 16th floor. Nothing. Champ followed behind him before smacking his broad shoulder with a file. You bullied him again. I knew it. You seriously expect me to believe you didn't prepare the documents beforehand? Have you seen him? Sorn ignored the accusation. He was more concerned with finding Jun. The image of Jun's furious expression after realizing the truth refused to leave his mind. No. Champ glared at him. And honestly, you're unbelievable. Why do you have to tease him like that? Quit complaining and help me find him. Sorn frowned. Who knows where he's disappeared to? He muttered under his breath. Hopefully he isn't crying in some toilet. James. Sorn turned toward Jun's supervisor. Have you seen Jun? James pointed toward the emergency staircase. Kuntoon called him in for a chat. After that, he went that way. Without another word, Sorn headed straight for the stairwell. He pushed open the heavy fire door. Halfway down the stairs, he found Jun. The younger man sat on the bottom step with his shoulders slumped. He looked completely defeated. Sorn walked over and stopped in front of him. Jun kept his head lowered. So Sorn crouched until they were eye level. Jun. Look at me. No response. Instead, Jun buried his face in his knees, completely hiding from him. Sorn reached over and gently tried to pull his arm. Jun shoved him away. Hard. Sorn nearly lost his balance. That's when he saw it. Jun was crying. Leave me alone. Go away. Jun pushed him again. This time, Sorn caught both of his wrists and held them firmly. Fortunately, the stairwell muffled most sounds. No one outside would hear them. Calm down. You're so cruel. Jun finally shouted. Why did you have to mess with me like that? Now. His voice broke. Now Kuntoon scolded me. Tears spilled freely down his cheeks. Everything he'd bottled up burst out at once. After the meeting, Kuntoon had called him into her office. She'd calmly explained that interrupting meetings like that was unacceptable. She warned him never to repeat it. Okay. Sorn's voice softened. I'm sorry. The sight of Jun crying struck him far harder than he'd expected. He was used to Jun arguing back, talking nonstop, acting stubborn. But this tear-streaked face, he hadn't been prepared for it. Don't cry, Jun. I'm sorry. He repeated the apology. Jun kept struggling to free his wrists. Sorn didn't let go. He was genuinely afraid the brat might punch him if he did. Eventually, Sorn shifted from crouching in front of him to sitting beside him. Using his larger frame, he gently trapped June between himself and the wall. There was nowhere to run. He patted June lightly on the back. No response. He leaned over to see if the tears had stopped. June immediately turned his face away. Sorn sighed, then gently ruffled his hair. Still, June refused to look at him. Not even once. Sorn knew he'd gone too far. There was no excuse. Originally, he'd only wanted to tease June a little, just enough to get even for making him worry all night. Instead, everything spiraled out of control. He had told June to forget about the documents, but the stubborn brat insisted on finishing them. By the time Sorn realized what was happening, the meeting had already started. There was no way to stop him. Fi Sorn. James pushed open the stairwell door. Kuntoon wants to see you. He paused. His eyes moved between the two of them. Sorn sat beside June with one hand gently patting the younger man's back and hair. The sight was unexpected. For a moment, James wondered about their relationship. Then he dismissed the thought. June was close to Tai. Naturally, he'd also be close to Sorn's group. James had been in the meeting. He'd seen June's face the moment he realized the truth. Then Kuntoon had called him away. Later, James noticed June leaving with red eyes. It wasn't difficult to guess where he'd gone. All right. Sorn stood. Then he looked back at June. When you've finished crying, go wash your face. June didn't answer. Only a quiet sniffle escaped him. Sorn decided not to push any further. Before leaving, he rested a large hand gently on June's head, then softly ruffled his hair. Perhaps the gentlest thing he'd ever done for him. After Sorn disappeared through the fire door, June remained motionless. He refused to look up, even though he'd felt Sorn watching him until the very last moment. He was angry, so angry he'd cried. But underneath that anger, there was hurt, deep hurt. It wasn't just the prank. It was the fact that Fi Sorn had never once stopped to think about how he felt. He'd been hungry. He'd only wanted to eat his grilled sticky rice. What had he done to deserve this? For the rest of the afternoon, June's usual cheerful personality disappeared completely. He quietly helped James with work. Whenever spoken to, he answered only with a polite yes. James couldn't help feeling sorry for him. Kuntoon was far stricter than Kunpenny. Years of experience had made her meticulous. Meetings with her were always stressful. After being reprimanded, it wasn't surprising that June looked completely crushed. Want some Ovaltine, June? James smiled gently. I'm making coffee anyway. I can bring you a cup. June shook his head, then returned to the documents in front of him. When lunchtime arrived, June headed out with Ae and Pei as usual. They chose the curry rice shop across from the office. It was one of the company's favorite lunch spots. Unfortunately, the moment they stepped inside, June saw the one person he least wanted to see. June. Hey. Ae. Champ waved enthusiastically. Come sit with us. It'll free up another table. The restaurant was crowded. They had no choice. June immediately chose the seat beside Champ, as far away from Sorn as possible. Champ already knew exactly why. He'd even messaged Tai earlier, although Tai hadn't read it yet. Once he did, Champ figured Sorn would definitely get an earful. Throughout lunch, Champ and Pei chatted excitedly about games. June quietly ate his food, occasionally glancing at his phone, deliberately ignoring the eyes that kept sneaking toward him from across the table. Arrow shot, still angry? Arrow shot, I already apologized. Arrow shot, June. Arrow shot, damn it. Say something. Arrow shot, fine. Stay silent forever then. June read every message. He replied to none of them. Sorn kept texting. June remained silent. Sorn even nudged him under the table with his foot, then asked him to pass the water jug. June ignored that too. This time, he was genuinely angry. Realizing that, Sorn became irritated himself. Why did he have to keep chasing after this brat? Forget it. If June wanted to stay angry, then stay angry. Sorn had already apologized. What more did he want? Never in his life had he apologized to a kid before. This was exactly why he hated dealing with younger people. They were emotional, stubborn, and completely exhausting. Yes, Tai. Late that afternoon, just before work ended, Tai called. So, did that idiot Sorn bully you again today? You two seem to be getting along recently. What happened? June tried brushing it off. Tai wouldn't let him. Even though Champ had already explained everything, Tai wanted to hear it directly from June. It's nothing, June sighed. Just the same as always. He likes teasing me. Thinking about it again only made him angry. If they had been the same age, he probably would have punched Sorn already. I'll deal with him. No, Hia. June shook his head. It's okay. I don't want to make a big deal out of it. Sorn already apologized. He paused. But I'm just really angry. He got me scolded by the boss. What was that for? What did I even do? I hadn't done anything. And he still found a way to mess with me. Once he started talking, everything poured out. Out of the corner of his eye, June noticed Sorn glance toward him briefly before returning to work. Since lunch, Sorn hadn't approached him again. Probably because June had made it obvious he wanted nothing to do with him. Fine. That suited June perfectly. Co-workers. Nothing more. All right. Tai sighed. I'll handle him. Champ already told me what happened. Oh right. I'll be back in 2 or 3 days. Want me to bring you anything? Wen already sent me a shopping list so long I'm starting to wonder whether I'll have to pay for excess baggage. June laughed a little. No thanks, Hia. After hanging up, his eyes drifted back towards Sorn, the source of all today's frustration. Sorn remained focused on work. He didn't even glance in June's direction. Of course, his guilt lasted less than 2 hours. June wasn't important enough for Sorn to keep apologizing forever. Meanwhile, over at Sorn's desk, Korn was so nervous he barely dared breathe. Sorn's face looked terrifying. Like a monster, Korn desperately looked toward Prue for help. Thankfully, Sorn's phone rang. He stepped outside to answer it. You bullied Nong again, didn't you, you bastard? Tai didn't even bother with greetings. Sorn sighed. He glanced over at Champ. Of course, Tai had informants. Even after asking Sorn to look after June, he still had Champ watching everything. Seriously, what was it about that brat that made everyone adore him? What did June do to make you treat him like that? You promised you wouldn't bully him. I ignored it for a while because I thought you two were finally getting along. So why did this happen? Sorn stayed silent. How was he supposed to admit that he'd gotten revenge simply because June tricked him into driving all the way to Franz's bar? How was he supposed to admit that June had made him worry all night? Yeah, I know I screwed up. I already apologized. What else do you want? I just talked to June. He's still angry. I Tai. Sorn rubbed his forehead. What? You expect me to spoil him? Beg him? Coax him until he forgives me? That's not who I am. I admit I was wrong. But I'm not going to treat him the way you all do. He's old enough to understand. Things like what happened today, he'll face them again someday. Don't try to justify yourself. Tai cut him off immediately. If you keep acting like this, I'll send you to Vietnam like we originally planned. You won't have to stay here. And you won't have to deal with June anymore. If you're going to teach him, stay within reason. Don't humiliate him until Kantun has to reprimand him. You're supposed to help, not make everyone miserable. Standing nearby, Champ quietly smiled. He could hear Tai's voice clearly through the phone. Sorn was getting thoroughly scolded, and judging by his expression, it wasn't helping his mood. Fine. Sorn sighed heavily. I'll keep apologizing to your precious Nong until he forgives me. I'll take responsibility. Happy now, you bastard? Tai chuckled. Much better. He knew Sorn had no desire to work overseas. Family meant too much to him. He already thought Bangkok was far enough from home. Vietnam would only make him worry even more. The call ended. Sorn remained standing there, lost in thought. He didn't want to be transferred. If he went to Vietnam, he wouldn't see that troublesome brat anymore. He wouldn't get to continue teaching him the so-called art of seduction. No, that absolutely couldn't happen. He had to stay, at least until the fledgling could finally fly on his own. After work, June wasn't sure what to do. He called Fion. Busy. University work. Next, he called Win. Also busy. CPAC takraw practice. The upcoming match was apparently serious business. With nothing else to do, June returned to his room. He tried playing games. Got bored. He'd already talked with Ko Nuing earlier. Pa had mentioned business had slowed slightly after a new tea shop opened nearby. Apparently, their tea was actually pretty good. Ko Nuing simply accepted it. Everyone was just trying to make a living. Poison had also called. Some guy was trying to court her. She wasn't interested. Whoever he was, winning over the stubborn eldest daughter of the family wasn't going to be easy. After chatting for nearly an hour, June hung up so his father could rest. He changed into casual clothes. Since he'd barely eaten lunch, he planned to go find something to eat. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on his door. June frowned. Who could that be? Most of his university friends had already left for internships elsewhere. He opened the door and froze, standing there, holding 2 large bags of food. Was that damned Sorn? Aren't you going to invite me in? June stared at him in complete disbelief. Sorn looked perfectly at home despite standing in the doorway. June was wearing nothing more than an old t-shirt and basketball shorts. Somehow, even those looked good on him. Why are you here? June frowned. What are you planning this time? I made you angry. Sorn walked straight inside, without waiting for permission. I brought food to apologize. What do you call that? Don't play dumb. He set everything down on the low Japanese-style table. June stared. The smell of grilled meat immediately filled the room. There was pizza, salad rolls, spicy pork salad. Was he seriously trying to buy forgiveness with food? June slowly sat opposite him, watching every movement carefully. He still didn't trust him. Someone like Sorn, apologizing, especially to someone he supposedly disliked? It felt impossible. Why are you suddenly being nice to me? June finally asked, patting my head, rubbing my back. Let me tell you right now, it's not working. Everything you're doing is pointless. Sorn stopped halfway through opening a container. He looked quietly at June, who still hadn't softened in the slightest. I admit I was wrong today. I apologized. You're still angry. So I bought food. What else do you want from me? June remained silent. Seeing no reaction, Sorn sighed. June. His voice was unusually sincere. I'm not someone who apologizes. To anyone. I've already come this far. If that still isn't enough. He paused. Then I honestly don't know what else I'm supposed to do. Chapter 15. Silence filled the medium-sized room immediately. Sorn kept his eyes fixed on June, while June stared back without flinching. If someone were to ask whether he was still angry at Sorn, the answer would probably be somewhere in the middle. It wasn't so much anger as it was disappointment. But when he saw what the other person had done, something completely out of character, he figured that maybe Sorn actually felt a bit guilty this time. If this had been the old Sorn, he would have just brushed it off and not cared at all. If you think I'm going to stop being mad just because you apologized, I'll tell you now. I'm not. I'm disappointed. I'm hurt by what you did. But I'll accept your apology, and I hope you won't mess with me that hard again in the future. June finally said what was on his mind. Sorn nodded in acknowledgement. At the very least, he wasn't being ignored or treated like air anymore. Can we eat now? Aren't you hungry or what? I'm going to grab some noodles, June said as he motioned to get up. Sorn watched him, glancing at the amount of food already on the table. Way too much for one person to finish. June hesitated for a moment, but then decided to leave the room. Sorn let out a sigh, shaking his head at himself. He figured he'd just have to let it go, as June had said. There wasn't much else he could do anyway. After a while, June came back, carrying a plastic bag with 3 or 4 bottles of chilled water inside. But there were no noodles in sight, despite his earlier excuse. Where are your noodles? You want me to go get some? Because if what's in front of you doesn't get finished, it's just going to end up in the trash. Ouch. That sarcastic remark from June brought a smirk to Sorn's lips almost instantly. The two of them sat eating dinner together in silence. June was more focused on the Netflix show playing on the TV than on Sorn, the uninvited guest who had joined him. Before long, the feast of food in front of them had been completely devoured, mostly by June, as Sorn had stopped eating a while ago. Sorn watched as June kept munching on grilled squid dipped in spicy sauce, his nose and lips turning bright red from the heat. Yet he kept eating as if he couldn't stop. Of the chilled water June had bought earlier, only 1 bottle was left now since the room hadn't had any cold water in the first place. Sorn stood up, making his first noticeable move in a while, immediately catching the attention of the little brat. June turned to him with a questioning look. I'm going to buy more water. Do you need anything else? Sorn asked. June shook his head as a response and quickly turned his focus back to the American series he was watching. Sorn went downstairs to grab more water and took the opportunity to sneak in a cigarette break. After satisfying his craving, he snuffed out the cigarette with his foot and made his way back upstairs. When he returned, he saw that June had already cleaned up most of the room. I'm heading out, Sorn said, knowing full well that June probably wouldn't respond. As expected, June simply nodded lightly and took the plates to the small dishwashing area. June! Sorn sighed and called out softly, following him out onto the balcony. But the mischievous kid just kept washing the dishes, ignoring him completely. Are you really this mad? You're not going to talk to me at all? Sorn asked, his voice calm, although inside, he wanted to have a proper conversation with him. He didn't know that when June was angry, he acted like this. Usually, when he had a conflict with people his age or older, he could just leave it for a while, and things would settle. But with June, it wasn't like that. Was this how all teenagers were? So hard to deal with. I'm talking to you. I'm just not looking at you, June replied without even glancing at him. Sorn sighed before speaking again. Then give me a kiss. No. The short but firm denial made Sorn have no choice but to back off. The next morning, June nearly arrived late for work. Traffic near his apartment was a nightmare due to road repairs, forcing him to flag down a motorbike taxi and shell out over 100 baht just to make it on time. June, Khun is asking for you, one of the office staff members called out as soon as he stepped into the office. A sense of impending doom washed over him. Although he thought things had been settled the day before, now Khun was calling him in again. What would she scold him for today? And as for the one responsible for all this mess, there wasn't even a shadow of him in sight. Knock, knock, knock. June knocked on the glass door of Khun's office. Upon hearing her permission, he opened the door and stepped in, his expression far from confident. He kept his head down, avoiding eye contact, as yesterday's stern demeanor from Khun was still fresh in his mind. The intimidation had left him unwilling to face her directly. Have a seat, said the career woman, now in her early 40s. She smiled gently at the nervous intern, who looked like he was scared. Sawati crap, June greeted her politely, raising his hands in a respectful Y before taking a seat across from the head of the International Coordination Department. Yesterday evening, Sorn came by to explain what happened. I was busy at the time, so I didn't call you in to discuss it. Then, just now, he came by again to follow up because he noticed you still seemed upset. Khun got straight to the point, her authoritative presence bearing down on June. The weight of her words made June grip his cold hands tightly, trying to steady himself. The whole situation felt eerily similar to being called to the principal's office back in high school. I know everything now. Sorn admitted that he was the one messing with you. He said he didn't expect you to take it so seriously or put in so much effort. He took full responsibility and told me that what happened wasn't intentional on your part. If anyone should be reprimanded, it should be him, not you. Khun continued, keeping a close eye on June's reaction. The young man remained quiet, playing the role of a good listener, but the worry on his face slowly started to ease. Last night, when Sorn came to his room, he didn't mention any of this. Why didn't he tell him that it had been settled with Khun? Why was everything kept so secretive? Always doing things without saying a word. That's why I called you in, to apologize for the way I scolded you yesterday. I understand now that you meant well, and I'm sorry for not hearing you out before jumping to conclusions, Khun said sincerely. She had been quite strict with June the day before, and she'd heard through the grapevine that the poor boy had ended up crying in private. Initially, without knowing the truth, she had pegged June as somewhat impolite or careless. But after hearing everything from Sorn, she realized she owed the intern an apology and that perhaps she needed to reassess her opinion of him. For Khun, calling the young man in to apologize didn't feel like it diminished her credibility as a leader. She didn't want the younger generation, who were just stepping into the working world, to see her as the stereotypical old-school boss, someone who refuses to admit fault, even when they've wrongly scolded a subordinate. That wasn't who she was. If she made a mistake, she needed to own up to it. It was a universal principle of respect and maturity that anyone should understand. No, it's really no problem at all, June replied, shaking his head slightly. I totally get that meetings are an important time, and I was at fault, too, for barging in like that. He smiled awkwardly, feeling much better now. He admired how Khun had handled the situation, showing professionalism while still being considerate. A true example of a good leader. But I was still wrong, she said with a sigh. I'm supposed to be the adult here, yet I didn't listen and jumped to conclusions. Ugh. Anyway, have you talked things out with Sorn yet? He stopped by the office earlier this morning, about 10 minutes before you arrived, but had to leave to meet with a client. Not sure if you two have crossed paths yet. Oh. Sorn talked to me yesterday, June mumbled hesitantly. We've cleared things up. At first, he hadn't planned on forgiving him so quickly, but seeing how much effort Sorn had put into making amends, It was clear he genuinely felt guilty. That made it a little easier for June to let things go. After wrapping up their conversation, Kuntoon let June leave. Champ turned to look at him, giving a thumbs up, clearly aware of why Kuntoon had called June in. June walked back to his desk, where he found a bag of nearly 20 grilled sticky rice snacks with various fillings sitting on top of his bag. Inside the bag was a small note. "Stop sulking already. I don't know how else to make it up to you." The message was short, written in a casual but surprisingly neat scrawl. It didn't include a name, but June knew immediately who it was from. A smile crept onto his face, and his heart skipped a beat. He tried to suppress the grin, not wanting anyone to notice, but the racing of his heart? That he let go, knowing no one could see it anyway. Honestly, Sorn could be surprisingly sweet when he wanted to be, even if moments like this were rare. But who would have thought that the bag of grilled sticky rice would turn into such a big deal? June couldn't finish them all by himself, so he shared them with others around the office. That's when Korn, the office gossip and a self-proclaimed fan of Sorn, noticed. Korn had seen Sorn leave the bag on June's desk while he was meeting with Kuntoon. When June started handing out the sticky rice to everyone, Korn took it upon himself to spread the word. June was Sorn's kid. From that day on, everyone on the 15th and 16th floors started calling June Sorn's kid. "Fut, is there anything I can help with? I'm free." James said there's not much work today. "Can you go buy some coffee for me? I'm so tired, and I need to meet a client soon," Fut said, sinking into his chair with exhaustion. "All right, hand me the money, and I'll go get it for you. Want anything else while I'm at it?" "Hey, I was just kidding. Who would dare ask Sorn's kid to do that? I'll go buy it myself." "Oh, come on, Puth. That's not true at all," June blurted out, though he didn't really know how to argue back. Puth just laughed at his junior's flushed cheeks. Even though June looked annoyed, his bright red face gave everything away. Puth knew this was prime teasing material. June let out a sigh, frustrated at being the center of attention these past couple of days. The office seniors only teased him more when they saw that Sorn wasn't saying anything to deny the rumors. Sure, Sorn wasn't messing with him anymore, as agreed, but the fallout from his actions felt just as bad. Even when June lied and said he asked Sorn to buy it, no one believed him, because Sorn said, "I bought them for you, so what? If you're still mad, wait till AI Tai gets back tomorrow and tears my chest open for me." At least Sorn didn't use the word apologize, otherwise, June might have wished for the ground to swallow him whole. He was already getting teased endlessly by Korn, Prue, and even James, who chuckled every time they saw him caught in this mess. The only one who seemed cold toward him was Penny, who had started ignoring his respectful why recently. AE had theorized that it was because June had somehow caused a rift between AE's ship couple, essentially making him the third wheel driving them apart. Pei, however, rolled his eyes and called AE delusional. June couldn't be bothered to argue, so he avoided the topic whenever they ate lunch together. After wrapping up some work, Puth invited June to grab something to eat downstairs, as he had originally planned. While eating, Puth asked about how things were going in the faculty since he graduated, whether the same professors were still teaching, and if their level of strictness was as high as it had been during his time. "Business law is the easiest subject now, I just memorized the whole book and copied it word for word on the exam. Got a B for that. The professor doesn't like answers that are too textbook perfect," Puth said, shaking his head. "They prefer it when you answer in your own words. Back then, I got an A for that class and was over the moon. It even bumped my GPA up a bit." The two of them were chatting while waiting in line for their drinks. The coffee shop was a bit busier than usual today, but not so much that the wait felt unbearable. Puth was so caught up in his conversation with June that he didn't notice the beautiful woman standing behind him until her finger tapped lightly on his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw his girlfriend smiling sweetly at him. "Oh, when did you get here? I didn't even notice." "Well, how could you? You were so wrapped up in your conversation, you didn't notice anyone else," she teased. June glanced at the woman named V and remembered Puth mentioning that she was his girlfriend. Her beauty had a very classic Thai charm, sharp, defined features, with striking eyes, a lovely smile, and an overall elegant demeanor that perfectly matched her polished outfit. But June couldn't help thinking that beneath all that sweetness, there was probably a fiery side too. After all, There had to be a reason Phi Puth chose her over Phi Yo, who he had mentioned before. Well, we got carried away in the conversation. Oh, by the way, this is June, an intern at our company. He's from the same faculty as us, just a younger class who wandered into the pack. June, this is V, my girlfriend. Puth introduced the two with a grin. V smiled politely at the younger guy as June raised his hands in a respectful Y. I can't believe Phi Puth has a girlfriend this stunning. Phi V, you're absolutely gorgeous. June teased, earning a laugh from the woman. Hey, you little brat. Watch it, or you'll get smacked. Puth shot back, half-jokingly, shaking his head at June's antics. V chatted with the two of them for a while, though to be honest, most of the conversation was between her and Puth. June stood quietly, waiting for his drink, staying out of it. But then, Puth's voice suddenly took on a different tone, one that sounded slightly tense. That's enough, V. I told you there's nothing going on, Puth said, gently holding his girlfriend's arm. V had been glancing over her shoulder, looking towards something, or rather, someone, behind them. June followed her gaze and noticed that Phi Yo had just walked past the spot where they were standing. Just try something like that again, Puth, and you'll see how far I'll go to deal with it, V said, her voice laced with bitterness and pain. It was a feeling that was hard for an outsider to truly understand. It wasn't just the betrayal of her partner who had cheated on her. It was the fact that the other person involved was of the same gender. When people first warned her, she hadn't thought much of it. After all, this was just how Puth was, always friendly and smiling with everyone. But when she saw the photos, the undeniable proof of Puth and Yo in a compromising position, it felt like someone had torn her heart apart. That humiliation and disrespect were something she could never forget. But if she found out they were crossing the line again, there wouldn't be any mercy. This time, she'd make sure no one got off easy. I only love you, V. There's no one else, I swear, just you. If you don't believe me, ask June. June, back me up here. I haven't been messing around with anyone, right? I've been totally on the straight and narrow, haven't I? Puth turned to June for support. June could only smile awkwardly and nod. Honestly, in recent weeks, he hadn't seen Puth sneaking off to get cozy with anyone by the fire escape, so he figured he might as well confirm it for him. Speaking of the fire escape, it was probably just him and that damn Phi Sorn sneaking off to steal kisses all the time. For some reason, it seemed like Phi Sorn was addicted to kissing. If they didn't kiss on any given day, Sorn would complain that his skills would get rusty, like a blade losing its edge if it wasn't sharpened. June couldn't tell if this was some kind of sex ed course or ancient sorcery passed down by some mystical guru. Still, he always went along with it. He had to admit, Phi Sorn was really good at it. That day, when Phi Sorn asked for a kiss and June initially refused, things eventually went back to normal after they talked it out. But once they resumed their usual routine, it left June weak in the knees. Not only did Phi Sorn claim his kiss back, but he also took things a step further, helping June all the way to the end, leaving quite the mess on his hands. Luckily, there were some napkins tucked into June's pocket from the restaurant earlier, so he managed to clean up somewhat. You finished so fast. Was it that intense? Phi Sorn whispered teasingly, his hand still lightly stroking that sensitive spot where June had just released his desire. I haven't done it in days, so of course it's easy to finish. SSS. Phi Sorn, don't do that. One round is enough. June hissed, trying to catch his breath. June grabbed Phi Sorn's rough, large hand firmly, trying to stop him from stroking that sensitive spot again. But of course, Phi Sorn wasn't one to give up so easily. The moment he sensed June softening his resistance, he pressed his hips closer, teasing him enough to stir June's emotions all over again, almost bringing him back to full attention. But just as things were heating up, the sound of voices echoing from the stairwell made them both freeze. Without another word, they quickly separated and went their own ways, pretending nothing had happened. June. Hey June. Don't just stay quiet. Answer me already. I don't have anyone else, right? Puth gave his gnome a light pat on the shoulder to snap him out of his daze. June had been zoning out, clearly lost in his own thoughts. Yes, that's right. Phi Puth doesn't have anyone else. He's been working at the office the whole time and hasn't gone anywhere, June quickly replied. You better make sure of that, Puth. And June, I'm counting on you to keep an eye on him. If I find out he's messing around with someone else, I'll deal with both him and that person so thoroughly they won't dare show their faces around here again. V warned, pointing a finger at them both before walking off as her coworker came to fetch her. Coincidentally, it was their turn at the counter, so they quickly got their orders and headed back. Is this the one who made you cry? June asked as he stepped out after a while, heading back to the office. Yeah. And you're okay now? No more problems, right? None. I haven't talked to Fiyo since, but when we see each other in the building, we exchange greetings sometimes. Still, you've seen it. V bares her fangs every time she spots Fiyo. Does Fiyo accept that? June asked, clearly concerned. He often noticed that those who came later into the picture rarely accepted ending things easily. If he doesn't accept it, he has to, came the reply. We agreed on this from the beginning. I'm serious about V, but I was never serious about Yo. Hearing this made June's chest feel a bit heavy. He didn't know how serious Fiyo might have been about 5 foot. Was there even a small part of Fiyo that wanted a serious relationship with him? If so, that must have hurt quite a bit. The following week, the road repairs were still incomplete. In addition to fixing the road, they were also expanding it by adding lanes. June had to factor in an extra 2 hours to leave his apartment early enough to make it to the office on time. By the time he arrived, he was already drained. Thud. That was enough to signal their usual understanding. At lunch, when everyone else was heading out to eat, June was to meet him at the fire escape. And of course, not to forget the tissues. Stayed up late, June? I saw you sneaking a nap earlier. Tai asked as he came into the restroom as well. June looked up from the sink, his face still wet with water, and gave a squinty-eyed smile to the person standing near the urinal. I've had to wake up way earlier than usual, Hia? They're redoing the road near my apartment, and the traffic's insane. It was already bad, but now it's ridiculously bad. Oh, what time do you normally wake up? Tai asked, walking over to wash his hands at the sink while waiting for June's reply. Usually, I wake up at 6. I have to leave the apartment before all the parents start dropping off their kids. There's a school in the area too. And now? What time are you waking up? 4 in the morning. What? So it takes you almost 3 hours to get here now. Tai's shocked response made June nod glumly. I've been living like this for a few days now, June muttered. During the day, I sneak naps under the desk or just lay my head down on it. I'm beyond exhausted. How long will the road repairs take? They usually have it on the project sign, Tai asked. Probably months, June replied with a sigh. So what's the plan? Are you thinking about finding a new dorm to stay in? Tai suggested as they walked out of the restroom together. It seemed like the most practical solution for June moving out would definitely be better than waking up at the crack of dawn every day. It's bad for both your physical and mental health. I'm considering it, but I'm not sure what Poi will say. Other apartments are more expensive, June admitted, looking visibly troubled. Oh, want me to talk to Poi for you? Tai offered, his tone serious as he noticed how down June looked. June's sister, who was a year older than Tai, wasn't as close to him as June was, but they knew each other well enough. What are you guys talking about? Why so serious? Champ walked over, holding a bag of snacks he'd grabbed from Prue's desk. Spotting June and Tai in a serious conversation, he decided to chime in. He offered the snacks to June, but the younger guy shook his head to decline. The one who reached out to grab the snack was the one who had been standing behind June the whole time without him noticing. The long arm of Sorn draped across June's shoulder as if casually hugging him, causing the younger man to shift slightly away to avoid drawing attention. Sorn glanced at him briefly, but continued as if nothing had happened. They're doing roadwork near June's apartment, Tai explained to Champ. It's going to take ages to finish. He has to wake up at 4 a.m. just to get to work on time. Whoa, so that's why you've been sneaking naps at the office? What's the plan? Are you moving out? Champ asked, while Sorn leaned his elbow on the rebellious kid's shoulder like it was his personal armrest. June tried to shift away again, but Sorn just followed, leaning right back in. So June gave up and let him stay. The apartments around here are so expensive, Hia. The rent is nearly 3,000 more than my current place, June said, rubbing his temples. He'd done some sneaky research with Pei and AE, and when they told him the prices, it was enough to make him stress out. Moving would also mean putting down a hefty deposit, and June didn't want to burden his sister any more than he already had. He wanted her to save her money instead. I'd suggest you crash at my place, but my condo only has 1 room. Champ said regretfully. He knew that teenagers needed their own space. It wasn't like they could just share a room like when they were kids. Or you could stay at my house, Tai offered, which made June immediately shake his head in protest. No thanks. I'd feel bad bothering Aaron and Ajahn. Plus, Tai and Aaron travel a lot, and Win is doing his internship somewhere else. It'd just be inconvenient for everyone, so I'll pass, June replied quickly. My house has a spare room. Sorn, who had been quietly listening, suddenly chimed in. It's only a 30-minute drive to the office. Don't worry about it. You stayed over before anyway, right? If you feel like you need to pay rent, just chip in for water and electricity. That's enough. Both Tai and Champ immediately snapped their heads towards Sorn in surprise. They hadn't expected him to be the one to offer a solution. Meanwhile, June stood frozen, completely stunned. He hadn't thought Sorn would step in to help like this. Recently, Sorn hadn't been acting as mischievous or untrustworthy as he used to. He'd promised June he wouldn't tease him anymore, which gave Tai some peace of mind that their past quarrels had finally been resolved. If June moved in with Sorn, he wouldn't have to pay full rent, which would save him quite a bit of money. Sounds good. We all agree, right? Then it's settled, Tai said, nodding. No need to feel awkward about it, June. We're all close here, and this way, Hia can be sure someone is looking after you. Je Poi and Ko Nuing won't have to worry either. Okay. June finally agreed, seeing that the pros outweigh the cons. It was the quickest solution to his housing problem, though it still felt almost too good to be true. As soon as Tai sealed the deal, Sorn walked off, leaving June standing there, his heart racing like crazy. If Sorn had already taught him a lesson by practically kissing him senseless just at work, what on earth would happen if they actually lived together? Fire and oil, what else could come of that? Wait a second, Champ said later that evening, frowning as something clicked in his mind. When did June ever stay over at Sorn's house? Why didn't I know about this? Yeah, good point, Tai replied, equally confused. The two of them exchanged puzzled looks, the unanswered question hanging between them. Got everything, June? Tai asked as the last item was loaded onto the truck. He had borrowed his dad's pickup to help June move, with Champ tagging along as his helper. Sorn, meanwhile, was already waiting at home. That's everything, Hia, June replied after giving the room one final sweep. It only took 2 trips to clear out his apartment since he didn't have much stuff. Tai and Champ drove June to Sorn's house and even helped him unload. Sorn's place was a decent-sized house with 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. He had planned it this way so there would be plenty of room for his mom and younger brother, Thanu, if they ever needed to stay. Since neither were home right now, Sorn decided June could use the newsroom. Oh right, Champ exclaimed, suddenly remembering something. I owe him a meal. Is he at home? Let's call him over and throw a little celebration at Sorn's place for June's move. Makes sense, right? The idea seemed to light Champ up with excitement as he pulled out his phone to make the call. He's probably at the factory. All I've seen him do lately is practice CPAC takraw for the upcoming competition. Let me call and check, Champ said, pulling out his phone. Good idea. While you're at it, let's go buy some stuff to cook. We haven't had a party in ages, Tai suggested enthusiastically. With that, the two of them headed out, leaving Sorn and the newest house member, June, to unpack and settle in. Sorn stayed close, acting as June's helper, handing him things and assisting with unpacking. But then, as June bent over, his firm, round backside accidentally brushed against Sorn's sensitive area. That small, unintentional contact was enough to spark something. It had been days since Sorn had any release, and even his usual morning rituals hadn't been as satisfying lately. But now, seeing June's body so close, his backside so tempting, it felt like his student's movements were practically inviting him. Unable to resist, Sorn's large hand gently brushed against June's lower back. The unexpected touch made June flinch, startled, before quickly moving away to busy himself with organizing his clothes in the wardrobe, keeping his distance. June, Sorn called out, prompting June to turn around, only to be caught completely off guard as Sorn's lips suddenly pressed against his. June flinched, startled by the unexpected attack. He's at it again, he thought, his heart racing. Hey, calm down. For days. 4 days without me letting loose, and I've been helping you the whole time. So today, you have to help me out, June. But I still need to finish unpacking. You can do that later. But I want you and I need you. Can you give that to me? Sorn said, locking eyes with June in an intense staring game while pinning him down on the couch. June finally gave in, not only because of the undeniable desire burning in Sorn's eyes, but also because of the pressure of his hips grinding against him. June felt the hard bulge in Sorn's pants brushing against his own growing need. The sensation made it clear that June wasn't the only one longing. They both craved each other's touch in the same way. Then hurry up before the Hias get back. As soon as the words left June's mouth, Sorn wasted no time. He dove in, kissing and caressing the younger man with urgency, not letting a single moment go to waste as their desires had already been ignited. June tilted his head back, gasping for air when Sorn finally freed his lips. His pale neck became the next target, covered in kisses by the larger man, though Sorn was careful not to leave any marks. Their clothes were shed hastily, both of them helping each other undress in a rush, knowing they were pressed for time. Neither had any idea when Tai and Champ might return, or when Win might suddenly show up. June's arousal pressed against his pants, his body always responding more quickly than Sorn's. He tried to pull his pants down, but it wasn't fast enough for Sorn, who yanked them off in one swift motion. Sorn pushed June to lie flat on the couch. Though the couch in this room wasn't particularly big, it was still better than the floor or the dusty bed. Gel and condoms, June murmured, barely coherent as his focus began to waver. The look on Sorn's face made it crystal clear. He was ready to devour him completely. Sorn clicked his tongue in mild frustration before stomping off, stark naked, out of June's room and into his own. Moments later, he returned, armed with lube and condoms, fully prepared to resume where they had left off. June adjusted his position, but Sorn wasn't having it. He brushed June's legs apart, slid himself into the space between, and pulled June closer. His large cock was already standing proud, and June's was no different. Sorn wrapped his hand around both of them, squeezing a generous amount of lube to coat them thoroughly, ensuring nothing felt uncomfortable. June gasped and moaned as Sorn began stroking them with slow, deliberate movements, while at the same time, a slender finger slipped into his soft, sensitive entrance. The combined stimulation, both inside and out, had June writhing and moaning uncontrollably. Sorn smirked at the sight of June tensing in pleasure, knowing exactly how close he was to breaking. June was always like this, so easy to ignite, so responsive to his touch. SSSI. June finally reached his peak first, thanks to Sorn's fingers and skilled touch. He half opened his eyes, watching as Sorn calmly slid a condom onto himself. June's cheeks burned hot with embarrassment, still not fully used to moments like this. Moments where he and Sorn had reached this point, on the verge of joining together to share their pleasure. SSS. Sorn's fully hardened length slowly pushed into the prepared entrance. The lubricant worked perfectly, making the movement smooth and steady. June winced, a mix of pain and electrifying pleasure spreading through him as Sorn's length gradually filled him completely. Once fully inside, Sorn paused to let June adjust, taking the opportunity to tease June's sensitive nipples with his mouth and tongue. Naturally, June wasn't one to let it slide. His fingers reached up, playfully flicking and teasing at the tips of Sorn's chest in return. Chocolate milk, June murmured, vaguely remembering how he once called Sorn's chest by that nickname. Sorn chuckled deep in his throat, his lips still busy exploring the pale curve of June's neck. Well, your strawberry milk, Sorn teased back, leaning down to capture June's nipple, swirling his tongue relentlessly. The sensation made June arch his back, pushing his chest closer to Sorn. His fingers tangled in Sorn's hair, gripping tightly as waves of pleasure coursed through his body, leaving him breathless and trembling. As June gradually adjusted, Sorn began moving his hips, pulling out slowly before thrusting back in with a steady, deliberate rhythm. He repeated the motion a few times before gradually picking up the pace, each movement growing more intense as his uncontrollable desire took over. The tightness clenching around him only spurred him on, making him want to thrust harder into the pale body beneath him. But in the midst of their passion, Sorn's phone suddenly rang. It was somewhere near the door, tossed aside along with his pants, and he had no intention of stopping to answer it. The ringing continued, loud and persistent, until June, breathless and flushed, had to tell him to pick it up. I'm inside you right now. How am I supposed to go answer it? That'll ruin the mood, Sorn grumbled, tightening his hold on June as if afraid he might slip away. The phone eventually stopped ringing, only for June's own phone to start buzzing instead. This time, it was within reach, so June grabbed it to check. Seeing that it was Champ calling, he told Sorn to stop moving his hips for a moment. Despite his body screaming for more, he figured it was better to answer, just in case it was something urgent. Crap, June answered, his voice trembling slightly as he tried to suppress the flood of sensations building up inside him. Sorn didn't fully stop, though. He kept his hips moving, albeit at a slower, teasing pace. Little did June know, this slow rhythm hit all the right, sensitive spots even more intensely, making it even harder for him to keep himself composed. Every second, the tension within him grew, and it took all his willpower not to lose himself while still on the phone. June, ask AI Sorn if there's sukiyaki sauce at his place. Champ. He's asking if you have sukiyaki sauce. Don't have it. After answering, he slipped his hand under June's waist and gave him a squeeze, urging June to hurry up and hang up the phone. And no, there's none. Oh, okay. What about garlic or stuff like that? Should I grab some to make seafood dipping sauce? Grab. We don't have a damn thing. Just buy whatever you want so we can get on with it. Sorn barked into the phone before ending the call himself, tossing it aside without another thought. And so, Sorn's symphony of passion began again. This time, the slow, deliberate rhythm was replaced with a rapid, intense pace. It was heavy and forceful, making June's entire body tremble. The young man bit his lip hard, trying to suppress his own sounds, but Sorn leaned in, kissing him softly, coaxing him to open his mouth. A soft moan escaped from June, igniting an even wilder, more primal energy in the man above him. Bang! Sorn, open the door for me. Wynn's voice called out from outside the house, loud and clear. Both of them froze in shock, startled by the sudden interruption. June's eyes widened with panic as he tried to get up, but Sorn held him down firmly, ignoring the situation entirely. Instead, he doubled down, thrusting with an even more relentless rhythm. Sorn. Wait. AI Wynn will see. June stammered between gasps, his voice trembling with panic and pleasure. I'm almost done. Just a second. Just a second, June. Sorn replied through gritted teeth, quickening his pace even more. June's nails dug into Sorn's broad back, his arms wrapping tightly around the larger man's body as it pressed down against him. He bit down on his hand, desperately stifling his moans, terrified that his best friend waiting outside the house might hear them. Finally, Sorn reached his release, his body shuddering as he let go. But he didn't forget June, making sure to bring him to the same peak, leaving both of them utterly spent. Chapter 16. Get up, Sorn. Hurry. The moment they finished, June shoved at the man straddling him. Sorn clicked his tongue in annoyance, but eventually pulled out of June's channel. June let out a quiet groan at the sudden emptiness, while Sorn, still clearly unsatisfied, gave his pale backside a light, playful smack. I don't like AI Win. Why? He interrupted me. Grumbling under his breath, Sorn stood up, pulled on his trousers, and headed downstairs to answer the door, leaving June behind to clean up the used condom and the lingering traces of their intimacy. Win greeted Sorn with a polite why before peeking past him to look for June, who had just come downstairs. How's it going, June? Is living at Sorn's place working out? It's fine, June mumbled, avoiding his best friend's eyes as he picked up a box and carried it upstairs, pretending to focus on unpacking. Seeing June still surrounded by unpacked belongings, Win followed him upstairs to help. Meanwhile, Sorn stayed downstairs preparing for the gathering Champ had planned. His house had a spacious backyard with an unobstructed view of the sky. There wasn't a cloud in sight, so rain wasn't a concern. Confident the weather would hold, he set up tables, an electric grill, and a hot pot. Before long, Champ and Ty returned carrying fresh ingredients and a tray of canned beer. The three of them hauled everything inside together. As usual, Champ took charge of the cooking with Ty assisting him, while Sorn filled a large cooler with ice for the drinks before turning on some light background music that wouldn't disturb the neighbors. Whoa, look at these giant prawns. Win exclaimed when Sorn brought out a platter of river prawns. Having just come downstairs after helping June, he rushed over immediately, eyes shining with excitement. June's eyes widened as well. It looked like he was in for another incredible meal. This reminds me of when we used to go to the beach. I want to go again, Win said nostalgically. Yeah, me too. Let's find a free weekend next month and go. We can invite AI, Pei, and EE too, Champ suggested. Sounds good. So you're thinking about going on holiday, but not about work? Sorn asked evenly, glancing at the people enthusiastically planning a trip. It had been a long time since he'd gone to the sea himself. If he had the chance, it wouldn't be a bad idea. AI Sorn, June's just an intern. He doesn't have the same responsibilities we do. Let the kid enjoy himself, Tai said, immediately taking June's side. Taking advantage of the support, June smirked triumphantly and raised an eyebrow at Sorn. Tai always spoiled him. You always take his side, Sorn muttered. Before he could say anything else, Win jumped in. Then it's settled. He has approved it. We're going to the beach next month. Oh, let's invite AI Fyong too. The more, the merrier. The moment Sorn heard that name, his gaze shifted straight to June. June gave a slow, neutral nod at first, but the instant he noticed Sorn staring at him, he quickly replied to his friend. He might be busy. Lately, he's been complaining about having too much work. It was a complete lie. June had no idea whether Fyong was actually busy, but the way Sorn was looking at him practically had "Do not talk to Fiang" written across his forehead. He wasn't even sure why he instinctively obeyed Sorn's silent command. Maybe it was because Sorn had been helping him in bed. Not only had he satisfied June's desires, but he'd also taught him things, shown him techniques, and spoken openly about subjects no one else dared discuss. Sorn was the only person June had ever been completely honest with about his experiences, about everything. Maybe that was why. Or maybe none of those reasons really mattered. Maybe, deep down, he simply wanted to listen to Sorn. Hey, a champ, didn't you buy any seaweed salad? June asked, rummaging through the shopping bags only to discover his favorite side dish was missing. I did. It's in there somewhere, Champ called back from the kitchen. Before June could keep searching, a familiar plastic container of Japanese-style seaweed salad appeared in front of him. If that had been a snake, you'd already be dead, Sorn muttered. June pouted as he realized the taller man had walked over without him noticing. Sorn set the container down before returning to the grill, where fresh squid sizzled over the heat, while June turned his attention to the hot pot. Boom. Ow. One of the squid, forgotten without being scored first, suddenly puffed up and burst, spraying hot juices straight into June's face. He squeezed his eyes shut and cried out. Win, who had been snacking nearby, immediately grabbed a bottle of water to help rinse June's eye. But he wasn't faster than Sorn. Without hesitation, Sorn tossed aside the tongs, pulled up the hem of his own shirt, and gently wiped June's face. Win thought he'd reacted quickly. Sorn had reacted instantly. His reflexes were so sharp it was as if he'd trained with a special operations unit, completely unlike the man who used to look ready to kick June every time they crossed paths. Let me see. It hurts. Then all the more reason to let me check. It's not like your eyeball's going to fall out. Ow, it stings. Then stop complaining and hold still. Using the clean inside of his shirt, Sorn carefully dabbed at June's eye. Whatever June thought had gotten into it wasn't actually inside his eye at all. A tiny speck of burnt squid had lodged in the corner, and Sorn flicked it away with ease. Hearing the commotion, Champ and Tai hurried out from the kitchen. Hey, Sorn, are you bullying Gnome again? Champ demanded immediately, raising the spatula in his hand as though he were ready to smack his best friend. Open your damn eyes before accusing me. Do you seriously think I pick on him every single time? What's wrong, June? Tai asked worriedly while casually stealing some of Champ's fried instant noodles with Win's chopsticks. Naturally, Champ protested. Naturally, Tai ignored him. Squid juice splashed into his eye. Win was about to help him rinse it out, but Sorn got there first and wiped it with his shirt, Win explained after witnessing everything from beginning to end. He'd noticed how much things had changed between the two of them. They were nothing like they used to be. Honestly, it wasn't a bad change. At least they'd finally stopped fighting. Seeing June being taken care of, Win shrugged and returned to more important matters, ladling steaming hot pot broth into a bowl before happily slurping it down. June might be living here now, but don't think that gives you permission to bully him, Tai warned, draping an arm around Jun's shoulders and giving him a gentle shake. Jun, if AI Sorn ever does anything to you, tell Hia. I'll deal with him. He pointed accusingly at Sorn before immediately returning his attention to the food. Meanwhile, Sorn pretended to search for something before leaning close enough to whisper into Jun's ear. You can tell AI Tai if I bully you. I don't mind. His lips curved slightly. But if it's about us fucking, keep that between the two of us. After delivering the shameless remark, Sorn casually walked back into the house as though nothing had happened. Jun remained rooted to the spot, his face turning as red as the glowing electric grill. When Win asked what was wrong, Jun simply muttered that the grill was too hot. Damn you, Sorn. That crazy bastard. Are you done yet, AI Jun? I've been waiting forever. Sorn's voice echoed from downstairs after noticing Jun still hadn't come down, even though it was already time to leave. The previous night, the other three hadn't gone home until well after midnight. They'd helped clean up before leaving, but Sorn had still spent the morning finishing the rest of the housework. He didn't like leaving the place untidy. Meanwhile, Jun had gone to bed early after locking himself in his room. Even now, he still hadn't come downstairs. I'm coming. Jun came racing down the stairs, nearly tripping over his own feet. His tie was only half done, making it painfully obvious he'd overslept after hitting the snooze button one too many times. Sorn shook his head. The messy brat looked exactly like someone suffering from a hangover. Jun waved him toward the car while hurriedly slipping on his shoes. Sorn checked the entire house one last time, making sure the doors, windows, and air conditioner were all secure before heading outside to start the engine. The moment Jun finished putting on his shoes, he dashed out and climbed into the passenger seat. Whoa, there's a Japanese restaurant here? Is it any good, Phi? Jun asked as they drove past a newly opened restaurant. It wasn't open yet, but the building looked as though it had been transported directly from Japan. It opened about 2 months ago, I think. It's pretty good, Sorn replied honestly. Let's eat there tonight. Jun kept staring at the restaurant until it disappeared from sight. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. I've got a discount card that expires this month. We can use it. Growling. Jun's stomach growled loudly, breaking the silence inside the car. He gave Sorn an embarrassed smile. He didn't dare ask him to stop for food because he knew Sorn had a morning meeting. If he arrived late, Kuntun would definitely scold him. To Jun's surprise, Sorn switched on the indicator and pulled into the parking area of a convenience store. You don't have to stop, Phi. I can eat later. If you're late, Kuntun will chew you out. There's still time. Go grab something for both of us. And get me a pack of cigarettes. Sorn handed him 4 red banknotes. The truth was, Sorn hadn't eaten anything either. He'd spent the entire morning washing dishes and cleaning the house. Jun hurried inside the convenience store and soon returned carrying sausages, 2 hot ham and cheese sandwiches with different fillings, a bottle of water, a carton of plain milk, and a pack of cigarettes. As soon as he climbed back into the car, he unwrapped one sandwich and took a bite before breaking the other in half and holding it out to Sorn. Sorn didn't reach for it. Instead, he leaned over and took a bite directly from Jun's hand, silently indicating that both hands were busy driving. Jun froze. A memory suddenly surfaced. Years ago, he'd once torn apart chicken so Sorn could eat it. His heart skipped another beat when Sorn leaned over for a second bite. As he finished the sandwich, Sorn held Jun's hand steady. Then, before pulling away, he teasingly sucked on Jun's fingers, just like he had back then. This time, though, Jun wasn't disgusted by the other man's saliva. Instead, his thoughts immediately drifted to everything they'd done together in bed. Damn it, Jun. Get a grip. Maybe he really did need to see a cardiologist. His heart had been skipping beats far too often lately. What's wrong? Your face is red again, Sorn asked casually, glancing at him. Or are you upset because I ate from your hand? I was driving. It would have been inconvenient to use my hands. Besides, I don't like getting the steering wheel dirty. His tone remained perfectly calm, but the faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips told a completely different story. When he saw the blush spreading across Jun's pale cheeks, he couldn't resist reaching over to pinch them, tugging playfully until Jun yelped in protest. Ow. Damn it, Phi. Jun yelped, swatting Sorn's hand away. Sorn just chuckled. Ugh, you're so annoying, Phi. Jun scowled, shooting Sorn a glare before skewering a sausage and holding it out. When the car stopped at a red light, Sorn simply leaned over and ate what June offered without bothering to take it himself. June resigned himself to playing mother bird, feeding the stubborn buffalo of a man. Then a memory suddenly surfaced. He'd seen this before. It wasn't just him who had fed Sorn like this. Penny had done it too. Of course. It wasn't anything special between him and Sorn. Sorn simply hated getting his hands dirty while driving. Even Penny knew that. Do you smoke a lot, Phi? June asked, trying to change the subject as his cheerful mood suddenly faded. Not a lot, but yeah, I smoke. Aren't you afraid of getting cancer? If I were scared, would I still be smoking? But it's dangerous, you know. It can even affect your, performance, June said casually. That made Sorn glance at him. What? Worried I won't be able to satisfy you? Trust me, I won't go soft before you finish. Ow. Damn it, AI June. June had pinched his thigh hard, then twisted the skin for good measure. It would definitely leave a red mark. That spot was sensitive, and no matter how dark Sorn's skin was, there was no way it wouldn't show. Well, what do you expect after saying something like that? I was just worried you'd lose your drive before you even got a wife. You don't have to worry about that. Even if I never get a wife, everything still works perfectly. Here. Before June could react, Sorn grabbed his hand and pressed it against his crotch, rubbing it lightly. See? Ready to go for you anytime. Damn you, Phi Sorn. June jerked his hand away as though he'd touched a blazing fire. How had a serious conversation about health turned into this? Sorn always claimed he wasn't teasing him, but he absolutely was. It wasn't as though it ruined June's day, but it certainly left his cheeks burning. Why do our conversations always end up below the belt? June muttered, rubbing his face in frustration. Sorn chuckled, clearly pleased with himself. That flustered, grumpy expression was one he never got tired of seeing. Fine. I'll try to tone it down. Maybe he really was cutting back, just a little, because June had mentioned that whole performance issue. Definitely not because the kid had warned him. A new employee joined the company that day. The HR manager was so busy that she didn't even realize the new hire had arrived until they knocked on her office door. After a brief conversation, she escorted the newcomer to the head of the marketing department to receive further instructions. Sorn, Penny called out as the man stepped out of a meeting room. He simply raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. The two of them rarely spoke openly at the office. She walked over and lowered her voice. Come see me in my office. To everyone else, the interaction looked perfectly normal. To Korn, however, it looked anything but. He immediately rolled his chair over to his best friend, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. Lately, Phi Sorn hasn't been visiting her much, has he? The other day she looked furious, like she wanted to stab somebody. You're talking nonsense. You really think Phi Sorn's going to get together with Penny? Oh, come on. Everyone knows Phi Sorn's type. Older, gorgeous, and fiery. You seriously think he wouldn't go for someone like that? Korn declared confidently, as though he knew everything. Sorn had only recently returned to the company after 4 years away. There was no way he'd run into Penny again without taking an interest in her. Even if he acted indifferent, Penny's reactions made it obvious. Those two were definitely more than just co-workers. That doesn't mean he'd go after her. I've never seen Phi Sorn date anyone at the office. Prue, are you really arguing with me? Just wait. By the end of today, Penny will be walking out of that room with the biggest smile on her face. Anyone who happened to walk into the HR office at that moment would have admitted Korn wasn't exaggerating. The instant Sorn stepped inside, Penny rose from behind her desk and walked straight over to him. The composed professionalism she'd shown outside vanished completely. Now she was clinging to him. Don't, Phi. Sorn turned his face away just before she kissed him. He glanced toward the window and noticed the blinds weren't fully closed, so he reached over and shut them. Fine. I won't tease you. Penny relented, though she remained standing close. So, I hear you're playing babysitter now? She asked, pressing herself lightly against him before guiding his large hand to rest on her waist. He had to move out of his dorm, so I let him stay at my place. You don't even like kids. But I guess Ty's gnome is an exception? Her fingertip lazily traced across his chest through the thin t-shirt stretched over his muscular frame. Why would June be an exception? Sorn asked, making no move to stop her. You never let anyone into your personal space. Except Ty and Champ, Penny observed. Finally, she stepped back. The teasing stopped the moment she realized he wasn't reacting at all. What exactly are you trying to say? Sorn asked, studying her carefully. Well, you haven't been coming to see me much lately, so I started wondering if maybe you'd changed your mind. June is like AI Ty's gnome. Sorn interrupted, already understanding where she was going with this. He's only different because he's close to Ty. To me, he's just someone younger. Nothing more. So, Penny leaned close enough to whisper into his ear. That means you can stay over with me tonight, right? The meaning behind her words was unmistakable. Sorn remained silent for a moment before finally answering. Good. I didn't drive today, so we can go back together. Smiling in satisfaction, Penny leaned over and placed a gentle kiss on the corner of his mouth. Afterward, she carefully wiped away the faint trace of lipstick, though there was hardly any to begin with. Just as Korn had predicted, Penny was noticeably happier for the rest of the day. She greeted more people around the office, smiled more often, and even June, who usually received nothing but cold treatment from her, was rewarded with a rare smile. The sudden change left him scratching his head in confusion. Still, he was far too busy running errands and handling work to dwell on it. By the time the workday ended, June had only one thing on his mind: dinner. The meal he'd been looking forward to all day was finally within reach. He'd already gone through the menu in his head, determined to order so quickly the staff wouldn't even have time to write everything down. June, how are you getting home? Fudd asked, patting him on the shoulder as they reached the ground floor after work. He hadn't spent much time in the office that day, having been out meeting clients until late afternoon. I'm going for Japanese food, June replied with a bright smile, his eyes narrowing happily. Where? Around the XX area, Phi. Who are you going with? AI Pei and Nong Ae. June shook his head. It wasn't them. He didn't say who he was meeting, either. They chatted for another minute until 5V walked over to join Phi Fut. June smiled, waved goodbye to both of them, and headed off. He was waiting for Phi Sorn. After all, Sorn had the restaurant's discount card. But no matter how long he waited, there wasn't even a glimpse of him. Calling didn't help either. Sorn wasn't answering. June even asked Hia Champ. All he got was a confused shrug. Hia Tai was even less helpful. He'd been out with Kintoon and had no idea where Sorn had disappeared to. Growing frustrated, June decided to call Sorn one last time. If he still didn't answer, then forget the discount. He'd just eat whatever his wallet could afford. Hello. The moment Sorn answered, June nearly shouted into the phone. He stopped himself just in time. He still wanted that discount card. Where are you? Why? Because we're supposed to be going for Japanese food, June reminded him. Short and direct. He wanted to make sure Sorn hadn't forgotten. Where are you? I'm in front of the building. I can't find you. Where did you disappear to? So, am I getting my Japanese food or not? Wait there. I'll bring the car around. Sorn replied calmly before hanging up. The truth was, he'd completely forgotten about June. As he drove out of the parking garage toward the front of the building, he spotted the younger man standing in the shade, avoiding the afternoon sun. Don't take too long, Sorn. The person sitting beside him in the car warned as Sorn got out and jogged toward the one waiting. June. Sorn called out, making June look up. June let out an irritated sigh, but said nothing. Sorn placed a discount card and a spare house key into his hand. Here's the discount card, and here's the spare key. I'm not coming home tonight, so don't forget to lock up. Oh, you're not coming to eat with me. June's tone remained casual, but the faint disappointment on his face tugged unexpectedly at Sorn's heart. He felt a little guilty. June had probably been looking forward to having dinner together. Next time, where are you going, Phi? June called after him, but Sorn was already jogging back toward the car without answering. As Sorn opened the passenger door, June finally caught sight of the woman inside. Penny. Again. Feeling oddly irritated, June lightly thumped his own chest. His heart was acting strangely again. This time it wasn't racing. It felt slow. Heavy. For a brief moment, a sharp ache stabbed through his chest. See? Just like I told you. A voice behind him pulled him from his thoughts. Turning around, June saw Phi Korn approaching with Phi Prue and a few other employees. Yeah. You always overthink everything. They might just have work to discuss. And what kind of work makes her smile like that? Korn scoffed, rolling his eyes. Deep down, he didn't like seeing Sorn involved with Penny. He'd much rather Sorn be interested in him. Of course, he couldn't let that show. Unless he wanted Sorn's foot planted squarely in his face. Besides, Phi Sorn was terrifying enough already. Admiring him from afar was much safer. Phi Korn, Phi Prue. June hesitated before finally asking the question that had been bothering him all along. Are Phi Sorn and Penny really dating? He quickly added, AE keeps shipping them together, so I was just asking for her. It was a flimsy excuse. Deep down, June knew perfectly well this wasn't about AE. He simply wanted to know. June, you're closer to Phi Sorn than we are. You should know better. But if you ask me, Korn shrugged. There's definitely something going on. Don't listen to this drama queen, Prue replied. He's just making things up. If those two were actually together, everyone would know. Yeah, that made sense. In the end, everyone was just guessing. Besides, Phi Sorn himself had always said the same thing. No wife. No partner. If he really had someone, he probably would have told me. June took the bus and got off near the restaurant. Now that it was open, the interior looked exactly as beautiful as it had from outside. The atmosphere was calm and unmistakably Japanese. The restaurant wasn't very large, giving it a cozy, intimate feeling. A waitress greeted him as soon as he walked in. Since he was dining alone, he chose a seat against the wall to avoid feeling awkward. He had actually invited Wen earlier. Unfortunately, his best friend had declined because he was busy preparing for a CPAC takraw competition in 2 days. When it came time to order, June only chose 3 dishes. Somehow, his huge appetite had vanished. He settled on a bento set, shrimp tempura, gyoza, and a cup of hot tea. While waiting for the food, he pulled out his phone and began scrolling. Suddenly, someone pulled out the chair across from him. Then, as though it were the most natural thing in the world, they carefully placed an enormous brown teddy bear into the seat. The bear was almost as big as a buffalo. It sat upright across from him like another customer waiting for dinner. June blinked in confusion before looking up. Standing there was a tall, lean young man wearing the restaurant's uniform. Normally, whenever they met, he wasn't dressed like this. Oh, Phi Ovaltine. Huh. The man frowned in confusion. Oh, I'm the intern who spilled Ovaltine on you. Oh, you're June, crap, Phi. Jom, crap. Phi Jom. So you work here too? I thought you worked at XX company. June mentioned the logistics company where Jom worked. His expression was a mixture of surprise and confusion, making Jom laugh softly. This was only the 3rd time he'd seen the younger man. The first time, he hadn't paid much attention. The second time, they'd only exchanged a few words. Now that he had a chance to look properly, he noticed June had the clean, handsome features of a Korean idol. The kind of soft, pretty boy face people found instantly attractive. My main job's still there, Jom explained as June's food arrived. This is just a part-time job. The restaurant belongs to Uncle Sai, so I help out whenever I can. Anyway, enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just let me know. And if you have any feedback, feel free to write it on the comment card. Wait, what about the bear? Oh, Jom smiled. For customers eating alone, we have Jujai to keep them company. Jujai? Yep. He gently patted the bear's round belly. That's his name. June chuckled. It was definitely strange, but much less awkward than sitting by himself. He lingered over dinner, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. By the time he'd finished eating, he even ordered a few takeaway dishes for breakfast the next morning. Heading home already, June? Jom asked after putting the giant teddy bear away. Yeah, the food was amazing. I don't have a single complaint. And I even got to use a discount card. Come back again sometime. Jom grinned. I'll give you another discount. Thanks, Phi Jom. If I come again, I'll make sure to tell them I know you. He was only being polite. Though honestly, he certainly wouldn't mind eating delicious food at a discount. That made Jom laugh. How are you getting home? It was only around 8 o'clock, but the buses were already crowded. I'll probably grab a motorcycle taxi. My place isn't far, just in the next neighborhood. Ordering a grab wasn't an option. His phone battery had died, leaving it completely useless in his pocket. Oh, perfect. Hang on a second. Jom disappeared into the back of the restaurant before returning with several neatly packed takeaway bags. I've got a delivery in your neighborhood anyway. He smiled. Come on. I'll give you a lift. June agreed without much thought. It certainly beat walking all the way to find a motorcycle taxi. Are you sure I can ride on this? June looked uncertainly at the delivery motorcycle. It was an ordinary bike with a large delivery box mounted behind the seat. Of course. Jom climbed aboard and scooted as far forward as possible. Hop on. Getting seated was a little awkward at first, but once June settled behind him, it wasn't uncomfortable after all. Jom had squeezed himself right up against the handlebars to make as much room as possible. Turn right here, June said, pointing the way as they entered the neighborhood. This house, crap. Jom stopped in front of a brightly lit home. Lights glowed at both the gate and inside the house. A car sat parked in the driveway. The property had a spacious yard enclosed by a sturdy fence. The second-floor balcony extended farther than those on the neighboring houses, probably an addition built later. June frowned. Sorn's car was parked outside. Didn't he say he wasn't coming home? June had assumed he'd be busy with Kenpenny and wouldn't return until late. Yet here he was, back before 9. You live alone, June? I live with my Phi. AI June. A sharp voice cut him off. June turned. Sorn stood at the front door. His expression was unreadable. Only his eyes betrayed him. They were unmistakably cold. Without another word, Sorn slipped on his shoes, strode over, and unlocked the gate. Originally, he hadn't planned to come home that night. But all evening, one thought kept bothering him. What if June couldn't sleep because he wasn't used to staying alone? That concern had finally driven him to leave early. Penny hadn't been pleased. Still, she hadn't tried to stop him. When Sorn arrived home, however, June wasn't there. He tried calling. No answer. Probably a dead phone battery. So he called Win instead. All he got was, June went out for Japanese food. Sorn had been about to go look for him. Then he saw June arriving. On the back of another man's motorcycle. The easy smiles between them. The casual conversation. For some reason, it irritated him far more than it should have. Oh, June looked surprised. Didn't you say you weren't coming home? Who? Instead of answering, Sorn fired back a single question. His tone was sharp, almost like a strict father interrogating his child. June blinked in confusion. But Sorn wasn't finished. He stepped closer until he was standing beside June. His eyes locked onto Jom. Possessive. Territorial. He recognized him. He'd seen this man talking to June a few days earlier. This is Phi Jom. His uncle owns the Japanese restaurant. And why did he have to drive you home? Well, get inside. That was all Sorn said before turning and walking into the house, his expression dark. June stared after him. What the hell is wrong with Phi Sorn now? You should go inside, June, Jom said gently. Your brother sounded serious. Oh yeah? Crap. June still had no idea what he'd done wrong. Thanks for bringing me home, Phi Jom. Drive safely. He pressed his palms together in a respectful Y. Oh right. Jom smiled. Our restaurant delivers too. Here's the number. Just give us a call if you ever want to order. Having shamelessly promoted the restaurant one last time, he finally rode away. June stepped inside. The house was cool thanks to the air conditioner. Its owner, however, was anything but. Sorn sat on the sofa, glaring at the television with dark, brooding eyes like an angry guard dog ready to bite. June wisely decided to stay out of his way. He had no idea whether Sorn was angry about work or whether someone had upset him. Either way, he had no intention of becoming collateral damage. If you ever can't find your way home, Sorn said suddenly, call me. Don't just let some random guy drive you back. His tone dripped with sarcasm, as though June were a lost 3-year-old who needed someone to escort him home. June froze while putting the takeaway into the fridge. I know how to get home. Sorn shot him a sideways glance. So June continued. If I'd known you were coming home, I would have called. But you said you weren't coming back. Even if I had called, you wouldn't have been able to pick me up anyway, right? A trace of resentment crept into his voice. I really thought Phi Sorn was going to have dinner with me tonight. Instead, he stood me up again. June had lost count of how many times Sorn had made him expect one thing, only to disappoint him in the end. Next time, call me first, Sorn replied. Whether I'm home or not, call me anyway. Why make it so complicated? Because AI Tai will ask about you again. Then he'll say I'm not taking good care of you. Oh, so he's only worried about Hiatai. You don't have to worry, Phi. June answered flatly. If Hiatai asks, I'll tell him you've been taking very good care of me. He shoved the takeaway containers into the refrigerator before stomping upstairs, making each step as loud as possible. Sorn watched the little brat disappear upstairs, the heavy footsteps echoing through the house. With a weary sigh, he leaned back and propped his feet onto the glass coffee table. The television continued playing. He wasn't watching it. His thoughts remained fixed on June, on the way he'd laughed, on the smile he'd given Jom. The memory irritated him so much that he reached for a can of beer, cracked it open, and took several long swallows. Chapter 17. June had been upstairs for quite a while before finally heading back down. He suddenly remembered that when he had shoved things into the fridge earlier, thanks to being annoyed by AI Sorn, the sauce bottle with a loose lid might have spilled. By now, it was probably all over the bag. As he walked downstairs, he noticed the lights were still on, and the soft sound of a soccer match playing on the TV filled the room. When he got to the living room, he saw the house's owner sitting there, watching the game. On the glass table in front of him, there were 2 or 3 empty beer cans. June didn't pay him any mind, and the other guy didn't look his way either. He headed straight to the kitchen, opened the fridge, and, yep, just as he thought, the sauce had spilled everywhere, soaking the bag. If he didn't take everything out now, it would end up leaking onto the other stuff in the fridge too. Crash. The glass that had been left on the sink, freshly washed, got knocked over by accident and shattered across the floor. June's eyes widened in shock. He had been trying to be as quiet as possible so he wouldn't disturb the owner of the house, who had already been irritated with him earlier. Just as he was about to step away from the spot, a sharp voice stopped him in his tracks. "Hey, June. Don't move." June froze instantly at Sorn's command. He looked up at the guy who had been nagging him earlier about coming home. He hadn't expected Sorn to show up this fast, almost like he had teleported. Surprisingly, though, it seemed like the guy had already cooled off from their earlier argument because, instead of scolding him, he hurried off to grab a dustpan and a pair of slippers for June to wear. When you're in the house, wear slippers. If something like this happens, you won't end up cutting your feet. I'm not used to it. Then get used to it. If you step on a piece of glass and your foot's covered in blood, I'll just tell Tai I did it myself. Not because you bullied me. June cut in with a deadpan expression. Sorn narrowed his eyes. That attitude was annoying as hell. He figured June was throwing it back at him because of the scolding earlier. Probably thought Sorn was only worried about getting blamed by Tai. Damn brat. Where the hell did he learn to be this sarcastic? Sorn didn't bother arguing any further. Instead, he carefully picked up the larger shards of glass, wrapped them in newspaper along with the smaller fragments scattered across the floor, and folded the paper over several times before securing it tightly with a rubber band. Then he placed it in a plastic bag and used a marker to label it clearly. Glass shards. Handle with care. That way, the garbage collectors wouldn't accidentally cut themselves. And what are you doing? Now that the house's owner had taken over the cleanup, June turned his attention back to what he had originally planned to do. Sorn really did seem to be in a better mood. He had even moved in closer, another beer can in hand. With this proximity, June could catch the faint scent of alcohol lingering in the air. Store your food properly. The sauce spilled earlier when I put everything in the fridge. That little bit? You think that's going to be enough? Yeah, it's for my breakfast. And what about mine? There isn't any for you. You said you weren't coming back, so I didn't buy anything for you. June's voice was calm and matter-of-fact, but for some reason, Sorn felt a strange heaviness in his chest. Yeah, he had said that, but hearing it from June like this made him feel guilty. From now on, I'm having breakfast with you. That was all Sorn said before casually walking back to the living room, leaving June standing there, face burning red. June stood there, suddenly feeling warm in the face. It wasn't like it was a big deal. Sorn could eat wherever he wanted, with whoever he wanted. It had nothing to do with him. But hearing him say it like that, so direct, so certain, made June's heart skip a beat for some stupid reason. It felt like Sorn actually cared. Before, the only time they ever sat at the same table was when Tai invited them. But now, Sorn had just decided on his own. After finishing up in the kitchen, June sneakily grabbed a can of beer before heading back to the living room. The TV was playing the series he had been watching on Netflix earlier, and he ended up standing there, completely absorbed in it. If you're gonna watch, just sit down, June. Why the hell are you standing like that? Sorn glanced at him, noticing the little brat had even helped himself to a can of his beer. June didn't say anything. Instead, he plopped down onto the floor, leaning his back against the couch, classic Thai-style lounging. It annoyed Sorn so much he had half a mind to kick him. There's a whole damn couch right there, and you still choose to sit on the floor. Sorn couldn't help but grumble. I like sitting like this. It's more comfortable. Now shut up. I'm trying to watch my series. June even had the nerve to turn and scold him. The little brat was completely engrossed in his series. Even when the tip of Sorn's nose ended up near the back of June's neck, the guy didn't react at all. He must really love this show. Sorn remembered seeing him watch the same thing back in his room before. They were both watching the TV, but their focus couldn't have been more different. June was glued to the screen, locked in as the story was about to reach its big reveal. Meanwhile, Sorn was more interested in something else, the faint, clean scent of June's soap. Since he was lying flat on the couch, June was sitting right in line with his chest. The light fragrance kept drifting toward him, teasing his senses. Before he could stop himself, he leaned in and took a deep inhale, pressing a firm kiss against June's neck. Boy, what the hell, Sorn? Stop messing with me. I'm watching my series. June huffed in irritation, shifting away slightly, trying to escape. But before he could move too far, Sorn's arm reached out, pulling him back into a firm embrace from behind. Just stay like this for a bit. Sorn mumbled against June's neck, nuzzling into the soft skin. His strong arms held June securely in place, keeping him seated against the couch just like before, except now, he was lying there, hugging him. June, still fully focused on his show, decided to let it slide since Sorn wasn't actually doing anything more than that. The only thing that mildly bothered him was the occasional ticklish sensation from the warm breaths ghosting over his neck. But because Sorn was smooth as hell, and June was too distracted to care, his large hand somehow found its way under the loose, worn-out t-shirt June used for sleeping. His palm roamed over June's toned chest, fingers brushing lightly against firm muscle before lingering at his nipple, teasing it with a slow, deliberate touch. June jolted in surprise, snapping out of his TV trance. Sorn, quit messing with my nipples. Why? They're small and kinda cute. It feels weird. Stop it. June quickly grabbed Sorn's wandering hand and yanked it away, his face heating up in frustration. The irritation was written all over his face. He was clearly not happy about being disturbed like this. But Sorn, unable to resist, leaned in and stole a quick kiss out of pure mischief. Of course, June put up a fight at first, acting all resistant. But, like always, he eventually melted into it. MMPH, ow? Ow. Damn you. Sorn, you bit me again. June yelped, voice loud and indignant, as the older man sank his teeth into his lip. Even after pulling away, Sorn still had his lips teasingly pressed against him. Why the hell are you so pink, June? Ignoring June's complaints, Sorn watched as the younger man fumbled for his phone to check his own lips. Seizing the opportunity, Sorn trailed kisses along June's exposed shoulder. The more of that pale skin peeked out from under his loose shirt, the stronger the urge grew, to leave his mark, to claim just a little more. Well, I'm Chinese. Poi is even paler than me. She's practically paper white. June muttered while scooting away from the damn octopus of a man. Yeah, there was no way he was finishing his series now. Not with the house's owner messing with him like this. His mood for watching was completely ruined. Where do you think you're going? Get back here. Sorn grabbed him, trying to pull him closer, but June resisted, twisting his body away in defiance. I don't like your perfume. It smells too much like a woman. June had barely noticed it at first, but after being this close to Sorn, the scent became more apparent. It wasn't the usual cologne he was used to smelling on him, but he didn't think much of it. After all, people didn't stick to just one scent forever. Sorn went completely silent for a moment before suddenly standing up and pulling his shirt off, revealing his toned chest and perfectly sculpted abs. June swallowed hard. There, I took it off. Satisfied now. The scent came from Penny. Sorn had been with her earlier, and her perfume had rubbed off on him. But even when they were together, his mind had kept drifting back to a certain brat sitting in his living room right now. In the end, he had left Penny hanging and rushed home, only to find June getting dropped off by another man. And what he had originally planned to do with Penny never even happened. But the moment he got close to June, the desire that Penny couldn't draw out, no matter how hard she tried, was suddenly awakened, just by the fresh scent of soap on that troublemaker's skin. June didn't respond. Instead, he turned his head away, avoiding eye contact, and more importantly, avoiding looking at Sorn's ridiculously sculpted body. Damn it! He wanted to look, but he refused to give Sorn the satisfaction. His discipline had definitely slipped over time. Back when he was more serious about fitness, his trainer had strict rules about what he could and couldn't eat. But now, he ate whatever he wanted. Compared to before, he was far less strict with himself. Getting a body like Sorn's at this point? Yeah, That wasn't happening anytime soon. So better not to look, less chance of feeling jealous. Sorn moved in, sliding behind June, closing the gap. Though his gaze stayed on the TV, he knew June was no longer paying attention. June was easy to read. His fair skin always betrayed him. Whether he was embarrassed or annoyed, the soft pink tint on his cheeks gave everything away. "Want to do it?" Sorn whispered. June shook his head, pretending to grab the remote and focus on whatever was playing on the screen. The scent of beer lingered between them, mixing in the air. His heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might jump out of his chest. There was nowhere to escape. Sorn had him completely trapped, arms and legs caging him in. "I want it, June," Sorn said bluntly, making June's face flush even redder. "Fie, you're seriously insatiable," June muttered. They had just done it yesterday, and now Sorn was already in the mood again. If this guy ever got married, his wife would probably be popping out kids every year. "Yeah, and only with you." Sorn shot back before launching his attack. June was ridiculously ticklish. The moment Sorn's fingers dug into his waist, he burst into uncontrollable laughter, squirming helplessly on the floor. Sorn couldn't help but laugh along, watching the troublemaker thrash around. Without giving June a chance to recover, Sorn climbed on top, pinning him down. June gasped for breath as Sorn finally stopped, only to realize that his hands were now trapped under Sorn's firm grip. "Not too rough. I have work tomorrow," June huffed, still catching his breath. "Yeah." After the response, Sorn took off his pants while June was also taking off his own clothes. If one were to say that Sorn is highly sexual, then he wouldn't be any different, because he's always willing to satisfy him at any time. The lights flashed brightly as their bodies tangled together on the living room floor. The TV was still playing a horror movie, but neither of them paid any attention. Sorn got up, completely naked, and turned off the lights. The curtains by the door had been tightly shut for a while, ensuring that no one could possibly see them. He relied on the dim glow from the TV, which was enough. Grabbing a pillow from the sofa, he placed it under June for support. The condom was ready, but he had to rush upstairs to grab the lube. As he hurried up, he made a mental note to buy more next time, one for upstairs and one for downstairs, so he wouldn't have to waste time running back and forth. June was already lying there waiting, his cock standing fully erect. Sorn settled back between those slender legs, lifting the brat's legs onto his shoulders before coating his fingers with lube. He worked carefully, stretching June open until he was sure there wouldn't be too much pain. Only then did he slowly push his hardened length into that tight and beautiful entrance. The once tightly closed peach-colored folds gradually opened to take him in, little by little. June's face twisted with a mix of pain and pleasure. Even though this wasn't his first time, it wasn't something he could easily get used to. "More? Ugh, it's too much," June gasped, his voice trembling as Sorn's thrusts came harder than expected. He had promised to take it easy, but once the heat of desire took over, that promise was long forgotten. Now, June's body rocked with every relentless movement, his senses overwhelmed by the intense pleasure coursing through him. Without realizing it, his nails dug into Sorn's upper arms, desperate for something to hold on to. Sorn let out a mix of low groans and growls, his breath hitching with each thrust. From June's perspective, lying beneath him, the sight was nothing short of captivating. Sorn had an undeniable allure in bed, radiating raw intensity that made June secretly proud to call him his teacher in this department. The way Sorn bit his lip, his expression tight with focus as he drove into him with unrelenting force, was intoxicating. It was primal, untamed, more intense than any porn star June had ever watched. "June, on your knees," Sorn commanded as he pulled himself out, his voice thick with desire. June obeyed, shifting into position, knowing exactly what was coming. Sorn smirked, running a hand down June's back before gripping his hips firmly. "This position will hit even deeper. You'll feel it even more." "Slow down, huh? Sorn." June whimpered, his voice laced with both pleasure and strain as Sorn pushed in all the way, filling him to the hilt. Sorn started with slow, deliberate movements, rocking into him a few times before picking up the pace. His grip on June's slim waist tightened, holding him steady to take the full force of each deep thrust, hitting that spot perfectly every time. June buried his face into a pillow, his body trembling from the overwhelming sensation. His own cock throbbed, painfully hard without even being touched. Just the friction and connection between them was enough to drive him to the edge. Their lovemaking continued, unrelenting and intense. Sorn gripped June's soft, pale cheeks firmly, kneading them in his hands as he relished the sensation. He pulled out briefly, reaching for more lube to coat himself before plunging back in, this time with rapid, relentless thrusts. The pace was almost brutal, and it didn't take long before June's voice broke, gasping out, "I can't. I can't take it anymore." In the end, the young man was the first to let go. His entire body tensed up, shuddering a few times before finally going still. "Good job. You lasted longer than last time." "More? MH? June couldn't even form a proper response to his teacher's praise, his voice breaking with every sound. Sorn smirked, pressing his chest against June's smooth back, completely enveloping him. The way June clenched around him was almost too much to handle. Sorn barely moved his hips, just enough to push himself over the edge, before finally letting go, releasing right after June. "Ugh, get off me. You're heavy." June squirmed, trying to push Sorn away, even though they were still connected. Instead of moving, Sorn playfully rolled his hips again, letting out a low groan right next to June's ear. He knew exactly how easily this troublemaker could get turned on. If they were going for round 2, there was no point in waiting. Better to keep the fire burning while it was still hot. And just as Sorn predicted, June ended up on the couch for the second round, moaning all over again. The floor was too cold and hard, and Sorn's knees were already sore from their previous position. By the time they were finally done for the night, Sorn found himself wiping down the couch with a damp cloth, cleaning up the mess June had made when he came. Because, of course, the brat had ended up spraying everywhere. "Don't you dare steal my food. Fie, Sorn. This one's mine." June quickly lifted his plate of gyoza out of reach after heating them in the microwave and bringing them to the table. But Sorn, who had come downstairs a bit later, shamelessly snatched one and ate it without hesitation. There were only 6 pieces, and even that barely felt like enough. Now that some were getting stolen, there was no way he'd be full from this meal. "Let me have some. I'm the owner of this house," Sorn said nonchalantly before smacking the brat's round little butt with a loud smack. Instinctively, June spun around and punched Sorn's arm in retaliation. But instead of hitting back like usual, Sorn, smooch, kissed him. The kiss was slick with the oil from the gyoza. June's soft, pink lips mumbled complaints about his stolen food, shooting Sorn a glare. His fair cheeks puffed out, stuffed with 3 whole pieces at once, just to keep Sorn from taking any more. Sorn used to think June's habit of hoarding food, puffing his cheeks like a hamster, looked ridiculous. But now it was so damn cute that he wanted to squish him until his lips turned swollen. "Hurry up and finish eating. I'm taking you to the market in front of the village to grab some food." "I want soy milk," June responded instantly. They left the house a little later, making sure to stop for soy milk and patanko. Sorn grumbled about June eating too much fried food, but who cared? It was delicious. When they arrived at the company, they ran into Penny, who had just parked her car as well. June pressed his palms together in a respectful Y to the woman, and she returned the gesture, though her face remained expressionless. Her eyes flicked toward Sorn with a look that almost felt like disapproval before she turned and walked inside without a word. "I saw you with Penny yesterday. Didn't you finish your business last night?" Why was she looking at you weirdly? No, we didn't finish. Because I had to rush back to deal with a little brat like you bringing some random guy into my house, Sorn said flatly. "Oh, come on. Fijam seemed like a good guy." "You trust people too easily, June," Sorn muttered, waiting for the elevator. Penny had already gone up ahead of them. "How is that being too trusting? It's not like it was my first time meeting him," June argued back, though his voice was noticeably softer than before. "Yeah, well, don't bother meeting him again next time. If you want Japanese food, I'll take you out for omakase instead." "Wait, what? That's like 10,000 baht per meal. Are you really going to treat me?" June's eyes went wide in shock, his voice loud enough that Sorn had to shush him. June eagerly nodded, grinning from ear to ear, until his smile slowly faded. He suddenly remembered all the times Sorn had ditched him halfway. "Are you sure you're really going to take me? I'm scared you'll ditch me again. You already did it once with the noodle shop, and again yesterday." He pouted, feeling the familiar sting of disappointment creeping in. Every time he thought Sorn actually cared, he ended up getting let down. Yeah, I'll take you for Omakase, but I need to check when I'm free first, Sorn replied before stepping into the elevator. June followed him in along with a crowd of employees from different companies. It was rush hour, after all. The space was cramped, forcing everyone to stand closer together. Sorn instinctively pulled June by the waist, keeping him close. Hand casually brushed over June's toned stomach, fingertips grazing the faint ridges of his abs. Go to work already. I passed the task to AI James, so he'll probably send it over to you soon. If you have any questions, come ask me. When they reached the 16th floor, Sorn made sure to remind June before they went their separate ways. But of course, June being June, couldn't just go straight to work. He sprinted over to Champ first, startling the guy so badly that he flinched. Champ turned around and smacked his little troublemaker of a friend on the head before June finally went off to find James and start his day. Around noon, Penny stepped out of her office and immediately spotted June chatting with the company's three hottest guys, Ty, Champ, and Sorn. She didn't care much about the first two, but the last one. She had known Sorn for a long time, but back then, she'd had a boyfriend and never given him a second thought. That changed 3 months ago when she broke up with her boyfriend and ran into Sorn at a nightclub. She wasn't sure what got into her that night, but one thing led to another, and she ended up in a hotel room with him. Maybe it was the alcohol, or maybe it was something else entirely. To Penny, Sorn was the kind of man who could dominate people with just a look. He might not hold any authority in the office, but in bed, he was dangerously seductive, impossible to resist. And she was one of the women who had fallen for that side of him. That night turned into an arrangement, one with no strings attached. They agreed that their relationship was purely physical. If one of them wanted it, and the other was willing, then it would happen. Since then, Penny and Sorn had been bed partners, something no one in the company knew. Not even a single soul. Last night, after having dinner together, Sorn stayed at Penny's place until nearly 8 p.m. Just when things were about to go the usual way, he suddenly pulled away and rushed out, saying they'd reschedule for another day. That made her quite frustrated because her desires were ignited but left unsatisfied. Why the rush? It's not like June's gonna make your house disappear, she had shouted after him, frustration clear in her voice. But Sorn didn't say a word. He just got in his car and drove off without looking back. At first, Penny hadn't thought much about June, just another intern, nothing more. But then, Sorn stopped coming around as often. During the first few weeks, he still showed up when she called. He still satisfied her when she wanted, but it felt different. There was no excitement anymore, just going through the motions. After a while, it became clear that something was off. Sorn was glued to his phone more than usual. And worse, he kept accidentally mentioning June. The final straw had been the incident that became office gossip, Sorn buying grilled sticky rice for June. That was weird. Sorn didn't like kids, whether they were little kids, older kids, college students, or interns. He didn't like any of them. But with June, it was different. She had no doubts about June's close relationship with the three young men. But for Sorn, who dislikes kids, to allow one young man to have enough influence over him to make him actually apologize, that's no small matter. Need a hand, can Penny? June asked when he saw Penny struggling to lift a box of A4 paper down from a high shelf. The petite woman glanced at him before giving a small nod. That'd be great. Help me get these boxes down. I have no idea why the delivery guys stacked them up this high. It's such a hassle to grab them, she grumbled. June chuckled before climbing onto the chair she had been using earlier. He carefully lifted the box down and handed it to her, earning a quiet thank you in return. Just as he was about to leave the copy room, Penny suddenly called out to him. June. Crap. Did Sorn go back home to sleep last night? She asked, even though she already had a pretty good guess that the answer was yes. But then again, knowing Sorn, he might not have. He always said he didn't like kids, so if he really had to live in the same house as June, she doubted he'd last long. Yeah. June's answer made her force a smile. Looked like Sorn had changed. After work, Futt headed up to the 16th floor to take care of something with the sales department. His plan was to finish up and head straight home. His girlfriend was waiting, after all. But just as he was about to leave, he spotted June sneaking in a nap. Grinning to himself, Futt decided to mess with him a little. He grabbed a nearby ruler, and started poking June's arm inside. Half asleep, June lazily swatted at the annoyance, mumbling in protest. His face scrunched up in irritation as he turned away, trying to ignore it. But after a few more pokes, he finally cracked his eyes open, only to find Fut standing there, looking all too amused. Whoa, Fut, why are you messing with me? I'm so tired, I just want to sleep. And what were you up to last night that you didn't get any sleep? You're just an intern, how much work could you possibly have? Fut teased with a mischievous grin. June didn't answer. Instead, his face just turned bright red. The more he thought about last night, the more embarrassed he got. He never imagined that having sex with Sorn wouldn't just be limited to the bed. The living room floor, the couch in front of the TV, that damn Sorn really took him everywhere. Now he truly believed it. Sorn was dangerously intense. June glanced at the clock and saw that it was time to leave work. He headed downstairs with Fut. Sorn had texted him, saying they should go home together. Not that June minded. It was actually better that way. At least he wouldn't have to squeeze onto a crowded bus. That watch just came out, right? It looks sick. I checked online. It's almost 20,000 baht. June and Fut walked side by side, casually chatting about random stuff. They stopped to buy 30 baht worth of mu ping with cow niao and ate as they walked. June's eyes lit up when he noticed the watch on Fut's wrist. It was a high-end brand, the kind fitness enthusiasts loved. Every model was no joke, easily over 10,000 baht. But with all the features packed in, the price was probably worth it. Looks good, right? I pre-ordered it and just got it today. Had to show it off. Let me try it on. Fut took off his watch and handed it to June, who grinned as he finally got to hold the real thing. Up until now, he'd only seen it in pictures. Slipping it onto his wrist, he was surprised at how good it looked on him. Hey, it actually suits you. Then it's mine, right? Thanks, Fut. And with that, June bolted, laughing as he dashed away. It was payback for Fut messing with him while he was napping. Fut, not about to let it slide, took off after him. He caught up in the parking lot, grabbing June's backpack and yanking him back into a tight hold. He locked his arms around June, holding him in place, refusing to let him escape. June thrashed, laughing uncontrollably as Fut started tickling his sides, making him squirm even more. Hunk, hunk. The roughhousing between the two younger men had already been getting on someone's nerves. The man watching from a distance was fuming, his expression dark as thunder. He slammed on the horn to get the attention of the one still messing around with Fut. Fut loosened his hold just enough to let June catch his breath, but he didn't completely let go. Turning toward the sound, they saw Sorn's car pulling out of its parking spot, rolling toward them before stopping close by. Haha. Oh, okay, enough, I give up, June gasped, raising his hands in surrender as soon as he saw Sorn waiting. Fut grinned at the man who looked like he was about to murder someone, but Sorn didn't return the smile. Instead, his eyes flicked to Fut's hand, which was still wrapped around June. That was enough of a warning. Fut immediately let go, as the thought of Sorn's kid echoed in his mind. Here, take it back, I'm heading out. See you later. Yeah, take care. See you, Sorn. Fut gave a slightly awkward smile as he raised his hands in a respectful Y. Once June got into the car, Sorn drove off without another word. Yeah, judging by that reaction, Fut was definitely not on Sorn's good side. You were out there wrestling around with AI Fut in the middle of the parking lot. What if a car had hit you? Do you ever think before you do something? As soon as June got in, Sorn let loose a barrage of complaints. June, who was still catching his breath, blinked in confusion. There weren't any cars, though. And besides, I checked first. I'm not stupid. Anyway, where are we going? This isn't the way home. I'm taking you to get some food. Or would you rather eat AI Fut's watch instead? What's with you, Why are you so irritated? June asked, completely lost. The moment he got in the car, Sorn had been complaining non-stop, like a never-ending storm. Sorn went quiet. Yeah, why was he so worked up? Was it because he didn't like seeing someone else hugging June? Sorry, guess I'm just extra hungry, he finally said, giving the most reasonable excuse he could think of, because, well, he was actually hungry. You want some mu ping? I bought them to eat with Fut. I'm not eating that. It's all junk food. I'll end up with a belly, Sorn grumbled. Being the health-conscious guy he was, he refused to risk his physique over a few skewers. Instead, he took June to the Talad Rod Fai. The variety of food options was so overwhelming that they couldn't decide what to choose. Hello. June answered his phone, barely a moment after sending a chat message asking where the other person was. He had seen them post a picture from the train night market, so he figured they were in the same place. What he didn't remember, until just now, was that Sorn didn't want him talking to Fion. But it was just a phone call. That couldn't be too big of a deal, right? Turn around. That was all the person on the other end said. So June turned. Sorn was casually browsing the stalls, but stopped when he noticed June looking at someone. The moment he saw who June was looking at, his expression turned stony. Why are you still talking to that gnome? They posted on Facebook that they were here, so I just messaged to ask. I didn't think we'd actually run into each other, June explained, but it did nothing to ease Sorn's mood. He had never liked that kid. Too cheerful, too carefree. It rubbed him the wrong way. Who are you here with? June asked the moment Fion walked up to where they were standing. Photography club. They needed a model, so I figured I'd help them out a bit. And this is June with Phi. The young guy tried to recall June Sr.'s name, but he just couldn't remember. June had to step in and introduce him. This is Sorn. Sorn, this is Fion. The two had seen each other once before, but they hadn't really talked. This time, they were properly introduced. Hello, Sorn. Finally, we get to properly meet. That day, I have no idea why June dragged me away so quickly. Fion greeted him with a bright smile, pressing his hands together in a respectful Y. Meanwhile, Sorn stood there with a neutral expression, giving nothing away. Fion clearly remembered this guy. He was the one he had seen when he went to pick June up from the company. The sharp features, the posture, the whole aura screamed arrogance. If someone like him had to deal with June, things must have been intense. After all, Fion knew very well just how stubborn June could be. Ouch! Since they were standing in the middle of the walkway chatting, a passerby bumped into the smaller guy, sending him stumbling backward. Luckily, Fion was close to Sorn, and the strong arms of the older man instinctively caught him. Fion looked up at Sorn, eyes slightly wary. The guy hadn't said a single word since they started talking, and not even a hint of a smile had appeared on his face. June glanced over at the group of high schoolers who had just pushed past them. They were walking in a big cluster, not paying attention to their surroundings. Annoyed, June called out, telling them to watch where they were going. The group quickly turned around, apologized, and continued on their way. But when June turned back, he was met with an unexpected sight. Fion was now in Sorn's arms. June knew that Sorn didn't mean anything by it. He wasn't into younger guys. And June himself was well aware that he only saw Fion as a close junior, nothing more. But for some reason, seeing them like that, a strange, heavy feeling settled in his chest. It made him want to pull Fion away from Sorn. Was he jealous of Fion? Or was he actually jealous of Sorn? Either way, one thing was certain. He shouldn't be feeling this way about anyone. Chapter 18. The day of the sports competition Win had been looking forward to had finally arrived. June had received a message from his best friend early that morning, reminding him not to forget to come cheer him on. Win's match was scheduled for around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, while other events, including traditional games, had been running since morning. Honestly, it felt more like an elementary school sports day than a company event. June, don't forget to prepare the quotation for the client, James reminded him again later that morning. June, who was sucking on a lollipop, simply nodded. James had only taught him how to prepare one the day before. If you eat too much candy, your teeth are going to rot. The warning came with a firm ruffle of June's hair from the very person he'd been trying to avoid. June didn't answer. Sorn didn't stay to chat either. He had a meeting with Kuntun. June secretly watched him walk away before letting out a quiet sigh. He really didn't want to like Sorn. He never had. He'd always believed he never would. Yet these stupid butterflies kept fluttering inside his chest, making him afraid of his own heart. What if he really did fall for Sorn? For some people, accepting unexpected feelings might be easy. Not for June. Sorn was dangerous. June had no idea what secret Sorn was hiding. And when Win had once warned him that even Hia Tai and Hia Champ, Sorn's closest friends, considered him dangerous, it became even harder to lower his guard. Ever since that day when his feelings had become tangled between Sorn and Fion, June had deliberately kept his distance from Sorn whenever possible. Fortunately, staying away had reduced those annoying heart-fluttering moments. Luckily, Sorn didn't seem to notice anything different. He was probably too busy with work. Even in the evenings, they no longer went home together because Sorn stayed late at the office with Hia Tai and Hia Champ. As for Fyong, they barely spoke anymore. June hadn't called him. Fyong hadn't called either. The most interaction they had was occasionally liking each other's Facebook photos. That was all. That day ended with Sorn finally helping Fyong stand on his own. The younger man quickly thanked and apologized to him before hurrying off to join the friends and seniors who had come looking for him. As for June and Sorn, they grabbed something to eat before heading home. Once they arrived, Sorn went straight to his room to continue working. June quietly returned to his own room. Package delivery. The familiar voice made June look toward the entrance. Jom stood there, wearing one of his rare smiles. Normally, he dropped off packages and disappeared without saying much. Who's it for? June asked. Kuntoon. Jom's smile widened when he saw who had come to receive it. Oh, Kuntoon's in a meeting. I'll sign for it. June signed for the overseas parcel. Just as he was about to close the door, Jom held out a bag. I brought these for you. There's a new bakery near my office, so I thought I'd pick up some snacks. Wow, are you bribing me with food, so I'll help your restaurant get more customers? June grinned so brightly that his eyes crinkled. He gave Jom a quick why before eagerly peeking inside. There were 2 packs of cookies and a large loaf of bread. Jom couldn't help smiling as he watched him. How could someone's smile be that bright? The first time they'd met, he'd almost lost his temper because June had spilled Ovaltine on him. The second time, June had gone out of his way to apologize. Even though he really hadn't needed to, he could have pretended nothing had happened. Instead, he'd sincerely apologized. That sincerity lingered in people's memories. The restaurant's running a promotion right now. Jom rubbed the back of his neck shyly before showing June the deals on his phone. Honestly, he wanted more customers. Business had been slow lately, and he was worried his uncle's restaurant would lose money that month. Okay, I'll come by when I get the chance. I'm just not sure when yet. I really want to try the salmon roll set. After scrolling through the pictures, June smiled. Jom's uncle's restaurant served fresh food in a cozy atmosphere. But what June liked most was how thoughtfully they treated customers. Even when eating alone, he never felt lonely. That giant teddy bear sitting across from him somehow made the meal feel warmer. Sorn, what's the update from Vietnam? The department head flipped through the reports. There was no answer. So, has Vietnam confirmed the order yet? It's already been a week past the deadline, and we still haven't received a response. Sorn, thud. AI Sorn. Kuntoon's asking you something. Why the hell are you staring out the window like an idiot? Champ's sharp kick beneath the table, and the whispered curse that came with it, snapped Sorn back to reality. Tai followed Sorn's line of sight out of curiosity. Outside, June was chatting with a delivery man. The way they smiled and laughed together made them look like old friends. Yes, I've already urged Vietnam to finalize and send the order today. Sorn answered the meeting, but his thoughts remained outside. What the hell were those two talking about for so long? Why were they smiling like that? Normally, that delivery guy was gone in less than 5 seconds. Ever since Jom started delivering parcels to the office, he'd always dropped them off and left immediately. Even when Korn teased him, he never lingered. But today, he stood there talking with June as though they had all afternoon. And June, that little brat. Usually, he barely looked at anyone. Yet the moment he met someone he knew, he turned into a chatterbox. That delivery guy? Tai lowered his voice after the discussion moved on. Is he close with June? I've seen them talking once before. Champ shrugged. But you know June. He gets along with everyone. But he's not close with me. Sorn muttered the words under his breath. His face remained expressionless. Only the irritation in his voice betrayed him. Tai and Champ exchanged amused glances. Both nearly laughed. And whose fault do you think that is? Champ patted Sorn's shoulder. Maybe because you keep teasing him? If I were June, I wouldn't want to get close to someone who kept messing with me either. With that, Champ turned back to Kuntoon. Sorn sat there stewing in silence. His jaw tightened. His eyes drifted toward the window again. Honestly, he hadn't teased June that much lately. Ever since Kuntoon had scolded him, he'd toned it down considerably. Sure, he still threw in the occasional jab. But June never seemed genuinely upset. Then why? Why didn't June ever smile at him like that? Why didn't he laugh so freely? Why was it only Jom who got that smile? Annoyed, Sorn was so irritated that even Korn, who had been secretly watching him, wisely kept his distance. The man looked ready to breathe fire. Whatever had happened, it had clearly struck a nerve. After the meeting ended, Khantun reminded Sorn not to lose focus during meetings again. It had never happened before. Yet somehow, that little brat had managed to distract him. June, you know Jom? Tai asked as they left the meeting room. He spotted June heading toward the pantry, probably to make coffee. Yeah, we only met recently. I ate at his uncle's restaurant, so we got talking. June held up a paper bag with a grin. Oh, he and Tai want some snacks? Phi Jom brought these for me. Tai smiled and shook his head before heading back to work. I'll eat them. Out of nowhere, Sorn appeared, herding June into the pantry. He looked like an angry bull. June opened the bag and offered it to him. Sorn glanced inside before grabbing 2 or 3 cookies and crunching through them. They're okay. Did Khantun scold you during the meeting? Why? You seem annoyed. Sorn nearly admitted the truth. That he'd seen June talking to Jom. That it had irritated him. But if June asked why, he wouldn't have an answer. What excuse could he possibly give? That June was his student? That he was being protective? None of that made sense. June hadn't done anything wrong. He wasn't flirting with Jom. But if he ever did, Sorn would make sure both of them regretted it. He'd knock some sense into both of them before June even finished his so-called curriculum. After all, he was supposed to be the teacher. Be ready by 3. Sorn brushed the subject aside. I'm taking you to watch AI win. He silently told himself to ignore that nagging irritation. No matter how much June tried to keep his distance, the little brat still depended on him in bed. Sooner or later, June would still end up beneath him. On the bed, on the sofa, on the floor, anywhere really. By 2 o'clock, June went downstairs to meet Pei and Ae. He'd already told them that Phi Sorn was taking everyone to watch Win's Takraw match at 3. The instant those two heard they could tag along, they'd rushed to finish their work and skipped lunch altogether. Now they hurried off to grab something to eat. Meanwhile, Phut called June over. Since there was still time, June walked over to chat. Where are you off to, June? You look awfully serious. Phut draped an arm around his shoulders and gave him a friendly shake. Lately, June hadn't been visiting the 15th floor as often as before. I'm going to watch a sports competition at the factory. Have you ever been there, Phut? Nope. Who has the time? I've got work. I'm meeting a client later too. It's exhausting. Phut flopped into a chair with a dramatic sigh. As part of the sales team, he spent most of his time outside the office. Fortunately, online sales had made life a little easier. At least he no longer had to battle Thailand's blazing heat and impossible traffic every single day. It's all for the money, Phi. June laughed. You've got to save up for your wedding with Phi V. He even gave Phut's arm a playful massage. Ugh, speaking of V, Phut sighed. I'm stressed. She's insanely jealous lately. I can't spend 5 minutes with anyone without getting interrogated. The other day a client called, and she actually checked my phone to make sure it was work. June understood. He knew the whole story. V had once trusted people completely. Then she'd been betrayed. Now, she couldn't stop doubting. And honestly, Phut couldn't blame her. He'd caused it. Yet he still loved her. Well, June shrugged. You kind of brought that on yourself. I know. Phut sighed again. She even asked how long we've known each other. June laughed. I like guys, Phi, but don't worry. He grinned mischievously. You're definitely not my type. Because the person he liked was someone he kept telling himself not to fall for. What? Phut's eyes widened. You like guys? He kept his voice low enough that no one else turned around. He simply couldn't believe it. June looked like a handsome K-pop idol. And he liked men? Yeah. June nodded casually. I really figured it out around my 1st or 2nd year. He wasn't surprised by the reaction. He'd been surprised himself once. Only one person hadn't been surprised at all. Phi Sorn. That man had seemed to know from the very beginning. So, Phut hesitated. Do you have a boyfriend? The question suddenly reminded him of all the teasing he'd heard about June being Phi Sorn's kid. Maybe. There was more to that joke than grilled sticky rice. Just then, Sorn entered the office. He walked straight toward his supervisor. For only a brief second, his eyes flicked toward June. His expression remained calm, almost indifferent. But Phut caught it. That brief, sharp, almost possessive look aimed squarely at June's back. June never noticed. No. June shook his head. I'm still in training. Once I'm confident enough. He wiggled his eyebrows dramatically. I'm going hunting. And I'm only going after top-tier quality. Phut poked him hard in the waist. June burst into laughter and squirmed away. AI June. A sharp voice echoed across the 15th floor. Everyone looked up. The company's most intimidating employee stood at the entrance, looking thoroughly annoyed. Are you coming or not? Sorn's voice carried across the room. If not, I'll leave you here to keep fooling around. June immediately nodded. He gave Fudd a quick why before hurrying over. The moment he got close, Sorn grabbed his wrist and dragged him toward the lift without another word. Watching them leave, Fudd swallowed hard. Being Sorn's kid really wasn't easy. Ow. Ow. Sorn. You're squeezing too hard. June slapped at the large hand, gripping his wrist. It was so tight that it felt as though the circulation had been cut off. His face scrunched up in pain. And who told you to stay on the 15th floor instead of waiting in the car? Sorn shot back while waiting for the lift. He'd given June the keys, told him to sit comfortably in the air-conditioned car. Instead, when Sorn came downstairs for work, there June was, chatting happily with Fudd. It irritated him enough that he'd wanted to drag June away right then and there. Still, work came first. He rushed between the 15th and 16th floors to finish everything as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, June hadn't cared at all, and when Sorn finally returned, June was still sitting there talking. Fudd was stressed, so I stayed to keep him company. June defended himself. You said you'd need another 30 minutes, so I waited. Oh. Sorn raised an eyebrow. So now you're arguing? He lifted a hand. Keep it up and I'll smack you. Whoa. Don't. June twisted away despite still being trapped. I'll tell Hiatai. You're unbelievably stubborn. Still holding his wrist, Sorn dragged him into the empty lift. Fortunately, no one else was inside. Stubborn how? June frowned. And why are you even angry? We still left exactly when you said we would. He genuinely didn't understand. That damn Sorn changed moods faster than the weather. Honestly, he was moodier than someone on their period. What was his problem? Sorn glanced sideways at the younger man, who was still trying to pry his hand free. He loosened his grip, only to pull June toward him. Then he kissed him. He didn't care about the security cameras. He didn't care if some guard reviewed the footage later. As long as nobody saw them in real time, it didn't matter. MMPH. MMPH. June squirmed, completely caught off guard by the sudden attack. Sorn pressed him back against the elevator wall, lips relentless, giving June no chance to escape. His other hand slid up to the back of June's neck, locking him in place, keeping him from turning away. The more he thought about how June always smiled at others, but never at him, the more he wanted to win. So he kissed him hard, deep, until June finally stilled. Only then did Sorn pull away slightly, just enough to let June gasp for air. Then he kissed him again, this time softer, slower. Stop, we're almost at B1. June gasped, smacking Sorn's chest to snap him out of it. Luckily, no one had been around to witness the whole inappropriate scene. Sorn, still catching his breath, sighed in reluctant defeat before pressing a final, lingering peck against June's now swollen, reddened lips, like he wanted to savor the moment just a little longer. June was shocked. Sorn never went this far without giving him at least a moment to breathe. Usually, he'd wait, let June adjust, then take his time. But this time, Sorn had devoured him. Kissing, sucking, biting, until June's lips were puffed up like he'd had an allergic reaction to shrimp. What the hell are you mad at me for? Why'd you have to do that? If you just asked, I would have given it to you anyway. June couldn't hold it in. They needed to clear this up. Sorn had been acting off all day, irritated, restless, ever since that morning meeting. And now this. June wouldn't lie. He liked it whenever Sorn kissed him. But it had to be a kiss he could return, not one that was forced on him like that. I'm sorry. Did it hurt? Sorn asked as they stepped out of the elevator. The parking level was nearly empty, just the two of them. He took the opportunity to pull June closer, inspecting him properly. Not once, from the upper floors to here, had he let go of June's wrist. Of course it hurts. What kind of question is that? June shot back. His lips weren't split, but the pressure from Sorn's teeth had definitely left them sore. Feeling guilty, Sorn reached up to rub June's head gently. He knew he'd taken his frustration out on him, even though June had no idea what he'd done wrong. The truth was, he hadn't done anything wrong at all. It was Sorn who couldn't get his own emotions under control. If he had to be honest, he was acting jealous. But he had no right to be. He shouldn't feel this way about June. Their arrangement had been clear from the start. Sorn was just the teacher, teaching June everything about sex. And June was the student, someone who would learn from him and only him, until he was ready to move on. That was the rule Sorn had set. He always reminded himself that this was just about the physical connection, nothing more. There weren't supposed to be feelings involved. June had every right to interact with other people. The problem wasn't June, it was him. He was the one losing control. Don't overthink what happened today, June. I was just stressed out. My bad. Sorn apologized again, making sure June wouldn't dwell on it. June nodded, brushing it off, already guessing that Sorn probably had a lot on his mind, completely unaware that he himself was the reason Sorn was like this in the first place. Where are those two? Sorn asked once they got in the car. June pulled out his phone and texted Pei, who quickly replied that they were waiting in front of the building. They're waiting out front, June relayed. Sorn hummed an acknowledgement before steering the car toward the entrance to pick up the two interns he was bringing along. Pei and Ae hopped into the back seat, each carrying their bags since they wouldn't be heading back to the office after this. Spun over Pei's shoulder was a big tote bag filled with snacks and drinks, fully stocked for their little cheering squad. I brought a ton of snacks. Gotta cheer Win on properly. But if he loses, I'm making him pay me back for all of it. The only girl in their intern group, announced proudly. With that, the car headed out of the city toward the factory, where the sports event was being held. Meanwhile, Champ watched Sorn driving off with the younger ones to watch his game. For someone who claimed he didn't like kids, Sorn sure looked like a babysitter now. Maybe spending time around June had made him more used to having younger people around. No matter how much he claimed he didn't like it, when it came to June, he always gave in as much as he could. Where's AI Sorn taking June? Tai asked as he stretched his arms, enjoying the short break. He and Champ had come downstairs to grab some coffee and sneak in a little breather. Being cooped up in the office all day was suffocating. Said he's going to watch Win's sports competition at the factory. Wait, that's today? Damn, I totally forgot. Are you going? I guess I'll have to go. If I don't, he's going to start whining about how his family forgot him again. I want to, but I'm swamped with work. All right, then cheer him on for me. If he wins, we'll take him out to celebrate. With that, they headed back to the office. Champ returned to his work as usual, while Tai hurried to wrap things up before jumping into his car and speeding off, hoping to make it in time for Win's match. Sorn arrived at the factory with the group of interns a little past 4 p.m., almost 5. The open lot, usually reserved for parking 18-wheeler trucks, had been converted into a CPAC takraw court. The timing was perfect, the sun was setting, and a light breeze made the weather much cooler, ensuring the athletes wouldn't have to compete in the heat. Earlier in the morning, the women's sports events had already taken place, featuring fun activities like tug-of-war, relay races, and traditional folk games. Both female factory workers and office staff had joined in, making it a lively event. Now, in the evening, it was time for the men's competition, with CPAC takraw being one of the most popular sports. Initially, there had been a choice between soccer and CPAC takraw, but since many players were more skilled at CPAC takraw, they opted for that instead. Fi, have you seen Win? June tapped the shoulder of one of the staff members in a sports jersey. The guy pointed behind him, and when June looked over, he spotted his best friend fully geared up and warming up for the match. Win looked more serious than June had ever seen him before. Not even when he was preparing for university entrance exams had he been this focused. AI Win. What? Are you trying to get scouted for the national team or something? June teased, eyeing his friend's setup. It wasn't just his determined expression, the whole outfit screamed serious athlete. Sneakers, sports shorts, and a jersey with his name and a bold number printed on the back. His entire team had matching jerseys, each with their own name and number. Yeah, I'm serious about this, all right? Check out my team's uniform. Looks cool, right? Oh, he is Sorn, you're here too? Where's Hiatai? Win asked, looking around, expecting his brother to have come with them. No idea. He might show up later. Sorn replied. Win nodded, but his excitement dimmed a little. June noticed right away and slung an arm around his best friend's shoulder, giving him a light shake. I think Hiatai will be here soon. Man, I hope so. Dad already told me he's too busy to come. If Hia doesn't show up either, people are going to start thinking I'm lying about being the boss's son, Win muttered, sounding genuinely bummed. The enthusiasm he had just moments ago faded instantly. Come on, man. We're here for you, aren't we? You've got a whole cheering squad, Plus, he brought a whole stash of snacks. You better give it your all, Pei said, patting the large tote bag stuffed with food, showing off just how much had prepared. Seeing that, Win finally cracked a smile before telling his friends to go find seats since the match was about to start. This was the final round. The previous matches had already taken place, and his team, led by Fai Jai, had never lost a single game. Win had been a substitute so far since the senior players were more experienced, but for this match, Fai Jai was putting him in as a starter, trusting in his skills. The open space next to the sepak takraw court had been marked with makeshift boundary lines, and rows of blue and red plastic chairs were set up for the spectators. Most of the crowd was male, with more than half being migrant workers from the factory. The atmosphere was lively, buzzing with energy. However, only factory employees were allowed to participate, keeping it strictly an in-house event to prevent outsiders from entering the factory premises. Let's sit here. We get a clear view of both sides, and staying close to the court will help keep Win from getting nervous, June declared as he settled into a front row seat. The rest of the cheering squad quickly followed, picking their spots. Soon, most of the surrounding seats were filled. Some workers had just picked up their kids from school and brought them along to watch the game. You're really sitting in the front row? Aren't you afraid of getting hit by the ball? If it's meant to hit me, even if I sat 10 kilometers away, it'd still find me. June shot back, completely unbothered. Sorn didn't argue further. Let the brat learn the hard way. And if June did get smacked by the ball, Sorn wasn't going to help. He'd smack him again, just for good measure. Tai? Over here. Sit here. June waved enthusiastically when he spotted Tai parking his car and jogging toward the court. Seeing June, Tai made his way over and dropped into a seat nearby, on the opposite side of where Sorn was sitting. Meanwhile, and Pei took their spots in the second row. Has the match started yet? Tai asked, fanning his shirt to cool himself down. Just about to. Look, there's Win. Yo, Win. Give it your best shot, man. June shouted encouragement at his childhood best friend, someone he'd practically grown up with. Win glanced over, smiling, and waved at his brother. Seeing Tai there on the sidelines gave him a boost of confidence. The match kicked off. Win's team was led by Fai Jai, a well-built man in his late 30s with clearly defined leg muscles. Tai mentioned that Jai was one of the factory's earliest migrant workers, having joined back when the factory was still small. Now, even with the company's expansion, he had remained a key figure, known for his hard work and integrity. Because of that, he was entrusted with managing and coordinating with other migrant workers. The sports events being held were originally initiated by Jai and his group. At first, they just used an abandoned lot behind the factory as a makeshift sepak takraw court. Later, after requesting permission for a more permanent space, they cleared the grass themselves to create an open area suitable for playing. Rome, seeing how the sport helped the employees relieve stress, ordered a backhoe to level the ground to make it safer. The grassy area around the factory was quite overgrown, and even though some of it had been cut back, there was still a risk of encountering snakes. Damn, Win's Fai Jai is no joke. Huh, yeah? June remarked as he watched Fai Jai deliver a powerful spike midair, slamming the ball onto the ground with a loud thud. He practically set up and finished the play himself, scoring 6 points in a row. If someone told me he was a sepak takraw coach, I'd believe it, Tai admitted. June nodded in agreement. No wonder Win was so serious about the game. His coach was insanely skilled. Who wouldn't want to learn from a master like that? The crowd erupted in cheers from both sides, their energy never fading. The game had become a nail-biter, with both teams trading points back and forth. The opposing team wasn't backing down either, pulling off their own powerful aerial spikes and racking up a solid score. The intensity peaked as the match neared the end of the set. The underdog team was now in the lead, overtaking the reigning champions. The tension in the crowd was palpable. Win had the chance to serve now, and June was confident his best friend could clutch this point to turn things around. The ball soared over the net into enemy territory. The opposing player, eager to keep their momentum, quickly set it up for himself. Then, in one swift motion, he launched into the air, twisting mid-flip for an overhead spike, aiming to drill the ball straight into Win's court. Whoosh. Whoa. Shit. Everything happened in a flash. The ball, instead of landing where expected, came straight at June. He barely had time to react. But before it could slam into his face, Sorn threw out his arm, taking the full impact instead. The force was strong enough to leave a bright red mark on his tanned skin. "You okay, Sorn?" Tai leaned in, concern evident in his voice as he saw his friend take the hit for June. Sorn gritted his teeth and brushed it off. "I'm fine." But June knew better. It had to hurt like hell. "Let me see." June grabbed Sorn's arm to take a closer look, his eyes widening at the bright red mark. "Does it hurt a lot?" "Damn, it's so red." Even with Sorn's naturally tanned skin, the mark stood out clearly. June didn't even want to imagine how painful it would have been if that ball had hit his face instead. "It's nothing. It'll go away in a bit," Sorn replied, trying to brush it off, even though his arm throbbed. But June wasn't going to let him just wave it away. After all, Sorn had taken the hit for him. The least he could do was return the favor. Without hesitation, he turned to AE and asked for a cold drink. Thankfully, there was still a chilled soda can left in the bag. He quickly pressed it against Sorn's arm, hoping the coolness would help with the swelling. "Fi Sorn, are you sure you're okay? Do you want to switch seats and sit in the back?" AE asked, concerned. She still couldn't believe how fast Sorn had reacted. She had been sitting behind them and had screamed, ducking out of reflex. But Sorn? He hadn't flinched. Instead, he had thrown himself in the line of fire to shield June. Just how much did he care about this guy to willingly take a full-force CPAC takraw smash like that? "It's okay. Just keep watching the CPAC takraw, man. I'm fine now." He turned to respond to the young woman before taking the soda can from June and holding it against his arm himself. June's eyes, filled with unconcealed concern, made Sorn unable to meet his gaze. He didn't want to think that he was the reason this mischievous kid was changing. If it had been before, June would have mocked him, saying he was just trying to look cool by using his hand to block the ball. June turned his attention back to the game on the field, even though his mind kept drifting to how Fi Sorn had taken the shot instead of him. The match continued, with Wynn's team leading by 2 points in this set before the opponents managed to turn the score around. Fi Jai looked really tense. After all, the pressure of being a 3-time champion was weighing on him. "AI Wynn, come on. Shake it off and fight." June shouted in support again when he saw Wynn's worried expression. Those 2 lost points were from his failed serves that didn't make it over the net. The game grew more intense as the set neared its end, with neither side willing to back down. Wynn was subbed out to bring in a more experienced player to handle the pressure. Even though this was just a casual internal match, they were playing as if they were competing for an Asian Games gold medal. Then, a loud cheer erupted from the opposing team as the scoreboard changed, 20-19. Everyone watched with bated breath, hoping to see Fi Jai land another powerful shot to even the score. The opponents needed this set to tie the match, but Wynn's team had already secured the first set. If they won this one, the game would be over. Whoosh. Once again, the ball came flying his way. This time, it was Fi Jai who leaped into the air and executed a backflip kick. June, caught up in the excitement, had absent-mindedly stood up, completely forgetting to stay alert. Before he could react, the ball changed direction midair and slammed straight into his face. He hadn't even had time to dodge. The pain was so intense that he couldn't even scream, just sank onto the chair, clutching his face. Sorn had warned him about sitting too close to the action, but he had been too stubborn. In the end, he couldn't escape his fate and finally got hit by the damn CPAC takraw ball. Tai turned to check on his gnome, but Sorn was faster. He grabbed June and turned him toward him, pulling his hands away to check the damage. A thin stream of blood was already dripping from his nose. Even though he'd jokingly told himself earlier that if June got hit, he'd smack him again for being careless, his brain didn't follow that plan at all. Instead, he rushed to help before Tai could even react. "It hurts, Fi Sorn. It hurts so much." June whimpered, his voice trembling. Tears streamed down his face as the pain turned into a numbing ache. "I know. Let me see. It really hurts. Is my nose broken?" June clutched his face, resisting, terrified that his nose was fractured. If it was, they'd have to set it back in place, and that thought alone scared him. "Let me see. June." Sorn's voice was different, so much so that even Pei and AE, who were watching nearby, could hardly believe their ears. It was as if that soft, almost gentle tone coming from Sorn was some kind of miracle. "Calm down and move your hands so I can see your face," Sorn said steadily. June hesitated, staring at Sorn with uncertainty. But deep down, He knew that Sorn was always the one to help him in tough situations. That sense of trust won out over his fear, and he slowly let go, even though he was terrified that something might be seriously wrong. Sorn, far more composed than both the injured June and the group of people now standing around watching from the sidelines, quickly assessed the damage. He checked June's nose, looking for any sign of a fracture. Finding nothing alarming, he gently guided June to sit up straight and tilt his head forward. "Hey, June. Shit, your face is covered in blood." Win came running from the other side of the court, no longer caring about the match. Winning or losing didn't matter. His friend came first. "Win, Kia needs some ice," Sorn called out. Win immediately sprinted to grab ice from the athlete's cooler. Meanwhile, Ae handed Sorn a handkerchief, which he used to wrap the ice before pressing it against June's face. "It still hurts." "Ah, it hurts so bad," June groaned, unable to stop complaining. Now that the initial numbness had faded, the pain hit him full force. Tai watched, stunned, as Sorn tended to June with a level of urgency he hadn't expected. Despite his concern, Sorn was handling things with surprising composure. In fact, Tai could hardly believe how well Sorn was taking care of June. It was almost unexpected. "How is it? Feeling any better? Kia will take you to the hospital. I'll take him myself. Tai, take Pei and Ae home. He is heading out first, Win." Sorn cut in, making the decision before Tai could even finish his sentence. Without another word, Sorn had already secured June's arm over his, leading him away from the court, leaving the Tangpanya brothers staring after them in stunned silence, equal parts confused and intrigued. "So, does this mean they're cool with each other now?" Win asked his older brother, still watching Sorn and June disappear. He'd noticed the shift in their dynamic ever since that party night. It was a lot different from before, way less tense. And the way Sorn kept glancing at June when he thought no one was looking? There was no way June's claim that they still didn't get along was true. "Looks like it," Tai muttered, eyes trailing after his best friend as Sorn's car sped out of the factory grounds. Chapter 19. Sorn hurriedly took June to the nearest hospital. The bleeding had stopped, but he wasn't sure how much damage the impact had caused, so he wanted to get June checked just to be safe. The tires screeched against the pavement as Sorn braked in front of the emergency room, making it sound like he was rushing in a critically injured patient. People in the waiting area turned to look. June stepped out of the car, still holding his face. Even though the bleeding had stopped, the pain and the fear remained. He sat through the nurse's preliminary questions and a basic checkup before being led in to see the doctor. All the while, the dark-skinned young man stayed close by his side, never straying far. "I'm really scared my nose is broken. That would be a disaster. I'd lose all my looks," June said with a shaky voice. He couldn't imagine living with a crooked nose. Years of carefully maintaining his Korean-style handsomeness since high school would be ruined. "If anything's wrong, I'll take you to Korea for plastic surgery," Sorn joked, trying to lighten the mood. Seeing June's sulky face made him feel bad. "I told you not to sit near the court. A takraw ball is round. It can fly anywhere at any time," he scolded, unable to hold back. June pouted in reluctant agreement. He had no argument. Who would have thought the ball would actually come for him? What were the odds that it would land exactly where he sat? Or maybe his face was just inviting trouble. One hit square on, and another one that Sorn had taken for him. "Next time, listen when I warn you." "I wouldn't say anything if I hadn't been through it myself," Sorn scolded before giving the troublemaker a light shove on the head. He ruffled June's hair until it was a mess, but the guy didn't seem to care about his looks at the moment. Yeah, and what about your arm?" "Let me see." June half-heartedly agreed before grabbing Sorn's arm to inspect it. Sorn let out a sigh, exasperated at how June never took his warning seriously. "It's fine." A faint red mark had started to form, and it would probably bruise by tomorrow, but it wasn't nearly as bad as taking a CPAC takraw ball straight to the face. "Thanks for taking the hit for me, Phi. You know how to thank me properly," Sorn smirked, whispering slyly, completely forgetting what he had done to June in the elevator earlier. "No way. You already kissed me today. You kissed me hard, so that's all you're getting." The little brat was playing tricks now. This was probably the first time he had ever dared to argue back about this kind of thing, except for that one time when June got mad at him for teasing too much, and Kantun had to step in. But this time, June was actually negotiating, refusing to let Sorn trick him like he always did. After waiting for a while, June was finally called in for a thorough checkup. The doctor sent him for an X-ray to make sure there were no hidden fractures or a hairline crack. Even though everything looked normal on the outside, they couldn't be too sure. Meanwhile, Tai called to say he was on his way to the hospital. Sorn told him it wasn't necessary, but of course, Tai insisted on coming. No surprise there. June was his beloved gnome, after all. After hanging up with his best friend, another call came in. This time, it was Penny. Sorn didn't answer and just let it ring until it cut off on its own. Inside the emergency room, June was on the phone, speaking in a low voice. "Yeah, I'm fine. No need to come. I'm not dying or anything. Yeah. Thanks for checking in. So, did your team win or lose?" Sorn walked into the emergency room and saw the injured troublemaker talking on the phone in a low voice. When June noticed him approaching, he cupped a hand around his mouth and whispered that Wynn's team had won the match. Sorn let him continue his call for a bit until the doctor finally arrived, prompting June to hang up. The doctor confirmed that there were no fractures or broken bones, which was a huge relief. June let out a long sigh, grateful that his nose was still intact and that his handsomeness remained untouched. He immediately asked a nurse for a mirror to finally take a proper look at his face for the first time since getting hit by the takraw ball. He hadn't dared to look before, afraid he wouldn't be able to handle seeing a broken nose. Even though Sorn had reassured him the entire ride to the hospital that nothing looked out of place, June still hadn't believed him. "Tai, I still look just as handsome. My nose isn't broken, just a little bruised," the mischievous brat announced as he walked out of the emergency room. His fair skin was already turning red and bruised, but that didn't stop him from running straight to Tai the moment he saw him sitting there. Before he could say anything else, Tai grabbed him and pulled him in for a closer look, tilting his face left and right to inspect every detail. "Damn, he really thought your face got wrecked," Tai muttered while thoroughly checking over his gnome's face. When June got hit, Tai had been so shocked that he didn't even have time to react, but Sorn had jumped into action immediately. The speed at which Sorn handled everything left him stunned. It was rare to see this side of his best friend. Honestly, he never would have expected it, especially not with June. Sorn had always complained about how annoying June was, how he couldn't like him. And now, who knew whether it was June's natural charm or something else, but somehow, he had managed to break through Sorn's usual cold front. Sorn, the one who says he doesn't like kids. Now, instead of constantly bickering, they were acting like real brothers. After June settled the payment for the medication and medical fees, though, of course, Tai insisted on covering everything. He initially protested, but Tai scolded him, saying that since the accident happened at his factory, he was more than willing to pay. With that, June relented and let him take care of it. Tai stayed and chatted with the two of them for a bit before they all went their separate ways. As he drove off, he made sure to mention again that Wynn's team had won and that he'd be treating them to a celebration soon, though he still needed to figure out a good time for everyone. "I'm starving. Can we stop for something to eat first?" Sorn. Now that he was relieved everything was fine, the injured troublemaker finally turned his attention to food. He hadn't eaten anything yet, originally planning to grab a meal with Wynn after the game, but that plan got scrapped the moment he got injured. Now his stomach was growling loudly, harmonizing perfectly with the music playing from the radio. "What do you want to eat?" Sorn asked while waiting at a red light. Now that things had calmed down, he realized he was hungry too, but he'd been so preoccupied with June's situation that he had completely forgotten about it. "Fijom's Japanese restaurant has a promo going on. I want to eat there," June replied immediately, as if the thought had just popped into his head. Poison had just transferred him some money this morning. Since he had some extra cash, he figured he should treat himself to something nice before going back to budget-friendly meals for the rest of the month. "Why the hell do we have to support his place?" Sorn asked gruffly, turning to look at him with obvious disapproval. "Because it's on the way to your house anyway. Come on, we're almost there. If you find a parking spot, just stop. I'm seriously starving. Don't you ever get tired of Japanese food? You just had it the other day, and now you want it again." Fijom's uncle's place is seriously good, though. The fish is fresh, nothing smells fishy, the ingredients are high quality, and the prices aren't even expensive. "Did he hire you to advertise his place, or what?" Sorn grumbled, frowning as he glanced at June. The little brat's face was practically glowing with excitement, looking as cheerful as a blooming flower. It made him want to pinch his cheek just to mess with him. No, ugh. Fine. Just drop me off in front of the restaurant then. You can go eat whatever you want, and I'll find my own way home. Oh yeah? And by go home on your own, you mean getting that Jom guy to drop you off in his food delivery car? No way in hell. Like he'd ever let someone he didn't like step foot near his house more often than necessary. As soon as he finished speaking, the light turned green, and he drove off. He didn't know why he had such a bad feeling about this guy, Jom, or whatever his name was. But his emotions made it very clear he really didn't like him. In the end, though, Sorn still gave in and pulled over at the Japanese restaurant June wanted. The moment he flicked on the turn signal and killed the engine, the little brat's grin stretched even wider. June took the chance to show off, proudly explaining how the menu had a huge variety, assuring Sorn that if he didn't like raw food, there were plenty of cooked dishes too. Everything was guaranteed to be unexpectedly delicious. I'll take this 499 baht set. Fie Sorn, what do you want? Pick something. I'm starving. Hold on. I just started reading the menu. If you're that hungry, want to chew on my foot as an appetizer? Sorn deadpanned, not even looking up. Across from him, June clenched his fists, already raising one like he was about to smack Sorn over the head. I'll take this, and this. Oh, and this too. And this. Sorn pointed at pictures in the menu so fast that the waiter could barely keep up. His hunger overrode his usual stubbornness about eating at a place owned by someone he didn't like. By the time he finished, he had ordered almost 10 dishes. June's eyes went wide. You're never gonna finish all that. Like hell I won't. You eat like you've got a black hole for a stomach. No matter how much I order, you'll probably help me finish it anyway. You eat so much it's like you're possessed. I'm not worried about leftovers. With that, Sorn took a long sip of his iced green tea, enjoying its slightly bitter taste. June didn't argue, because it was true. He had eaten with Phi Sorn enough times for the guy to know that his appetite was no joke. But hey, at least he exercised. Maybe not at the gym, but he did work out in his bedroom. Still, at this rate, he probably should start hitting the gym properly. Phi Sorn was feeding him way too well. Every time they ate together, it was a full-on feast. While waiting for the food, Sorn took the time to scan the restaurant. The place had the cozy, authentic vibe of a small Japanese eatery, the kind you'd find packed with locals despite its tiny space. Most of the staff were women, all smiling and greeting customers warmly while providing good service. There was a steady stream of people coming in, not completely full, but considering the current economy, any restaurant that could still bring in customers like this was doing pretty well. This meal, we're splitting the bill, Phi. June said up front, feeling bad that Sorn had treated him to so many meals already. Just as he finished speaking, the waitress arrived with their food. Tai already covered your medical bills. You really think I can't afford to pay for one meal? Just eat and stop complaining. Sorn replied bluntly, picking up a salmon roll with his chopsticks and dipping it into soy sauce mixed with wasabi, then popping it into his mouth. The sharp kick of the wasabi made him wince slightly, but it wasn't unbearable. Honestly, Japanese food wasn't really his thing. But he could admit that this place served fresh ingredients. No unpleasant fishy smell at all. The portion sizes were decent for the price, not stingy, and the taste was surprisingly close to what he'd had in Japan. June, meanwhile, kept sneaking glances at Sorn from across the table. For someone who had acted like he didn't want to come here, Phi Sorn sure was eating a lot. June wasn't sure why Sorn seemed to have a problem with Phi Jom, but seeing him actually enjoying the food made him feel a little happy for the restaurant owner. After all, if Phi Sorn really didn't like something, he wouldn't hesitate to show it. Tastes good, right? June asked, watching Sorn take his third bite of uni. It's better than getting smacked in the mouth, Sorn replied with a shrug, keeping up his usual cool demeanor. The food was decent, definitely worth the price, but it wasn't mind-blowingly good, at least not to the point where he'd come back twice in a row like June. June just smiled knowingly at his tough guy act. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a big brown bear sitting quietly in a corner of the restaurant. An idea popped into his head, and he immediately waved over a waitress. Excuse me, Phi, sorry to bother you. Would it be okay for Jujai to sit at my table? Of course. Just a moment. The waitress responded with a warm smile. Before she could even move, however, the one who was sitting across from June reached out and pinched his cheek, pulling his face back toward him. Who the hell is Jujai? So besides that Jom guy, you've got a known Jujai too? What is this, a restaurant or a damn nightclub? Sorn asked, his voice sharp with suspicion. June swatted his hand away and replied with a sly grin, clearly enjoying this. Nong Jajai went on a date with me last time. June's words weren't even the most irritating part. It was that smug, I know something you don't grin on his annoyingly handsome, Korean drama-worthy face. He looked like he was enjoying the fact that he had managed to keep this little secret from Sorn. So not only was he talking to Nong Fion, but now there was a Nong Jajai too? Sorn felt something twist uncomfortably in his chest. It was both frustrating and infuriating. He had the sudden urge to grab June and demand, "Why the hell are you talking to other people?" What? Was Sorn not interesting enough? He had a mouth too, damn it. He could talk, and he could do a hell of a lot more than just talk. He could make June feel all sorts of things if he wanted to. But no, this little brat kept running off to other people. Was he boring to talk to or something? He had a mouth too, damn it. And it wasn't just for talking. He could make June feel all sorts of things if he wanted to. What's his personality like? Sorn asked gruffly, and the answer nearly killed his appetite. Doesn't talk much, smiles a lot, super cute. June replied casually, popping a piece of grilled eel into his mouth and happily chewing away. And his looks? Sorn let out a frustrated sigh, but kept his composure before asking again. He knew what the other's preferences were in bed, but had no idea what kind of men he liked. Well, he has a cute face, skin tone similar to yours, and he's big. June repeated the word cute twice. So he liked cute guys? You like bear-like men? He wanted to ask if someone as big as him wasn't enough, but then he remembered. They weren't anything to each other. He had no right to interfere in this. He could only let the thoughts swirl messily in his head. Well, Jujai is here. June beamed as the same female staff from earlier carried in a huge brown teddy bear and set it on a chair. She carefully positioned it, as if it were joining them at the table. Its adorable face was endearing, and its sheer size took up almost half the table. This is Nong Jujai? Sorn asked again, staring at the oversized stuffed bear with a baffled expression. Yes. Isn't it cute? Jujai kept me company when someone stood me up, June said, pouting at Sorn. The listener could only run a hand through his hair and sigh before leaning back against his chair. So Jujai was actually a ridiculously big, doe-eyed teddy bear, practically the size of an elephant. And here he was, thinking June's type was big, burly men. For a split second, his heart had skipped a beat, thinking maybe, just maybe, June had been referring to him. Hey, I sat. You damn bastard, June. Today was a day off. June had already called home to let them know he wouldn't be coming back. Ko Nung nagged him a little about moving dorms and staying at Sorn's place, worried that he might be a nuisance. But June reassured him that Sorn had invited him himself, and he was even helping out with the water and electricity bills. There was nothing to worry about. So, Ko Nung said he'd call Tai to check up on him. If Tai ever reported that he was misbehaving, he'd be called back home immediately. As for his internship, he'd have to commute no matter how many hours it took. He also strictly reminded June to bring Sorn over to their house sometime, so they could treat him to a meal as a thank you. June came downstairs around 8 a.m. His cheeks still felt a little sore, but not as much as before. There was only a faint bruise left, which would probably fade in a day or two. Pei and Ae had messaged him to check on him, and he had already reassured them that he was fine. The young man wandered around the house looking for Sorn, but didn't see him anywhere. His car was also gone. Noticing the trees in the yard covered in dewdrops and the damp soil, June figured that Sorn had probably come down earlier to water the plants. He headed into the kitchen and opened the fridge to see if there was anything he could quickly whip up to fill his stomach. Spotting some eggs, he thought about making an omelet with onions. But before he could even start, he heard a car pulling into the driveway. Moments later, Sorn stepped out, his hands full of fresh groceries. Did you go to the market? Why'd you buy so much fresh food? Are we throwing a party or something? I bought it to cook for you. Sorn answered in a calm voice before handing the groceries to June, who took them with a bright smile. At some point, June wasn't sure when, he had started feeling more comfortable around Sorn. He no longer felt the urge to avoid him like he did when they first met. Maybe it had changed after their last encounter 4 years ago, or maybe when they agreed on their teacher-student arrangement. What he didn't know was that he had begun to open up more. The more he learned about Sorn's personality, the more he realized that he wasn't all that bad. Sure, He was naggy, sharp-tongued, and loved to tease, but his caring actions had won June over little by little. Now, instead of feeling dislike for him, he actually felt good about being around him. Their late morning meal consisted of a Thai-style omelet with minced pork and a pickled mustard green soup that included pork ribs with a fair amount of meat still attached to the bone. Sorn added one more spicy dish, quackling. Sorn had intentionally kept most of the food mild, so June could eat comfortably. He wasn't sure how much spice June could handle, but it definitely wasn't at his level. Still, there was no way he could eat bland food the entire meal. These pork ribs have so much meat on them. June leaned over to peek into the pot of bubbling soup, noticing several pieces of pork ribs, each with a generous amount of meat still attached. I always buy from this shop. You have to go early in the morning to get the good stuff. June nodded in understanding. Sorn's cooking skills weren't exactly like a professional chef's, but he moved with confidence, like someone who did this regularly. June offered to help, but in the end, all he got to do was wash the vegetables. Even frying the minced pork omelet was off limits. Sorn wouldn't let him. You'll just end up burning mine. Go watch TV. He dismissed him like a 3-year-old who could be easily distracted by a screen. And well, it worked. June sulked, but still ended up sitting in front of the TV, mumbling complaints under his breath. Sorn, unimpressed, turned around and gave him a light kick. Not hard, just enough to make the smaller guy wobble a bit. All right, crack 4 eggs and whisk them. Seeing June's eagerness to help, Sorn gave him the simplest task. He subtly glanced over, half expecting the little brat to mess it up. But to his surprise, June cracked the eggs perfectly, without breaking a single yolk. That was unexpected. You actually know how to crack eggs? It's just cracking eggs, Fi. It's super easy. I do it all the time at home when my aunt tells me to make soft-boiled eggs for customers. And I can totally make a minced pork omelet too. June insisted, trying to convince Sorn, who was now hesitating as if actually considering letting him cook for real. All right then, give it a shot. In the end, the only dish June managed to make for this meal was the minced pork omelet. Its delicious aroma, perfectly crispy yet fluffy texture, and well-cooked pork made it impossible for Sorn not to compliment him. Not bad at all. June grinned widely, showing off his retainer. He had to wear it for the full recommended hours to prevent his teeth from shifting, an unavoidable struggle for anyone with braces. Maintaining good dental care wasn't optional. Just because the braces were off didn't mean he could slack off. Come here. Sorn gestured with a nod. June, still holding the plate of omelet, stepped closer. Suddenly, the bigger man leaned in and placed a light kiss on his soft lips. That's your reward for doing a good job. June pouted, but his face turned noticeably red. He quickly escaped the kitchen, pretending to set up the dining table while his heart pounded wildly. He had to fight back the stupid grin that kept creeping onto his face. Why the hell was he blushing over just a compliment? Damn it, June. By the time they finally finished cooking, it was already past 10. June walked over to put on a series, letting the background noise fill the kitchen while he watched Sorn finish up the rest of the dishes. Once everything was ready, he carried the food over to the living room. Let's eat here, Fi. That way, we can watch the show too, June suggested when Sorn insisted they should eat at the dining table instead. Yeah, sure. Great idea. Let's just turn my dining table into decoration, huh? Sorn grumbled, but despite his complaints, he still carried the rice cooker over and placed it in front of the sofa. I talked to Pa today. Pa said I should bring Fi over to our house so they can treat you to a meal as thanks for letting me stay here. June ignored Sorn's grumbling and brought up the conversation he had with Ko Nung instead. No need for that. It's not a big deal. Your dad has fed me way more than this. Sorn replied honestly. Every time he visited Ty's house, he always stopped by Ko Nung's shop, a traditional tea and coffee place that still brewed drinks using the classic hanging filter bags. The nostalgic aroma filled the air, lingering even as people walked past. But more than the scent of freshly brewed coffee, what made Ko Nung's shop special was his warm personality and generous hospitality. That alone was enough to make it a place worth visiting. There were plenty of times when Ko Nung refused to take his money. Since Sorn was Ty's friend, Ko Nung always insisted that family doesn't need to pay. He'd say it was his treat since they didn't see each other often. Back then, Sorn used to think, a good guy like Ko Nung shouldn't have ended up with such a little troublemaker for a son. That was probably the only flaw the man had. But now he knew better. If anything, He should be thanking Ko Nung for raising this little menace so well. June might be a brat, but he was a lovable one. Yeah, June was actually kind of cute. Not just when he had that grumpy face that Sorn used to find amusing. Even now, as he struggled through mouthfuls of qua cling, lips swollen and bright red from the spice, he still looked cute. Why do you eat this crazy level of spice, Phi? It's so spicy, damn, so spicy. June whined, eyes watering as the qua cling burned his mouth. The first bite hadn't seemed that bad. It was actually delicious, so he kept eating without thinking. Who would have guessed that the heat would build up until his lips felt like they were on fire? I told you it was spicy. Yeah, but this is too spicy. All right, next time, I'll make a separate one. Less spicy, so you can actually eat it. It sounded like such a casual statement, but for some reason, it made June's heart swell. Phi Sorn always said things like that, always promising that next time, he'd adjust, make things better for June. And there it was again, another one of Phi Sorn's little kindnesses. Back to a workday morning after a 2-day break. Yesterday, while Sorn was at work, June had the entire house to himself. But aside from sleeping and nearly finishing the series he had left unfinished, he didn't do much, except for ordering food delivery and trying a jog around the neighborhood. Other than that, he hadn't done anything particularly productive. Still feeling groggy, June shuffled into the office building. He hadn't come with Sorn today since the other had errands to run first, so he had to take the bus on his own. Luckily, the distance from home to the company wasn't too far, so he didn't have to wake up at an ungodly hour like when he lived in his old dorm. 1 iced mocha, less sweet, please. He ordered his favorite drink, hoping that this overpriced caffeine fix would wake him up. Because last night, that Phi Sorn had him in a damn late-night study session, one that dragged on way past midnight. He was exhausted and sleepy, but the overwhelming passion had made it impossible to stop, leading to multiple rounds. His waist was practically sore from it. To top it off, Sorn had left a noticeable hickey on his neck. Thankfully, the student uniform required a tie, which helped cover it up, preventing any embarrassing exposure. Puck! Ouch! 5 foot! The sharp flick to his forehead jolted June awake just as he was about to doze off while waiting for his drink. He winced, rubbing the sore spot with a scowl, only to find 5 foot grinning mischievously. You looked half asleep, so I thought I'd wake you up a bit, Fut said, clearly pleased with himself for successfully messing with June. June groaned in protest, but didn't push it further, especially since his drink was finally ready. He grabbed the cup just as the barista set it down. Had a late night or something? Fut asked casually before turning to place his own order. 1 Americano, crab. Luckily, the cafe wasn't too crowded this morning, so there wasn't much of a wait. Yeah, a little, Phi. June mumbled, suddenly feeling embarrassed. A little? Yeah, right. He and Sorn had practically burned through the night, drawn to each other like magnets. Every time they got close, it was impossible to stop. And he was a little too easy to set on fire. Have you eaten yet? Want a snack? I'll treat you. June shook his head in response. He wasn't hungry yet. The mocha alone would probably keep him full until late morning. But that didn't stop 5 foot from buying extra, just in case. 1 hot chocolate, please. The next customer in line after Fut was someone June definitely recognized, Fayo, a person who had once been the center of some drama involving him. Fayo glanced at 5 Foot before offering a small smile. On the surface, it seemed casual, like there was nothing behind it. But his eyes told a different story. There was something unspoken in them, something lingering. And from the look of it, Fayo wasn't just carrying a grudge, he was carrying a broken heart. Fayo, you're in early today. I always come at this time. You know that, Fut. Yo replied with a faint smile. The awkward tension between them was so thick that even June, just standing there, felt uncomfortable. Sensing the situation, he was about to step back and give them space to talk. But before he could escape, 5 Foot grabbed his bag, keeping him in place. And just like that, June was stuck, forced to pretend he was really interested in the premium cup designs the cafe was selling instead of witnessing whatever was about to unfold. How have you been? Doing okay. It had been nearly a month since Fut last spoke with Yo. A part of him still remembered the way Yo used to tease and tempt him, but they both knew things could never go back to the way they were. I'm doing fine. What about you, Fut? Haven't seen V around. Didn't you come together? Yo asked while glancing around for the third person he had just mentioned. Before 5 Foot could even answer, a sharp voice called out from behind. Foot. Turning toward the source, they saw V striding toward them with purpose. June quickly pressed his hands together in a polite, wise greeting, but internally, he was thinking, damn, 5 Foot is screwed. Without sparing a glance at anyone else, 5E marched right up to Foot, grabbed his arm, and yanked him away, dragging him off without a word. Well, except for the murderous glare she shot at Yo before leaving. Whoa. So this is what a sweet-looking girl turning into a terrifying, jealous girlfriend looks like. Yo watched them go, then sighed and shook his head before excusing himself. June took that as his cue to slip away too, heading straight for the elevator to get to the office. Hey, I pay. Hey, wait up, June called out, spotting his two friends just as they were about to step into the elevator. He jogged to catch up, slipping inside just in time. Pei turned to him with curiosity. Who was that woman? She looked like she was about to go off on 5 Foot. I swear, I heard her ranting the whole way. A moment ago, while he and AE were waiting for the elevator, they saw Foot and the woman walk past. Since Foot was a senior at the company, they were about to greet him, but the tense atmosphere between him and the woman had kept them from interrupting. That was 5Foot's girlfriend. June only answered the first question, deliberately avoiding the second. That was personal business, definitely not something for him to gossip about. I saw them arguing at the fire escape last week, AE said. For real? What did 5 Foot say? Pei asked. He didn't really argue back. It was mostly 5V doing the talking. Well, more like yelling. But they made up later, I guess. I saw them leave together that evening. June listened quietly as they talked about Foot and V's relationship, not adding his own opinion. By the way, your face looks fine now. That day I was so shocked. Pei suddenly changed the subject, referring to the incident when June got smacked in the face with a takraw ball. He couldn't help but recall how Sorn had been way too concerned about June that day. Yeah, it's all healed now. Sorn really cares about you, June. If I didn't know you guys had known each other for a long time, I'd think you were dating, AE teased, not just with words, but with a playful grin as well. She pointed a finger at June, her voice teasingly high-pitched. The amused smiles from both of them made June quickly take several long sips of his mocha, drinking so fast that the brain freeze hit him hard. He was trying to hide the fact that his heart was swelling in his chest, pumping warmth straight to his face. Sorn cares about him. He didn't want to overthink it or get ahead of himself, but now that his friends had pointed it out, well, maybe he had felt it too. Thanks to the mocha, June wasn't feeling too sleepy anymore. He never dared to drink straight-up coffee like an Americano or an espresso. He just didn't like the taste. He preferred something with a bit of bitterness but still had some sweetness to it, which made mocha the perfect choice. But since its effects didn't last long, by late morning, he found himself in the office kitchen making another cup, this time from an instant coffee packet. And that's when he saw him, the very person who had thoroughly satisfied him last night, bending over in front of the fridge, rummaging through it. In his hand was a big bag stuffed with all sorts of snacks, and honestly, they looked pretty damn tempting. What are you doing, Phi? June asked as he tore open the coffee packet and poured it into his favorite ceramic mug. He pressed the hot water dispenser, carefully measuring the right amount, then stirred it gently with a spoon. He always avoided coffee capsules. Instant coffee was sweeter, and that's exactly how he liked it. Just putting away some snacks. Why did you buy so many? June asked, wondering if there was some kind of party or birthday celebration today that he hadn't heard about. I'm taking them home for the dog. He eats a lot, Sorn replied before deciding not to store them in the fridge after all. Instead, he placed the bag right next to June's coffee mug. June, fully aware of who Sorn was referring to, couldn't help but pull a face. And you really think the dog's gonna eat this? Maybe he's too picky and won't touch any of it. June shot back, his tone dripping with playful sarcasm. Let him try not eating it. I dare him. Sorn leaned in close suddenly, his voice a low murmur against June's ear. I'll shove it in. Until he's stuffed, just like last night. His breath was warm, lips brushing lightly against the sensitive shell of June's ear, just enough to send a jolt of memory straight down his spine. A teasing smile played on Sorn's lips, a silent message shared only between the two of them. June's face instantly flushed red. The mischievous glint in Sorn's eyes, the way he looked at him. It felt like he was being undressed, piece by piece. without a single touch. That barely, their smirk on Sorn's lips reminded him of how they had trailed over his bare skin the night before. The warm breath tickling his ear now? It made him recall the way it had turned into ragged gasps in the heat of the moment. Fie Sorn. Not now. I gotta work first, Sorn said knowingly when he saw the little brat's expression, indicating that he was about to lose control. His muscular body, pressing in closer on purpose, could feel the heat from the other's growing arousal. June unintentionally made a disappointed face, realizing he wouldn't be getting what he wanted. You're being naughty, you. Well, Fie is the one who taught me this. June shot back, biting down on his pink lips to hold back his desire. Sorn stepped out to check that no one was around before turning back and pulling June toward the bathroom. Since it was almost break time, everyone in the office was getting ready to leave, too busy to notice what they were up to. Sorn chose the last stall in the restroom, the one rarely used because it was always under repair. June followed him inside the cramped space, looking a little confused. But Sorn didn't waste time. He unhooked his belt and unzipped his pants without a word. At first, June didn't quite get what was happening, but it quickly became clear. Without hesitation, he unzipped his own pants, pulling out his hardening length to show Fie Sorn, who was just as ready as he was. The two of them stayed in the restroom, their breaths coming out in quiet gasps as they tried to keep the noise down. Even though the men's restroom wasn't crowded, it wasn't completely empty either. June stood facing Sorn, their hands wrapped around each other's cock, moving in sync. They worked quickly, eager to reach the peak before time ran out. Sorn had a meeting with Kintoon in just 10 minutes. Damn, that feels so good, June. Sorn murmured in a low whisper, his voice thick with pleasure. June kept working his hands steadily, not slowing down for a second. Meanwhile, Sorn wasn't about to let him have it easy. His thumb teased the tip, rubbing just enough to drive June crazy. The younger man trembled, pressing his forehead against Sorn's broad shoulder, struggling to hold back. He wanted to let go right then and there, but Fie Sorn wasn't about to let him finish that easily. Fie Sorn, don't tease me. I want to finish, June whined, his voice breathy and desperate as he weakly punched Sorn's solid chest. Sorn chuckled low in his throat, amused by the younger man's twisted expression and shaky, needy voice. Seeing June barely holding on, he finally gave in, helping him reach his climax. He made sure to catch everything with a tissue, not leaving a mess behind. Sorn guided June's hand, making him keep up the pace so he could follow right behind. The scent of June's cologne filled his senses, making him bury his nose against the younger man's pale neck. Unable to resist, he bit down and sucked at the same spot as before, marking him again to release some of the heat burning inside him. But honestly, this wasn't enough to satisfy his desire. Not even close. What he really wanted was to bury himself deep inside June, not just settle for a quick release like this. A deep, low growl rumbled in Sorn's throat as he reached his peak, his body tensing before releasing into the tissue he had prepared to avoid making a mess on his clothes. June wiped his hands clean with a tissue, then carefully disposed of everything in the trash can. He made sure to wrap it all up neatly, destroying any evidence, just in case the nosy cleaning lady found it, and started spreading rumors about male employees getting off in the restroom. A little while later, the two of them stepped out of the stall in the restroom. After washing their hands, they walked out into the office, where only a few people remained. Most had already left for their break. Sorn headed off to meet Kintoon, while June took the fire escape stairs to go find Pei and E. But before he could make it down to the 15th floor, he noticed a man sitting on the steps, shoulders slumped. That familiar back was all June needed to recognize exactly who it was. "Fie Phut, aren't you going to eat?" June asked, but then he paused, stunned. Phut's face was tense, nothing like his usual easygoing self. "What's wrong? What happened?" June asked with concern, taking the liberty to sit down next to him. "I know I messed up, but V just keeps rubbing it in, making me feel even worse," Phut said, his voice drained of energy. "I feel like no matter how long I try to make things right, I don't know if she'll ever trust me again." Today, he and V had fought, because he had talked to Yo, and it wasn't even just the two of them. June had been standing right there too. The conversation had been nothing more than polite small talk between old acquaintances, but V hadn't believed him. Instead, She accused Fudd of using June as an excuse. Hearing Fudd vent, June let out a quiet sigh. He had no idea how to help. This was a matter between two people, and if he said too much, it might not be his place. So instead, he simply patted Fudd's broad back in silent comfort. But that seemed to be the wrong move. Instead of making Fudd feel better, it only made him sink deeper into his emotions. Without a word, Fudd leaned into June's shoulder, silent tears slipping down his face. June froze, unsure what to do. He couldn't push him away, so he just held him gently, letting Fudd cry as much as he needed. After a long silence, Fudd finally straightened up, before muttering an apology to June for having shown such an embarrassing side of himself. Shit, your shirt's all wet. Sorry about that. Wait. What the hell? Why do you have bite marks on your neck? Fresh ones too. June, what the hell did you do? Letting out his frustration made him feel a bit better, but then his eyes caught sight of something unexpected. June panicked, quickly yanking up his collar to cover it. He had completely forgotten about the mark, assuming it was still hidden under his collar. Damn it. That damn Sorn just gave him another problem to deal with. Chapter 20. Right now, June wanted nothing more than to get as far away from Fudd as possible. He wished he could disappear on the spot. The problem was, Fudd still had a firm grip on his arm. The more June struggled to pull away, the more suspicious Fudd became. No, Fudd. It's nothing. What do you mean, nothing? That's obviously a bite mark. And this? Fudd leaned closer. Yep, that's definitely a hickey. Come on, I've done this before. Don't think I wouldn't recognize one. He reached for June again. Let me see. Who the hell have you been fooling around with? June twisted and squirmed, desperately trying to hide the embarrassing marks that someone, damn Sorn, had thoughtfully left all over his neck. Fudd. Realizing there was no other way out, June played his last card. I swear it's nothing. It's personal. That finally made Fudd pause. All right. My bad. I wasn't trying to blame you, but it's okay. Fudd sighed. I get it. Just tell whoever it is to be more careful next time. Other people might not see it in a good light. His concern sounded completely genuine. Then he pulled June to his feet. Come on. Let's eat. I'm starving. June nodded and followed him out. Fudd drove them quite a distance from the office to an ice and restaurant they visited often. It was one of his favorite places. Champ had introduced it to him years ago, and ever since then, he'd frequently come there with V. The restaurant was busy, but they still managed to find an empty table. Fudd ordered confidently, without even opening the menu. It's packed today. Yeah. Fudd nodded. Champ recommended this place. V loves ice and food, so we started coming here together. The champ he mentioned wasn't he a champ. This champ worked in sales. He was a short man with an incredible talent for persuasion and earned enormous commissions every year. Across the restaurant, a young woman with shoulder-length hair leaned toward her friend while staring curiously at Fudd and June. Hey, isn't that Fudd? V's boyfriend. Who's that with him? I don't recognize him. Her friend glanced over. Probably an intern. He's still wearing a student uniform. So he dumped Yo and immediately moved on to a college student? The woman smirked. Is this the guy everyone was talking about? Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone and secretly snapped a picture of the two of them. She was already planning to send it to V. Fudd and V's relationship had been office gossip for several days. Although nobody openly discussed it anymore, everyone knew what had happened. V had been the girlfriend who'd been cheated on. Fudd had been caught sneaking around with another man. Eventually, Fudd and V reconciled. The rumors faded. Recently, however, V had become jealous again, probably because Fudd seemed unusually close to another younger man. Now someone had found another opportunity to stir up trouble. The photo they sent showed Fudd and June standing close together in the parking lot the previous week. Fortunately, V had dismissed it. Fudd had already explained that June was just an intern from the same university. They were close because of that. I knew it. The woman who started the gossip nodded toward their table. Why else would Fudd spoil him so much? He's practically feeding him. Meanwhile, Fudd remained completely oblivious. Try this one. He pointed toward one of the dishes. Yum muya with salted egg yolk. I don't really like egg yolks. June made a face. They're kind of mushy. Oh, come on. Fudd grinned. Just try it. He dramatically lifted a spoonful. No, June. Please grant me the honor of feeding you this spicy salad as repayment for letting me cry on your shoulder. June laughed. Instead of accepting the spoon, he scooped up a bite himself. There. Happy now. Very. Phut nodded. So? How is it? It's good. June pointed toward another dish. But I like the yum puma better. The spicy blue swimming crab salad was perfectly balanced. Even though the spice level made his nose run slightly, he still couldn't stop eating. After lunch, they split the bill. June insisted on paying for his own meal. As they walked outside, two women approached with bright smiles. Oh, Jiang Ying. Phut greeted them warmly. The pair worked at the same company as V. Jiang wore her shoulder-length hair in a sleek style that suited her confident personality. Ying's softly curled hair made her look much gentler. Why didn't you bring V today? Jiang asked. Her eyes drifted briefly toward June. Seeing him up close, she had to admit he was handsome. Tall. Slim. Almost as tall as Phut. Then she noticed the marks on his neck. Her eyes narrowed immediately. Those definitely weren't mosquito bites. She wasn't hungry. Phut smiled awkwardly. Actually, V had told him she didn't want to see him. That's why he'd ended up eating with June instead. Oh, Ying smiled knowingly. No wonder you're here with your little darling. The two women walked away. Phut stood frozen. You okay, Phi? June noticed the sudden silence. Even after getting into the car, Phut remained unusually quiet. I'm fine. He forced a smile. Want to stop for grilled bananas on the way back? There's a really good stall nearby. Sure. June laughed. I guess I have to try them. Honestly, his internship mostly revolved around eating. At this rate, jogging around the neighborhood wasn't going to save him anymore. He definitely needed gym membership. They returned to the office around 1:30. Just as they entered the building, Phut's phone began vibrating nonstop. Message after message flooded in. Every single one was from V. Where are you? Who are you with? Come meet me. I'm waiting in the fire escape. Looks like V wants to talk. Phut smiled hopefully. Perfect. I'll bring her the grilled bananas to cheer her up. June chuckled. His optimism really was incredible. The two stepped out on the 15th floor. Phut headed toward the fire escape. June first dropped the grilled bananas off for Pei and E before following. He figured, if things got out of hand, maybe he could help explain. After all, nothing had happened between Phut and Yo that morning. Perhaps he could clear up the misunderstanding. But the instant he pushed open the fire escape door, everything froze. Don't lie to me. V shouted. If nothing happened, then why would my friends tell me otherwise? You're making this into something it's not, V. Phut struggled to stay calm. Nothing happened. Why do you believe other people instead of me? So I'm just supposed to trust you blindly? V laughed bitterly. That's exactly how I got cheated on before. She pointed straight at June. Just admit it. June isn't your junior at all. He's your new lover. June nearly choked. What? Where had she gotten that idea? No, 5V. He hurried forward. You've misunderstood. Misunderstood? V nearly shoved her phone into his face. What kind of misunderstanding explains this? The photo on the screen looked terribly incriminating. This is speechless now. She grabbed him. I knew it. Let me expose both of you. W8. 5E. June tried to dodge. Too late. V lunged forward and grabbed his tie. With one violent yank, his collar flew open. The bright red marks across his neck were fully exposed. Explain these. She screamed through tears. What are these? How far have the two of you gone? So this was your plan all along. She turned toward Phut. You kept calling him your junior. What kind of junior does this? You two bastards. If nobody had told me, you would have kept sneaking around behind my back forever. Her cries echoed through the stairwell. She slapped and hit June over and over. June ducked his head, shielding his face. He refused to hit her back. All he wanted was enough space to breathe. Finally, he pushed her away just hard enough to create some distance. The bag of grilled bananas toppled onto the floor, scattering everywhere. But V wasn't finished. Fueled by heartbreak and rage, she rushed at him again, this time with even greater force. Phut finally managed to wrap both arms around her, trying to restrain her. She struggled wildly. Her nails raked across his arms, leaving bloody scratches. The shouting echoed through the stairwell. Outside, Prue happened to walk past. Hearing the commotion, she cautiously opened the door. Her eyes widened. 3 people were tangled together in a chaotic fight, and right in the middle was the handsome intern from the 16th floor. Phi Sorn. She turned and ran. It's bad. Gnome June's in trouble. Where? Sorn shot to his feet instantly. The fire escape. Futt's girlfriend is attacking him. The moment he heard those words, Sorn dropped everything and sprinted toward the stairs. Korn immediately asked what had happened and tried to follow. Kuntun stopped him. Let Sorn handle it. Get back to work. Then, bang. The fire escape door slammed open so hard it crashed against the wall. The first thing Sorn heard was V screaming. Then Futt desperately trying to calm her. Without hesitation, he charged down the stairs and shoved both Futt and V away from June. The force nearly sent V sprawling. Thankfully, Futt caught her before she fell. What the fuck are you doing to my kid? Sorn's furious roar shook the stairwell. His eyes swept over June. Scratches covered his face. His student uniform was a mess. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth where his teeth had split his lip. The sight made Sorn's blood boil. June looked up at him. His emotions were a complete mess. He was furious. Not because of V. Not because of Futt. Because every mark on his neck, every piece of evidence, had been left there by Sorn. Still, the people who angered him most were those spreading rumors without knowing the truth. He'd wanted to explain. V hadn't given him a single chance. Not even one. What hurt even more was realizing she'd viewed him this way all along. I'm sorry, Sorn. Futt tried to explain. My girlfriend misunderstood and thought that. She's not misunderstanding anything. V shrieked, cutting him off. That slut has been sleeping with you. She pointed accusingly at June. The marks on his neck are proof. I saw them with my own eyes. And you're still protecting him? I'll never let you fool me again, Futt. Never. She struggled violently, kicking and scratching Futt as she tried to break free. She was determined to get to June. Jang's photograph had convinced her. To V, it was undeniable proof. Futt had cheated on her again. He'd lied. Used the excuse that June was just a junior from the same university. She believed him, trusted him, until everything exploded. If you like men so much, she screamed at June, then go find your own husband. Stop stealing someone else's. Shut the fuck up. Sorn's voice exploded through the stairwell. You think you can accuse people without knowing the truth? When the fuck would your boyfriend have time to sleep with my kid? June's been with me the entire goddamn time. You're so obsessed with your own boyfriend that you're dragging innocent people into your paranoid bullshit. Are you out of your fucking mind? Sorn finally lost his temper. His voice thundered through the stairwell as his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. If the person standing in front of him had been a man, they would already be missing a few teeth. You deal with your damn girlfriend, Futt. Sorn jabbed a finger at him. And make damn sure she stays the hell away from June. Because if she ever does something like this again. His voice turned ice cold. You and I are finished. Without another word, Sorn grabbed June by the wrist and pulled him away. He marched straight past the 16th floor and into the lift, pressing the button for the ground floor. He had no intention of letting June stay upstairs and become even more of a target for office gossip. The two of them walked in silence until they reached the basement car park. Only then did Sorn finally stop. He turned toward June, guilt weighing heavily on him. June instinctively flinched as Sorn raised a hand. I want to see your injuries. His voice was much softer now. The face Sorn secretly admired so much was covered in fresh red scratches. Without asking permission, he gently pulled June closer for a better look. The whole time, one thought kept running through his head. How the hell was he supposed to explain this to Ty if June ended up seriously hurt? They're only scratches. June shrugged. At least she didn't actually slap me. Then he glared at Sorn. But you. He clenched his fist. You deserve at least one hit. Sorn's worried expression didn't erase the fact that he'd caused this whole mess. Without another thought, June punched him squarely in the chest. Thump. The blow knocked the air from Sorn's lungs. Before he could recover, wham! June kicked him in the leg. Sorn stumbled backward in surprise. Oi, June. That warning accomplished absolutely nothing. June charged after him, throwing punches one after another. Ow. Ow. Shit. June, stop. Another hit landed. Damn it. Don't pinch me, you little brat. That hurts. Another kick. Oi. Don't kick me there. You trying to ruin your own fun, or what? Although Sorn blocked most of the attacks, June still managed to smack him hard across the back. The impact nearly made him choke. It's because of your stupid bite marks. June shouted between heavy breaths while chasing Sorn around the basement. I didn't do it on purpose. Sorn shamelessly defended himself. I got carried away. I was horny. You know how it is. When it feels that good, you can't stop yourself. June's entire face instantly turned bright red. His embarrassment mixed perfectly with his frustration. Damn it. He raked a hand through his hair. I couldn't even argue with 5V because I was too shocked. Who the hell started the rumor that 5 and I are together? It was the first time in his life anyone had accused him of stealing someone else's boyfriend. He'd been too stunned to say anything. I've wondered that before too. June stared at Sorn. Are you insane, Phi? He looked utterly bewildered. 5 and I are only like Phi and no. How could you even think that? Because jealousy makes people imagine all kinds of things. Sorn answered bluntly. Fortunately, the basement was empty. No one else heard the conversation. June blinked. Then he realized. Sorn wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about V. If she was jealous, she should have acted like a normal, educated person. June huffed. She should have asked instead of hitting people. He sighed. I actually feel sorry for 5. Then another thought hit him. And I didn't even get to eat my grilled bananas. He sounded genuinely heartbroken. What a waste of money. He kicked lightly at the ground. Damn it. Sorn watched him quietly. The little troublemaker looked completely disheveled. His neatly styled hair was a mess. His clothes were wrinkled. His face was scratched. Yet somehow, he was more upset about losing his grilled bananas. I'm going back upstairs to sort things out with Fut. Sorn finally spoke. What about you? Going home or back to work? If you want to leave, take my car. I'll head home on my own tonight. No. June answered immediately. I didn't do anything wrong. His eyes flashed as Sorn took a step closer. I'm going back to work. Then he raised one finger. And from now on, here's a new rule. His expression became deadly serious. You are absolutely forbidden from leaving marks on my neck. I don't care how good it feels. You control yourself. My life is a disaster because of those stupid marks. 5's already suspicious. And now 5V completely misunderstood everything. To be fair, even without the bite marks, V probably would have misunderstood anyway. There were already photographs of him and Fut messing around in the car park. People who wanted to believe gossip would always find a reason. Fine. Sorn agreed immediately. Whether he could actually keep that promise was another matter entirely. They returned upstairs together. This time, however, Sorn let June go back into the office alone. He went looking for Fut instead. When he finally found him sitting with his supervisor, Sorn simply stood nearby and waited patiently. June didn't deserve any of this. Fut wasn't the only person Sorn intended to confront. V was next. He didn't even want to imagine what would have happened if Ty had been there earlier. He needed to settle everything before Ty heard distorted rumors about June. As for Fut, Sorn could deal with him. The real problem was, how was he ever supposed to explain to Ty that he'd been secretly fooling around with June behind his best friend's back? I'm really sorry, Phi. June and I didn't. I know. Sorn cut him off. The three of them had moved to the rooftop where no curious coworkers could overhear. Sorn had personally brought V upstairs too. He'd even gone to her department, spoken to her supervisor, and asked permission to pull her away from work. This misunderstanding had to end. Otherwise, June would become the office's newest gossip topic. Sorn absolutely refused to let that happen. This is my fault. Fut lowered his head. V misunderstood because I cheated on her before. So when she saw me getting close to June, he sighed. She assumed the worst. V stood nearby with her arms crossed. She looked unconvinced. I didn't even know June had marks on his neck. Fut looked directly at Sorn. I swear I had no idea. Sorn remained silent. Of course he knew. He was the one who'd put them there. Fut patiently explained everything. The photo, the joking around in the car park, the watch, how Sorn had picked June up immediately afterward. He repeated again that he had absolutely nothing to do with the marks on June's neck. Slowly, V's anger began to cool. For the first time, she actually thought about it. Looking back, June had never flirted with Fut. He'd never looked at him that way. Perhaps, she really had been seeing enemies everywhere because she was so afraid of being betrayed again. The marks are mine. Sorn's calm voice cut straight through the silence. I was the one playing around with June. That's where they came from. His eyes shifted toward V. And your boyfriend had nothing to do with it. I don't know what problems you and AI Fut have. But my Nong has absolutely no relationship with your boyfriend. Understand? He deliberately emphasized the words, playing around. The instant Fut looked at him, understanding dawned. So that's what was going on. No wonder. Apparently, the rumors about Phi Sorn's kid ran much deeper than anyone imagined. Maybe he was the first person in the company to figure it out. Why should I believe you? V's voice trembled. You could just be lying to protect him. In truth, fear spoke louder than reason. She was terrified of being deceived again, terrified of becoming everyone's laughingstock. So she instinctively assumed the worst. Sorn ground his teeth. Typical. Some people never forgot mistakes. Yet they refused to let anyone make amends. He was about to answer, but Fut interrupted. The couple began arguing again. Sorn stayed where he was. The issue still wasn't resolved. V. Fut finally raised his voice. Are you seriously still stuck on this? We've explained everything. Why can't you trust me just once? Trust you? V laughed bitterly. After everything you've done? Do you know how much pain I went through because of you and that bastard Yo? She refused even to call him Yo anymore. Just hearing his name disgusted her. She hated remembering how the two of them had deceived her. Yet, whenever she saw Yo looking at Fut with lingering affection, she felt strangely satisfied. Because in the end, Fut had chosen her, not Yo. If she had suffered, then they deserved to suffer too. Winning Fut away from Yo had once felt like the greatest victory of her life. But what exactly had she won? A broken relationship. At some point, love had stopped mattering. Only pride remained. She wanted Yo to hurt. She wanted Fut to drown in guilt. Only then would it finally feel fair. So what do you want me to do, V? Fut sounded exhausted. I've done everything I can. I've let you yell at me. I've let you bring up the past every time we fight. But I can't keep doing this forever. I want to fix things. You won't even let me try. And now you've dragged June into this. Do you have any idea what this could do to his reputation? For the first time, V said nothing. One man looked at her with heartbreak and disappointment. The other stood nearby with his hands on his hips, glaring at her as though she were the villain. Maybe, this time, she really was. Fine, she finally whispered. Then stay away from him. Don't get close to that kid anymore. If you want me to trust you, you can't be close to other people. Fut stared at her in disbelief. We're co-workers. You expect me never to speak to him? Silence stretched between them. Realizing the conversation would never end, Sorn finally stepped in. Kun V. His voice was calm. I don't care how the two of you solve your relationship. But there's one thing you absolutely must do. You owe my gnome an apology. June did nothing wrong. No matter how you twist this. He isn't at fault. She opened her mouth. Don't argue. Sorn's voice boomed across the rooftop. Shut up and listen. He pointed directly at her. Even Fut flinched. If you actually stop and think, you'll realize this whole mess started because of your own assumptions. You listened to everyone else. But not the man you claim to love. You said you were giving him another chance. But you never truly tried to understand him. V lowered her head. Tears quietly slipped down her cheeks. I don't care how painful your past was. Sorn's voice softened slightly. June had absolutely nothing to do with it. And yet you took your anger out on him. If you had even a little maturity, you'd know exactly who's at fault. He paused. Then his expression hardened once more. And if you still refuse to apologize, I'll personally take June to the police station. We'll file assault charges. Don't think being a woman will stop me. I don't give a damn. I don't care who you are. If anyone lays a hand on my gnome, I won't let it go. Fut swallowed hard. Everyone who knew Sorn understood one thing. He never made empty threats. Before leaving, Sorn grabbed Fut's shoulder and leaned close. So, his voice dropped into a dangerous whisper. You understand those marks now, don't you? Keep your mouth shut. I don't need anyone finding out. Then, he walked away, leaving the couple alone on the rooftop. Only the wind remained. What do you want to do, V? Fut finally asked. Should we end this? Maybe. He forced himself to continue. Maybe we should break up. I don't want you living like this anymore. If you can't trust me, maybe you'd be happier with someone else. The words hurt, but pretending everything was fine hurt even more. If they kept forcing things, nothing would ever heal. What do you mean? V's voice cracked. Are you leaving me? I'm not leaving you. Fut shook his head. But aren't you exhausted? Tired of doubting me? Tired of watching everything I do? Because I am. No matter what I do. You never believe me. Maybe. He swallowed. If we both step back for a while, we'll finally have room to breathe. And maybe, we'll figure things out. V's voice trembled. What if nothing changes? Her mascara had completely run down her face. Fut looked at the woman he loved. Once, she'd been the gentlest part of his life. Now, he had no answer. He only knew one thing. He regretted everything. Regretted changing her. Regretted hurting her. Regretted believing they could simply stay together long enough for the past to disappear. Some wounds never healed that quickly. After a long silence, V finally nodded. Then let's hope you're right. The words barely escaped her lips. Then her strength gave out. She collapsed onto the rooftop floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Fut instinctively reached toward her. She stopped him. If we're taking a step back. She wiped away her tears. Then it starts now. I've had enough, Fut. I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry. His own tears finally fell. I'm so sorry. No matter how many times I say it. It'll never be enough. But I truly am sorry. V never answered. She simply stood, turned, and walked away, leaving him alone with the guilt he'd carry for the rest of his life. Why does something always happen whenever I'm not around? Tai sighed as soon as he arrived at the office. Prue had immediately told him about June's fight with Fut's girlfriend. She didn't know all the details. If Tai wanted the full story, he'd have to ask Sorn. I already dealt with it. Without looking up from his work, Sorn checked the time. It was nearly the end of the day. Because of everything involving June, he'd fallen behind on his own workload. Tai sighed again. He'd promised Ko Nuing he'd watch over June. Yet trouble kept finding the kid anyway. Thankfully, Sorn had been there. Otherwise, June would have been in real trouble. So what actually happened? Tai asked. I've been looking for June, but I can't find him. Fut's girlfriend got jealous. Sorn answered simply. She misunderstood and thought June was involved with Fut. Tai shook his head. That's some incredible imagination. Anyone who thinks Fut and June are together seriously needs their eyes checked. Beside him, Sorn quietly rubbed his own eyes. Because, if he were honest, he'd once thought exactly the same thing. By the time Sorn finished work, it was almost 6. A notification popped up on his phone. June had messaged him earlier. Apparently, Fut and V had already apologized. June wasn't angry, just mildly annoyed. For June, that was practically forgiveness. June also mentioned he'd gone home early. Rather than replying with a text, Sorn called him instead. He connected his Bluetooth headset, started the car, and drove out of the parking garage. The call connected. Where are you? He asked immediately. In the background, he heard the rustling of plastic bags. Probably snacks. I'm home, obviously. June answered casually. A comedy show played loudly behind him. He laughed at something on television, barely paying attention. Need anything? Sorn asked. I can stop and buy something. Nope. June answered. I already ordered food. From where? The shop near the entrance? Hell no. June laughed. Jom's uncle's restaurant. Brat. Sorn replied with a single word. June burst into laughter. I'm kidding. I ordered from Auntie's shop outside the village. They're delivering now. Oh, the food's here. I've got to go. Oi. Sorn stopped him. Don't hang up. Why? Turn your camera on. What for? Because I don't trust you. Sorn answered shamelessly. What if you're still angry about today and decide to burn my house down? It was the worst excuse imaginable. The truth was much simpler. Driving home alone suddenly felt too quiet. He'd gotten used to having June beside him. Oh, come on. June laughed. Have a little more faith in me. Even so, his heart skipped slightly as he turned on the camera. Sorn's phone sat mounted on the dashboard. Both hands remained firmly on the steering wheel. June carried his food to the living room, sat down in front of the television, and began eating. Sorn immediately complained about him eating while watching TV. June ignored him completely. Neither of them spoke much after that. June watched his comedy show. Sorn drove. The quiet background noise somehow made the silence between them comfortable. Eventually, Sorn stopped at a red light. He glanced toward his phone. At exactly the same moment, June looked up too. Their eyes met through the screen. Startled, June immediately looked away. His ears turned bright red. Before heading home, Sorn stopped at a convenience store to buy drinks and snacks. He quietly stocked the fridge so June would always have something to eat whenever he got home first. Once he reached the entrance to the neighborhood, he ended the call. They'd see each other in a minute anyway. But as he turned into the lane leading home, his headlights illuminated something that instantly ruined his mood. June, standing outside the gate, talking happily with a tall man. Behind him, a delivery motorcycle. The large box on the back clearly belonged to the Japanese restaurant. And in June's hand, a takeaway bag from that same restaurant. Honk. Sorn slammed the horn. Both of them jumped. Jom quickly moved his motorcycle aside, assuming he was blocking the driveway. Meanwhile, June hurried over and opened the gate wider. I'm heading off now, June. Jom smiled. Thanks for the food, Hia Jom. June waved cheerfully. Drive safely. He watched Jom disappear before turning back toward the house. Instead of an empty front step, he found Sorn standing there, arms crossed, face dark, clearly unhappy. The word Hia made Sorn's eyebrow twitch. June had once told him he only called someone Hia if they were genuinely close. Earlier, he'd still been calling Jom Phi. Now, it had become Hia Jom. Meanwhile, Sorn had remained Phi Sorn for years. Always. Looks like you won't need the food I bought anymore. Sorn muttered. You've already got plenty. Then he stomped into the house. June scratched his head in confusion before hurrying after him. I'm saving this for breakfast. He rummaged through the shopping bag, searching for the food Sorn had bought. Are you close with AI Jom now, or something? Sorn finally asked. June, meanwhile, was calmly drinking milk through a straw, completely oblivious to the jealousy radiating from the older man. Not really, June answered honestly. But Hia Jom's easy to talk to. At first I thought he was quiet. But once we started chatting, he actually talks a lot. It feels kind of like having another older brother. I just naturally started calling him Hia. He even said he liked it. Said it made him feel like a proper Chinese guy. So it just stuck. Sorn stared at him. Then what about me? June blinked. What about you? Are you close with me yet? June looked genuinely surprised. More than the question itself. What shocked him was how sulky Sorn sounded. He had to be imagining things. There was no way Phi Sorn was pouting over something this ridiculous. You told me before. Sorn grumbled. You only call people Hia when you're really close. You call him Hia Jom. But me? I've been Phi Sorn for years. Sometimes you even call me AI Phi. His skin looked noticeably darker than usual, whether from irritation or something else. Even Sorn couldn't tell. June bit the inside of his cheek to stop himself from smiling. At the same time, his heart gave another strange little flutter. What was wrong with Phi Sorn today? Why did he sound so adorably jealous? I don't know whether we're close or not. June smiled. But right now, I think I like you more than I used to. The moment he finished speaking, the little brat bolted upstairs. His ears burned a brilliant shade of red.